Sailing starts from becoming Luffy. Author Qingxuan. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 1 Going to Sea. Then everyone, I'm leaving. Be careful on the road, Luffy. Is there really no need to change to a bigger boat? You must become a great pirate. Idiot, what pirates? Do you want Luffy to be the shame of the village and shame the village? Ha ha ha. I'll wait for you to come back, Luffy-kun. Hey, big fish, come out. It was already some distance away from the port of the village. The boy in the straw hat, who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the small fishing boat and paddling, put down the oar in his hand, stood up and stretched, and then putting his hands to his mouth, he gathered into a trumpet and shouted. As the boy's voice fell, ripples suddenly appeared on the originally calm sea surface, and then the ripples spread and set off large waves. Crash! A huge figure appeared in front of the small fishing boat and the straw hat boy. It looks like a crocodile, but the part where the light surfaced has already exceeded 5 meters. The bloody mouth on the hideous head is open, and there are sharp fangs shining with cold light. This is a king of the sea. At this moment, the figure of the straw hat boy was reflected in the terrifying vertical pupil. Looking at the boy in front of him who was wearing a red open-chested vest, blue half-leg pants, and a straw hat with a yellow overall collar and red stripes above the brim, the king of the sea slowly swam in front of the boy, and then lowered his head. Brain. After 17 years of rebirth, Luffy, who finally went to sea today, did not waste such a long time. At least the king of the near sea was tamed by Luffy 2 years ago with Conqueror's Haki. Picking up the rope he had prepared from the boat, Luffy tied a knot around the king of the sea's neck, and said, "Take me to the nearest island near Windmill Village." Patting the head of the king of the near sea, Luffy sat down again when the other party whimpered twice and dived into the sea and began to swim. Enjoying the sea breeze that kept blowing at his speed, Luffy couldn't help thinking about the journey that was about to begin. Although he has become Luffy, Luffy still does not care about sailing. After all, he is busy exercising himself every day, including haki, fruit, and the most basic physical exercise, so there is not much time left every day. To help take care of Makina's bar, after all, it's not the shameless Luffy of the original book, and you can't eat and drink for free, so that you don't have any extra energy to learn complicated sailing knowledge. In this case, it's better to follow the route of the original book, but with my current strength, there are not so many nonsensical and forcibly arranged actions in the original book, which should save a lot of time. The current Luffy, not to mention anything else, is just because of long-term exercise and sufficient food, his height has exceeded 1.8 meters, and his body is not as thin and monkey-like as in the original work. The muscles, although not protruding like an explosion, are full of streamlined beauty, and there is no scar in the original book under the left eye. That's of course, it's not the original tendon. How can you do that kind of meaningless thing? The scar is not drawn by yourself. In addition to the difference in appearance, Luffy's current strength, at least on top of the strength that Luffy showed before the original Tokushima, is not that he can't be stronger, but that he lacks a real battle with the strong. At least Haki's improvement is closely related to the battle. For the development of fruit, Luffy also has some different directions. The powerful moves before Luffy's fourth gear in the original work all need to be carried out by extending the body. This is because the characteristics of rubber are like this, and this is the main change of Luffy today. That is, to achieve the maximum rebound force with the smallest deformation. Unless you need to stretch a long time in certain specific situations, you will stretch your body every time you attack. No matter how fast you are, you will always be caught by your opponent in an evenly matched situation. As for developing in the conceptual direction like the original Devil-kun Bear, Luffy said that at least it can't be done at the moment. It can only be said that maybe this is the limitation of the superhuman devil fruit. Asterisk. Chapter 2 Reasons for Refusal to Become a Marine. Hey! Saying goodbye to the king of the offshore sea who sent him here and the small fishing boat that was finally broken due to the extreme speed, After 2 days of sailing, Luffy finally set foot on land again. As soon as he set foot on the island, Luffy unfolded observation haki, and then the whole picture of the small island was presented in Luffy's mind in black and white. This kind of observation haki, which is similar to the white eyes in Hokage, seems to be different from the listening and perception mentioned in the original book. Luffy attributes it to the changes brought about by rebirth. It seems that the time is right. On the opposite side of the island, a ship with a pirate flag is docked on the shore, and there are people in a warehouse-like place on the island. However, what surprised Luffy the most was that he would meet the person he was going to look for here. Looks like this bad habit has not been fixed. Luffy chuckled twice, then walked towards the other side of the island. 5 years ago. Little Luffy, Grandpa is back to see you. Garp, who had heard from the villagers that Luffy was here, shouted at the door of the banquet bar. I heard you, stupid old man. The door of the bar opened, and Luffy, who was only 12 years old, came out with a barrel about his height. Glancing at Garp, who was standing at the door and was about to push the door open, Luffy was not at all happy to meet again after a long time. Let Jean, stupid old man, I'm going to move this to the warehouse. Luffy said angrily. Oh, all right. Garp scratched his grey-haired head, subconsciously turning to the side to get out of the way. Before Luffy could cross the door, the other party suddenly punched Luffy's head. Stupid Luffy, who do you call a stupid old man, do you want Grandpa to know? Just when the fist was about to hit Luffy's head, Luffy took a quick step to the side. Hey! Garp was taken aback when he saw this, but he didn't withdraw his hand, but turned it slightly. Bang! Luffy's head suddenly became a big bag. It hurts, stinky old man. Luffy roared at Garp in dissatisfaction. Although he had already awakened, he could only be beaten if he couldn't keep up. Share! Grandpa, brat! Garp roared in dissatisfaction, but you actually awakened observation haki. It seems that the old man put you in the deep mountains and forest to train very effectively, so that you can become an excellent sea soldier. Come on. Then he saw a smug smile on his face. He crossed his chest with his left hand and rubbed his chin with his right hand. You give up, stinky old man, I won't be a marine. If I get a bounty then, pray that I'm just a pirate instead of joining the Revolutionary Army. Go to the warehouse next door. Hey, brat, what nonsense are you talking about, and how do you know about the Revolutionary Army? Could it be you Laozi who came to you? Suddenly Luffy heard the word Revolutionary Army. Garp, for the first time, I thought about whether it was my son Drago who came back to meet Luffy and said something to Luffy. Father? I still have a father. Luffy, who had just pushed the warehouse door open, stopped and turned to Garp and asked. Although he was reborn as Luffy and knew something about his cheap father, Durag, Garp didn't know that he was reborn, and he only saw the man once when he was born, and he never saw him again. Now, when I suddenly heard Garp talking about him, I couldn't help but want to know more. Ah, this, that, you're still young, let's talk about this when you're older, haha, ha ha ha. Seeing that Luffy was interested in a father he had never met, Garp thought, he knew it wasn't because of Drago. Garp started fighting. Haha. Humph, don't talk about it. As for why you don't do marine, when there are no celestial dragons in this world, come and tell me the justice of your marines. Luffy snorted and continued, also, I heard that for 3 years a group of fishman pirates came from the former East Blue, and they ruled a large part of the island villages of East Blue. The villagers of these ruled villages are worse than death, and as the hometown of your marine hero, there is no marine to inform you. Why don't you think about this matter? Asterisk. Chapter 3 Conqueror and Number 039, S Haki Awakening. When I heard about this, I wanted to tell you when you came next time, but who would have thought you would come back 3 years later? Even when I wanted to contact you, I found out that I didn't give me any contact information, and even if I couldn't get in touch with you, why should someone from the Marine branch contact you for so long? but now you appear in front of me, but you don't know about it at all. A series of questions spewed out of 12-year-old Luffy's mouth, and Garp's face was getting darker, veins bursting out of his forehead, and he was obviously on the verge of rage. These goddamn bastards! It's right under my nose. Without doubting what Luffy said, the astonishing aura came from Garp's body, not Conqueror's haki, but because of his experience in battles, he fought bravely to kill the enemy again and again. The aura of a strong man who fought hard, even though this aura deliberately avoided Luffy, it still gave Luffy a feeling of being out of breath. I will not do marine, the constraints of the rules and the existence of celestial dragons make me feel bad for world government and marine, but I will solve the injustice I see in my own way. Even if I become a pirate for this, it doesn't matter if there is a bounty. Fearlessly, looking at Garp, who was furious at this moment, Luffy said his thoughts word by word. And when this sentence was finished, Luffy seemed to have unraveled some kind of knot in his heart, which was the unease he had always felt as a transmigrator and the arrogance that seemed to be outside the world and out of tune with this world. The astonishing momentum burst out, forming an invisible airwave that swept all around. The surrounding leaves rustled as if being swept by a gust of wind. The whole world seemed to have lost its color at this moment, and the reborn Luffy was finally at this moment. He found and determined his future path, and the power called Conqueror's haki that originally existed in his body finally awakened. Although it was the first time to awaken Conqueror's haki, Luffy instinctively controlled the momentum, letting it only erupt between himself and Garp, and did not deter others in the tavern or nearby. The world is human, the effect of extremely high spiritual attributes. Luffy, you kid! Garp stared blankly at the grandson in front of him. Luffy, who was only 12 years old, was still a little kid. At this time, he seemed to have grown up suddenly, and there was a hint of sadness in addition to his happiness. I haven't seen each other for 3 years, but Garp has a feeling that something is wrong. Moreover, the momentum just now was not wrong with Conqueror's haki. Luffy has awakened this Conqueror's haki, and let him do marine again. Those rules and regulations may become a hindrance for him to embark on the road of becoming a strong man in the future. This time, Garp had let go of the idea of forcing Luffy to be marine. This time, to clear the pirates, I want to go with you, Grandpa. After speaking, Luffy lifted the wine barrel that had just been put on the ground to open the door, ignored Garp, and walked towards the warehouse. Putting down the arrogance of being a traveler, Luffy called out the word Grandpa for the first time. It's 12 years old to call me Grandpa for the first time, you're such a bad grandson, Luffy. It seems that this vacation has to end early. After the pirates are eliminated, I have to go back to naval headquarters as soon as possible to talk to Sengoku about the current problems with marine, and the damned rubbish of celestial dragons. Thinking like this, Garp finally just clenched his fist and restrained his momentum. I don't know what Luffy's path will be in the future, but I think it will be very exciting, right? But since I can't become a marine, if I become a pirate by then, don't blame the old man for being ruthless, Luffy boy. Looking at the blue sky with his hands, Garp's originally clear eyes were now a little hazy, and he couldn't help muttering to himself, but his face that was already a little old was not as serious as usual at this time. Asterisk. Chapter 4 Marine Pirates. Is this Marine's justice? Luffy, who followed Garp to Cocoa West Village, looked at Marine and the Murlocs who were trading treasure, and asked Garp without looking back. Because it was during vacation, Garp did not bring the warship. The place where the two of them are standing is still some distance away from the Murlocs who are trading and Marine. Through the perception of observation haki, Garp deliberately chose a hidden place so that Garp could confirm the specific situation. Although he just saw some Marine scum and said those words arbitrarily, who made Luffy only 12 years old at this time, in Garp's opinion, it is also a child's vision problem. Although there are indeed some Marines that have such problems, at least the vast majority of Marines still abide by the heart of justice. On the contrary, the vast majority of pirates burn, kill, and loot. Even so, you want to be a pirate too? Garp asked Luffy instead of immediately. Whether I want to be a pirate or not is not up to me. I won't hang the pirate flag until I get a bounty, but if I encounter this kind of thing in the future, I won't because the other party is Marine or the world government or something. I have some scruples. Not shaken by Garp's words, whether the pirate Marine is good or bad, Luffy, as a traveler, has his own conclusion. Since you have said so, as a grandfather, I can't stop my grandson's dream, but since you're not a Marine, then the Marine 6 styles I wanted to teach you can't be taught privately. After a pause, Garp continued. This is the end of the chat, I'll go back to Naval Headquarters to settle the matter here. This time I'll leave my personal phone number so you can contact me later. After finishing speaking, Garp stopped hiding and walked towards Marine and the Murloc step by step. When the other party finally noticed someone appeared, Garp's forehead had already burst out, and he was on the verge of rage. How could it be? Hero, card. Garp. Colonel Mouse, who had just taken over the treasure chest full of treasures, saw the person coming, cold sweat suddenly fell from his forehead, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. A mere pirate, you also want to build a paradise country here? Pirate Dragon, when Jinbei released you on bail on the condition that he joined Shishibukai, he didn't let you wait here to do evil. Sure enough, a pirate is a pirate? While speaking, Garp flickered and appeared between the pirate and Marine, wrapping Haki's fist in the Murloc dragon's angry eyes, and he didn't have time to react, and he flew out with severe pain. Before hitting the obstacle, the dragon's eyes turned white and fainted. With the rumbling sound of the dragon smashing through the building, Garp clicked his feet and knocked the remaining Murloc pirates to the ground one by one, who were still in the panic and consternation of the boss being knocked into the air. As for you, Colonel Mouse, as Marine, instead of insisting on justice and protecting the civilians, instead, you join forces with the pirates, trap the civilians in dire straits, go back to Naval Headquarters and go to the military court with me, and then stay in prison for the rest of your life. Prepare to be punished. Ignoring Garp's reprimand, remembering Garp's deliberately slow shaving technique in his mind, Luffy walked towards the short orange-haired girl hiding beside him in observation. Haki. The evil dragons have been dealt with, won't you notify the other villagers? Looking at the girl who was covering her mouth and crying, Luffy walked closer and patted the other side's slightly trembling shoulder. Yes, the girl grabbed the boy's collar with a sharp cry. Cry, cry, just cry, it's all over, I'm sorry I didn't come here sooner. Luffy didn't care if the girl's muddy clothes and small hands would stain her. Luffy reached out and hugged him in his arms, he put his right hand on the back of the girl's head, and gently patted the other's back, which was still trembling, with his left hand. Why? Woo, if you guys came earlier, Belmere. Belmere wouldn't be dead. Woo, the girl who was hugged by Luffy finally lost control of her emotions and burst into tears. Asterisk. Chapter 5 Invitation to Go to Sea. Garp has already dealt with the Dragon Gang, and is now reprimanding the Marine soldiers who are forced to threaten, and it will take a while to come over. The girl in Luffy's arms had stopped crying, but her slightly trembling shoulders showed that the other party had not completely calmed down. Breaking free from Luffy's arms, the girl let go of the hand gripping Luffy's neckline. Is that old grandpa the Marine hero Garp? Yes, he is Garp, I am his grandson. My name is Monkey-d-Luffy, you can call me Luffy, then, what is your name? Although Luffy knew who the other party was at the moment of perception, but still need to ask. Nami, my name is Nami. I just heard you say that you don't want to be a Marine. Why is this? Your grandfather is the Marine hero. Nami, who had recovered his emotions, did not immediately inform the villagers of what happened here. Instead, he asked about the conversation between Luffy and Garp that he had just heard. Well, how should I put it, there are still many reasons, but the most important thing is that I will go out to sea and travel around the world in the future. Marine will not have so much free time for me to fulfill my dream. Luffy thought for a while, then he spoke. Travel around the world. Nami's eyes lit up slightly, obviously looking forward to Luffy's dream. Of course, after all, Nami's dream in the original book is to travel around the world and draw a map of his own world. Yet, how about traveling around the world? Do you want to go to sea with me in the future? Luffy asked expectantly. Going to sea to be a pirate? That kind of thing, how could I become a pirate? That's of course, after all, the home was destroyed by the pirates, and the adoptive mother was brutally killed by the pirates. A sense of exclusion. It's probably not wrong to say pirates. After all, there should be a lot of situations like this marine in the future. I won't be merciful at that time. Although I feel that I should belong to the adventurer, celestial dragons of world government, 5 elders don't care about this. In their eyes, as long as they go against them, they are rebels. Is that so? If that's the case, as long as you don't be the kind of villain who burns, kills, and loots, then I will agree to your invitation. After listening to Luffy's words, I understood why Luffy might be a pirate. Nami breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he is the grandson of the hero Garp. I just heard their conversation. Even Garp didn't object to Luffy's dream of becoming a pirate when he went out to sea. Luffy would not be the kind of villain who did evil, and he also painted his own world. The dream of the map, if you want to follow him, you should not be wrong. Did you agree? That's great. I thought that the other party wouldn't agree at this time, thinking that I would invite her again when they go to sea later, but I didn't expect to agree now, and Luffy was a little surprised for a while. Well, but if you become a pirate like a dragon, I will disembark without hesitation. Nami looked at the boy who was a head taller in front of him and said, of course, as long as you really only want to ring if you travel the world, then I will also earnestly learn the knowledge of sailing, and then I will set off with you as your navigator. Don't worry, even if I wanted to be like that, I wouldn't have such a chance. Don't forget, my grandfather is a marine hero. Luffy looked at Nami's serious face and said equally seriously, then, say yes. Now, I will go to sea when I am 17 years old, which is 5 years later, and I will come here to find you. Thinking of the agreement between the two at the time, Luffy's steps could not help speeding up a bit. After so many years, I don't know if she still remembers herself. Soon, Luffy came to the only building on the island called Goth, a simple warehouse made of stone. Along the way, relying on observation haki to avoid the pirates occupying the island, although it is easy for Luffy to solve it, at least it is not too late to start after finding Nami. At this time, at the door of the warehouse, a slender figure was sneakily looking around, with bright orange long hair hanging down to his waist, and his cat-like body. After confirming that no one was around, he quickly pried the door lock of the warehouse. Asterisk. Chapter 6 Meet again. She won't be stealing pirates for the past 5 years, right? But I haven't heard any news about the little thief cat. Looking at the other's skilled appearance, Luffy couldn't help but muttered to himself. Without waiting for the other party to enter, Luffy directly showed his figure. Stealing is not a good behavior. Beautiful lady. The voice that suddenly appeared behind him made Nami, who was planning to get into the warehouse, froze in place, and then turned his head quiveringly. Familiar straw hat, familiar face, but compared to the small figure 5 years ago, it can now be described as burly. The delicate and resolute face under the straw hat is now carrying a gentle smile. In an instant, Nami's heart, which had been beating wildly because of the discovery, miraculously calmed down. Luffy. Looking at the other party's initial panic, to the surprise after seeing his own appearance, Luffy was also a little stunned for a while. She is no longer the immature little girl she was 5 years ago. At this time, Nami has orange hair that reaches her waist, bright eyes, and white teeth. It shrank sharply again, and it looked quite attractive against the slim-fit long-sleeved shirt with blue stripes. The blue jeans on the lower body wrapped the straight and slender legs. The buttocks and simple clothes match, but it shows the amazing charm of the girl. Looking at Nami, who was similar to the image in the original book 2 years later, Luffy was a little dazed for a while. It wasn't the revealing clothes in the original book, but it made Luffy feel amazing. As a reborn Luffy, it is not the original book. The kind of idiot who doesn't know what femininity is. After calming down, Luffy looked away slightly. I didn't expect to meet you just after going out to sea, and I was thinking of going to find you after I got the boat, Nami. With a slight smile, Luffy moved towards the man who was also stunned in front of him. The girl said, "It's really you, Luffy." Looking at Luffy, who was smiling slightly, and hearing Luffy's answer, Nami finally came back to his senses, and then, in Luffy's stunned eyes, jumped into Luffy's arms and hugged Luffy. It was only the second time that the two met, but for some reason, there was no sense of strangeness at all. With Wangxiang Nephrite in his arms, Luffy didn't know where to put his hand, so he patted Nami's back lightly. Nami, who hugged Luffy excitedly for a while, was not ashamed. After feeling the pat on the back, he let go of Luffy, and his bright eyes fell on Luffy's face again. 5 years no see, more it makes people feel safe. I was just a skinny kid when we first met. Didn't you also change a lot? The little girl at the time has become a slim beauty now, but I'm fascinated by it. Without fussing, just say whatever comes to mind. Luffy, who is reborn, can nothing to be ashamed of. I didn't expect you to be able to talk. Hearing Luffy's compliment, Nami's heart was overjoyed for no reason, and his mood suddenly became happy. Why are you here? Are you still doing things like stealing pirates' treasure for 5 years? Luffy was still curious about Nami's presence here. Even if it was the original book, it should have been in Orange Town occupied by Buggy. Met Nami's. Hearing Luffy's question, Nami stuck his tongue out first, and then said, "Of course, I know you're going to sea this year, so I thought about going back to my old business and preparing some money. It seems that I haven't worked in 5 years, so I'm really unfamiliar." You were discovered so easily. He shook his head amusingly. Although you are hiding well, ordinary people really can't find it, but this is also because there is only East Blue here, there are no decent powerhouses. It will be different when it comes to the Grand Line, but then you will not be needed. To do this, you just need to be my navigator, and I will protect you. Although he said that, Luffy also considered the strength of the crew in the future, so before entering the Grand Line, he planned to explain Haki's training method to those who joined later. Reliable, then I'll leave my safety to you, Captain. Chapter 7 Shots. Speaking of which, you're leaving with me now. Before entering the Grand Line, do you want to go back to Cocoa West Village? Suppressing the surprise of the reunion, Luffy looked at Nami, who was scavenging for the treasure in the warehouse, and suddenly asked. The main reason is that Nami's posture of searching for treasure at this time is really tempting, and his hips are particularly upturned because of the bent over, so Luffy doesn't know where to put his eyes for a while, and can only divert his attention by talking. No, I've already greeted Nyakajao and Achiun before I set off. I won't look back until I finish traveling around the world and draw a map of the world. However, as my captain, you don't be killed halfway. My life is entrusted to you. Hearing Luffy's question, Nami's hands kept moving. He glanced back at Luffy, and caught a glimpse of Luffy's eyes that seemed a little embarrassed. Sly smiled and replied. Is that so? Luffy nodded, just about to continue to say something, then as if feeling something, he turned his head and looked into the distance, and said, Someone is here. Hey? How did you find it? Nami, who put the last treasure into the cloth bag, and then carried the cloth bag on his back, walked to Luffy's side and looked around, but didn't find the person Luffy was talking about. Well, it is a power called observation haki, which can sense the breath, number, etc. of people outside the field of vision. When the pirates here are dealt with, I will tell you about it, although here no one in East Blue should be able to hurt you on my hand, but it will be different when it comes to Grand Line or even New World. It is always good to be a master. Luffy explained a little, and then put his eyes on the sight that had already appeared. On a group of people. There is nothing to say to make Nami be careful. If even this group of people can hurt Nami in his own hands, then Luffy doesn't have to go out to sea, and just do the chores for a lifetime in Makina's bar. I can already see the figures of those pirates, but Nami is not afraid. Mimu stares at the figure standing in front of her, and a sense of reassurance emerges from the bottom of her heart. Hey, who are you? Why did you appear on my island? Don't you know that this is the territory of my Iron Club Alvida? The leader was a woman with a mace, but the woman's appearance was real. It was hard to say. The other party didn't seem to see Nami, who was carrying a cloth bag full of treasure behind Luffy, but looked at Luffy angrily and said loudly. Before Luffy could answer, the other party turned to look at a short pink-haired boy beside him, slung the mace on his shoulder and said, "Hey, Kirby, tell him, who am I, Alvida?" The short boy, who was named Trembled, clasped his head in his hands habitually, squatted down, and then stumblingly replied, under the watchful eyes of the sneering pirates, "You should be, of course, yes. The world's most. Who is this short and ugly old woman?" Nami, who stuck his head out from Luffy's back, looked at the strange-looking woman and said, "That delicate face and the other party are really like heaven and earth." Ah! Whether it was the woman at the head, the short boy who was being asked, or the other little gangsters around, after hearing Nami's words, all their jaws were long in shock, and they were stunned in place. Luffy, who also heard Nami's words, burst out laughing, and without waiting for the other party's response, he stretched his right foot, rubber whip. The rapidly stretched right leg swept out. Directly after crossing a distance of several tens of meters, he kicked everyone except the squatted pink-haired boy who was still squatting. Ah! The pirates, who didn't react at all, screamed and flew out until they were kicked by Luffy, and by the time they landed again, they had rolled their eyes and fainted. I don't have the habit of listening to the nonsense of the enemy. Although it was only a light kick to Luffy, no one could withstand such a kick with these little scoundrel-like existences. Hey! Ah! Whether it was Nami behind Luffy, or the short, pink-haired teenager not far away, they were surprised by Luffy's sudden extension of unhuman feet. Asterisk. Chapter 8 Kirby. It's the power of devil fruit. I'm a rubber man who ate rubber fruit. My body can stretch and deform like rubber. Luffy explained to the two casually. Devil fruit? Is that the thing called the secret treasure of the sea? Nami, who has been studying navigation and meteorology with Luffy for the past 5 years, has also learned some other things, and devil fruit is one of them. Well, that's right, devil fruit is roughly divided into 3 types: Zoan, which can transform into various animals after eating, and has superhuman resilience and strength; Paramecia, which can have various incredible superpowers after eating. The rubber fruit you eat falls into this category; and Logia, which is the most powerful for ordinary people, has the ability to cause natural disasters and incarnate the corresponding natural elements. Luffy made a little more popular science. I have plans. I'll find you a devil fruit, but after eating devil fruit, it will turn into a landlubber and can't swim, so I want to ask what you mean, Nami. In Luffy's opinion, it is best to find Logia's union fruit for Nami, which has both self-protection ability and Nami's talent. After pondering for a while, Nami continued, I remember that the cheapest devil fruit seems to cost 100 million Baileys, right? Is it really necessary to spend this money? I don't care if I eat it or not, anyway, there are you protect me. The 100 million Baileys are just the most rubbish fruit. Naturally, I won't give you this kind of food. Since you don't disagree, then I know what I know. I will pay attention when I meet the right one. After all, it's the grand line. Even I can't guarantee that I will notice your safety at the first time, so every extra strength you have will give me enough time to react. Since Nami is not against eating devil fruit, Luffy will also pay more attention to the information about related fruits. There is really no information about union fruit, so he will try his luck with Golden Lion to see if he can get lion fruit. Otherwise, I won't eat it. How good is it to replace such a valuable devil fruit with Bailey? At this time, Nami's eyes became Bailey's shape, and it seemed that he had completely filtered the rest of Luffy's words. Only the information about the value of devil fruit is left. Idiot, take a long-term view. Are you afraid that you won't be able to get Bailey if you have the ability? Luffy was a little speechless. This girl is really hopeless. She was saved 5 years ago, so you don't need to think about money. Now it's still as rich as the original book. That. Excuse me. The short boy who had been ignored by the two of them suddenly said softly. I left you just to see that you don't belong to their group, but it seems that your character can only be a chorus. Although Luffy has some understanding of the other party through the original book, but the reality still has to be observed through observation. Good to draw conclusions. Really, I'm really sorry, my name is Kirby, I don't know how you two, what do you call them? Seeing that Luffy Nami didn't mean to hurt himself, Kirby finally took a breath, but he was still a little stumped when he spoke. Trib. Your weak face really makes people want to bully you, but my captain is reliable, strong, and masculine. Seeing the other side's timid appearance, Nami couldn't help complaining. I'm sorry. He didn't refute at all and apologized directly. This guy was helpless. Luffy shook his head, just call me Luffy, she's Nami, we are about to go to sea, but you, why are you here, and what are your plans in the future? I was caught by them when I was fishing 2 years ago. I was not killed by them because I knew a little sailing, but I just kept doing errands for them. Kirby explained a little, then scratched his head, looks a little ashamed. Nami looked at the other party with a look of surprise, and then asked speechlessly, don't you resist? Or didn't you find a chance to escape? Impossible. If you resist, you will be killed. I can't run away. Asked by Nami, Kirby stuttered again. Then you're really useless. Asterisk. Chapter 9 Arriving at Shields Town. Although he knew about Kirby when he watched anime in his previous life, Luffy felt speechless when he said it from his own mouth. Then what's your plan next? Kirby. Sitting on the boat borrowed from Alvida's pirates, Luffy rowed the oars, and confronted Kirby, who was also rowing in the bow. Then asked. I want to be a marine and arrest all the pirates like Alvida. Hearing Luffy's question, Kirby was so excited that he even stopped paddling in his hand. Hey? Be a marine, but can you really be a marine like this? Nami, who was sitting behind Luffy, was lighting up the treasure he had just looted over and over again when he heard Kaba's words. He spoke ruthlessly. I won't give up, I also want to be like Mr. Luffy, that way I can protect other people's existence. Kirby, who was asked by Nami, blushed all of a sudden. Yes, I got it, so can you continue paddling? After a few words, Nami turned her beautiful eyes towards Luffy who was paddling, remembering how Luffy stood in front of him before, the broad and straight back made Nami feel extra relieved, and he brushed up the slightly messy hair that had been blown by the wind, and a smile evoked from the corner of his mouth. Time passed in this chatter, and before the sun was about to set, the three finally arrived at the destination of the trip, Shields Town. Back on land, Luffy took the cloth bag full of treasures handed over by Nami, and the three of them walked towards the island town under the leadership of Kirby. Although he was enslaved by Alvida for 2 years, Kirby still has an impression of this town, and he should have been here before. Then, let's replace the treasure with Bailey first. It's not very convenient to hold so many treasures. There should be a place to change it in this town. Luffy asked Kirby, weighing the cloth bag in his hand. Yes, Mr. Luffy, although the town of Shields is not big, there are still special shops for treasure trading. As long as the amount is not particularly large, it can be exchanged. Kirby answered and led the way in front. Then it's almost time for us to separate. After all, Nami and I will become pirates sooner or later, which is different from Alvida's enslavement of you. If you are too close to us, it will be extremely detrimental to your marine career in the future. Although according to the other party in the original book will become his grandfather's direct subordinate, but Luffy is not sure whether the plot will follow the original book under his influence. Besides, Luffy doesn't agree with what Kirby did in the Summit War in the original novel. It is a capital offense for soldiers to escape from the battlefield. When Marine pursued the pirates with victory, it was obviously Marine, but he stopped Marine Admiral. Continue to chase. It sounds nice to save the wounded, but the soldiers on the front line need to do to save the wounded? What's more, Akainu is still Admiral. He doesn't obey the orders of his superiors. Instead, he wants to prevent his superiors from expanding the victory. In the current Luffy's view, it seems that when he is about to kill the enemy, someone suddenly stands up to stop him, and this man still his own companion, then Luffy will consider whether it is correct for him to regard the other party as his companion. Even if Akainu in the original book annoys readers again, soldiers are soldiers, and thieves are thieves. If this anime is called Marine King, maybe the reader's point of view is different. 180 degrees reversed? Ah! This! Mr. Luffy! After listening to Luffy's words, Kirby didn't know what to say for a while. The other party not only saved him, but he was still thinking about his own future. Emotionally, he should thank him. But rationally told himself that the other party was right to do so. Also, we are about to do something with Marine here, and it's for your own good not to have anything to do with us. Because Luffy, who habitually turned on observation haki after logging in, saw someone who was tied to the execution ground. Figure. It seems that the old man didn't clean up thoroughly at the beginning, so there is still such a marine scum? Or is it that it only appeared later? Although he should have saved a lot of time, he still met his swordsman here. I have to say that the inertia of the plot is really big. Marine scum? Luffy, you mean? Hearing Luffy's words, Nami, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke up, his eyes full of disgust at the marine scum that Luffy said. Asterisk. Chapter 10 Determination. Leave it to me over there, Nami, go and exchange the treasure you got from Alvida for Bailey, whether it's buying a boat or buying supplies, you need to use Bailey, although the future is destined to be it's a pirate, but we didn't go out to sea for looting, of course, the pirates are another matter. After feeling it with observation haki, Luffy turned back and said to Nami. Don't you need my help? Although he knew that Luffy was strong, but he didn't know how strong he was, Nami asked worriedly. Don't worry, the Marines here can't help me, and maybe we will have another partner. Although the Marines are no threat to themselves, but Nami is different from the past, and if he is hit by a stray bullet hitting is bad, at least until Nami master observation haki, try to keep her out of the group fight. Although Nami has experienced a lot of battles in the anime, this is reality after all, and the existence of the protagonist's halo is a problem. Luffy doesn't want to gamble on Nami's life safety. Alright then, I'll wait for you at that restaurant over there after I've exchanged the treasure, but don't make me wait too long. Nami didn't insist. Although he was a little worried, Nami chose to trust Luffy. It's been a good decision since he decided to accept Luffy's invitation. Nami glanced at Luffy, then took the cloth bag full of treasure from Luffy's hand, turned and walked towards the direction of the trading venue where Kirby pointed. What about you? Kirby, I wanted to part ways with you here, but since this happened, do you want me to show you what Marine is like in this town? Looking at the slightly curled orange, the long hair gradually faded away, and Luffy turned his head and asked the squat boy, who was still at a loss. Kirby was surprised by Luffy's question, and then turned to Luffy with some dancing, "Lu. Mr. Luffy, you mean, take me to the marine base here?" At present, Kirby is just a chicken with no ties. The chubby boy of the power has absolutely no idea what Luffy means in the words, and he has no idea what marine in this small town is like. Looking at Kirby, who was still panicking in front of him, Luffy couldn't help but be a little speechless. What is Oda's consideration for such a person to let him improve like a hang in the future? That boost speed is like riding a rocket. Not all marines have a righteous heart, and that's one of the reasons why I didn't become a marine. Colonel Marine in this small town is one of the most disgusting marine scum in this part of the world. How about you, do you want to take a look with me? Then reconfirm your determination to be a marine? Luffy asked with some wickedness. He was born again, but there was no need to act according to the established character in the original book. I'm going to see it. But, even if, the case, I will not give up being a marine. Although slightly frightened by Luffy's words, Kirby still shouted loudly. My own opinion. Really? Come with me then, I hope you can persist like this. Seeing that the other party seemed to be aroused by his own words, Luffy changed his opinion of the other party a little, at least not completely a coward. Glancing at Kirby, motioning for him to follow, Luffy walked towards the execution square that he perceived in observation haki. Kirby, who was behind him, saw Luffy leave, and immediately trotted to keep up. The slightly short figure stumbled and stumbled, as if it would fall at any moment. By the time Luffy and Kirby came to the gate of the execution square, Kirby was already out of breath. Seeing Luffy stop, he hurriedly put his hands on his knees and panted heavily. Luffy looked calm, stretched out his left hand to hold the straw hat on his head, and then slammed his right hand forward. His normal arm was stretched like a rubber rope, and his hand became a claw and quickly moved towards the edge of the wall that was not high in front of him. Grab it, then look back at Kirby, who is still panting. Come here and pull me, and I'll take you in. This isn't that bad. Seeing Luffy looking like he wanted to force his way in, Kirby's old habit of recoiled again. Seeing Kirby's appearance, Luffy didn't bother to talk nonsense anymore, and directly stretched his left foot and wrapped it around Kirby's right hand. ***. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 11 Roronoa Zoro. Ah! Accompanied by Kaba's screams, the two jumped over the wall and flew into the execution ground. Boom! Boom! Two landing sounds sounded. Luffy stood firmly on the execution ground, and Kirby was a little embarrassed. The short and fat figure rolled twice on the ground before it stopped completely, and then hurriedly crawled from the ground. Up! Hey! Who are you two guys? Just when Kabi was just standing firm, a slightly weak but dangerous voice came. Right. I'm sorry. We didn't mean to break in. The sudden voice made Kirby bend over to apologize like a conditioned reflex, and then looked up at the source of the sound. You are Pirate Hunter, Roronoa Zoro. The first time he saw the other party's appearance, Kirby made a fuss again. Obviously he had a certain understanding of the other party's identity. However, the man who was tied to the cross stake did not pay too much attention to the panicked Kirby, but turned his sharp eyes on Luffy, who was standing beside him. Your undisguised ferocious eyes are truly worthy of the name of that monster, Roronoa Zoro. Luffy stared at the figure tied to the cross stake from the moment he landed, and saw the other side staring at him sharply. Himself, that's how he spoke. The familiar green headscarf and cloth kabuto were wrapped around the head and waist respectively. The white short sleeves could not cover the bulging muscles of the other party. Although the hands were tied to the stakes, they could not hide the fierceness of the beast on the other party's body. Breath. Since you know my name, why don't you get out? Or are you my enemy, and you want to take revenge on me now? Zoro didn't know Luffy who suddenly flew in from outside the wall, but Zoro secretly vigilant, not to mention the funny chubby boy, the straw hat boy who had been staring at him since he came in, but put a lot of pressure on Zoro, and intuitively told himself that the other party was strong. Don't be nervous, my name is Luffy, I'm not your enemy, I'm here just to meet you, and then to deal with Marine here. Shrugging, ignoring the vigilance in the other's eyes, Luffy said it indifferently on purpose. Meet me? Deal with Marine? Are you a pirate? Although Luffy didn't show any hostility towards himself, Zoro didn't let his guard down. Yeah, see you, and then confirm whether I want to invite you to be my partner. After all, I am not the original Luffy, but I can't guarantee that this kind of nonsense will make others follow me to death. Invite me to be your partner? Did you do something wrong? I'm a pirate hunter. Since you want to deal with Marine, you should be a pirate, right? Invite me, a pirate hunter, so you don't have to be afraid that I will cut your head off to exchange for it. Bounty. Hearing Luffy's words, Zoro didn't understand Luffy's thoughts for a while. Let's not say that I don't have a bounty yet, besides, I am quite confident in my own strength. You are no match for me now. This is not Luffy's boasting, he didn't understand Haki, and he didn't understand Jean. Iron, Zoro who hasn't walked out of East Blue can't even break Luffy's Haki. Hey! I really dare to say it, but I don't know if there is any real ability under my hand. Luffy's understatement made Zoro's forehead under the turban jump, although he did feel that the other party was not the one he met before. The kind of scumbag you can deal with casually, but this is not the reason why the other party can look down on you, right? Otherwise, I'll rescue you, and then we fight. I won, how about you get on my boat? Luffy said, staring at Zoro's beast-like eyes. Mr. Luffy, don't, although you are also very strong, but the other party is that pirate hunter, you will be killed. Luffy had just finished speaking, and the place hadn't calmed down from the shock of seeing Zoro. Kirby, who came down, shouted again, completely unaware that he was sneaking into the execution ground. It's arrogant to not mention how I lost at all, but I don't need you to save me, as long as I survive a month, Marine will naturally let me go. Zoro shouted at the gram. Bai was completely disinterested, and his eyes were still fixed on Luffy. Luffy didn't answer Zoro's words immediately, but turned his eyes to the gate of the execution ground. Bang! As the door was pushed open, a group of soldiers in navy uniforms trotted in, and as the last tall figure walked in slowly, the three of Luffy were surrounded. Who are you two who dare to disobey my order and contact the prisoner who is about to be executed privately? Are you with him? Bonken head, iron chin, right hand from palm to elbow replaced by an axe. As soon as the burly figure came in, he questioned both Luffy and Kirby. Is this what you said Marine would let you go in the end? Ignoring Marine's question, Luffy turned his head and asked Zoro with a playful face. Cut. Hearing that Marine said that he was a prisoner who was about to be executed, Zoro also understood that he was tricked by the stupid son before. He stuttered, and turned his head away. Damn it, that Marine is not trustworthy. I can't die here, Kuina. Hey, you said you wanted me to be your partner? I can't die here yet, I have a promise to fulfill, so I can agree to your invitation, but my goal is to become the world's #1 swordsman. If it hinders my ambition, I won't spare you easily. Thinking of his agreement with Kuina, Zoro turned his head and said loudly to Luffy. Are you sure I want you to be my partner? Luffy looked at Zoro with a slight smile, and I have to say that this guy Monka really gave a good assist. You guy. Facing Luffy's question, Zoro didn't feel that the other party wanted to reject him, but he always felt a little uncomfortable being led by the nose like this. Hey, you guys, I'm asking you, will one or two disobey me? Colonel Marine, who was ignored, saw Luffy and the two were chatting to himself, and he got angry for a while. The three roared loudly. Soldiers, Shoot me all those who don't obey my orders from Monka. With a forceful wave of his right hand with an axe, Monka ordered the marine soldiers who surrounded Luffy and the others. Ah! No, are you really marine? Why are you shooting indiscriminately, Mr. Luffy? Think of a way, we're going to be killed. The musket was fired, and Kirby rushed behind Luffy, grabbing Luffy's clothes and shaking it desperately. Asterisk. Chapter 12 Solving Monka. Go. Colonel, do you really want to shoot? Among the marines who surrounded Luffy and others, someone holding a musket trembled slightly, and asked Monka hesitantly. Hey? Are you also disobeying the orders of the highest rank of men? Monka, who was asked by his soldiers, widened his eyes and glared at the soldiers who were hesitant. In that case, you should also die. Anyone who hesitated just now, commit suicide for me. This. When the soldiers heard Monka's order, they shook their hands and pointed the guns that were aimed at Luffy's group at their heads. Hey! What are you doing? Do you really have to obey such an order? Kirby, who had been pulling Luffy's clothes all the time, couldn't bear to see that the soldiers actually obeyed Monka's order and prepared to commit suicide. Live shouting at those soldiers. Luffy looked at the scene in front of him speechlessly. Although it was the duty of a soldier to convince him to obey orders, no one would stop him from reporting it. He could only say that Marine's internal system was not perfect. Hey, what's going on with you, Marine? Why do I think you are more like a pirate than a pirate? Did you not report it? Or is it that so many people can't stop him alone? For such a thing, Luffy said it's best to let these Marines stand up and resist, without wasting their own strength. This. The Marine soldiers who were hesitating whether to pull the trigger heard Luffy's question and were speechless, but their faces were somewhat indignant. Hey? Why don't you do it? Why, do you think that after being instigated twice, you can disobey the order of my highest commander? Seeing that his soldiers seemed to be moved by Luffy, Monka was a little angry, and the iron axe in his right hand with a wave, he shouted angrily. That domineering look directly caused the marine soldiers who were a little moved to lower their heads. Oh, I can't stand you guys, so I won't choose to be a marine. Luffy shook his head. Since you don't resist, I can only do it myself. Why, you don't think you can deal with me alone, do you? Who do you think I am? I'm the Axe Monka, the greatest person in Shields Town. Seeing that Luffy seemed to have the idea of doing it, Monka he raised the axe in his right hand and pointed at Luffy with the tip of the axe, his chin covered with iron material lifted slightly, as if he didn't take Luffy in his eyes at all. How Luffy chuckled lightly, and then, with his right hand shaking, he punched out. The invisible air solidified slightly under this punch, and with the sound of bang, Monka's arrogant face slammed to one side, and at the same time, the tall body also flew backwards under the drive of his cheeks. Go out! No haki attachment was used, just rubber fruit stretched out his arm and punched. The power of Luffy's punch has reached the power of the original Luffy's jet pistol after opening the second gear. Monka's tall figure flew out upside down, directly smashing the gate and part of the wall of the execution ground. Until Monka's body fell to the ground with a bang, the side of the slightly vicious face that was hit was swollen high, and the man rolled his eyes and fainted. Amidst the dust, those Marines who were holding guns at him or at Luffy and the others froze in place, and even Kobe, who was originally holding Luffy, had round eyes. Only Zoro, who was tied to a cross stake behind him, opened his eyes wide when Luffy punched, as if he wanted to see Luffy's movements clearly. It's so fast, although I don't know how he knocked that Marine's head over from such a distance, but I didn't even see his punches. Zoro's heart was turbulent at this time, although he had a strong intuition about the opponent, but he wasn't bad either. He thought he could at least be evenly matched with the opponent, but it wasn't until the opponent really shot just now that Zoro realized that he couldn't even keep up with the opponent's speed. How, do you still think you can beat me now? Seemingly feeling Zoro's shock, Luffy turned his head slightly and said to Zoro, who was still bound. CE. Now that it's settled, why don't you untie the rope for me? My knife is still with that bastard Marine's stupid son. Hearing Luffy's words, Zoro's mouth twitched, and he skipped the topic. What about you? Are you going to continue fighting with us? Turning back, Luffy pressed down the straw hat that had been blown away by the airflow with his right hand, and his eyes, which were blocked by the shadow of the brim, looked sharply at those who were still sluggish in place. Marine. Those Marines, who were still stunned, came back to their senses after hearing Luffy's question. They didn't answer Luffy's question, they just dropped their weapons at the same time, and their faces were full of ecstasy. They all jumped up. Great, finally don't have to be oppressed by Menka anymore. Great. For a time, the clanging sound of the weapons falling was mixed with the cheers of the soldiers, and the originally peaceful execution square was extremely noisy for a while. How is it, Kirby, do you still plan to become a Marine after seeing Monka like this? Luffy asked Kirby, who was unbinding Zoro, putting down the hand that was originally on the straw hat. At this time, Zoro, who was waiting for Kirby to loosen his bonds, also looked at Kirby. So you want to be a Marine? Then you have to be careful, you will encounter such an officer in the future. Face, and said to Kirby with a smirk at this time. Yes, I still want to be a Marine. I want to catch all pirates like Alvida. I will also work hard to become a Marine General, and then I will clear up Marines like Monka. The panic-stricken chubby boy no longer stuttered at this time, and there seemed to be some different emotions under the calm words. Yet? I hope you don't become that battle deserter, the post-war virgin Kirby in the future. Luffy didn't continue to speak, but looked at Zoro, who was unbound. At this time, Zoro was moving his wrist that had not been moved for a few days because he was bound. Well, I need you to help you get the weapon back. No, the boss has already been dealt with by you. If even that stupid son wants you to deal with it, then I don't have the boat on your face. He rejected Luffy without hesitation, and after moving his body, Zoro turned towards him. Go in a certain direction. A big question mark appeared on Luffy's head. Do you think I asked you if you wanted to help because you thought you Zoro couldn't beat Monka's stupid son Belmaber? Hey! I said I don't need your help, I will get my knife back soon. What I want to say is that the gate is here. Menka was still at the gate, how did you go in the opposite direction? Zoro, who was walking in a dashing manner, froze suddenly, black number S appeared on his forehead, and then turned his head back angrily. Stop talking. Asterisk. Chapter 13 Ready to leave. This is Nami, our navigator, this is Zoro, a swordsman, which is the companion I said before that we might have more. By the way, he is a road idiot, remember to watch it later, don't let him get away. In a restaurant in Shields Town, Luffy first pointed to Nami to introduce Zoro, and then pointed to Zoro and said to Nami. Hey, the last few sentences are redundant. Zoro, who had been hungry for several days, was feasting on the food on the plate, and he didn't forget to take a sip of wine in the middle. When he heard the second half of Luffy's sentence, his throat seemed to be choked, he quickly grabbed his neck, hammered his chest a few times, and then shouted at Luffy. Really? I remembered it. Nami replied solemnly, his smart eyes full of slyness. Cough. Zoro, who was already smooth, choked again. Then, after we finish this meal, we should leave. Where is the next stop? With a piece of meat in his mouth, Luffy turned to Nami and asked about the itinerary. After all, Luffy doesn't know navigation at all, so he can leave all the navigation routes to Nami. For Kirby, Luffy had to see if the other person was like the original. Now, for Nami, Luffy really believed that the other person had the amazing sailing skills in the original book. Maybe this is a double standard. Speaking of Kirby, after finishing off Monka, Kirby made a request to become a Marine with the Lieutenant Junior grade among the Marine soldiers, and the Marine Lieutenant Junior grade agreed directly. This is also normal. After all, Luffy doesn't keep shouting that I want to become the Pirate King all day long, and no one answers that he is a pirate when he asks. Although he solved Monka, it is still a favor for those marines. In addition to a disaster, the other party will not clean up himself as a pirate for no reason, and Kobe also logically made a request to join Marine and got permission. Since I'm going to the Grand Line, the nautical chart of the Grand Line is a must. After all, I haven't been to the Grand Line. I heard that the pirate clown Buggy has a nautical chart of the Grand Line, and he seems to be in Orange Town recently, then let's go to Orange Town. Nami stroked his fair chin and said thoughtfully for a while. Nami seems to have a good understanding of the recent situation of East Blue, so he must have done his homework in order to sail with him. Luffy was a little moved. The other party not only agreed to the original invitation, but also made various preparations to go to sea with him, which strengthened Luffy's determination to protect Nami. Clown Buggy? I remember seeing his bounty before. It seems that there are as many as 15 million Baileys. In East Blue, they should belong to the relatively strong group. Hearing Nami say Buggy, he was immersed in eating. Zoro raised his head slightly and said, "But it shouldn't be your opponent." Seemingly remembering the strength that Luffy showed before, Zoro added another sentence, and continued to eat the meal he had not finished eating. "Luffy, are you okay?" Nami looked at Luffy worriedly when Zoro said that Buggy's reward was 15 million Bailey. Although Zoro said that Buggy was not Luffy's opponent, Nami was still uneasy. After all, the reward was 15 million Bailey, and the original dragon also offered a reward of 20 million Bailey. Nami had seen the strength of the evil dragon with his own eyes. Although he was knocked out by Luffy's grandfather in the end, after all, Luffy's grandfather was Marine. Hero, Nami doesn't find it strange to be able to do this, but Luffy, it's not that Nami doesn't believe Luffy, it's that Nami has never seen Luffy take a shot. Although Alvito was knocked out by Luffy before, the opponent seems to have only 501 Bailey offered a bounty, so Nami didn't know the extent of Luffy's strength. Don't worry, Nami, Buggy is not a powerful pirate. Although the other party has an extraordinary background, his own strength is not that great. Luffy said in a flat tone, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Although Luffy doesn't know whether Buggy is really weak or is hiding his strength, Luffy is not worried, even if the opponent really hides his strength. With Luffy's current strength, he will not underestimate the opponent anyway, unless his hidden strength reaches Shanks' level, but that shouldn't be possible, right? If it really gets to that point, why do you need to hide your strength? Seeing Luffy's indifferent expression, as if he was comforting himself, Nami let go of his worries and breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, then go to Orange Town, which happens to be not far from the town of Shields. Even if not for the nautical chart, we also have to pass through Orange Town, and this is just the right way. I haven't eaten for a few days, I'm finally full now. After taking his last sip of wine, Zoro stretched his arms wide. But why do you eat more than me? Hey! Zoro was a little speechless when he saw the plates piled up in front of Luffy. He was obviously starving. Okay, what happened to this person? The more you eat, the stronger you will be. Luffy answered as a matter of course. Although he is no longer the original Luffy, Luffy's food intake has not changed at all. It is still outrageous. Could it be a side effect of consuming rubber fruit? Or is the food intake of DS family all the same? Thinking of his grandfather Garp in this lifetime, Luffy couldn't help but guess. Makes sense. Zoro touched his chin when he heard Luffy's answer, seemingly confirming Luffy's statement. At this time, I finally noticed that Nami, who was full of plates in front of Luffy, finally couldn't help roaring, "There's a fart truth, there must be a limit to what you can eat, right?" Seeing that Zoro didn't continue to refute Luffy, he admitted Luffy's statement. It was the first time that Nami was worried about his trip to the sea. Luffy could eat so much. Wouldn't Luffy eat up all the supplies during the voyage? Looking at Nami's familiar and unfamiliar gesture, Luffy was a little dazed for a while, and he seemed to be back when he was reading comics, but the difference was that now he was no longer a spectator, but a person in the painting. But Luffy didn't joke either. His body's absorption of food can be said to be quite outrageous, and it seems that he has really reached the point of returning his life, lol. Okay, now that we've had enough to eat and drink, then it's time for us to set off. The trip has just begun, so it's not suitable to stay somewhere for a long time. After stretching, Luffy stood up and looked at the mooring in the distance. The boat on the shore said to Nami and Zoro. Oh, Nami and Zoro agreed, standing up at the same time with a slight excitement. In this way, two strong and slender figures set foot on the journey again. Asterisk. Chapter 14 Haki explains. Is this the Orange Town? It feels so desolate, and there's not even a shadow of a person. Shouldn't they all be killed by the clown buggy? The three figures stood not far from Orange Town, looking at the deserted street not far away, and a row of buildings that had been turned into ruins. The beautiful figure with long orange curly hair sighed with emotion, while speaking, that the slender figure also shivered slightly. No, there is no smell of blood wafting out of the town. The strong green figure replied, the sharp eyes and the three knives attached to his waist exuded a beast-like aura everywhere. What do you think about? Go in and see what's going on. Luffy put on his straw hat and said to Nami and Zoro, walking towards the town at the same time. Seeing this, Nami and Zoro followed Luffy one by one. The three of them were walking on the streets of Orange Town, looking around. The surroundings were deserted, and they couldn't even see a single person. If the buildings in this town were intact except for the row of ruins, Luffy and the others would have thought that this place was somewhere. Abandoned town. Luffy unfolded observation haki, red light flashed in his eyes, and then, the whole situation of Orange Town appeared in Luffy's mind. The buggy pirates are on the roof of the bar in front, let's go straight over. Pointing to a bar not far away, Luffy turned to Nami and Zoro. Is that the observation haki you mentioned again? Is it really that convenient? Although I've heard Luffy talk about the observation haki, the effect is too good. Every time I arrive at the destination, Luffy can to find the target of this trip directly. Nami said that this ability is too convenient. Observation haki? What is that? Zoro on the side asked curiously when he heard Nami's words and then contacted Luffy's actions. Luffy, who was walking in front, paused for a moment, then moved on, and explained in his mouth, the so-called observation haki is a power that can strongly sense the opponent's sound. Once this power is awakened and enhanced, it can read the position and number of enemies out of sight, and the actions that the opponent will take in the next moment, and I rely on this power to perceive the location of Buggy's group. I originally planned to wait until Barati, the restaurant on the sea, to explain it to them together, but since Zoro asked, let's explain a little bit. With Zoro's talent, maybe after learning about it, he will be able to master soon. I still have this ability, so can I awaken this power? Zoro was obviously very interested in this kind of power that could make him stronger. Observation haki is an innate ability of living beings, it exists like an instinct, but most people are unaware of this power, or want to exert it but can't exert it in their lifetime, but if someone can help guide me, it shouldn't be difficult to get the power of a master. Luffy thought for a while, although his observation haki was awakened by various crises when he was surviving in the wild when he was a child, but there are still 9 snakes after all. In a place like the island, there are still other ways to guide this power. But I don't know how to do this, I can only tell you how I awakened, and the rest is up to you now. After a pause, Luffy continued, in addition to observation haki, there are 2 kinds of haki, namely armament haki and conqueror's haki. Like observation haki, armament haki can be awakened and improved through cultivation. Unlike observation haki's perception, armament haki is a kind of attack power that can improve people. And defensive power. An armament haki, which can improve attack power and defense power. What is that? Are you a master? Hearing that besides observation haki, there are armament haki and conqueror's haki. Zoro immediately wanted to know how far Luffy has achieved. To what extent? Nami on the side didn't speak, but just looked at Luffy with her beautiful eyes. This might be an opportunity for him to understand Luffy's strength. Luffy didn't answer right away, but stretched out his right hand, and then, in Zoro and Nami's curious eyes, there seemed to be an invisible force wrapped around the fist of the right hand, and then, Luffy's right fist of normal color, it was suddenly covered with a dark metallic sheen. Zoro, you can try to attack me with your knife, maybe it will make you feel the power better. As for Nami, Luffy felt that with her body quality, armament haki should be unable to awaken, but Luffy does not need Nami master armament haki, as long as she can master observation haki, and observation haki has no requirements for physical fitness. Zoro didn't talk nonsense, he directly pulled out one of the 3 knives around his waist, and slashed at Luffy's blackened right hand in Nami's worried eyes. Although the two only met on the first day, Zoro had an inexplicable trust in Luffy, so even if Luffy asked him to cut him, Zoro would cut him without hesitation, because he believed that the other party would be fine. Chiang chiang. A voice like a symphony of gold and iron came from where Zoro's swung knife touched Luffy's right hand. With the knife retracted, Zoro looked at Luffy's unharmed right hand in surprise, and once again felt the gap between himself and Luffy. Even if he didn't use much strength just now, Zoro felt that even if he swung the knife with all his strength, he probably wouldn't hurt Luffy at all. This made Zoro anxious and wanted the power of the master even more urgently. If he could have the power of the master, is he one step closer to being the world's #1 swordsman? On the other hand, Nami was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. If even a sword could not hurt Luffy, then coupled with the characteristics of Luffy rubber fruit, does it mean that Luffy is not afraid of any attack? In fact, both Nami and Zoro want to go wrong. Luffy's current haki volume and strength are not outrageously strong. Even if it is not haki, as long as the attack is strong enough, it can still cause damage to Luffy, but Zoro has not yet reached the level of cutting iron. It's really not a big threat to yourself. Then what about Conqueror's haki, what kind of power is that? Having seen armament haki and learned about observation haki, Zoro and Nami were also curious about another haki at this time. As for Conqueror's haki, it is an ability that cannot be acquired through cultivation. Only 1 in a million people has this power, and the rest are not to mention. Although Zoro may also have Conqueror's qualifications, but these will be discussed when he wakes up. Not too late. Zoro suddenly had the urge to draw a knife. Nami also gave Luffy a sullen look, and said half-hearted bad guy. Asterisk. Chapter 15 Deterrence. Should we just break in directly or? Nami glanced at the bar at the entrance of the bar and asked Luffy and Zoro nervously, mainly looking at Luffy. After all, Luffy was the one he was familiar with, although the two I've only seen it a few times. Zoro had already pressed his hand on the hilt of the knife, and even if he wasn't wearing his signature hood, the corners of the evil spirit's raised mouth revealed a beast-like aura. The door of the bar was open, and there was no one except for the tables and chairs slumped there. There were also many wine glasses scattered on the counter, but it seemed that the wine on the shelves had been removed. Everyone is on the roof. Don't be so nervous. Let's go directly to the roof. Even if we fight, it's fine. My observation haki doesn't sense any threat. Observation haki's ability to perceive the strength of the opponent is also as a result. Luffy was a little more disappointed with Buggy. To be honest, Luffy still hopes that there will be a strong fight with him now, so that he can understand his current strength. No matter how much people and animals are different, and his haki has been unable to break through, he wants to come. The reason for the lack of intense combat. If Buggy was hiding his strength, then maybe he could have a good fight, but based on the information Luffy observation haki sensed, the red-nosed man on the roof wearing the captain's costume and captain's hat was obviously not enough to pose a threat to him. Let's talk about it first. It's time to fight. The swordsman belongs to me. After seeing the strength of Luffy and the power of haki, Zoro looked forward to fighting, because Luffy said when he explained Haki, fighting it is the easiest way to awaken and enhance Haki. No problem, but with your strength, no one in the Buggy Pirates can pose any threat to you except Buggy. This is the truth. Don't look at the original book. Zoro seems to have a hard time fighting Cabbage, but that's Zoro. If you get stabbed by Buggy first, that's what happens. Now that Luffy is here, if he can let Buggy stab Zoro when he knows the plot, then Luffy should just buy a piece of tofu and kill him. Oh? So that Buggy is strong. Hearing Luffy's words, Zoro immediately noticed that Luffy was talking about other than Buggy, and there was a moving look on his face, obviously wanting to meet the clown Buggy for a while. It's not how strong the clown Buggy is, but he is demon fruit power, and his ability is exactly the nemesis of swordsman. Luffy shook his head and explained to Zoro. Devil fruit? Are you the same as Luffy? Nami, who was looking around as if looking for something, turned around and asked back when Luffy said that the clown Buggy had eaten devil fruit. Devil fruit? Is there really such a thing? And you have eaten it? Hearing Luffy's words and Nami's rhetorical questions, a series of questions popped out of Zoro's mouth. Devil fruits have different abilities. It is impossible for two identical devil fruits to exist. I eat rubber fruit, which can stretch and deform at will like rubber, and has a great injury-free effect against non-sharp weapon attacks. Buggy eats chop fruit, which can break down the body into pieces, so it can be said that it is completely immune to cutting with sharp weapons, so unless a swordsman does not use a sword to attack, the cutting is completely ineffective for him. C2 seemingly interested, Luffy then explained, but demon fruit power can't swim, and if you fall into the sea, you will be completely powerless, so if I accidentally fall into the sea in the future, I have to rely on you to save me. In the end, Luffy gave Nami and Zoro another shot. Although Nami should know about it, Zoro didn't. Maybe he would need Zoro to save himself in the future. Since you invited me to be your companion, then of course I won't let you sink into the sea, but you have eaten devil fruit. I really don't know how strong you are now. Zoro stared closely at Luffy walking in. The figure in front had a flash of excitement in his eyes, but he quickly restrained it. This world is very big. Even me, I may already be strong in this East Blue, but when it comes to the Grand Line or even the New World, my strength is far from enough. It seems that I can feel Zoro's strong battle. Feeling, Luffy sighed with emotion as he pushed open the door of the rooftop. Who is it? Hey! Who are you? Just after Luffy opened the door, the person behind the door seemed startled, but after seeing the faces of the three of Luffy, only the pirate minions who thought they were ordinary people yelled at the three of Luffy again. I heard that the Buggy Pirates are having a banquet here. Ignoring the question from this little scoundrel, Luffy looked around and focused on the red-nosed man in the main seat not far away. Pirates are really happy to have a party, but Luffy is not here for the party. Luffy grabbed the doorman's collar, and with his right hand, threw him directly to the main table of the banquet under the frightened eyes of the minion. For these pirates who plunder civilians at will, Luffy will not be soft-hearted. As the minions screamed and flew to the dining table, the members of the Buggy Pirates who were raving about stopped drinking and eating meat and looked at the source of the screams. What? With the screams of the pirates thrown out, the table was smashed to the front, and then there was a series of bangs, and the table originally filled with food and wine was torn apart in an instant, sawdust flying, and food and drinks scattered all over the floor. The scene was a mess. Who is it? Stand up and dare to come to Uncle Buggy's territory. An angry roar sounded from the mouth of the red-nosed man who was sitting in the main seat. The pirates who were stunned by the sudden attack also pulled out their swords and looked at the three of Luffy at the gate. Who are you? Don't you know that this uncle is having a banquet here? After seeing the three of Luffy, the red-nosed man stood up from the chair and glared at Luffy who was walking in the front. Clown Buggy! Luffy said, looking directly at the red-nosed man. Now that you know it's Uncle Ben, you still dare to make trouble? Are you brave? Buggy's ridiculous face was full of anger at this time. Lord Buggy, what do you say? Do you want to arrest them? I think there's a pretty girl there, hee hee. As soon as Buggy finished speaking, there was a little scoundrel under him, noticing the girl next to Luffy. After Nami, her eyes lit up, and she asked Buggy with a wicked smile. I don't know whether to live or die. Luffy's eyes froze, his sharp eyes swept towards the open-mouthed scoundrel, and the invisible momentum pressed towards him like a tide. Asterisk. Chapter 16 The Buggy Compromise. As Luffy's icy words fell, the pirate minion who had lustful eyes and an evil smile on his face froze, and then rolled his eyes. Under the puzzled gazes of other pirates around, his body softened and he went straight. Fell to the ground. Hey, what's the matter with you? Did you just drink too much? Haha, why did you pass out? You are too useless. Facing this sudden change, those little guys of the Buggy Pirates, the minions, only thought that the fallen brother had drunk too much, and laughed, completely unaware of what happened. This is Conqueror's Haki. As a former crew member of the Roger Pirates, even if it was just a trainee crew, Buggy naturally had seen Conqueror's Haki, and the other party was able to control Conqueror's Haki to stun only one person, which made Buggy that the already angry face became even more difficult to look at. Who the hell are you guy? Boss Buggy, what's wrong? Is there anything special about the other party? At this time, a man riding a unicycle and wrapped in a scarf who was standing beside Buggy asked with some doubts when he saw Buggy's ugly face. Shut up, you idiots! Without answering the question from his chief of staff, Buggy yelled at his subordinates who were still mocking his brother. With Buggy's roar, the originally noisy scene quieted down for a moment. Those scoundrels look at me and I look at you. I don't understand why my captain is so angry all of a sudden. Not only did Buggy stare at Luffy, even Zoro and Nami looked at Luffy as soon as the minion fell to the ground. Although they didn't see Luffy's shot, they intuitively told them that this was what Luffy did. After all, Luffy glared at the other party with a cold gaze just after the ruffian made a rude remark, and it seemed that it was this look that made the ruffian faint. As for Buggy's murmur just now, the two of them did hear clearly, this is Conqueror's Haki. The two still don't understand how Luffy did it. Could it be that the so-called Conqueror's Haki is a dream that stuns people through his eyes? But Nami didn't care what Conqueror's Haki was. She only knew that Luffy shot because that minion had bad thoughts about her, which made Nami a little happy. It seemed that Luffy still cared about her. Zoro is more concerned about whether Luffy has any strength that has not been revealed. Today, since he was rescued by Luffy, what Luffy showed completely broke Zoro's original worldview. Zoro was born for the first time. Weak thoughts, but this also strengthened his decision to follow Luffy. Only by following such a person, he may have the opportunity to challenge the throne of the world's #1 swordsman. For a time, Zoro's burning ambition was blazing. Combustion. Monkey-d-Luffy, this is my name. Speaking of which, I heard Shanks mention you. As Shanks' former partner, I thought you were at least a big pirate with a bounty of over 100 million, but I didn't expect you to be just a red-nosed clown who is dominating in East Blue. Holding the straw hat above his head, Luffy didn't pay attention to Nami and Zoro's gaze, but looked at Buggy calmly and said, I'll tell you why your damn straw hat looks so familiar. So you know that bastard from Shanks, but that bastard actually gave you his most precious hat. It seems that you are not an ordinary kid. Luffy held out his hand. At that time, Buggy, who had been staring at Luffy, noticed the straw hat on Luffy's head for the first time, and nodded after hearing Luffy's words, but soon became angry again. Who are you calling a red nose, smelly kid? Don't think it's amazing to know Conqueror's Haki, you are as annoying as that guy from Shanks. Stop talking nonsense, I'm not looking for you for anything else, hand over the nautical chart to the Grand Line, how about we leave immediately? Luffy was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and directly stated his purpose. Although he could do it directly, but I don't know if Buggy has a map with him, and it's not a waste of time when he beats people up and can't find the map? You're too arrogant. You asked us to hand over the map and we handed it over. Are you looking down on our Buggy pirates too much? The man with long hair said viciously to Luffy, and the lion under his crotch also roared at the three of Luffy at the same time, as if he was about to pounce immediately. Shut up, Machi! Buggy drank the man riding the lion immediately, then looked at Luffy fiercely and said, Little devil, you may be very strong, but this uncle is not a vegetarian. The nautical chart can be here, but shouldn't you also leave something in exchange? It doesn't seem to be worth talking about. If you are ordinary people, I can still make deals with you. Since you are pirates, isn't plundering and being plundered reasonable? But pirates, especially those who burn, kill, and loot, Luffy will not reason with each other. Don't look at the original Buggy may be a funny character, but a funny character is not a good person. It's really arrogant, stinky brat, but forget it, this time even if this uncle is unlucky, I'll give you the nautical chart, little ones, bring that idiot, let's go. Buggy gave Luffy a gloomy look, and then from his chest he took out a blueprint rolled into a barrel from his clothes and threw it at Luffy. Boss Buggy! Seeing that the usually arrogant boss actually confessed this time, the little guys below looked at Buggy in disbelief. Even the deputy captain Machi and the chief of staff Cabbage looked at him in disbelief. What are you looking at? Why don't you go? Buggy could do nothing about the confusion of his subordinates. Don't look at the number of people on his side, but in front of Conqueror's Haki, even if the number of these younger brothers increased tenfold and 100 times, they would only be staring at the other party. You may be able to deal with each other twice, but it doesn't make any sense. Besides, the other party only wants the nautical chart, not his own treasure, so there is no need for him to confront the other party head-on. As for the nautical chart, he will give it if he gives it. Well, I met them at sea later, so I had to give each other 2 special Buggy bombs to try. After taking the nautical chart, Luffy threw it to Nami without looking at it. As long as Buggy wasn't stupid, he wouldn't give Zhang a fake nautical chart, otherwise his previous compromise would be meaningless. Luffy didn't stop Buggy's gang from evacuating either. This time, it's a matter of putting the opponent on Shank's face. Next time we meet, this pirate Luffy won't let go. When ordinary people suffer, Luffy can only say that he can't help, and he just needs to do what he thinks. Asterisk. Chapter 17 Going to Zilab Village. They just left. Watching the younger brothers carry the fainted minions on their backs and leave with Buggy without looking back, Zoro's hand that had been holding the handle of the knife didn't know whether to put it down or not. Buggy is not an ordinary pirate. Although his strength does not seem to be very good, his knowledge is indeed top-notch. However, with his character, this time he has shrunk in our hands, and he will probably shoot at us next time we meet again. For Zoro's confusion, Luffy explained a little. Unlike Zoro, although I, the traveler, could not wait for the end of One Piece, at least I still understand the previous plot of Wano Kuni, although Buggy seemed to be fearless when he was on the Roger ship, even if he encountered the Whitebeard pirates. Going up to the hard bar, but looking at his performance after the top, it is obvious that after he set sail, Buggy should be a lot more cautious, otherwise he would not have been hanging out in East Blue for so many years, and now when I see Luffy, I will meet Conqueror's Haki and can be perfect after taking control. Naturally there will be no idea of frontal conflict, but I don't know if there will be any small tricks behind it. But Luffy doesn't care. Let's not say that the sea is so big, is there any chance to meet the opponent again? Even if he does, with Luffy's strength, he can beat the opponent, unless he grows faster than himself, but is this possible? If it could grow so fast, Buggy would not be what it is now after so many years. As for attacking Nami and others, unless Luffy and Nami are separated, there is no way this could happen with Luffy's observation Haki. Now that the nautical chart is in hand, let's find a village for another ship. It is obviously unrealistic for this broken ship to enter the Grand Line. Luffy turned his head and looked at the person who had opened the nautical chart and studied there. Nami said. The current situation in this orange town is obviously impossible for Luffy to switch to the ship, so it is estimated that they have to follow the original book, but Luffy does not plan to change the route. In the case of a foresight plot advantage, who knows how to change the route? What will happen? The next village is Shirobya village, which is not too far from here. At the speed of a boat, it should be able to arrive before dark. Nami replied, pointing to a spot on the nautical chart. If that's the case, let's go. The town. Mayor, the people from the buggy pirates seem to have left. The man who went out to check the situation in the back of the orange town ran back out of breath and shouted to the villagers who gathered here to hide. The originally lifeless camp suddenly burst into commotion, and several men with improvised weapons ran out of it and surrounded the man who had just returned. What you said is true. Are you sure you read it right? The uncle wearing glasses asked as he grabbed the man's shoulder. I'm sure I read it right. There is also a small boat I don't know. It also left not long after the buggy pirates left. I don't know if there is any relationship between them. I think that before the buggy pirates left, the pirates were carried away by Buggy's subordinates. The man nodded vigorously, indicating that he was not mistaken, and said the abnormality he saw. Then have you seen the person in that boat? Uncle I, the mayor of Orange Town, guessed that the person in that boat might have driven the buggy pirates away, but there was only one person in the buggy pirates. It was carried away, and there is some uncertainty. Hold. I'm sorry, Mayor, I was in a hurry to get back and didn't see it clearly, but I saw there were 3 of them, and one of them was wearing a straw hat. Forget it, anyway, let's go back to the town and take a look. After 2 days and we're sure that the buggy pirates won't come back, we'll inform everyone to move back. Take the few people who just came out together and head back to Orange Town. Navigation on this sea is really boring and leisurely. Luffy sighed a little while paddling, basking in the sun, feeling the salty smell brought by the sea breeze. At that time, I should have done it directly, and my knife is almost rusted now. Zoro had thought about Luffy's release of Buggy's gang several times along the way. After learning about some of Luffy's strength, Zoro was eager to want to improve yourself by fighting. What's wrong? What if I get caught by them when I move my hands? Do you still expect me, a weak woman, to have any fighting power? And aren't you also exercising yourself by rowing? Nami retorted. So why are the 2 of us rowing and you are resting there? Zoro could only pouted annoyed at Nami's sudden speech, but seeing Nami's laid-back face, he was not at all angry. Come on, turn into a Fang's face and roar in an instant. I want to study this nautical chart to point you in the right direction, or I'll let you, a lunatic, look at the nautical chart. Ignoring Zoro's roar, Nami stretched his tongue. The slender figure that was even more pronounced because of the stretched arms made Luffy, who just turned around, feast his eyes. Do you want to fight this woman? Zoro got even more angry when he heard the word Luchi. He almost had the urge to draw his knife and turn his head to chop at Nami, but his subordinates did not stop. The speed of the paddling made Luffy have to speed up to prevent the boat from veering off course. I ignored Zoro, noticed that Luffy was staring at his Nami, without any shy look. Instead he winked at Luffy, and then continued to blow the sea breeze leisurely. The 2 rowed for an unknown time, but the sky was still bright, and it should be a while before it got dark. A shadow of land appeared in Luffy's field of vision. Nami, is that Shirobya village? Let's see. Hearing Luffy's culture, Nami took a look at the nautical chart, and then compared the island in the distance. It's not a village of Zilab, it's an uninhabited island. How about it? Uninhabited island? Oh, it must be the treasure island where the monster in the box is located. Luffy remembered, after all, it has been 17 years. Although I remember the general plot, I can't remember some details. Luffy was a little impressed that there were some strange animals on the island, and there was a batch of empty treasure chests, and the rest seemed to be nothing to worry about. If so, is it necessary to go to the island? After thinking for a while, Luffy decided to go up and have a look. Anyway, everyone came here. Depending on the size of the island, it wouldn't take much time to go up and take a look around. Thinking of this, Luffy nodded, then go up and have a look, maybe there will be some unexpected gains. Asterisk. Chapter 18. It turns out that Luffy thinks too much, except for the strange uncle who is connected with the box. There are only a group of strange animals on the uninhabited island. But this is normal. After all, Genbeo Island is not an isolated island. On the contrary, Genbeo Island's reputation is quite famous in East Blue. After so many years, I don't know how many treasure hunters have logged into this unmanned island. The island, even if the island really had treasures before, was discovered and taken away many years ago. Originally, Nami was quite excited when he heard that there might be treasures on this island. After leaving the indifferent Zoro to sleep on the boat, he went to the island with Luffy, but after Luffy opened the empty boxes, Nami had no interest at all. Look like. However, Luffy is still very curious about how people in the pirate world can grow together with the treasure chest, which is too strange, not to mention that such a big person can't hold a wooden box, even if it falls from a slightly higher place. Did you break the box? And this uncle named Carmen actually grew up with the box after 20 years. After letting go of the uncle's knot, Luffy and Nami returned to the shore where the boat was. Because it was a little late, according to Nami, it was difficult to tell the direction at night, so I was going to call Zoro down. Today spend the night in the woods and leave tomorrow at dawn. After a night of silence, the three of Luffy said goodbye to Carmen, the uncle of the treasure box, early the next day, and set off towards Zilab village in the morning light. I didn't expect to encounter a pirate ship here. Look at the mark on the pirate flag, is it the Black Cat Pirates? That's a coincidence. The three of Luffy could already see the pirates in Zilab village. At that time, a pirate ship with a pirate flag appeared in the sight of the three of Luffy. Luffy is still a little impressed with this pirate flag. After all, there are only a few pirate groups in the original East Blue chapter. Luffy basically remembers the flags that have appeared. Besides, this is Zilab village, and Luffy remembers it all at once. Which pirate group is this? Black Cat Pirates? It is said that their previous captain, Beja Klo, was caught and executed 3 years ago. What, is there still without the pirates? As for the Black Cat Pirates, since childhood naturally, Zoro and Nami who grew up in East Blue have heard of it. Oh! That's right, and the one who caught Crow was the Marine Colonel named Monka that we killed before. Oh, I heard that he became Colonel Marine because he captured Crow. The twisted Luffy let out a sneer. Oh? Listening to your tone, there seems to be something wrong. Zoro asked curiously, noticing Luffy's sneer. Nami on the side also looked at Luffy. She always felt that Luffy seemed to know a lot of things that others didn't know, just like the buggy pirates she met before, and the Shanks mentioned by Luffy made Nami a little familiar. But I just can't remember where I heard it. Do you really think that with the strength and arrogant character that Monka showed before, you can catch Chloe, who has the title of 100 Ways? And it was said that he was the only one in Marine who survived. Luffy looked at Zoro asked back. Although Nami hasn't seen Monka before, Zoro has. Not to mention how strong that guy is, but with the kind of character he shows, such a person really doesn't seem to be able to deal with Chloe's high level. A person with an IQ, and he was the only one in Marine who survived at that time, and he managed to catch Crow. Now that he thinks about it, it is indeed full of suspicion, that means hundreds of crows may still be alive. On the opposite side is the ship of the Black Cat Pirates. Just go up and ask, and you will know everything. It just so happens that we can give up this small ship, I will take you up, and the pirates above will be handed over to you, Zoro. Luffy smiled slightly when he looked at the pirate ship not far away that seemed to have found himself and others and wanted to come over. It happened that I didn't have a boat. Even if I didn't get going merry this time, I wanted to use this boat to go to the Grand Line. It may be a pity that the ship Spirit of the Merry is a bit unfortunate. Hey, Captain Zongjao, there's a small boat ahead, how about you, do you want to grab him before going to Shirobia village? On the Black Cat Pirates, a man who looked like a younger brother found the boat that the three of Luffy were on, and suggested to a man in a dress hat and strange glasses. Well, that's okay. There are still a few days before the date set by Captain Crow, so I won't be in a hurry. The current captain of the Black Cat Pirates, that is, Master Zongjao of Hypnosis, after listening to his brother's suggestion after thinking about it, I agreed. Zan. Captain Zangao, from that boat, the boat stretched out, a very long arm. Just as Zangao agreed and the boat changed direction, another younger brother seemed to pay attention what happened, he ran over in a panic. At this moment, the three of Luffy who were sitting on the boat, in a strange posture, grabbed the railing of the Black Cat pirate ship with Luffy's outstretched arms and flew over. Why is it strange? Mainly, Luffy stretched his right hand to pull the railing, his left hand was holding Zoro's collar, and Nami was hugging Luffy's waist tightly, and the hand that hugged Luffy was also carrying a bag of things, which should be the previous treasure exchange. Bailey. At this time, Zoro, who was being held up by Luffy's collar, was waving his limbs angrily, and at the same time, he kept shouting bastards and the like, and the three people in the air were constantly swaying left and right. The right hand has been holding the railing of the Black Cat pirate ship, and a few people may fall into the sea. Compared to Zoro's anger, Nami seemed quite comfortable, even though the three of them kept shaking because of Zoro's relationship, but in addition to holding Luffy's hand harder and her pretty face closer to Luffy's chest, the corners of her mouth were still hanging. With a faint smile. Attention, I'm going to land. Seeing that he had appeared above the Black Cat pirate ship, Luffy first retracted his hand holding the railing, and at the same time threw the Zoro in his left hand onto the Black Cat pirate ship, and then his right hand stretching down, passing through the bend of Nami's legs, holding Nami's back with his left hand. After Luffy fixed Nami's body, Nami also took advantage of the situation to put his hands from Luffy's waist to Luffy's neck. Bang! Luffy landed on his feet and stabilized his body, while Nami was hugged by Luffy in a princess hug. Even if he had already boarded the deck of the Black Cat pirate ship, he had no intention of coming down. Different from the smooth login of Luffy and Nami, after being thrown by Luffy, Zoro could only curl up as much as possible because of his inability to balance his body in the air. After landing, he rolled a few times before jumping up suddenly. Asterisk. Chapter 19 Defeat the Black Cat Pirates. Fortunately, the hat didn't fall off, otherwise I'd have to trouble Zoro to help me get it back. Putting Nami down, Luffy ignored the stunned pirates around him, and seemed to say to himself. Although some are reluctant to feel the warm touch of beauty in the arms, but it will be a long time to come to Japan. Nami, who was put down by Luffy, was a little nostalgic for Luffy's arms for a while, but after seeing the pirates surrounded by pirates, he hid behind Luffy in fright, and then heaved a sigh of relief. Bastard, are you trying to kill me? Why don't you just throw me and that woman? Zoro, who jumped up from the ground, saw that Nami was safe and sound, and his anger surged up in an instant. Ah, who made it a girl? What's wrong with Zoro being thrown twice as a man? Nami, who was hiding behind Luffy, looked at Zoro, who was covered in dust and had a troubled face, and answered before Luffy spoke. His beautiful eyes narrowed into a slit. You damn it! Chong! Before Zoro could finish speaking, a thin figure attacked from behind Zoro. With the sound of the symphony of gold and iron, Zoro pulled out one of the three knives around his waist before the attack was about to arrive, and turned around to block the unexpected claw. Sneak attack while others are talking is nothing. Good habits. After turning around to see who had attacked him, a gloomy voice came from the corner of Zoro's slightly hideous mouth. "I'm really sorry, but it's not a good habit for your excellency to suddenly break into someone else's boat, right?" The thin cat man didn't speak, and the one who spoke was the captain of the hypnosis division in a dress. Clang clang. As Zanko's words fell, the pirate brothers who had recovered from the sudden shock all drew their weapons, and looked at the three of Luffy with evil smiles on the corners of their mouths. There is no need for etiquette for pirates who have done all their bad deeds. Luffy glanced at the pirates who were sharpening their knives, and then stretched out his hands suddenly. As Luffy swung his hands, the pirates who surrounded Luffy and the three of them had no time to let out an awe scream, and all flew backwards into the sea. "The rest of the Catman brothers will be handed over to you, Zoro. Be careful not to let the weapon slip away." After reminding Zoro, Luffy looked at Zangao who had not recovered. "As for you, just stand still, and when they're done fighting, there's still something to ask you. You are demon fruit power? The legend is actually true. There is actually a devil fruit." It was only reported by the younger brother before, but now he saw Luffy's casually stretched arm, and Zangao stumbled and fell. Sat on the deck. As expected, devil fruit is a legend in East Blue, and almost no one has seen it. Even in the quite famous Black Cat pirates in East Blue, apart from the former Captain Crow, even the current Captain Zongjao only regards devil fruit as a legend. That's it. Since the captain has explained it, let me deal with you. Zoro directly pulled out the other two knives around his waist. The left hand that was originally empty. 3 swords, it's actually Roronoa Zoro, a pirate hunter known as Warcraft, but when you meet our cat brothers, no matter whether you are a pirate hunter or what, you will only end up being killed by us. Thin Cat Man Sam, seeing the posture of Zoro using the 3 swords, he recognized Zoro at once, but his tone was still arrogant. Captain Zongjao was actually frightened by others. What a shame. Butch the fat cat man looked at his frightened captain. "How dare you say it, then you can pick it up." Zoro raised his hands, and put the 2 knives in his hands with the tips facing down and the hilt facing up on his back to the left. The words Kui Deo and Deo Yi are in front of the 2 swords. 3 swords, Tiger Hunt. Coming up is a big move. After all, the 3 of them have to ride on this ship. If the fighting time is too long, the ship may be damaged. It is better to fight quickly. Thinking of this, Zoro rushed forward and slashed at the skinny cat Sam 3 times at an extremely fast speed. Swish! The sound of the blade piercing the body sounded, and the skinny cat Sam, who was ready to go, flew out with blood splashing. "It's you next." Zoro, who appeared in the position of the skinny cat man Sam, pointed the blade of both hands to one side, turned his head slightly, and drove the big knife in his mouth to swipe a sharp edge, and his sharp eyes swept towards the fat cat man. The location of Bourges. "Sam! You bastard, I'm going to kill you." Seeing his brother being slashed to death by the other party, Fat Cat Man Buzzy's eyes spit fire, and his fat body jumped high and slammed towards Zoro's smash the direction. 3 swords, Ghost Slash. The daggers in both hands were quickly crossed in front of his chest. Looking at the fat figure that was about to fall, Zoro squatted slightly with his legs, and before Buzzy's body reached, he kicked his feet hard. Hidei word suddenly cut out. The 2 figures crossed, and 3 arrows of blood spurted out of Buzzy's fat body, and fell heavily on the deck. The force of the fall was completely cut off by Zoro, and Buzzy, who had only his own gravity, just smashed the deck slightly. Part. Zoro lightly fell from the air, inserting the 2 knives into the scabbard respectively, and then took off the word Hideo in his mouth and put it in the scabbard. "It's so strong." Nami, who had been hiding behind Luffy, was the first time he saw Zoro make a move. With just 2 moves, the 2 opponents who didn't look weak were directly dealt with. He covered his mouth with his hands for a while, and his beautiful eyes were full of eyes. Surprise! You actually defeated the cat people with 2 strokes, you. Zhang, who had been sitting down since just now, saw that the 2 people on the boat, who were second only to the original captain, were killed by others with 2 strokes. For a while, it was difficult to accept. I heard that powerful swordsmen can cut flying slashes and cut steel easily, but I don't know if you have reached that point, Zoro. Here is what Luffy asked, but he just wanted Zoro to say so. Get in touch with the realm of Zhantai early. Although the plot of the original book looks bloody, Luffy doesn't want his partner to be hurt all the time. Cut off the steel. Hearing Luffy's words, Zoro was stunned for a moment. What the master once said came to his mind at this moment: cut off what you want to cut, and cut off what you don't want to cut. It seems that he is still far away. At present, I can't slash steel, nor can I swing flying slashes. Even Luffy, who is not a swordsman, knows these things, but he, who aims to be the world's #1 swordsman, doesn't know. It seems that his cultivation it's not enough. Whether it is haki or swordsmanship, my own training is far from enough. Asterisk. Chapter 20 Usopp. How could such a thing happen? Nami was very surprised when he learned what happened that year from Zangao's mouth. Not only Nami was surprised, but even Luffy, who knew the plot, was surprised. Can Zhangjiao's hypnosis technique last for so long without failing? Or can it be made permanent? If so, Zhangao may still be a talent. Luffy touched his chin and directly asked his question. My ability can't always take effect, even if the Marine had been beaten by Captain Crow and was unconscious and weak. Hypnosis was also very successful, but hypnosis is hypnosis, it is impossible to change a person's memory forever, at least I can't do it. Zhangao, who was beaten, had a bruised nose and a swollen face at this time. Hearing Luffy's question, he answered carefully while steering the rudder. Meaning that Monkey has long since regained consciousness, but he didn't mean to report it at all. Zoro asked with his hands behind his head, leaning against the plank of the boat, and opened his eyes when he heard Zhangjiao's explanation. It should be like this. Captain Crow also waited for a while and saw no movement from Marine before starting his plan. Zhangjiao, who was beaten, had long since revealed Crow's plan. Jing, at this time, it is natural that there is no need to cover up. It seems that she is reluctant to bear the power in her hands. What a disgusting Marine. For Nami, who was trapped by Colonel Mouse, the appearance of a Marine like Colonel Monkey is simply a shame for Belmere, who is also Marine. Thinking of Belmere, Nami's eyes dimmed, and for a while he was a little depressed. Seemingly aware of Nami's loss, Luffy patted Nami's shoulder without saying anything. Feeling Luffy's concern, Nami picked up her mood and gave Luffy a bright smile. Just when the few people stopped talking and the ship was slightly silent, there was finally a trace of the island not far away. Sarobia village is coming soon, let's get off the boat. After seeing the island, Luffy said to Nami and Zoro, and at the same time glanced at Zhangjiao who was still sailing, as for you, watch the boat right here. Well, if you are lucky and we get another ship, you can leave on your own, otherwise, keep sailing for us. Don't act rashly, your every move is under the perception of my observation haki, if there is any bad move, I don't mind throwing you directly into the sea. Hearing Luffy's threat, Zango trembled. Although he didn't know what Luffy was talking about observation haki, it must be some kind of surveillance. After seeing the strength of Luffy and Zoro, Zango stopped resisting. The idea of not to mention that he is just watching the boat or sailing, at least for now, his life is not in danger. Thinking of this, Zhangjiao nodded quickly and continued to steer the ship to move straight towards the island. Just when the three of Luffy got off the boat and walked towards Qingxuan village, there was a lot of movement from the high slope not far away, and at the same time, a slightly nervous young voice sounded, "Hey, you seize. The thieves stop advancing immediately, this is the territory of the great pirate Captain Usopp, if you continue to advance, my 80 million men will attack." As the boy with a long nose jumped out from behind the bushes in brown clothes, a lot of flags appeared around and sank among the bushes. Even if you tell a lie, at least make it a little bit like you live in such a big island with 80 million people. Nami was speechless. How naive the other party was. WH. What? Dismantled, dismantled. Hearing Nami's words, Usopp, who was already nervous, suddenly trembled in his legs, and his voice was slightly deformed. Okay, we're not pirates yet, and we don't do anything to you. We just want to come here to buy a boat. For Usopp, Luffy was a little tangled, whether to invite him to the boat or not. After Luffy explained the purpose of his visit, Usopp's trembling body and deformed voice returned to normal, and he enthusiastically brought the three of Luffy to a restaurant in the village, not embarrassed at all because the previous deception was exposed. If you want to talk about boats, this village is there, right? The richest family in the entire Zilobia village, but the housekeeper there is a bit annoying. If you want to buy a boat, the housekeeper will not necessarily pay attention to you. At the dinner table, Usopp seemed cheerful about a wealthy family, but less so when it came to a housekeeper. What's wrong with that housekeeper? Nami put his chin in one hand, still a little surprised that someone like Usopp would obviously hate someone. That housekeeper should be the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, the hundreds of clues who should have been executed. Presumably this wealthy family in Shirobia village is his target. Luffy took Nami's question. The answer is directly stated. Hey? Could it be that the plan that Zango said was? I didn't think of it at first, but Luffy said it all, so obviously the plan I heard from Zango before and the implementer of the plan was this person. What are you talking about? What pirates? Planned, although Chloe makes me feel uncomfortable, but other people in the village trust him quite a bit. How could he be a pirate? I was told by Luffy and Nami. Usopp in the fog was a little confused, but it was about Miss Kaya, so Usopp had to ask clearly. Luffy looked at Usopp with interest. Maybe this time he could make up his mind whether to invite him. We are saying that the butler is the captain of the Black Cat Pirates who should have been executed 3 years ago, hundreds of clues, and the reason why he came here to be the housekeeper is for the family's property. It seems that we are here. It's a very unfortunate coincidence, as far as we know, that guy might be ready to do it, Luffy said calmly, with some kind of bewitching in his tone. How could it be? If that's the case, then Kaya, damn, you guys are eating here now, I have something to go out. Hearing Luffy's words, he didn't doubt whether what Luffy said was true. Usopp said goodbye and then he grabbed his purse and left in a hurry. Regardless of whether what Luffy said was true or not, Usopp himself felt that the housekeeper was wrong from a long time ago, but at that time Usopp only thought that it was because he was not likable, but the other party was trusted by others, and he was therefore jealous of him. But now, Luffy's words made Usopp's heart tighten. Thinking of the gentle lady, Usopp clenched his fists. Don't let it happen, Kaya. Asterisk. Chapter 21 Fearless. Just let him go to the housekeeper like that? He doesn't look like someone who can handle a captain of a pirate group, right? He took the wooden glass in front of him and drank it, and Zoro put his hand on it. The hilt of the saber at the waist. Nami also looked at Luffy. Nami could be said to have heard the encouragement in Luffy's words just now, but she didn't know the reason for Luffy's actions, but Nami believed that Luffy would not deliberately let others die. I once promised Usopp that when I go to sea, if I see his son, and if his son has the energy to go to sea, I will invite his son to my boat. For Nami and Zoro, Luffy did not. There's nothing to hide, and it's not something worth keeping secret in itself. Usopp? It's a name I'm very familiar with, as well as the previous Shanks. Luffy, who are they? Compared to Luffy's son of Usopp, Nami guessed it when Luffy said this. Usopp is Usopp's son, but what makes Nami more concerned is the name Usopp. Hey? Nami doesn't know? I thought you should know about those forces at sea. No wonder Nami looked calm when he talked about Shanks in front of the clown buggy before. But it shouldn't. In the original plot, Usopp knew that the red-haired Shanks was a great pirate, and there was no reason why Nami didn't know. Don't look surprised, idiot. After all, I have to focus on sailing, so how can I have so much time to remember other things? Nami felt his knees at Luffy's surprise. One arrow, really? He was so understanding before, how could it be like this? Luffy was speechless at Nami's sudden anger. He didn't mean to mock her. Hey, is this a woman? The 4 emperors have red hair, so you should remember. Since Nami was familiar with the names of Shanks and Usopp, he had obviously read the relevant reports in the newspapers, and Luffy should be able to remember it as long as she reminded her. Ah! It's the red-haired Shanks, I remember it. No wonder it sounds familiar, that Usopp is the sniper on the red-haired ship, right? After Luffy's reminder, Nami suddenly remembered, but then very much surprised, is that Usopp actually Usopp's son? Hey, what are you two talking about? What 4 emperors? Shanks. Zoro was supposed to be a well-informed bounty hunter, but now Zoro appeared to be completely incompatible with a bounty hunter. You? Forget it, don't want to talk about it. Nami glanced at Zoro without any intention of explaining it to him. Hey, you woman, I'll slash you. Zoro immediately went mad at Nami's meaningful glance. Luffy took a bite of the meat, and seeing that Nami really had no intention of explaining, he had to say, since the swordsman exists at the top, then the pirates will naturally stand out, and among these powerful pirates, standing the 4 pirates at the top are collectively called the 4 emperors, and these 4 pirates are also the closest to the One Piece. Speaking of which, the current world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, seems to have a good relationship with Shanks. At the end, Luffy also glanced at Zoro. Hey, so that's the case, then it seems that getting on your ship is quite the right choice for me. You will definitely find that Shanks in the future, right? Then I will know the whereabouts of Hawkeye. Hearing Luffy's mention of Hawkeye, Zoro suddenly became interested. For Zoro's excitement, Luffy didn't want to attack him, but when it comes to Hawkeye, the original book seems to have mentioned that Hawkeye appeared in East Blue during this time, and he doesn't know if he can meet him now. If you get on it, you won't just watch it like the original. If you see such a good opportunity, your haki may be able to go further. But Zoro's words, I just hope that he won't be abused too badly, even if he has told him the realm of Zhang and the existence of haki in advance, but the time is too short. Zoro may not be able to meet the master in front of Eagle. However, there is also an advantage to being abused. The current Zoro vision is limited to East Blue. As the original Zoro said, it is impossible to have such a long distance in the world, but it turns out that the distance may be far more than that. Thinking of this, Luffy said directly, although I will go to Shanks, but you don't have to wait until then. I heard that Hawkeye has appeared in East Blue recently, maybe we can meet him before going to the Grand Line. Really, that's great, I've long wanted to know how strong the world #1 is. Although he didn't blindly think he could defeat the opponent, Zoro didn't have the slightest fear. The gap may be bigger than you think. Luffy thought to himself. But Luffy didn't say it, and it wouldn't change Zoro's thoughts. Instead, let him experience it himself, and he also needs to experience the real powerhouses in this world. Although his grandfather is the top fighting force in the pirate world, he has never seen him take action with all his strength. As for Shanks, he has never seen the other party take action, and in the year they met, the other party did not reach the current level. As for whether it will be directly hacked to death by Hawkeye, Luffy can only say that even in the face of Shanks, Hawkeye will not kill him. Of course, he will not kill himself, not to mention that Luffy just wants to see the powerhouses in this world, just like Hawkeye during Summit War. I want to see the gap with the strongest man in the world, and, in the plot, Rayleigh also said that haki will only make rapid progress in the constant battle of life and death, and this battle may become the first battle of Luffy haki's qualitative change. But after thinking about it, it is still a problem whether we can meet Hawkeye. At present, we still need to solve the problem of Usopp. At present, it seems that the first step is a success, at least I don't have to worry about whether to invite him on board. Then let's go too. After all, our ship may be counting on the eldest lady, Usopp said, but we can't let her have an accident. No longer thinking about Hawkeye, he ate all the remaining meat and saw Nami and Zoro had also finished eating, and Luffy stood up and said to them, "Hey, I've been waiting for your words for a long time. I don't hate that kid, but I don't want the person who brought us into the village to be killed by others." Zoro grinned and held the knife around his waist. He could only say that the expression is worthy of being called a monster. I hope that eldest lady can give us a free boat for the sake of our help. It can only be said that Nami is still so persistent about Bailey. Asterisk. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 22 Meeting Chloe. Just as Luffy and Nami Zoro walked out of the hotel together, they met three children with wooden daggers. "Hey, are you pirates? What did you do to our captain?" One of the little boys with a skull pattern on his head shouted. "Could it be, have they been killed by them?" Another chubby little boy with glasses looked very flustered, obviously thinking of something bad. "Stop guessing, little guys, your captain is probably going to fight the real pirates now." Luffy watched the three bodies tremble slightly, but still raised the wooden sword in his hand to himself and Zoro's three-child, smiling. These three people should be Usopp's three little servants. They saw that Usopp brought the three of them to the hotel before they came, but now only Luffy and a few people came out. "I thought Usopp was killed by the three of them." But Luffy didn't have any bad taste to scare the three children, after all, he didn't hate people with courage. "Real pirates, battle." Hearing Luffy's words, another boy in short sleeves was slightly stunned. His short sleeves also had a skull pattern drawn on his chest. Obviously, the three little guys should still yearn for pirates. Although Luffy doesn't hate people with courage, he still doesn't approve of these children who want to be pirates at a young age, and it's not the kind who can't live without their parents. But people are young, and now they are just playing pirate games. When they get older, they will probably change their minds. Luffy didn't say anything. "Since you are here, how about you, do you want to go see your captain with us? Now that we have met. Then bring them along, so that they can see the real pirates. Maybe after seeing them this time, they will change their minds?" "Of course we're going, we are members of the Usopp Pirates, how can we escape when the captain is in danger?" The three little boys seemed to have aroused their fighting spirit, and clenched the wooden daggers in their hands. Nami on the side couldn't help laughing when he saw the serious looks of the three little guys. "Hey, what are you laughing at, this woman? Are you looking down on us?" The three men who were still aggressive were defeated by Nami's smile, and the expression on their original generous face turned into anger and anger. "You little bastards, don't be pirates and pirates all day long. The real pirates aren't your kind of jokes. Those people will kill or enslave you without hesitation. They don't care if you are. Children are still adults." Nami was quite upset that these children were clamoring to be pirates all day long, and her own experience made her not like pirates at all. The oppression of the pirates. Wow! Ant Tiger is going to eat people. The three little guys were startled by the suddenly angry Nami, and they all shouted out loud. "Bang bang bang! Who do you say is Ant Tiger?" The fist fell on the heads of the three children mercilessly, and Nami suddenly became irritable about being called Ant Tiger. Wow! Nami beat him by himself, and the three children didn't dare to resist, so they covered their heads and cried out in pain. "Okay, stop making trouble, let's go." Seeing that Nami and the three little guys didn't want to stop at all, Luffy had to stop it. Boring! Zoro clicked his tongue beside him, but received a head-on blow from Nami. Boom! "Are you dissatisfied with me? Do you want to fight, woman?" Watching the war develop to the other side, Luffy simply ignored it and walked towards the location where Usopp was perceived by observation Haki. In addition to the familiar figure of Usopp, there were two other figures. You're just the son of a frivolous pirate. No matter what you say or do, I won't be surprised, but please don't approach my eldest lady. In the courtyard of the big house, the bespectacled butler Sven used the palm of his hand. The lower part lifted his glasses and looked at Usopp, who was trying to explain something to the blonde girl standing by the window. You. Hey? It's really strange. The captain of the dignified Black Cat Pirates, Captain Klo, who is known as 100 Ways, has now become a housekeeper. He also said that the pirates are indiscriminate. What's the purpose of running here to be a housekeeper? Just as they followed their perceptions to this rather luxurious big house, Luffy and the others heard the housekeeper, now called Crabadle, scolding Usopp. The sudden voice startled the three people present. Usopp turned his head to look at Luffy and the others in disbelief. Hey, why did you bring Onion and them? Didn't you say this guy is a pirate? It's too dangerous to bring them here. This gentleman, please don't slander Crabadle. He is the housekeeper of our house, not the captain of the Black Cat Pirates. The weak young lady leaning against the window had short blonde hair and a pale complexion. It should be because of staying in the house all the year round. She quickly waved her hand to Luffy to deny the sudden appearance of Luffy. After all, she was the housekeeper who took care of herself for many years. Kaya didn't believe the words of Luffy and the others, but the weak eldest lady didn't get angry because of it. She just explained to Luffy and the others in a soft voice. As the party concerned, Crow's head was slightly lowered at this moment, and his glasses-wearing eyes flashed with wisps of cold light. The appearance of the troublemaker over and over again made this very resourceful pirate captain a little impatient. Although I don't know who you are, but you shouldn't be from this village. Could it be the helper that Usopp found? Why, did that liar promise you anything? Don't be deceived by him, he is famous in the village. The big talker. Although Usopp and Luffy revealed the pirate's identity one after another, Crow didn't act directly because of this, but calmly poured dirty water on Usopp. In Locke's view, even if his identity is exposed, as long as the eldest miss still believes in him, then he has the confidence to get rid of the foreigners like Luffy without knowing it, so that the plan can continue. As for Usopp, Crow is not worried that anyone will believe his words. After all, he has not been wasting time here in vain these past few years. Hey, Crabadle, how can you say that to Usopp? Hurry up and apologize to him. As for Usopp, although Kaya always knew that the other party was talking big, Kaya didn't hate it. Did not get bored with this big, brooding house. Asterisk. Chapter 23 Solving Chloe. Sophistry is useless. The Black Cat Pirates have already been killed by me on my way here. Oh, and there is a hypnosis master named Zango who is guarding the boat on the coast. There is no Black Cat Pirates anymore. Cover, how are you going to kill Kaya justifiably and inherit her family's inheritance? Ignoring Usopp, who was angry because his father was insulted, and ignoring the explanation of the sick lady, Luffy's eyes were full of oppression. A Sven face with glasses. After hearing Luffy's words, Crow had the urge to kill the opponent for a moment, but he still resisted it, but the clenching and loosening of the falling hands did not hide Luffy's perception. Stop talking nonsense here, if you guys don't leave, I'll call the security guards to expel them. Crow turned his back to Kaya, and in front of Kaya, he was staring at Luffy and the others with cold eyes. I really don't cry without seeing the coffin. Luffy shook his head, no longer thinking of angering the other party. After all, he is the captain of a pirate group, or a pirate known for his ingenuity, and continuing to entangle him is just a waste of time. With a slight force on his feet, Luffy's figure disappeared in place, and when Luffy appeared in everyone's field of vision again, Luffy had already appeared behind Locke, and at the same time his right hand was clenched and raised high. No, please stop. Although he didn't see how Luffy appeared behind Crabadle, the fist raised high after his appearance made Kaya horrified, holding the windowsill tightly with both hands, tears in his eyes flashed, couldn't help shouting loudly. At the moment when Luffy disappeared, the originally calm Chloe's pupils shrank suddenly. At the moment when Luffy appeared behind him, Chloe had a feeling like a light on his back. Experience told himself that this time he blocked. If you don't dodge, you may be killed directly. As the thoughts turned around, Locke's body instinctively moved, and his footsteps had already appeared not far away. At this time, Luffy, who had raised his fist high, did not smash his fist, but just let go of his clenched right hand lightly. "Miss Kaya, your housekeeper is really amazing. You can actually have such good skills. You must be very safe, right?" Luffy looked back at the eldest lady, who was still tearful, and then jokingly looking at Crow, who appeared not far away. Crabadle." Kaya covered her mouth with her hands and looked at her housekeeper in disbelief. The weak look with light in her eyes looked so charming. "Cut." Chloe, who was forced by Luffy to reveal his true strength, clicked his tongue. "Since it has been discovered, there is nothing I can do, although it is very different from what I expected, but as long as you kill you, the property can still reach me." In his hand, he is still wanted by Marine, and with this amount of money, it is worth it. Out of nowhere, Crow took out a pair of sharp long-clawed weapons. How could it be? Kaya couldn't accept it for a while when she saw that the housekeeper she was close to actually admitted that she was a pirate. "What are you talking about, a pirate? Aren't you a pirate yourself?" Usopp finally couldn't help yelling at Chloe when he saw Chloe admitting that he was a pirate. "Humph, you're still talking about pirates not being pirates. If that's the case, let's show you what real pirates look like." Chloe, who was already wearing a weapon, snorted coldly, then head and hands naturally drooping, "Spoon." As soon as the voice fell, the figure had disappeared from everyone's sight. "Hey, where did that guy go?" Nami and the others who had been at the gate had not recovered from Luffy's shot just now, and were once again shocked by the speed shown by Crow. Be careful. At the moment when Chloe disappeared, Zoro immediately drew his knife and stopped in front of Nami and the three children. The sound of sharp weapons piercing the air was constantly heard around, accompanied by scratches on trees and walls. Just as Usopp was looking around to find something, Luffy's figure disappeared again. Luffy's figure appeared behind Usopp, and at the same time, his right fist slammed into the ground at the moment Luffy appeared. Boom! As Luffy's right fist smashed down, Crow's figure was smashed to the ground at the same time, and the ground cracked all around in an instant. "If you want to kill us like this, you're too proud of yourself." Amidst the dust, Luffy said coldly, looking at Chloe, who had rolled his eyes, vomited blood and fainted on the ground. What's the matter?" Usopp seemed very flustered about Luffy and Chloe, who suddenly appeared behind him. After all, looking at the current situation, if it wasn't for Luffy, he might have been killed by Chloe. "Okay. It's amazing." The three little guys on the side only knew that Crow suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was knocked to the ground by Luffy. Even Kaya, who had been holding on to the window, couldn't help but look at Luffy in surprise, but when she swept across Chloe, who was lying on the ground, a trace of sadness flashed in Kaya's eyes. It is not a happy thing for anyone to be betrayed, not to mention that the other party still has the purpose of killing himself from the beginning. It is estimated that only Nami and Zoro were not surprised. After all, although the two didn't know Luffy's specific strength, they could scare away the clown Buggy, and it was no problem for Chloe, who offered a bounty similar to Buggy. However, in addition to being calm, Zoro has some urgency. Even Crow has that kind of speed, but Luffy can easily catch up with the opponent. How strong is the four emperors in Luffy's mouth? How strong should the eagle eye be? Then Miss Kaya, Chloe has already solved it, and you can only ask someone to sort it out yourself. Luffy looked at Kaya, who looked like a sick beauty, and the other's eyes were slightly red. Obviously, Chloe's matter is not good for this eldest lady. Still a big hit. Yes, don't worry, this gentleman. After all, Crow came for my family's property. I am very grateful for my husband's help in defeating him. We will naturally take care of things here. As for Luffy's words, Kaya naturally no problem, really, it was Luffy who saved his life. My name is Monkey-d-Luffy, just call me Luffy. One more thing, I hope Miss Kaya can do me a favor. Mr. Luffy might as well say it straight. Kaya had no reason to refuse Luffy's request. Although he didn't know what the other party needed, he was not someone who would make excessive demands if he wanted to come. It's not a big deal, I need to buy a boat, can Miss Kaya have a way? Asterisk. Chapter 24 The Merry and the Unfinished Flag. Ah! Look at Luffy, it's actually a caravel! Nami exclaimed, pointing to a downward on the shore of the West Lob village, his eyebrows full of love for the new boat. Luffy looked at the familiar and cute sheep's head bow with a smile on his face. This is the first ship in the true sense that he has owned since he came to this world. It's really good. It must be very comfortable to sleep on it. Even Zoro showed a satisfied expression when he saw the ship. It's good that you like it. I really thank you for your help. Otherwise, if something happens to the eldest lady, I really don't know how to explain to the deceased grandfather and wife. The housekeeper named Mary was standing in Kaya's behind him, Wei bowed to thank Luffy and the others for defeating Crow. Kaya, who came out of the room, seemed to look much better. She was no longer standing in front of the window and seemed to fall down when the wind was blowing. At this time, Kaya was watching with a gentle smile. Luffy, Mr. Luffy is satisfied. The ship has prepared the necessary supplies for the voyage. For Mr. Luffy's life-saving grace, Kaya can only do so much. If Mr. Luffy needs anything else, please be sure to ask. I'll let Mary prepare as best I can. Luffy was a little embarrassed about Kaya sending ships and supplies. Although it turned out that he saved her, but after all, it was only a trivial matter for him, and Chloe was no threat to Luffy. It's all right, thank you very much for Miss Kaya's ship and supplies. By the way, does this ship have a name? No longer entangled with these things, looking at the sailboat of about 13 meters in front of him, although he already knew its name, Luffy still asked. Advance Mary, this is its name. If you are dissatisfied with the name, you can choose it yourself. As for the ship's operation method, the housekeeper Mary replied, at the same time wanting to face Luffy introduce the operation method of the Mary. The name is just the Advance Mary. As for the operation method, you can tell our navigator. Luffy interrupted Mary directly, and pointed to Nami who was still looking at the Mary. Hearing Luffy's words, Nami turned his head and gave Luffy a blank look, and patiently listened to Mary's explanation. So, Usopp, how are you thinking, do you want to go to sea with us? Seeing that Nami already knew about the operation of the Mary, Luffy turned to look at the long-nosed boy who had been staying beside him and didn't speak. Of course, my uncle Usopp is a man who wants to become a brave sea warrior. Speaking of which, Usopp, who was still excited, suddenly turned his head and whispered to Luffy, "But Luffy, can we discuss something?" The mysterious look on his face attracted Zoro's side glances. "What do you think?" Luffy glanced at Usopp half smiling, as if he already knew what Usopp wanted to say. Before Usopp could say anything, he was blocked by Luffy, and he could only helplessly shut his mouth. "Then, we're ready to go. Miss Kaya, Butler Mary, let's meet again when we have a chance." Since Usopp had agreed, Luffy decided to get on the boat and set off. After spending a day and a night in Shirobia village, it was also time. Proceed to the next stop. Hawkeye, Joe Lacker, my hawk, hope to see you before the Grand Line. Well, then, Mr. Luffy, Mr. Zoro, Miss Nami, Usopp, goodbye, I wish you all the best, and I hope we can meet again. Kaya clasped her hands on her chest, watching Luffy and the others finally board the Mary, wishing Luffy and others. Luffy and the others waved at Kaya, and then gradually moved away from Kaya's sight. Hey, Mary, do you think I can see Mr. Luffy and the others again? Kaya murmured to the butler beside him, looking at the Mary that had gone away and the figure on the Mary. Miss, what are you? Mary was a little uncertain, listening to the tone of the eldest, as if she was looking forward to the early return of her sweetheart. However, it seems that the object of this expectation is not Usopp, who tells her jokes all the time, but Mr. Luffy, who only has a relationship. Mary shook his head, thinking that he was thinking too much. Maybe the eldest lady was just out of gratitude for the savior. It's nothing, Mary, let's go back. In the future, I have to cheer up and learn to be a doctor. Without continuing to explain, Kaya took one last look at the advance Mary, which was about to disappear from sight. With some kind of strange light. Yes, miss, I will collect and organize relevant books and materials for you. Ah, it's so comfortable. It's still comfortable to sit on this kind of boat. Although the Black Cat pirates' boat was big, it wasn't their own thing after all. It always feels awkward to sit up. Sheephead sitting on the bow of the Mary on, Luffy experienced the feeling in the anime, looking at the endless sea in the distance, facing the sea breeze with a salty smell. This feeling is really addictive. Hey, I said Luffy, aren't we a pirate group? Why don't we have a pirate flag yet? Usopp, who had just joined Luffy's gang, was still quite excited about becoming a pirate. His uncontrollable excitement grew from sitting on Mary's seat. The number didn't stop from the beginning, look here, touch there, and then found that the three of Luffy didn't seem to bring the pirate flag up before. Hey? Didn't I tell you? We're not pirates yet. Luffy replied without looking back at Usopp's mindless excitement. I seem to have said it. Hearing Luffy's answer, Usopp touched his head, but his original enthusiasm did not diminish at all. How about we draw a pirate flag now? Regarding Usopp's persistence, Luffy expressed helplessness, but he couldn't go back on what he promised Garp, so let's make a compromise. Thinking of this, Luffy jumped back to the deck from the bow, then draw a straw hat on the sail first. Don't draw the skeleton for now. Hey? I thought I was going to draw it like this. Usopp had finished drawing his long-nosed pirate flag while Luffy was talking. Zoro, who was resting on the side, and Nami, who was looking at the direction, were also interested. After reading the pirate flag drawn by Usopp, although they directly denied the other party's results, the two were still surprised by Usopp's ability to draw. Don't draw the skull flag first, just draw a straw hat on the sail, and then draw the skull when we are wanted. After all, I promised someone else. Asterisk. Chapter 25 Skirt. In the boundless sky, white clouds floated leisurely, and the warm sunshine was scattered on the blue sea, accompanied by the sea breeze, and the jagged waves appeared. A small brig floated on the sea, the bow was a lovely white sheep's head, the sails were raised, and a simple straw hat was drawn on the upper part. Nami, how long will it take to get to the restaurant on the sea? After the excitement at the beginning, Luffy, who had been sailing at sea for about 3 days in a row, already felt quite boring. When I read comics before, I felt very envious of sailing freely on the sea, riding a boat, basking in the sun, and blowing the sea breeze. It was not until I really stayed at sea for a long time that I realized that I really couldn't do anything on a boat. In the case of the restaurant on the sea, it will take about a week to see the sea journey, but there seems to be a small island nearby, we can go up and replenish it. You are too good to eat, Luffy. Obviously, the materials given by Miss Kaya should be enough for a week. I measured it, and I almost finished it in 2 days. Looking at Luffy sitting on the sheep's head, Nami replied after comparing the nautical chart, and also complained about Luffy's food intake. Because of the Mary, Nami can now take a bath on the boat every day, and she doesn't know when she bought the clothes. At this time, She is wearing a pure white dress, showing snow-white fragrant shoulders, and a little hollow part on the back is waist length. Her orange curly hair was covered, and the skirt reached her knees. The curves of her body wrapped in the dress made Luffy's eyes light up when he looked back at Nami, and instantly felt that sailing wasn't so boring anymore. Feeling Luffy's seemingly non-existent gaze, Nami blinked at Luffy, and then in Luffy's astonishing eyes, he stretched his waist greatly, and the already charming body curve stretched out even more attractively. The more you eat, the more energy you have. By the way, is Zoro still exercising? Where's Usopp? With a firm will to look away from Nami, Luffy asked about the other two. Zoro is still lifting his barbell. As for Usopp, I don't know what he's tinkering with, he's been in the warehouse for the past 2 days. But Nami was still very happy that the two of them were busy. Just a little more time with Luffy. For Luffy, Nami has always had a different affection for Luffy since he was rescued 5 years ago. Now that he has finally embarked on a sailing journey with Luffy, this strange affection seems to have begun to sprout. Hey? Are there any thieves patronizing the safe sailing? How can I look at you two more in the open and plundering? The first time a stranger broke into the Mary, Luffy jumped directly from the bow to the deck, stood beside Nami. Although Luffy didn't use the observation haki during the voyage, Luffy felt it right away when someone boarded the Mary with malice. What's the matter, Luffy? Without hearing what Luffy said, Nami asked Luffy, who suddenly jumped down. 3 people climbed on the Mary, it seems like they want to steal our treasure, and there is a pirate ship coming in the distance, let Zoro know. Instructed to Nami, Luffy locked his eyes and the distance appeared on the pirate ship. As for Usopp, those 3 thieves had to go to the warehouse to steal the treasure. Usopp was in the warehouse now. Although he was a little timid and not very strong, he still had no problem dealing with a few thieves. Okay, I'm going to call Zoro, Luffy, be careful. But those thieves actually came to steal my Bailey, Luffy, you have to teach them a good lesson. There is not much worry about these pirates, Nami, but the unexpected someone dared to steal his Bailey, Nami said he was very angry. Although Luffy has seen Nami's wealth-obsessed attributes many times, he still finds it very strange. Is wealth-obsessed born? Nami, who was wearing a dress, could only move in small steps when running. Looking at the back of the other party's trot, Luffy realized that Nami was still wearing high-heeled shoes, which matched the body swing driven by running, which made Luffy's eyes reluctant. Moved away. But now is not the time to appreciate it. Although the pirate ship on the opposite side has no existence that can threaten Luffy, through observation haki's perception, there are actually 2 beings on that ship that are stronger than Chloe. Could it be a theatrical version? Existence in? Ha ha ha, you thieves, know how good I am, Usopp. The sound of ping and ping from the warehouse made Luffy's veins jump, who was staring at the pirate ship in the distance. Is this TM Laozi's new ship going to be damaged in just a few days? Usopp, you bastard, can you be quieter? If there's any damage to the Mary, I'll paint you. This was the first time Luffy roared so loudly, and now there is only one of the funny trio left. With such great power, Luffy can only be thankful that he was reborn as Luffy. You were actually climbed onto the boat by a stranger, Luffy. Zoro, who had just been called by Nami, finally had a chance to mock Luffy, who had always been mocking himself before. Number. You are exercising over there, why didn't you find these thieves? Good guy, he was clearly exercising not far from where the thieves climbed up, but he couldn't find these thieves, but he still had reason to ridicule himself? Zoro, who was asked back, instantly shut his mouth, and started to look from the left to the right to see what you were talking about. What about Nami? Zoro came out, but Nami, who called Zoro, didn't come out. Ah! She shouted behind me and left, I didn't pay attention. Zoro answered indifferently, this big man, can he still fall into the sea? At this moment, there was another sound of bang, 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 and bang, This time it was the sound of punching and kicking, and at the same time Nami's voice also came, "You guys dare to steal my Bailey." Then there were continuous beating sounds, and several unidentified screams. When Usopp appeared with three strange creatures tied together and their faces swollen into pig heads, Nami also ran from behind while clapping his hands. "How did you change your clothes?" The reappearing Nami had changed back to the long-sleeved jeans from before. "Ah! Oh, it's inconvenient to beat people in that outfit." Glancing at Luffy, Nami replied lightly, "Idiot." Finally, he cursed softly like a murmur. Luffy didn't hear the last whisper, just nodded to Nami's explanation, and then looked at the three thieves who were beaten into pigs' heads. "Are you guys with that pirate ship? Woo, hurry up and let us go, or else, the Golden Dragon boss won't let you go." Chapter 26 News of the Treasure. "Ah, leave us alone." Thump thump thump. Ignoring the three people's pleas for mercy, Luffy let go of the hand holding the rope. 3 thuds of falling into the water sounded, and the 3 thieves who were tied up and beaten into pig heads by Nami were thrown into the sea by Luffy. "Those 3 guys came here by boat, and there was a child on the boat. It should be the same as Kabe before, who was tied to work as a coolie." Before picking up the 3 thieves, Nami had already found their boat and walked around. There was nothing on the boat except a child who was tied by a rope around his waist and held the rudder of the boat. I have to say that Nami is really fast when looking for treasures. Does the money fan have this bonus? But I heard something from them. Have you heard of Wu Nan, the golden pirate? Nami's eyes were obviously different when he talked about the golden pirate. The bright look was almost direct. Turned into Bailey. Wu Nan? Is that the legendary pirate who specialized in robbing the wicked of the gold? Zoro seemed to have heard of this person, and knew who she was talking about when Nami uttered the name Wu Nan. That's right, it's said that the leader of their group, the Golden Dragon, has already found the location where Wu Nan buried the treasure. Nami, who was talking about the treasure, was full of excitement, and his bright eyes stared straight at Luffy, his face almost touching Luffy. The look on his face, the look of hope on his face, gave Luffy no chance to refuse at all. But Luffy didn't mean to refuse. Although Wu Nan's treasure was probably not there, the pirate ship was not necessarily. Since he stretched his hand on Luffy's ship, he naturally needed to exchange gifts. But does East Blue still have such a guy? Luffy doesn't remember at all, but it doesn't matter, it's all a punch thing anyway. By the way, what about the kid you were talking about? Luffy asked Nami, remembering the kid who was caught just mentioned by Nami. It's still on that boat. After all, the specific situation was uncertain at the time, and the boat was safe for the time being, so Nami didn't care about him. Rescue him and ask. He should know some things, otherwise the pirates won't catch a useless person, right? Just like the previous Kobe, because he knew some sailing skills, Alvida didn't kill him, took him. Zoro, the child is handed over to you, Usopp, it's time to test your shooting skills. The task of saving the child was handed over to Zoro, and Luffy looked at Usopp. Hey? What do I need to do? Kill the other's captain with a cannon. Although he was a little flustered in his heart, Usopp's words were not intimidating. It's best to kill it directly, you can give it a try, it's useless when the cannonballs are placed. Luffy nodded, not rejecting Usopp's proposal. Zoro on the side didn't leave immediately, and he also wanted to see if Usopp, who could be invited by Luffy, was really capable. Okay, look at me. Let them see how powerful Uncle Usopp is. Seeing that Luffy didn't refute his words, Usopp immediately forgot the nervousness just now, and ran towards the Mary's cannon with a little excitement. At this time, the bow of the Mary was facing the pirate ship that had already advanced a certain distance, and Usopp did not see any special aiming movements, but just moved the muzzle up and down, and then ignited the fuse of the gunpowder. Boom! The iron cannonball fired its tail flame towards the pirate ship on the opposite side. Boom! The opposite side didn't seem to react that Luffy's side would use artillery, so no one came out to block it, and the flying cannonball hit the bow of the pirate ship directly. With the roar of the cannonball hit, the pirate ship's bow was directly bombed with wood chips flying, and flames ignited after a while. It actually hit. Ha ha ha, as expected of Uncle Ben. After seeing the accurate hit of the cannonball, Usopp wiped the sweat from his forehead, and immediately put on an expression of coming to praise Uncle Ben again. It actually hit, I thought you were bragging. Nami on the side obviously didn't know Usopp's ability, and was surprised to see that Usopp could hit the enemy ship with his artillery from such a long distance. And Zoro, who saw Usopp successfully hit the pirate ship, glanced at Usopp, and walked towards the boat parked behind the Mary, where the three thieves were riding just now. However, although this cannon accurately hit the bow of the pirate ship on the opposite side, for the huge pirate ship, the power of a cannonball is not enough to sink it, and, with this cannonball first, someone on the other side was already standing in the place where the bow was intact. Golden Lion? No, that guy's legs are standing there. Seeing the person appearing on the bow of the pirate ship on the opposite side, Luffy immediately thought that he saw a legendary existence. That head was like a lion. It's true that Luffy, who has never seen a real person, is easily misunderstood, but when he sees the other's intact legs, Luffy realizes that he has misunderstood. Just when Luffy looked at the opposite side, the person who looked like Golden Lion also found Luffy and others. Although there was still a long distance away, Luffy still saw the grim smile on the other side's face. Then, I saw the figure raised his hands high, and there seemed to be airflow flowing around his body, and then, a blue light condensed around his mouth. Demon fruit power. Looking at the opponent's posture and the light that gradually solidified in his mouth, Luffy became slightly interested. After all, in East Blue, such things as devil fruit are quite rare. Luffy, is it okay to let that thing launch? Will there be a problem with the Mary? Nami wasn't worried about his own safety at all. After all, Luffy was standing in front of him. Nami felt that as long as he stayed by Luffy's side, there will be no fear at all. Don't worry. An attack of this magnitude is not enough for me to stop. Luffy smiled confidently while leaning forward slightly. Drink. The attack on the opposite side seemed to be condensed and completed. With the loud shout from the other side, the blue light in the mouth finally formed a straight beam and shot towards the location of the Mary. The originally calm sea was split by this beam, and the waves spread to both sides of the beam. Facing the attack of the beam that carried the mighty power and seemed to split the sea, Luffy looked calm, and held on to the beam with his left hand. The straw hat that swayed slightly in the wind, squatted down, clenched his right fist, and covered it with the dark armament haki. Luffy slammed his right hand, and a layer of fiery flame suddenly covered his dark arms and fists with subtle and violent shaking. His hair that was exposed outside his straw hat fluttered in the wind, and his red waistcoat also rattled. Fire Fist. Asterisk. Chapter 27. The fist wrapped in the blazing flame slammed out violently. With the blessing of rubber fruit, the arm quickly stretched, and finally, the dark fist wrapped in the flame suddenly collided with the blue light beam that came running. There was no stalemate in the confrontation stage. The jet black right fist wrapped in flame smashed the original blue beam with a thunderous momentum, and after defeating the beam, it blasted towards the starting point of the blue beam with undiminished power. As the fire fist continued to charge forward, the sea water along the way was continuously evaporated by the high temperature, forming mists on both sides of Luffy's outstretched arms. The man with the golden lion hairstyle watched in astonishment as his attack was easily defeated. Even if the black fist wrapped in flames approached quickly, there was no response, and he was struck by the flame fist violently like a fool. Hwokwon continued to move forward with the lion man who was hit, and the large-scale pirate ship suddenly collapsed under the impact of Hwokwon and the huge size of the lion man. For a time, the fire was everywhere, accompanied by the screams one after another, and people kept jumping off the pirate ship. Those who were directly hit didn't even have time to scream, and they died under the flame fist that wrapped Haki. Ah, I saw that there was a swordsman on the opposite boat and gave it to Zoro, but it seems that the force was too much. Looking at the pirate ship not far away, it was split in half from the middle and kept sinking. With regret, he withdrew his right hand. Snapped. With the sound of a stretched rubber rope suddenly loosening and returning to its original shape, Luffy stretched out and burned with flames, and Haki's black right hand returned to its normal appearance. This, what is this? Usopp, who was still in a hurry because of the surging blue beam, seemed to be stimulated by some kind of stimulation for a while, the boss with his eyes wide open and his mouth open, he couldn't even speak. Not to mention bad. Even Nami, who was mentally prepared for Luffy's strength, had his eyes wide open, his hands covered his mouth, and he looked at Luffy in shock. Is this your true strength? Luffy. Zoro, who came back from saving the man, happened to see this scene, and his originally fierce eyes were slightly dull. Obviously, Luffy's strength just showed him very surprised. As for Zoro's question, Luffy is non-committal, so it's still a matter of vision. This kind of strength is shocking to those who have never been out of East Blue, but if you get Grand Line or New World, you can take Luffy's trick. The first half of the Grand Line doesn't seem to be able to catch a few people, but in the New World, there are countless people who can make such an attack. Of course, Luffy's strength doesn't stop there. Although this Fire Fist is powerful, it's not Luffy's strongest trick. Only the strongest move. Okay, don't be surprised, there will be more people who can do this kind of move in the future, but there is no time to surprise each of you, and when you get to this point, you will find out. This kind of move is nothing more than that, so it is the right way to strengthen your own strength. Luffy said this to Zoro and Usopp. Zoro didn't need to say more, but Usopp had to mention, if according to the original book development, if Usopp can only rely on luck to defeat the enemy, it will sooner or later not be able to keep up with the footsteps of Luffy and others, which is not what Luffy wants to see. Moreover, in terms of the physique shown by Usopp, he is also qualified to awaken armament Haki. If it is true that he can only awaken observation Haki in the later stage as in the original work, it is really unreasonable. As for Nami, it can only be said that the favored one has no fear, at least until Luffy falls. It is impossible for Nami to always be taken away by the enemy like the original. It's better to drive the ship when you are in a daze, otherwise the treasure on the other side's pirate ship will sink to the bottom of the sea together with the pirate ship. Looking at the people who were still in shock, Luffy reminded at the right time. Usopp, Zoro, hurry up and start the boat. If you let those treasures sink to the bottom of the sea, you can say goodbye to the food in the future. Hearing Luffy's words, Nami was the first to come back to his senses, and then turned to see that he was still there. Zoro and Usopp, who were in a daze, and Nami, who was so anxious, took out the aura of the Mary's treasure and yelled at them. Don't go too far, you woman. Zoro, who was yelled at by Nami, immediately woke up. Although his mouth was cursing, his body was still very honest and rode the oars in case of emergency. After all, but it still has to be right. Nami, don't be so loud all of a sudden. Usopp, who was already in extreme shock, shuddered again at Nami's roar, and almost turned his back, but in order not to starve in the future, he also shivered. He could only walk towards the oar on the other side full of humiliation. Luffy couldn't help laughing at Nami's mysterious aura, but it quickly attracted Nami's glare. Luffy, don't laugh, hurry up and help, you will eat the most on the boat. Nami, who is very obsessed with treasure, even Luffy obeyed the order. Stunned by Nami's roar, Luffy had to paddle with the other two. There will always be a chance for revenge in the future, Luffy muttered to himself, hoping that Nami won't cry and beg for mercy. As for the child who was brought up by Zoro, he was dumbfounded by Luffy's strength and Nami's powerful aura, and he couldn't recover for a long time. With the efforts of the three of them, the Mary quickly rowed to the side of the pirate ship that was about to sink. Although the ships near the sinking ship were easily attracted by the uzumaki caused by the sinking ship, with Nami, a genius navigator, this small difficulties are of course out of the question. Faced with the treasures that were about to sink, Nami was a little excited and wanted to jump down and pick them up, but was immediately stopped by Luffy. This is not a place to go. In the sea, the demon fruit power is not very good. Good way. Idiot, aren't you a rubber guy? Wouldn't it be better to wrap my hands around me? If there is any danger, I will signal you as soon as possible. Although I am glad that Luffy cares so much about herself, it is about treasure, and Nami will not give up easily. As for Nami's persistence, Luffy could only reluctantly accept it, and what Nami said was also a way. Although he fell into the sea, he would be completely powerless, but if his arms were only submerged in sea water, then it would be completely fine. And he and others are not real pirates, and they really need money in exchange for food supplies. Luffy no longer hesitates, stretches his right arm and grabs Nami's slender waist. In order to prevent accidents, he circles it several times. Asterisk. Chapter 28 Harvest. After being surrounded by Luffy's outstretched arms, Nami tied his hair up and jumped off the Mary without hesitation. First, I quickly searched the unsinkable hull. I was lucky. Most of the treasures were still in the unsinkable cabin. With the speed of Nami picking up the treasures, Luffy quickly received a large bag of treasures with his empty hands. I don't know why Nami's strength suddenly became so great at this time. While Luffy and Nami were still rescuing the treasure, Usopp had already pulled out his slingshot, and rotten eggs were precisely shooting at the pirates desperately trying to get on the Mary. For those pirates who were still struggling, after being hit by rotten eggs in the eyes or even in the mouth, the mental and physical torture made them unwilling to give up the idea of climbing on the Mary. Although Luffy has been paying attention to Nami's situation, he also frequently looked at Usopp's shooting, not to marvel at the accuracy of his shooting, but where did so many rotten eggs come from? Luffy can't remember that there are so many eggs in the supplies, the key is all broken rotten eggs. Hope his rotten eggs are hidden, or if the Mary smells like rotten eggs, Luffy doesn't mind throwing them all away. Zoro is still paddling manually. There is no way, if no one is paddling, the boat will be spun around by the unstable waves around, or it will be smashed by debris from the nearby pirate ship. It didn't take long for Nami to pull Luffy's arm around her waist, signaling that Luffy could pull her up. Luffy didn't hesitate, and his right hand shrank directly, leading Nami, who was entangled, to ascend towards the Mary. In order to prevent Nami from being rubbed by the hull, Luffy slammed Nami and the treasure bag she was carrying up. And Nami, who was thrown into the air, did not panic. First, he threw the bag he was carrying on the deck of the Mary, and then adjusted his position a little. Before Nami was about to fall on the deck, Luffy was still wrapped around Nami's waist. With a little force on his arms, he hugged Nami's entire body in his arms, and Nami also took advantage of the situation to hook Luffy's neck with both hands, and wrapped his feet around Luffy's waist without falling behind. The whole person hung on Luffy's body like a koala. Because they were all soaked in water, Nami's clothes were completely attached to his body, and Luffy seemed to hug Nami's exquisite body directly, which made Luffy's heart feel hot. Suppressing the fascination in his heart, Luffy put Nami down steadily, and the arms wrapped around Nami's slender waist were untied layer by layer, and finally returned to its original state. I made it this time, so many treasures can be exchanged for at least 10 million Baileys. Nami didn't care that Luffy saw and touched him. Immersed in it. Okay, since the treasure has arrived on our ship, it won't be taken away by others. You should go and change your clothes first. I'm not the only one on the ship, and it's so troublesome if I catch a cold or something. Nami had no plans to change clothes at all, and Luffy had to remind her that it would be fine if she read it herself. Luffy didn't want Nami to be seen like the original and didn't care at all. Oh man! Hearing Luffy's undisguised words, Nami finally recovered from the state of being obsessed with treasure. Naturally, Nami didn't care about being seen by others, but only Luffy was here, and the others were busy not far away. Well, with Luffy's body covering them, they couldn't even see them if they wanted to. Also, why did you change your clothes before? Not because you just want to wear it for someone to see? Got it. I'll change it right now. Although she muttered in her heart, Nami obediently returned to her room in a hurry. By the time Nami was out of his clothes, the Mary also got away from the wreck with the efforts of Zoro and Usopp, who was repaddling. Since the enemy has been resolved and the treasure is in hand, shouldn't it be time to discuss how to deal with this little guy? Looking at the little boy who hadn't spoken since just now, Luffy touched his chin and asked everyone's opinion. You want, what do you want? Let me tell you, I'm the big pirate Faye. Faye Nan, I won't be afraid of you. Originally sitting quietly on the deck, the little boy who looked around from time to time saw that Luffy and the others all turned their attention to him, and the boy who thought they were finally going to attack him finally panicked and wanted to say something threatening, but he stumbled a little because of fear. Why are we considered bad guys every time? Luffy didn't soothe the fear of this little boy who claimed to be a flying man, but looked at his other partners thoughtfully. The first to bear the brunt is Usopp, because at that time he also regarded Luffy and the others as pirates who wanted to invade the village of Zalob. Ah ha ha ha, that's because... Zoro, yes, it's Zoro, the expression on his face is so hideous, others will think he's not a good person. Seeing Luffy looking at himself, Usopp hurriedly tried to hide the past, but Luffy stared straight at him, and Usopp had to move out of Zoro as a last resort. Hey! Zoro, who was named by Usopp, frowned and had blue veins bursting out of his forehead. I had to say, Usopp was right. Wow! Don't kill me, don't kill me! Faye Nan shouted while holding his head at the right time, completely confirming what Usopp said. Nami on the side covered his mouth and chuckled after seeing this scene, and Luffy also showed an expression of sudden realization. The corners of Zoro's mouth twitched when he saw it, and he didn't know how to refute it. After all, the children were so obvious. Okay, no kidding, then, Faye Nan, let's call you that. Can you tell us who you are and where you came from, so that we can send you back? Luffy looked at the little boy again. I don't want it, I won't go back. You are so strong, you can definitely find Wu Nan, please let me follow you. I want to meet Wu Nan, the legendary pirate, and let him accept me as his younger brother. Seeing Luffy wanting to send himself back, Faye Nan immediately shook his head. After finally getting the news of Wu Nan, I must see the other party, and it is best to let the other party accept me. How do you know that we can take you to see Wu Nan? And as far as I know, the great pirate Wu Nan seems to have died a long time ago. Although he was regarded as a villain, Zoro did not take it to heart. To a certain extent, that is also true. Wu Nan won't die, he is a pirate with immortality, I believe he must still be alive. Hearing Zoro say that Wu Nan was dead, Faye Nan, who was still quite afraid of him, forgot his fear and moved directly towards him. Zoro growled. Chapter 29 Odin. It turned out to be a rebellious kid who ran away from home, but the Odin here is really delicious. On a small boat with an Odin shop, Luffy and the others were eating the Odin on the plate in front of them with relish. Outside the cabin, the Mary was tethered to the boat to keep it from drifting away. What a rebellious brat, I want to be a man of younger brother Wu Nan. It's all your fault, Grandpa, for talking too much. Hearing Luffy calling himself a rebellious brat, Faye Nan immediately responded loudly. At the same time, he did not forget to complain to the owner of the Odin restaurant, his grandfather Iwazo. A little brat like you can't do anything except make trouble for your family. For the bear child, even if the other party is for that so-called dream, Luffy will teach him a lesson. Damn it, I still want you to take me to find Wu Nan. Humph! You don't need to bring me, I'll find it myself," said Fei Nan, angrily prepared to leave his grandfather's boat. "Good guy, let me take you with me, or is it good for me?" Luffy was a little speechless, and sure enough, bear children are annoying everywhere. "Uncle, if I guessed correctly, you should know the pirate named Wu Nan, right?" In general, even if Luffy hasn't seen the theatrical version in this kind of plot, he can probably guess the relationship between the characters in it. After hearing the question that Luffy asked his grandfather, Fei Nan, who was about to rush out the door, immediately stopped and looked at Iwazo, who was still cooking oden, in disbelief. Iwakura was silent for a while, but the action of making oden in his hand did not stop. Finally, under the watchful eyes of Luffy and Fei Nan, Iwakura slowly spoke about his childhood. The plot is very old-fashioned. Two people who were originally close to each other are going to part ways because of different ideas. Therefore, the two fought on the edge of the cliff, but during the fight, the two fell off the cliff at the same time. When the two were hung on a cliff branch, because the life-saving banner could not bear the weight of the two, Iwazo let go of Wu Nan's hand and prepared to sacrifice himself in order to let Wu Nan live. However, it can be said that it was good luck that Yanzo was rescued by a passing ship, and while Yanzo was in a coma, Wu Nan embarked on a sailing journey alone. "Why? Why did you never tell me this before, Grandpa?" After listening to the story of Yan Zhang and Wu Nan when he was a child, Fei Nan couldn't help roaring loudly. The person he has been looking for is actually a good friend of the person closest to him. However, knowing that he always wanted to find Wu Nan, his grandfather never told him what he knew. "So what if I tell you, will you give up looking for Wu Nan after telling you?" Iwakura didn't say anything. This was Luffy asking Fei Nan. "But uncle, do you know where Wu Nan's treasure is hidden? Maybe if you find this place, many questions will be answered." Ignoring Nami, whose eyes lit up when he heard the treasure next to him, it was such a serious occasion. Did they really reveal their true nature after staying together for a long time? Originally, according to Fei Nan, the previous captain of the pirate group, Golden Dragon, had already obtained the map of the treasure. But now that everyone has sunk to the bottom of the sea, Luffy can only directly ask Yanzo, who is Wu Nan's good friend. Also, if he's still alive, maybe he'll be able to see him where he hides the treasure. If he wants to come here now, he'll definitely be willing to sit down and taste the oden I made. Iwakura did not refuse, but agreed with a slight sigh. And Fei Nan, who had been standing beside the boat, also quieted down and had no plans to leave. "In that case, let's go. By the way, uncle, how much does the oden we eat cost?" After eating the last bite of oden, Luffy looked at Nami and the others, and found that they had already finished eating, so he was ready to pay and set off. It's impossible to eat the overlord's meal. With Nami around, you don't have to worry about money, and with Nami's character, he won't take advantage of ordinary civilians. "Forget the money, if I can save Hiro from the pirates, I'll take it as my thanks to you." Hearing Luffy's words, Iwakura waved his hand. And Nami, who was about to take Bailey, also stopped, and then Luffy seemed to see Nami sighing slightly, simply. "Wu Nan has always liked to hide treasures on the highest cliffs. If I guessed correctly, the treasures should be located there on the cliffs." With Yan Zhang, a person familiar with Wu Nan leading the way, the group did not walk long before arriving at their destination. After arriving at the island, Iwazaka pointed to the circular cliff in the distance. Luffy and the others did not pause, and continued to move towards the cliff pointed to by Iwazo. There was no road leading directly to the top of the cliff, and they could only be climbed up. The group was led by Luffy, followed by Nami, Usopp and Iwakura, and at the end, Zoro pulled Hiro. "It's so high, this cliff." Before climbing to the top of the cliff, a strong wind was already blowing around. Usopp put on his goggles, and everyone had to slow down. After finding a cave and resting for a while, several people finally climbed the cliff. In the center of the cliff, there is indeed a self-made wooden house standing there. Fei Nan, who had been quite excited since he came to this island, rushed to the house first. However, when everyone opened the door, there was nothing but a fireplace. Zoro skillfully pushed open the fireplace, and a passage leading to the ground appeared in the original position of the fireplace. "You're too skilled, aren't you?" Luffy cast an admiring look at Zoro's first discovery of the secret passage. "This house is just such a thing, isn't it strange that there are no roads here?" Zoro answered as a matter of course. "Going all the way down, I finally found the last room, but this time it was Nami who couldn't help it first, and regardless of whether there was any danger, he pushed the door and entered directly. But what? The expected gold and silver treasure did not appear. In the entire dark room, only a skeleton wearing a pirate captain's costume sat on a chair in the middle of the room. This is Wu Nan. Looking at the skeleton, even if you don't have to guess, you can know that this skeleton cannot belong to someone else. How is it possible? Wu Nan won't die, you lied, this is not Wu Nan at all. And Fei Nan, who had been in a state of excitement, finally couldn't help roaring loudly after seeing the skeleton, tears streaming down his face. "Can't stop falling." Iwazo stopped for a long time, took off the odin that was tied to the top of his head, walked slowly to the skeleton, and poured the odin in the pot in front of the skeleton without saying a word. "Look, there seems to be a lot of writing on the walls around here." Unlike Nami, who was lost because there was no treasure, Usopp, looking around, found writing that covered the walls. "That's right, this is Wu Nan's handwriting." Iwazo put down the pot and looked at Wu Nan's message on the wall. Asterisk. Chapter 30 Sea Restaurant. "Nami, how long does it take to get to the restaurant on the sea?" After saying goodbye to Iwazo grandparents, the four of Luffy set off again towards the original route. Maybe 3 days, maybe 2 days." Nami replied weakly. Since he left Wu Nan's house 3 days ago, he has been depressed, and his long orange hair, which was originally bright, now looks a little dull. "I said, the treasure hunt has to be prepared to return empty-handed? And hasn't the Golden Dragon's treasure been picked up by us? Is it necessary to be depressed for so many days?" Luffy looked helplessly at Nami's listless look. "That's right, because according to the suicide note left by Wu Nan returned all his treasures to those who were robbed by him before he died, and the house where Wu Nan died did not have any treasure. And his suicide note is also mainly about Iwakura, and those writings show that it was in the last moments of his life. He realized that the idea of rock treasure was the treasure he really wanted to pursue, and the process of his voyage was exactly the treasure he wanted. And, as far as I know, there's a huge amount of gold somewhere on the Grand Line, and if you're so depressed, when are we going to find that gold? Will it be the first to get there?" Ordinary persuasion is obviously useless, and Luffy can only prescribe the right medicine and tell the gold that exists in Sky Island, but he does not specify it. "Hey? Really? You really didn't lie to me? Where is the gold?" As if a switch had been flipped somewhere, and hearing Luffy mention gold, Nami, who was still depressed, immediately lit up, grabbing Luffy's collar and shaking it constantly. "Hey, Luffy, you didn't lie to him to cheer her up, did you?" Zoro is obviously skeptical about Luffy's words. Everyone was born in East Blue and has never walked out of East Blue. How can you know so much? "That's right, Luffy, Nami's depression will pass in a few days, but if you lie to her, your future meals and pocket money will probably be gone." Usopp on the side obviously didn't believe it either, he thought Luffy was more bragging than him. "Luffy, you shouldn't lie to me, right?" After Zoro and Usopp expressed their disbelief, Nami's spirits began to slump again. With tears in his eyes, his hands clasped in front of his chest, he looked at Luffy so beautifully that Luffy couldn't refuse. "You must have heard the story of the big talker Rolando?" All I can say is that Rolando is not a liar. Not much to say, Luffy thinks it's enough to say so much, and the rest will be discussed when they actually get to Sky Island. Rolando? You mean the Golden Land really exists? After hearing Luffy say that Rolando was not a liar, several people who knew about Rolando's story immediately became interested. And the most important thing in this story is, of course, the Golden Land where Rolando died. Hearing the news that Luffy actually had the Golden Land, Nami's spirit that was about to go down again immediately reversed 180 degrees. Those watery eyes completely turned into Bailey's shape, and they looked straight at Luffy like that. So if you want to get the gold early, you have to cheer up, or someone else might take it away later. Luffy didn't explain much, glanced at Nami with his arms crossed, and then didn't say a word regardless of Nami's pleas. Okay, let's speed up right away, Usopp, Zoro, go paddle. Nami, who was completely aroused by the Golden Country, immediately gave orders to the two who were sitting on the side resting. Don't go too far, you woman. The two who were called by Nami immediately turned into sharp teeth and roared at Nami. Okay, let's go to the Grand Line. Nami ignored the roars of the two and shouted aggressively with his back turned. And just like that, the Mary moved fast under the command of the rejuvenated Nami. The sea restaurant Bharati, which originally took 3 days to arrive, was stunned to arrive in 2 days under the pressure of Nami. The price paid for this was that the 3 people, including Luffy, were almost exhausted. Looking at the boat that looked like a big fish in front of them, Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp finally breathed a sigh of relief. After stopping the Mary, Luffy dragged Nami, who wanted to continue sailing, to get off the ship. Zoro and Usopp followed, and just like that, the 4 entered a restaurant called Bharati. As soon as Luffy and the others stepped into the restaurant, a figure in a suit twisted over in a weird posture. Oh, beautiful lady, it must be love that made us meet here. Could you please show me your face and have lunch with me? With yellow hair, curly eyebrows, a black suit, and the image of love in his eyes when he sees beautiful women, it's Sanji. At this moment, Luffy was a little hesitant about whether it was time to invite Sanji to the boat. Isn't this bringing a wolf into the house? Just when Luffy was tangled, a white arm crossed Luffy's arm and hugged Luffy, and at the same time, a soft spot touched the outside of Luffy's arm. Ah, I'm really sorry, I've already been invited. Nami, who hugged Luffy's arm tightly, turned a blind eye to Sanji's outstretched hand, smiled slightly, and refused without hesitation. I have a partner, so I'm really sorry. He bowed slightly to Nami, and then looked at Luffy, who was holding Nami's arm. Tisk, you are really lucky to be favored by such a beautiful lady. Luffy silently looked at Sanji, who had a completely different tone to himself, and deepened his hesitation again. Even if he were to be invited on board, he had to get rid of his character of being unable to walk when he saw a woman. In the original book, Sanji suffered a lot for this reason. Who is this guy? He suddenly appeared to stop us, is he the waiter in this restaurant? Maybe it was because the two were born to collide. Zoro, after walking into the restaurant, saw Sanji standing in front of Luffy and Nami, and taunted. Hey! You really dare to say it, you green algae head! I'm the second chef here, not a waiter, remember it for me. Sanji is also not afraid of Zoro at all. When he comes up, it's better to start with a nickname. As for whether he is a guest of the restaurant or not, Sanji doesn't care at all. Ha, who are you talking about with those curled eyebrows? Zoro, who was nicknamed, naturally responded. The two who had been together far away now even had their heads attached to each other. At this moment, Luffy felt that there was nothing wrong with inviting Sanji on board. After all, no matter how you look at it, he and Zoro have a different fate. Luffy stroked his chin habitually and muttered to himself. The two who were still bickering shivered in unison and looked around, as if there were some enemies around. Asterisk. Chapter 31 Iron Fist. Wow! The food in this restaurant is delicious. In the Barity restaurant, Luffy and the others were eating the food on the table with relish. It can only be said that it is a famous sea restaurant, and the taste is better than any food I have eaten before. It's really good. Zoro agreed with Usopp's exclamation. For him, it has always been a bounty hunter for a living. In East Blue, there is no pirate whose bounty is high enough to allow Zoro to spend a fancy restaurant. It is indeed the first time that I can taste the food of Barity at this time. Beautiful lady, this is dessert after dinner, please try it. Just when Luffy and the others were about to finish eating, Sanji placed a dessert that was obviously carefully prepared in front of Nami. Hey? But I didn't order dessert. Wouldn't there be an extra charge? Looking at the dessert in front of him, Nami didn't refuse immediately, but looked at Sanji with a somewhat pitiful expression. Of course it's free, miss, please feel free to taste it. Seeing Nami's expression, Sanji's body immediately twisted weirdly again, and his eyes turned into pink hearts again. Hey! Chef, what about ours? Zoro on the side looked at Sanji while picking his teeth. A dessert of 3 million Baileys, how about it, Clarella, do you need a serving for each of you? Hearing Zoro's words, Sanji, who was still twisted into a ball, immediately returned to normal, and spoke with a little provocation. You bloody curly eyebrows, cook! 3 million Baileys Zoro naturally can't come up with, and it's not necessary to have this dessert, just displeased with Sanji's obvious sexism. Come on, Luffy, have a bite of this dessert, it tastes really good. Nami scooped a spoonful of dessert and reached for Luffy with a little anticipation. Looking at the spoon in front of him that was clearly Nami's just used, Luffy bit it while Sanji's eyes were about to spit fire. I'm so envious, bastard, to be favored by such a beautiful young lady, damn it. Looking at Luffy's eyes closed and enjoying, Sanji couldn't bear it anymore, he could only reluctantly look at Nami's smile looking at Luffy, and left with a broken mouth. Hey, I said you two don't go too far. Watching Luffy and Nami, who were left alone, eating desserts one by one, even Zoro couldn't take it anymore. What? Zoro wants dessert too? Okay, I'll lend you Bailey, order it yourself, but you'll have to pay it back 3 times later. Hearing Zoro's resentment, Nami glanced at Zoro, and scooped the last bite of dessert into Luffy's mouth under his angry gaze. 3 times? Nami, are you the devil? Usopp, who was resting while rubbing his bulging stomach, looked like he was full, and his eyes bulged out of shock when he heard what Nami said to Zoro. Just when a few people were sitting at the table to rest after eating, there was a sudden noise outside the restaurant. Then, a man in a striped suit walked in, arm-armed by a richly dressed lady. After seeing the man come in, the guests who were eating quietly started to discuss each other, apparently they all knew the man. From the surrounding discussions, Luffy also learned the identity of this man. Captain Naval Headquarters, Iron Fist Finbooty. For this man who calls himself Iron Fist, Luffy doesn't know whether to say he is arrogant or has a dream. I don't know if Garp knows such a person, but with his character, he probably wouldn't care if he knew it. What follows is a farce like the original. That Captain Marine played a defeat and got a C. With a loud scuffle, Captain Marine's dining table was split in 2 and smashed into 2 halves. By the way, is the plot so inertial? What about the bounty hunter brothers in the original book? For the farce in front of him, Luffy just watched quietly, but at the same time he was thinking about the plot. It stands to reason that he should have advanced a lot of time, but he didn't expect to encounter this same plot as the original, and Luffy didn't know whether it was good or bad. I didn't expect that the color cook was quite capable of fighting. Zoro put one hand on the back of the chair and watched with interest as Sanji grabbed the marine by the neck and lifted him up. It was Usopp, who was sitting in a chair with a serious face. But looking at his slightly trembling legs under the table, he didn't know what he was afraid of. But is this restaurant really okay? Beating Marine like that? On the other hand, Nami was a little puzzled by Sanji's behavior. Wouldn't this really bring trouble to the restaurant? Luffy was non-committal. Although he was captain naval headquarters, really speaking, the captain of the headquarters was equivalent to a miscellaneous soldier, right? Not to mention whether Marine has the free time to take care of this, even Finbudi himself, I guess he didn't have the face to report that he was beaten by a restaurant chef, right? Although that's how he threatened Sanji. Finbudi, who was thrown to the ground by Sanji, got up and was about to say something. At this time, another sailor ran in outside. Seeing his hurried look, it was obvious that something urgent had happened. Go on. Captain, it's not good, the fighter of the Creek pirates we caught 2 days ago has escaped. What did you say? Finbudi, who originally wanted to threaten Sanji for a few words, no longer had the idea of finding his way back. The escape of the captured pirates was not a trivial matter. Do you know where he escaped to? Hee hee. Boom. Before the sea soldier's words were finished, there was a gunshot from the door behind the sea soldier. Then, the sailor, who was just panting, stiffened, blood gushing out from his chest, dyeing Marine's uniform red, and then his body fell violently. After the navy fell, the restaurant, which had been quiet because of Sanji's violence, suddenly heard various screams. At this time, at the door of the restaurant, the figure with the gun shooting suddenly fell to the ground. Food, give me food. The weak voice didn't look like he had just shot and killed. Luffy, should we go? Usopp, who was still pretending to be calm, after seeing someone shoot Marine, his timid nature was revealed, and he began to urge Luffy. Nami on the side also covered her mouth with her hand. There was shock in the bright eyes, obviously not expecting someone to shoot Marine here. I said, Usopp, if you don't change your timidity, how can you become a brave sea warrior? Glancing at Usopp, Luffy had no intention of getting up. Who said I was scared? I just got a disease that would kill me if I didn't return to the Mary. Chapter 32 Gambling. You actually give food to such a person? Should you say you are a good cook or stupid? On the deck behind Bharati, Zoro looked at the people who were gobbling down fried rice, and said sarcastically to the people who were smoking beside him. Hey, this is the back chef of the restaurant, why are you guys coming here? Ignoring Zoro's sarcasm, Sanji just said irrelevant words. It's just that Sanji's ecstatic eyes staring at the sky made Zoro lose the idea of continuing to mock. Although you may not be able to see others starve to death for some reason, have you ever thought that because of your actions, there may be consequences that you can't bear? Zoro didn't continue talking, but Luffy wasn't the Luffy he used to be, so he had to say something. Some things, you can't make others feel grateful without empathy. Although a Jin in front of him may be a person who repays his gratitude. But also because of his gratitude, he attracted the Crick pirates who didn't know what to be grateful for. Even so, let's wait until he's full. If he wants to fight or make trouble, I'll accompany him at any time. Luffy's words didn't change Sanji's mind at all. Thanks to Ajin's tears, Sanji shoved all his plates and spoons into the sea. In that case, why don't we make a bet? Luffy felt that if he wanted to recruit companions in the future, he would have to bet with them. Oh? What bet? Although I don't feel that my actions need the approval of others, if I can get the other party to agree, then this bet is worth betting with the other party. Seeing Sanji agree, Luffy's mouth twitched into a smile. And Zoro Nami Usopp, who heard that the two were going to bet, also looked at Luffy and Sanji curiously for a while. But the eyes of the three were mainly focused on Luffy's face. Especially Zoro, when Luffy also offered the terms of the fight. But because of Monka, the gambling fight between the two did not materialize. Facing death, Zoro chose to join Luffy out of ambition. So what kind of bet will Luffy make with Sanji this time? My ship is currently missing a chef. The food you cook is very good in both taste and nutritional value, and this bet is that I hope you will join us. Although he doesn't know how to cook, Luffy, who helped out at Makina's bar since childhood, was also taught by Makina, and naturally knows a little about the nutritional combination of food. And with the plot of the original Kabuto at the end, Luffy naturally wouldn't doubt Sanji's level as a chef. Thinking of Makina, the gentle smile flashed across Luffy's mind, but quickly suppressed it. I can't go back yet. Sure enough, you still didn't mention what would happen if you lost? Zoro nodded secretly, although he still didn't know what to bet, but the bet Luffy had already said. Just like the bet I made with myself before, I still don't think he will lose. Your condition. Not expecting that Luffy would actually want to board his boat, Sanji immediately wanted to refuse. Hearing Sanji's intention to refuse, Luffy interrupted him directly. Don't rush to refuse, why don't you listen to the content of the bet? Sanji didn't speak, just stared into Luffy's eyes. He seemed to want to see something in those determined eyes. You gave that Ajin a meal today, and we'll bet that Ajin will bring his captain to snatch Baratie. Without waiting for Sanji to say anything, Luffy continued. If you think this bet is not good for you, after all, the other party is also a pirate, then I can add a little more and bet on whether you Baratie can stop the group of pirates. Did you underestimate us because we are chefs? Without answering Luffy directly, Sanji felt that Luffy underestimated Baratie. Underestimate? If you think it's underestimation, then it's okay to underestimate it. How about you, do you want to make this bet with me? Luffy didn't explain much. Looking at Sanji smoking a cigarette, Luffy was not in a hurry and patiently waited for the other party's answer. I promise you your bet for Sanji. Just as Sanji was silent, a breathless voice sounded from behind the closed door behind Sanji. The corners of Luffy's mouth twitched slightly, not so much that this bet was a bet with Sanji, but rather that it was a bet between Luffy and Zap. Just now, Luffy had spotted Zap who had been standing behind the door. And the second half of this bet was also deliberately proposed after sensing Zap. The purpose is just to let Zap know that he and others have the strength to enter the Grand Line. Hey, stinky old man, do you just want to drive me away? Facing Zap who suddenly came out of the door, Sanji didn't panic that he was caught, but just cursed at Zap in a flat tone. Whoa! The sudden appearance of Zap didn't startle Sanji, but Usopp startled. Then he yelled again after seeing the other's wooden right foot. Zap ignored Sanji and focused his gaze on Luffy in front of Sanji. Boy, it's best if you can take this guy away, but do you have the strength to enter the Great Route? Jep's eyes were sharp, staring at Luffy without blinking, as if he wanted to see Luffy completely. It's not just about being the strongest. Since Sanji let the man named Ajin go, we'll just have to wait and see. After all, if you lose, I will naturally help my partner. Then you will know if I have this strength. Luffy also responded to Zap's question without fear. Hey, you two, don't ignore my existence. It's up to me to promise to get on your boat. What's the matter with this stinky old man? Seeing the two ignoring him and directly finalizing the bet, Sanji finally couldn't bear it any longer and yelled at the two of them. Zap ignored Sanji's roar, turned around and left after hearing Luffy's answer. And Luffy also turned around, looking at the endless blue sea with some kind of anticipation. Nami, who had been staring at Luffy from the beginning, saw that Luffy ignored Sanji and turned his gaze into the distance, with a strange color in his eyes, and he couldn't help but walk up. What's the matter, Luffy? It was the first time Nami had seen such a Luffy. This look is full of anticipation and seems to be full of fighting intent. It made Nami feel that Luffy at this time seemed so far away. Shaking his head slightly, Luffy didn't answer Nami, just glanced at Zoro slightly. Now that the Creek pirates are here, Hawkeye, you should be there too, right? Asterisk. Chapter 33 Crick appears. Without making Luffy and the others wait too long, the day after Ajin left, he came back with a man wrapped in heavy armor and bandaged on his head. However, the man who was being supported by a jinn was completely weak at this time, and his body was almost completely supported by a jinn before he could barely stand. At this time, he was begging the chef of the restaurant with a weak face, hoping that someone would give him a bite to eat. He even pushed away a jinn, who was supporting him, and knelt down on the ground. There are still many guests around, but most of them are in a state of fright. This person is... It can't be wrong, it's the one. It's the admiral of the Crick pirates, the leader of the 5,000-man fleet, Crick. Is it really him? But how did he become like this? Constant muttering came from the mouths of the guests around. The man who was kneeling on the ground did not show any anger, and still begged the restaurant chefs, including Sanji, over and over again. Luffy looked at Sanji, who was standing among the cooks. I want to see if he will serve up fried rice to fill Crick's stomach after accepting the bet. Oh, do you want to eat? So do you have any money to pay the bill? A certain big chef among the cooks was not afraid of Crick's name at all, and was rubbing his hands together to ask Crick. By the way, your subordinate was kicked out by me yesterday because he had no money to eat. It can be said that this person is also blinded by money. Thinking of this, Luffy glanced at Nami without a trace. As if feeling some kind of malice, Nami looked towards Luffy. Her gut told her that Luffy was thinking something bad. Feeling Nami's silent question, Luffy turned his gaze towards Sanji without changing his face. And seeming to feel Luffy's sight, Sanji first glanced at Luffy, and then walked towards the kitchen amid the dissuasion of the surrounding chefs. Luffy shook his head, all he could say was that character was like that. Even if it can be changed, it is not a sentence or two that can be effective. Maybe only the deep pain will make people feel remorse? Before long, Sanji came out of the kitchen with a plate of steaming fried rice. He brought the fried rice in front of Crick, who was kneeling on the ground. Eat it, it's hard to feel hungry. Looking at Crick, who took the plate and devoured it, Sanji didn't leave, just lit a cigarette beside him and started smoking. But Sanji's leisure didn't last long. As Crick ate all the fried rice on the plate, before everyone could react, he directly hit Sanji in the stomach with his elbow wrapped in heavy armor. Sanji was directly hit by this sudden attack, and the cigarette in his mouth spewed out from the blow. Then he flew out with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, completely smashing the tables and chairs along the way. Since you're full, it's time to get down to business. I think this restaurant is very good. The appearance is disguised as a restaurant. After approaching the enemy, it will suddenly attack. No one would have thought that the restaurant would be full of pirates, right? Prepare me food for 100 people and get out. I want this boat, and I won't kill you because of your kindness for giving me this meal. Crick, who had regained his strength, changed his humbly and pleading appearance just now, and was completely bossy and violent. Leader Crick, you promised me that I wouldn't do anything to this restaurant before I brought you here, you. Akin, who was on the side, obviously did not expect Crick to go back on his word, and was about to pull Crick to plead. Yet, haven't I promised not to kill them? Crick replied as a matter of course. It has to be said that if he has enough strength, such behavior can indeed be called a hero. But nothing is if, at least in Luffy's eyes, his current behavior is as ridiculous as a clown. It can only be said that the frog at the bottom of the well also has the benefits of the frog at the bottom of the well. At least he can dream to his heart's content before realizing how vast the world is. But as a price, when the world tells him the truth, he needs to use his life to understand. It stands to reason that after seeing the power of Hawkeye, Crick should restrain himself a little. However, he ignorantly thought that the other party only ate devil fruit to make him lose from the Grand Line. As everyone knows, even if it is the power of devil fruit, it is not something they can compete with. Even some disasters caused by devil fruit's power are more terrifying than natural disasters. Cough, I won't allow you to take away this restaurant. Sanji stumbled up from the ground, covered his stomach with one hand, and looked at Crick stubbornly. I already owe smelly old man enough, and he must never let the other party take away the smelly old man's most cherished restaurant. I said, hurry up and prepare food for 100 people and leave immediately, or I will shoot. Saying that, Crick raised the firearm hidden under the heavy armor in his hand, and threatened the cooks who were still silent. Boom! A sack full of food was thrown in front of Crick. This is food for 100 people, how about taking him and leaving here? At some point, Zap had prepared the food that Crick needed. You're red-footed Zap. The first time he saw Zap, Crick recognized him. But after the initial panic, he seemed to remember something. I didn't expect that behind this restaurant is the red-footed Zap, but before you break your foot, I may still be afraid of you a little bit, but now, the right foot you are good at is gone, and you can play your strength. How many %? Whether my right foot is intact or not, at least I want to go back to East Blue, so what about you? If I'm not mistaken, you guys are the losers of the Grand Line, right? Zap seemed to ignore Crick at all, and didn't care if his words angered him. And after Zap finished saying those words, there was another noisy chatter from the guests around. East Blue's strongest pirate, the leader of a fleet of 5,000 people, Crick, actually retreated from the Grand Line. How terrible is the Grand Line? Humph, my subordinates, I have all the strengths. The reason why I returned it was because of lack of information. I heard that you, Jep, also came back from the Grand Line, so you must have a voyage diary about the Grand Line, and hand it over. I believe that as long as I have your voyage diary, I will be able to conquer the Grand Line called the Pirate Graveyard. It can only be said that ignorant people really dare to say anything. They have already seen the vastness of the world, but they are still immersed in the dreams they weave and refuse to come out. It seems that Hawkeye is not ruthless enough. Asterisk. Chapter 34 Eagle Eye. How are you thinking? I have made a generous decision to let you all live. After leaving with food, Crick came back with a giant ship. However, looking at the tattered appearance of the pirate ship, it is obvious that the formation after entering the Grand Line was not smooth. But this does not seem to affect Crick's blind confidence in himself. At this time, he was holding his chest with his hands, surrounded by many subordinates, and looked proudly at the group of chefs on Bharati. As for Luffy and others, he was completely ignored by him. Humph! Bharati can't be handed over to you. That's right, you underestimate our Bharati chef too. The chefs of the sea restaurant responded to Crick one by one. Meanwhile, the big cook seemed to be tinkering with something. Soon, two huge wooden boards spread out on both sides of the fish-shaped ship like fins, wrapping the whole ship inside, forming a wide square. Come on, if you bastards want to fight, we won't be afraid of you. After unfolding the fins, the big chef Patty took out a bazooka-like thing from nowhere and aimed it at the Creek pirates. It seems that you are not ready to leave, since this. Seeing that the cooks took out their weapons, Crick was about to command his subordinates to attack, and suddenly one of his subordinates seemed to have found something and immediately interrupted Crick's words, looking extremely flustered. Crick! Chief, then, that man is chasing after him. What? Damn it, I'm back in East Blue, isn't he going to let us go? Crick, who was interrupted by his subordinates, wanted to teach him a lesson, but after hearing the report from his younger brother, Crick immediately looked in the direction his younger brother pointed. There was also a cold sweat on that originally mighty face. The Crick pirates, which were still aggressive at first, had turned into a mess at this time. It seemed that he was very afraid of what was about to happen. And it is. Just as the Creek pirates were in disarray, an invisible attack ripped through the air and swept across the already crumbling pirate ship of the Creek pirates. The moment the attack hit, the huge ship was split in the middle as if it had been cut open. The hull, divided in two, was dumped on both sides, and the cuts were smooth and flat. And the pirates who were fleeing on the ship, those who were originally in the split of the ship were also divided into two by this attack like a split hull. For a while, the stump and the broken arm were scattered all over the deck. Then, as the dumped hull slid into the sea, the gushing blood splashed all over the pirate ship and dyed the sea water red. At this time, on the sea not far from the pirate ship, a small boat shaped like a coffin was slowly approaching. On that boat, a figure was slowly taking back a huge black knife and carrying it on its back again. The bloody scene didn't cause Luffy any discomfort. Even Nami is calm because he has seen the cruelty of the Murloc pirates, not to mention Zoro, who has been a bounty hunter all year round. Only Usopp, who has never seen such a scene because he has always lived in a stable village, was shaking his legs and covering his mouth with his hands. The feeling of nausea kept coming up, and then finally couldn't help running to the side, holding on to the railing and vomiting towards the sea. Luffy glanced at him and didn't see anything wrong. Usopp wants to grow up, and sooner or later such scenes will get used to it. How, after seeing the slash of the world's #1 swordsman, do you still have the courage to challenge? Not intending to console Usopp, Luffy just looked at Zoro aside. The eagle-eyed man, the world's #1 swordsman, is really strong. Without answering Luffy's question, Zoro just stared at the figure sitting with the knife on his back. The hand holding the handle of the knife unconsciously was trembling slightly at this time. Not out of fear. There was not the slightest fear in those eyes that gushed with majestic fighting intent. There is only one thing called ambition that is burning. Seemingly feeling the scorching hot gaze here, those eagle-like eyes looked towards Zoro. But after a short pause, he looked at Luffy who was standing next to Zoro. There was a hint of surprise in those sharp eyes, but it disappeared quickly, and turned to look thoughtfully at the straw hat on Luffy's head. How is this going? That man is... How is it possible? How could such a man appear in East Blue? It can't be wrong, it's him, right? That eagle-eyed man, the world's #1 swordsman. Anyone who has read the newspaper has basically seen this man more or less. Now that they have seen the real person, the chefs of the restaurants at sea are all showing their shocked expressions. No one would have imagined that they would be able to meet that legendary character in East Blue, the weakest place in the world. But apparently there are still a lot of people who don't read newspapers. Just like that Crick, he has absolutely no idea who Hawkeye is. Who the hell are you? We don't seem to provoke you, do we? Why are you chasing us? Clinging tightly to the hull that wasn't completely sunk, Crick finally couldn't help questioning the other side angrily. Just to pass the time. Hawkeye replied indifferently, with Erlang's legs crossed and his hands on his knees. Damn it, to destroy my fleet for such a reason, I will never spare you. Crick, who could not see the difference in strength at all, raised his flintlock gun and fired just a few bullets at Hawkeye. Maybe not wanting to waste time with Crick. Hawkeye didn't pull out his knife and bounce the bullet like in the original book, but his head was slightly tilted. The few bullets shot at him were dodged. The undiminished bullets shot into the sea behind Hawkeye, making a few pop sounds. Did it miss? For these people, it is obvious that they do not know the existence of observation haki, and they just think that Crick missed the shot. You are demon fruit power, whether it's the previous attack, or whether it's dodging my bullets now, ordinary people can't do such a thing. For things beyond his knowledge, Crick ultimately blames him on the unknown devil fruit's powers. It turned out to be devil fruit? No wonder it can destroy so many of our ships. If it is the power of the legendary devil fruit, then it's over. Hearing Crick's words, the pirates who were lucky enough to not have been attacked by the previous slash began to talk about it. As if it was devil fruit's power, they would be able to deal with it. I really don't know why someone like you is willing to follow you, the most powerful pirate group in East Blue? It seems that there are only the largest number of people. Asterisk. Chapter 35 War Book. Who are you guys? I've noticed you guys before, are you guys not from this restaurant? It can only be said that although Crick's strength is not very good, his mentality is indeed not comparable to ordinary people. Even being so taunted by Luffy, he didn't show any anger. It doesn't matter who I am, the important thing is that the weak should also leave the game, right? Although this is not in line with the content of the gambling contract, there are people on my side who can't help it. Seeing that Zoro had tied the turban and wanted to draw a knife at any time, Luffy didn't intend to continue dawdling. You actually call me weak? If I, the strongest pirate leader in East Blue, who command a fleet of 5,000 people, are weak, then what are you? It seems that there are already some signs of anger. Even if he can bear it again, being ridiculed continuously by unknown characters makes this self-righteous pirate leader angry. Little ones, climb on that boat for me and kill them all. I've already given them a chance. If you don't know how to cherish them, then go die. Oh! The pirates who were still alive responded and swam towards the fins that Barity spread out. Then Crick himself, at the same time, jumped towards the fins. How can you stop my men? Seeing that all the pirates and minions climbed up the fin square, the chefs who were standing also took on a fighting posture. Sanji-kun, maybe our bet is going to be void. Ignoring Crick's clamor, Luffy looked back at Sanji who was standing in front of the cooks. Why, are you afraid? Don't worry, these pirates, we will solve it ourselves. Although there was a hint of regret, Sanji didn't show it. No, we're just running out of patience. Luffy stretched out his right hand and lowered the straw hat, those eyes hidden in the shadow of the brim, just like Zoro's war. Buzz! His eyes condensed, and the silent fluctuations spread out around Luffy, and then quickly turned into a monstrous aura and swept out. In an instant, the world seemed to have lost its color, and there seemed to be only that proud figure wearing a straw hat left in the world. Pat! Pat! A series of falls to the ground sounded. Whether it was a pirate or a chef, everyone who couldn't bear the momentum rolled their eyes and fell down. Even the rest of the people who didn't fall down were trembling under this powerful wind and couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. This time the release of Conqueror's Haki, Luffy did not hold back the slightest, but went all out. In addition to avoiding Nami and Usopp, even Zoro is covered by Luffy Conqueror's Haki. If even his own Conqueror's Haki can't stand it, then Zoro doesn't need to challenge Hawkeye. This Haki is not to frighten the Creek pirates, but a challenge launched by the eagle-eyed face. Now this area is still awake, except for Hawkeye, who is completely unaffected. There are only Luffy and his party, Crick, Akin, Sanji, and Zap. And Crick and Akin, who were the first to bear the brunt, even if they did not faint, their eyes were sluggish at this time, and they were completely stunned. How is this going? I didn't understand the meaning of what Luffy said before. At this time, I saw the few people standing around, and I didn't understand what happened. Hey, Patty, what's wrong with you? Wake up! Seeing the big man beside him who had been arguing with him fell to the ground at this moment, Sanji raised him up anxiously, wanting to see what happened to him. Hey, what did you do to him? Seeing that he couldn't wake Patty, Sanji looked at Luffy, as if he wanted to question Luffy. It's just that I can't bear the momentum and passed out. I'll wake up after a while, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Jep next to him heard Sanji's roar, stopped him from moving forward, shook his head and explained. Although Zap didn't know about Conqueror's Haki, he had some vision. At least it can be seen that these people just fainted. You bastard, what have you done to them? Is this also Devil Fruit's ability? When Sanji spoke up, Crick also woke up. Looking at the surrounding subordinates who fell to the ground, he didn't understand at all, and once again attributed the situation to Devil Fruit. The cry of the weak. Hawkeye, who had been parked not far away, finally didn't want to listen to Crick's nonsense, and pulled out the black knife behind his back. With a wave of his hand, a cyan sword chi burst out, instantly splitting Crick, who was still standing, in two. I never imagined that in this little East Blue, there is still a young tyrant like you. It seems that my trip is not in vain. I will take your gauntlet. Without even looking at Crick, who was hacked to death by himself, Hawkeye pointed the black knife at Luffy, and his sharp eyes locked Luffy. Hey! Luffy! Zoro, who had been staring at Hawkeye, saw that Hawkeye's attention was completely on Luffy, but he felt that he was completely underestimated. Then, before that, can we let our swordsman see the vastness of the world? Your Excellency Hawkeye! Luffy has no comment on the idea that Zoro still wants to challenge after seeing the strength of Hawkeye. This is his own choice, and he has to bear the consequences for it. Sad weak, if he is really a swordsman, I can see the difference in strength between me and him without fighting. The reason why he dares to challenge like me is because of his persistence, or as you said, just because you don't understand the vastness of the world. That's for my ambitions and the promise I made with my friends. Not caring about Hawkeye's irony, Zoro just silently pulled out the 3 knives around his waist, posing the 3 knives style he was most familiar with. Hey, Zoro, don't be impulsive, you can't beat that guy. He can split such a big boat in half with a single knife. How can you be an opponent? Luffy, please persuade him. Usopp on the side was still in the weak stage after vomiting. At this time, seeing that Zoro was going to challenge the Hawkeye who could cut through the Creek pirates with 1 knife, he didn't care about his weakness, and quickly wanted to hold Zoro. Snapped! Nami put his hand on Usopp's shoulder just in time and pulled him. Glancing at Luffy, who was also full of fighting intent, he shook his head at Usopp. Luffy wouldn't say anything like that if blocking worked. Also, maybe Hawkeye's fight with Luffy will be more sinister than Zoro. But Nami knew he couldn't stop Luffy, and Usopp couldn't stop Zoro. The two of them could only pray in their hearts that Luffy and Zoro would not have an accident. Since you want to see the gap between you and me, come on, if you die because of this, your ambitions can only stop there. Hawkeye's figure flashed, and it had already appeared on Barity's fins. Asterisk. Chapter 36 Zoro vs Hawkeye. What do you mean? There should be a limit to looking down on people. Just when Zoro thought Hawkeye was finally going to fight himself, Hawkeye retracted the black knife that was originally aimed at Luffy, and took off the cross hanging on his chest. Opening the hood, there was a knife inside. For Hawkeye's underestimation, even if Zoro knew that the other party was stronger than him, he couldn't help but get angry at this time. I'm different from those idiots who will try their best to catch rabbits. Even if you are a famous swordsman from East Blue, and you have the request of this young tyrant, I don't think you can break through my knife, it's just that I don't have a smaller knife in my hand. For Zoro, Hawkeye really has no interest in fighting. Even if he has the courage to dare to challenge the strong. But courage does not equal ignorance. 3 swords, Ghost Slash. Zoro's figure rushed forward at a very high speed, his hands were crossed, and the 2 knives in his hands were held upright on both sides. In the face of Zoro's surging forward attack, Hawkeye just raised his knife forward. He looked at Zoro indifferently, and let him rush towards him with a ferocious sword. Just as Zoro was about to reach Hawkeye, the 2 knives that were originally crossed on both sides and the 3rd knife in his mouth slashed down. At this moment, Hawkeye, who had been standing still, suddenly stretched his right hand forward. The knife held in Hawkeye's hand also flashed a sharp cold light, stabbing straight towards Zoro who was about to arrive. Ding! A sound of gold and iron connected. Zoro's body, who was rushing forward, suddenly stopped, and the 3 swords that were about to be chopped were forced to stop on the left side of his chest. At this moment, the tip of the knife in Hawkeye's hand was precisely touching the intersection of Zoro's 3 knives. And that ding sound was made at the moment when the 3 knives and 1 dagger touched. How is this possible? Feeling the power coming from the tip of the knife, Zoro's proud power couldn't push it at all. Cold sweat began to seep from the forehead wrapped in Zoro's turban. Is there really such a long distance in this world? This is impossible. Zoro roared and pulled the 3 knives away, and began to swing wildly. What a violent sword technique! Although he was at ease, Hawkeye also felt the determination in Zoro's swordsmanship. However, even with all his strength, the three swords swung out could not break through the line of defense laid by the dazzling knife. For a time, there was only the sound of ding 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 dong swords colliding between the two. Boom! The fierce offensive was forced to stop by Hawkeye. However, Zoro, who was pushed away, did not stop, and after adjusting his posture, he rushed towards Hawkeye again. Tiger Hunt! With a loud shout, Zoro's figure rushed forward again. However, what greeted him this time was the knife that stabbed straight into the chest. Puff! The figures of the two stopped, and the eagle-eyed knife pierced straight into Zoro's chest. There was blood on the corner of Zoro's mouth, but he still didn't take a half step back, looking at Hawkeye with a smirk on the corner of his mouth. Zoro! After the two stopped, Nami and Usopp, who had seen the situation, finally couldn't help shouting loudly. Luffy grabbed the shoulders of the two of them and stared blankly at the scene where the battle had stopped. This is his own choice, even if he dies because of it, it is the consequence he should bear. Even though he said that, Luffy's body was still tense. If Hawkeye is planning to kill, Luffy will directly shoot. Zoro has Zoro's approach, but Luffy has his own ideas too. Watching him get killed, at least in Luffy's eyes, was stupid. If you lose, you can win back, but if you die, you have nothing left. You refuse to retire, but that doesn't mean I won't save. Even if you lose the motivation to move forward because of this, it is because your heart is not firm enough. That's Luffy's idea. If he was afraid of failure, Luffy would not choose to challenge Hawkeye at this time. Would you rather die than retreat? Looking at Zoro's refusal to step back even though his chest was pierced, even Hawkeye couldn't help but secretly praised him. If I step back here, then the oath and promise I have made so far, will be completely denied, and I will never have the face to come back here again. Resisting the pain in his chest, Zoro answered word by word. But your comrade doesn't think so. Clearly aware of Luffy's ready-to-go appearance, Hawkeye said to Zoro. Luffy has Luffy's responsibility, I have my way, he won't speak out to stop my decision, and I won't obstruct his actions. Good determination, then, I recognize you, report your name, and in exchange, I will use this world's strongest black knife to defeat you. He pulled out the knife stuck in Zoro's chest. Hawkeye put it back on the lid and put it on his neck. Then he took the huge black knife that he had carried on his back before the battle in his hand. Roronoa Zoro. Zoro replied, disregarding the injury of his body, and alternated the three knives in front of him again. Three swords, profound truth, 3,000 worlds. The two figures crossed again. It's just that this time it's no longer 3 daggers and a short dagger, but 3 daggers and a huge black dagger. Clang! The sound of the blade shattering sounded, except for the word Hideo biting in his mouth, the other two knives in Zoro's hand were directly broken into several pieces. Originally, there was only a stab wound across the chest that had been stabbed by the knife before, and the blood soon stained the white shirt red. So, is this the strength of the number one in the world? Zoro threw away the daggers in each of his hands. At the same time, he removed the word Hideo from his mouth and put it back into the scabbard. I lost. Zoro, who withdrew the word Hidei, opened his hands and faced Hawkeye directly. Doing what? Looking at Zoro with some puzzlement, although there were some vague guesses, Hawkeye still let him speak. The sword in the back is the shame of the swordsman. Blood dripped from Zoro's mouth, but a proud smile still drew out. Well said, I remember you, Roronoa Zoro, my name is Dracula my hawk, now that you have recognized the vastness of this world, then move on, I will always be in that position waiting for your arrival, you get stronger, Roronoa Zoro. Hawkeye didn't shoot immediately, but looked at Zoro with approval. Let's save this knife until you and I meet again. You don't want this knife to be blocked by others, do you? Next, watch my battle with the young tyrant carefully. In this way, you may be able to get to know the world faster. Usopp, Zoro will be yours. Looking at Zoro, who finally fell backwards after hearing Hawkeye's words, Luffy explained to Usopp, who couldn't bear it any longer. Asterisk. Chapter 37 Luffy vs Hawkeye. Watching silently as Usopp carried Zoro back to Luffy's side, Hawkeye didn't take back the black knife in his hand. Those sharp eagle eyes took a deep look at Zoro on Usopp's back, and then turned their attention to Luffy, who was still standing there. To be able to get the approval of that eagle eye, it seems that you are not a simple kid. Just when Usopp was carrying Zoro past Sanji and Zap, looking at Zoro who was still awake, Jep praised Zoro with some emotion. Why do you want to take that attack? If he did it directly, you might already be dead. Unlike Zap's admiration, Sanji didn't understand why Zoro was so persistent. Because of my ambitions, I will not allow myself to step back. Even if you lose your life because of it. Even if you lose your life because of it. It's stupid. Here, this is stab wound medicine, put it on him, don't die here. With a whisper, Sanji threw a bottle of ointment to Usopp. Sanji didn't speak anymore. Did he think he was stupid? Maybe a little bit, but more of it was his admiration for his willingness to die. Luffy. Looking at Luffy, who had been silent since just now, Nami was a little worried and wanted to say something. Obviously Zoro is already so strong, but he was beaten by the man called Hawkeye with a toy-like knife without any resistance. Even though he knew that Luffy might still have hidden strength, Nami still had a deep worry in his heart. Don't worry, Nami, I'll be fine. Seeing Nami's worried expression, Luffy patted her on the shoulder to comfort her, then took off the straw hat she was wearing on top of her head. Keep my hat for me. With that said, Luffy pressed the straw hat to Nami's beautiful long orange hair. Feeling the warmth of the straw hat on his head, Nami's heart seemed to calm down. Hey, do you want to be the same as that green algae head? Do you have to be chopped to death before giving up? Seeing that Luffy, who had taken off his straw hat, seemed to be preparing to fight the man named Hawkeye, Sanji only felt that this world seemed to be no longer the one he was familiar with. Why are there so many people who are not afraid of death all of a sudden? Although the bet is void, you can still consider whether you want to accept my invitation. Then, let's limit the battle to this one, and tell me the answer after the battle is over. Luffy said to Sanji without looking back. You guy. Sanji stared blankly at Luffy, who was walking towards Hawkeye, not knowing what to say for a while. I kept you waiting, Your Excellency Hawkeye. Luffy, who stood in front of Hawkeye, didn't shoot immediately. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a boring journey to pass the time. It's better to say that I can meet a tyrant like you in this East Blue, but it makes me happy. I didn't care about Luffy's previous actions, it would be better to say that Hawkeye also wanted to see what Luffy was like. That couldn't be better. After speaking, Luffy and Hawkeye stopped talking. A dignified atmosphere formed between the two, like the tranquility before the storm, which made the few people watching the battle from a distance feel suffocated. Just when the people watching the battle were about to be unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere between the two, Luffy, who was standing still, moved first. I saw Luffy flick his right hand and hit the air out of thin air. Then, on Luffy's right wrist, there seemed to be a tiny layer of bulge that began to creep along Luffy's right hand, swimming all over the body where the clothes could not see. Then, Luffy seemed to have just come out of the steamer, his skin turned slightly red, and steam visible to the naked eye continued to emanate from Luffy's body. Second gear, Fire Fist. Only a low voice could be heard, and Luffy's figure disappeared directly in place. The few people who were watching the game couldn't see how Luffy was moving. When they looked around, trying to find Luffy's figure, a roar grabbed their attention. I saw Luffy, who was still standing opposite Hawkeye, now appeared above the head where Hawkeye was originally. Luffy, who showed his figure, was making a fist in his right hand at this time, his entire arm was pitch black, and a fiery flame was burning on it. And in the place where Hawkeye stood, a huge pothole was formed. The wooden deck debris was flying, and the opening of the pothole was accompanied by the burning of flames. At this time, Hawkeye had already stood beside the pothole. A very skilled armament hacky. I didn't expect you to have trained hacky to this level before you even walked out of East Blue. Looking at Luffy's pitch-black right hand, he exclaimed again. Since you made a move, then take my sword too. Saying that, Hawkeye didn't do anything else, just the right hand holding the black knife trembled slightly. As the black knife swung, a cyan slash quickly shot towards Luffy. This level of slashing was no threat to Luffy. Even without the observation haki, dodging is not difficult. But watching the slash easily cut the deck open, Luffy knew that the battle between the two might soon be over. It's not that Luffy only has this degree. But the place where the two of them are located is not enough to support a high-intensity battle. Just after Luffy dodged the first slash, successive slashes kept swinging out of the black knife in Hawkeye's hand. Even so, for Luffy who opened observation haki, none of them could attack Luffy. Such a slash, such a speed. Can a human really do it? The battle between the two so far may have been easy for the two of them. But for the few people who watched the battle, it seemed that the worldview had been refreshed. The rapid slashes that cut the deck apart easily. The figure that was swiftly dodging between the slashes. It seems that they are out of tune with this world, making several people stunned. Even observation haki is so skilled, it's really hard to imagine how you are practicing in East Blue, the weakest sea. Hawkeye has not stopped admiring Luffy since the fight began. Even if he only used a few points of strength, it is obvious that he did not use all his strength to see the other party's ease. Towards the peacock. Said to be facing the peacock, it was nothing more than using the fire fist gun with both hands, and then continuously punching in combination with the attack method of the machine gun. However, Luffy, who was already extremely fast, went even further with the blessing of the second gear. The punched fist shrank quickly, and then continued to swipe. Because of the speed, it was as if Luffy was not attacking with his fists, but threw fiery balls of fire. Countless fireballs completely covered the eagle eye on the deck. Attack and defense completely depend on the strength of observation haki on both sides. But obviously Luffy with full speed in second gear failed to attack Hawkeye, which also proves that the current Luffy observation haki is not as good as Hawkeye. Asterisk. Chapter 38 Three Swords. As Luffy's fire fists were all dodged, the fire fists that hit all hit Baraty's fin deck. The texture of the deck couldn't resist the impact of Luffy's fire fist. With every punch, a large pothole will be smashed, bringing up swirling sawdust. And as the machine gun-like fire fists continued to pour out and Hawkeye kept dodging and moving, the half-deck where Luffy and Hawkeye were located was completely destroyed. As their bodies flickered, they both stopped on the other half of the deck at the same time. Looking at the burning deck wreckage, Zep, Sanji, and Zoro were completely speechless. And Usopp has been mumbling in his mouth how awesome. Only Nami, although Luffy has not been injured so far, and has basically maintained an offensive posture, but Nami's worries have not diminished. It's not going to end like this. This deck can't support our battle at all. Luffy looked around at the messy deck on the other side, which had been destroyed by the two of them, and said involuntarily, "How, are you going to stop here?" Hearing Luffy's words, Hawkeye also looked around, but he didn't care at all, just asked Luffy if he wanted to continue. "If you stop here, isn't the purpose of my challenge to you completely in vain?" Luffy answered without hesitation, "But it would be a waste of time to continue like this." "Oh? What are you going to do then?" Hawkeye was not surprised by Luffy's persistence. For people like Luffy, he would not give up something easily. "The next attack you send, I won't dodge it anymore." Luffy looked at Hawkeye seriously. If he just avoided it, he would not make any progress. Even observation haki wouldn't make much progress against such an attack. But resisting the attack is different. Not only need to use observation haki to judge the strength and direction of the attack, but also use armament haki to resist. Once he makes a mistake in some way, Luffy is likely to be seriously injured or even killed by Hawkeye. Interesting. Since you want to test your limits, why don't I accompany you to practice? I haven't seen anyone interested in me for a long time. I didn't expect this trip to East Blue, but I met once. 2. Interesting, very interesting. Hearing Luffy's words, Hawkeye agreed without hesitation. Even without the relationship of Shanks, Hawkeye decided to meet Luffy's request once. As early as when I saw Luffy, as an old friend and rival of the red-haired Shanks, I discovered the straw hat on Luffy's head. Coupled with the boy he had talked about when he met Shanks before, Hawkeye immediately recognized that Luffy was the boy Shanks was talking about. Seeing that the old friend's favored person was so good, Hawkeye glanced at Zoro, who was looking at the two in shock, and suddenly had the idea of accepting an apprentice. But at the moment when this idea appeared, Hawkeye snuffed it out. What Zoro lacks now is not the professor's master, but the real battle with strong opponents. And letting him stay by Luffy's side and constantly challenge powerful enemies is what he needs most at this stage. If that's the case, then you have to pay attention. Having said that, Hawkeye's original posture of holding a knife with one hand was changed to holding a knife with both hands. After seeing the dark armament haki appearing in Luffy's hands again, he slashed with black knives without hesitation. The staggered slashes are more solid and faster than the slashes from the previous casual slashes. And watching the two fight again from a distance, and Hawkeye changed from holding a knife in one hand to holding a knife in both hands, Nami's already worried heart raised his throat again. Even if you don't know swordsmanship, you know that the strength of two hands is definitely stronger than that of one hand. Faced with a slash that was much stronger than before, Luffy's expression remained unchanged. All the armament haki, which was originally covered in the hands in case of emergency, flowed to the right hand, making the right haki stronger. Then his right hand slammed out. The invisible air was suddenly pushed out by the fist in the second gear of this blow, hitting the slashes like an air cannon. The air cannon and the slash collided in the air, and the airflow generated suddenly spread. The formed gust of wind swept away towards the surroundings, and finally, the attacks on both sides were eliminated at the same time. The moment the air cannon and slash disappeared, the eagle-eyed black knife slashed again. A more solid slash came straight at Luffy. There was only one slash this time, but it felt more dangerous to Luffy than all the previous slashes combined. Fortunately, the strength of the slash is still within the perception range of Luffy observation haki. But this seems to be the strongest attack that Luffy can call armament haki so far. If Luffy's haki can't break through, then Hawkeye's next attack, Luffy, may not be able to resist. Third gear, Zixyong. There was no time to think about anything else. Luffy's right hand suddenly clenched, and the normal right hand suddenly swelled in a circle. But it was only a little bigger than before, and it didn't turn into a giant arm like the third gear in the original book. The swollen right hand clenched a fist and slammed, forming an air cannon that was more powerful than before. The air cannon, which was like a transparent beam of light, shot directly at the huge slash that came fast. More vast waves erupted from where the attacks on both sides collided. Centering on the place where the two attacks collided, the wooden deck was completely shattered after just holding on for a moment, and spread out like radiation. Although the farther from the center, the lower the attack, the wooden deck is still fully lifted. The stalemate between the two attacks did not last long before dissipating together. But the damage caused this time has left the only remaining half of the deck with only two people's footholds still intact. The next is the final attack, but don't die. Hawkeye looked at Luffy expectantly while squatting slightly. Hold the black knife yes handle in both hands, point the black knife diagonally behind the head, and charge slightly. Armament haki flows towards the black knife through Hawkeye's pitch-black hands. Looking at Hawkeye's slashing power, Zoro, Sanji and the others opened their eyes wide and stared at Hawkeye motionless. Only Nami, his hands were clenched tightly, his knuckles were white, his teeth were biting his lower lip forcefully, and a strand of blood flowed from the corner of the bitten lip. Nami didn't notice it at all, her teary eyes flushed slightly, and she stared at Luffy's standing figure in the distance. At the moment Haki covered the entire black blade, Hawkeye's hands slammed violently. The black knife slashed out from top to bottom, and the pitch-black slash flew out swiftly. Seeing that the dark slash that did not dissipate swiftly flew, but did not cause any damage to the surrounding deck, Luffy's first reaction was to dodge to the side. Intuition tells me that this slash is not something I can resist now. But there is another voice telling him that once he can slash this slash, his haki will get a qualitative improvement. Asterisk. Chapter 39. The pitch-black slash was getting closer. At this time, Luffy seemed to be completely unconscious, his eyes were closed, and he stayed in place as if waiting to die. Not far away, Nami couldn't hold back anymore, tears kept falling from his cheeks, his hands covered his mouth, and his eyes stared at the motionless Luffy. Luffy! Zoro, who was resting on the board, couldn't help struggling to get up. Road Luffy! Usopp, who was already shivering by the attack of the two, was even more alarmed when the last attack was about to hit Luffy. Meanwhile, Sanji and Jep on the side were also nervously looking at Luffy with their eyes closed. Boy, don't die! The slashing eagle eye that he swung knows better than anyone else, and at the current level of Luffy haki, he can't take it. But if you rely on observation haki to avoid it is not difficult. But looking at Luffy's appearance at this time, it is obvious that he has no intention of relying on observation haki to escape. Hawkeye could see that he wanted to use the pressure of this slash to break through his haki, so as to defend the slash he swung head-on. Although it's a little risky, once you succeed, your name will soon be known in this vast sea. At this time, Hawkeye is also quite looking forward to it, this sea has been calm for too long. At this time, Luffy was sweating on his forehead as the slash was getting closer and closer. The threat of death is getting closer and closer, and if you don't act again, you will really have to explain it here. Finally, when the slash was about to reach Luffy, Luffy clenched his right fist again. Compared with the original book, the expansion is limited, but the power is more powerful. Luffy covered all armament haki on his right hand, and punched the slash in front of him. The moment the fist hit the slash, Luffy felt as if his right hand was cut open. If you can only do this, this feeling will soon become a reality. Drink! Luffy clenched his teeth tightly, and red lightning radiated out from the collision of the fist and the slash. The strong energy generated by the collision shattered all the decks raised around. Even though Luffy's right fist was protected by armament haki, wounds started to appear under the slashing edge. Can't go on like this. Luffy gritted his teeth and continued to squeeze his own haki, while thinking about the flow of haki who had been out of touch before. At this point in this desperate situation, Luffy seemed to have caught one of the keys. It was at this moment that Luffy's dying haki seemed to have a new addition. The jet black armament haki originally covered on the right fist seems to have a flowing sakura pink film on the periphery. After seeing the change of haki on Luffy's right hand, Hawkeye's originally slightly dignified face also revealed a smile at this time. It's amazing to actually be able to complete haki's transformation under such circumstances. In this way, his own slashes were no threat to Luffy at all. The fact is also true, under the blessing of the new haki, the black slash that was originally solid was also shattered in an instant. The red lightning generated by the fierce collision of the two hakis also disappeared after a few flashes. Luffy took a breath, and before he could wipe the sweat from his forehead, a figure threw himself into his arms. Nami! Feeling the trembling body in his arms, Luffy didn't know how to comfort him for a while, so he could only gently stroke the long orange hair on the other's back. Idiot! Why take such a risk, you are already very strong. Nami didn't let go of the hand holding Luffy, didn't even lift his head, just sobbed softly against Luffy's chest, and the flowing tears completely stained the clothes on Luffy's chest. Luffy patted Nami's back lightly, not knowing how to answer, just kept silent. Maybe crying enough, Nami pulled away from Luffy's arms. He raised his head and took a deep look at Luffy, then took off the straw hat that Luffy had been wearing on her head and handed it to Luffy. "The straw hat is back to you, don't take such a risk next time." After speaking, Nami left without looking back. Instead of returning to the Barity restaurant, he walked directly to the Mary. Luffy silently watched her board the Mary, until she walked into her own room on the Mary. Luffy looked at the opposite Hawkeye again. "Thank you, Your Excellency Hawkeye, for your success this time." Luffy sincerely thanked him. "You don't need to thank you. You got it all by yourself. If you can't take the last slash, it will really take your life. This is the truth." Although Hawkeye's original intention is not to kill himself, if he can't break through, he will indeed die under that slash. But this is also your choice. If you don't seek a breakthrough yourself, you can dodge before the slash hits, or even don't take this challenge. But it was a rare opportunity that Luffy didn't want to miss. If you wait until you really encounter life and death and then break through, will you be able to protect Nami and others? This trip to East Blue is a worthwhile trip, and I should leave. I hope that one day, you can reach the top of this sea, and then we may be able to fight happily. Even if you are not a swordsman, I'm still looking forward to it." This was said to Luffy, and then Hawkeye turned his gaze to Zoro, who had been looking this way. "Roronoa Zoro, after seeing the vastness of this sea, you must continue to grow up. No matter how long it is, I will wait for you to challenge the first throne." After speaking, Hawkeye did not continue to speak, and carried his black knife yet on his back. He sat back in his coffin-shaped boat, with Erlang's legs crossed, his hands on his knees. The boat moved slowly, and then went further and further under the watchful eyes of Luffy and the others. Looking at Hawkeye who had gone away, Luffy withdrew his gaze and walked slowly to where Zoro and the others were. "What are you going to do with that guy?" Coming to a few people, Luffy didn't ask about Zoro's situation, but glanced at Aiken who had been standing still from before, and asked Sanji. "How can I deal with it? Although he brought the people, but he is not the one who came up with the idea of this restaurant, can I still send him to Marines?" The indifferent expression on Sanji's face when asked, but the way he kept puffing out smoke, doesn't seem to be completely indifferent. "Zoro, can you still stand up?" "Of course, my injury doesn't matter, it's just that I lost my strength after exerting too much force before. Now it's no problem to rest for a while." "Then, Zoro, Usopp, it's time for us to go too." Glancing at the two of them, Luffy looked at Sanji again. "How, do you want to come with us? You must have a dream to pursue, right?" Chapter 40 Sleeping. "As a result, you left that guy to do odd jobs in Barati." On the Mary, Zoro looked in surprise at Sanji who was carrying kitchen utensils into the kitchen. "Yeah, that guy is not bad, but he was rescued by Crick, so he has always obeyed Crick's orders." Sanji answered Zoro's question as he packed up. "At least until no one starts, the two will not fight. By the way, Nami is still in the room and refuses to come out, is it really okay?" Usopp on the side looked at the door of the room belonging to Nami was tightly closed, and asked worriedly. Usopp hadn't seen Nami come out since he had locked himself in the house before. It's not all about Luffy's adventure, which made Miss Nami so worried. At the mention of Nami, Sanji gritted his teeth at Luffy. "No, I have to go and prepare snacks for Miss Nami. Maybe after eating my dessert, Miss Nami will feel better." Thinking of this, Sanji hurriedly ran towards the kitchen. Zoro and Usopp looked at each other, not knowing what to say. "By the way, didn't that guy Luffy comfort Nami? Why hasn't he coaxed Nami yet?" It had been more than half a day since returning to the Mary, and Luffy went to find Nami as soon as he got back to the ship. After being pulled into the room by Nami, the two never came out. I don't even know what's going on right now. The captain and the navigator are not here, is this ship going or not going? Usopp glanced silently at Nami's room, then prepared to go back to the warehouse to continue tinkering with his invention. Zoro didn't speak. After Usopp left, he closed his eyes and rested against the mast. The wound cut by Hawkeye before can only recover after a good rest. At this time, in Nami's room, Luffy couldn't help but be slightly ecstatic when he saw Nami sleeping. Except for the red and swollen eye sockets, Nami's complexion has recovered quite well. The rosy cheeks lost the worried look they had before, and they were now revealing a certain sense of reassurance. Looking at Nami like this, Luffy had a warm feeling, but thought of what Nami said before falling asleep, and smiled again. Now that you are no longer alone, please consider my feelings before making a risky decision in the future. I didn't expect to ask for Nami at this time. Although the possessiveness of being a man naturally won't let go of Nami, he just didn't expect it to be in this situation. Maybe I was really too impulsive today. While he was fairly certain he would succeed, Nami had no idea. She only knew that she was taking a risk, betting her life on a possibility. And Luffy is indeed like this. When Hawkeye cut the last knife, Luffy's randomness at the beginning was gone. Abandoning the idea of dodge also meant that Luffy was indeed betting his life at that time. But there shouldn't be a time when you need to work so hard in the future. After Master has Haki Flow, his strength will have a period of rapid improvement in the next time. And when his strength stabilizes again, even the Four Emperors, he should be able to touch it. If Master Conquerors can wrap up or even awaken Rubber Fruit before this, then in this sea, perhaps no one can let themselves take risks. But it's still a bit early to think about it now. The original book had a 2-year practice period, and Luffy was considering whether he should let Nami and others practice for 2 years each like the original book. After all, he can only fight, and he can't provide any help to the knowledge and technology that Nami and others need. Just as Luffy was thinking about the future, there was a knock on the door. At the same time, Sanji's slightly deformed voice also came in. "Miss Nami, I have prepared a sweet dessert for you, come out and eat it, you will feel better after eating." Listening to Sanji's shout, Luffy glanced at Nami who was sleeping peacefully, thinking that Sanji's dessert might be wasted. Luffy glanced at Nami again, tucked her exposed snow-white jade arm back into the quilt, and walked out quietly. After Luffy came out, he closed the door directly. "Nami is asleep now, bring it to her when she wakes up." "Are you quite capable? You actually coaxed Miss Nami?" Sanji glanced suspiciously at the neatly dressed Luffy. Maybe Nami's words and deeds had an effect when he was in the restaurant before, but Sanji didn't struggle. Just glanced at the dessert in his hand, and then directly sent the dessert plate to Zoro, who was resting against the mast. "Here, Green Algae Tou, seeing that you are a wounded person, I'll give you this sweet. After Miss Nami gets up, I'll make another for her." Zoro, who had closed his eyes and rested, opened his eyes and looked at the dessert handed in front of him, but accepted it unceremoniously. "So Luffy, shall we go now?" After seeing Luffy finally come out, Zoro asked Luffy while eating dessert. "Let's set off tomorrow. Your injury needs to be repaired, and Nami needs a good rest." After a pause, Luffy continued. "And the next stop is the last stop before entering the Grand Line, and I'm going to explain Haki to Sanji and Usopp before entering the Grand Line." "Haki? Is that how you made the pirates and chefs faint before?" Hearing Luffy talking about Haki, the first thing Sanji thought of when he was named was that Luffy just glared at it before, and the chef of the restaurant and the pirates of the Creek Pirates all fainted. As for what Hawkeye said after the fight with Hawkeye, Sanji didn't notice because he was shocked at the strength of the two at the time. "That is indeed a kind of Haki, and I will tell you all about it at dinner time." "So Zoro, after fighting Hawkeye and watching my fight with Hawkeye, do you have a clearer understanding of Haki? And the slashes that Hawkeye made? The Grand Line is different from the Four Seas. Although there are not many strong people like Hawkeye, there are quite a few strong people at the second level. I hope you can master Haki and Jean Iron Realm as soon as possible before entering the Grand Line. Luffy looked at Zoro seriously. Fighting was the fastest way to improve his strength. I believe that Zoro will definitely gain something from this duel with Hawkeye. I've reached the threshold of iron slashing and armament Haki. Maybe I can become master in a few days, but observation Haki still has no clue. After eating the few desserts left in one bite, Zoro replied with burning eyes, the empty left hand stretched out, and an inexplicable aura was flickering. This matchup really benefited Zoro a lot. Asterisk. Chapter 41 Everyone and Number 039, S Choice. In the room, Nami slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing that caught his eye was Luffy's familiar face. Looking at Luffy, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, resting with his eyes closed against the head of the bed, Nami, who had just woken up, felt quite satisfied. With a slight smile, I want to reach out and touch the cheek that I have been missing since 5 years ago. But the movement of reaching out seemed to have affected some injuries, and Nami frowned slightly. Luffy opened his closed eyes as Nami reached out. Seeing Nami's slightly frowning brows, Luffy turned around, lifted Nami up slightly, and leaned gently against his chest. Seeing Luffy wake up, Nami wasn't shy, and let Luffy lean against his chest. The quilt slipped from his neck, and Nami didn't care at all, just quietly enjoying the silence for a while. Okay, I'll forgive you this time, but I don't want another time. Seemingly returning to his usual demeanor, Nami left Luffy's chest after a while. Luffy didn't speak, just nodded at Nami, agreeing. Seeing Luffy nodding, Nami started to drive Luffy away, indicating that he was going to get up and let Luffy go out first. Luffy said he was puzzled. The two of them have done everything now. But Luffy didn't stay any longer. After explaining that Zoro and the others would leave tomorrow, Luffy came to Nami's room again under Sanji's murderous gaze. Just got someone's body, Luffy can't ignore them. But now that Nami has recovered, Luffy can naturally leave. Watching Luffy leave, Nami lifted the quilt. Glancing at the blooming red plum on the sheets, I was slightly stunned, and then quickly took the clothes by the bed and put them on. Although this time it was indeed a little impulsive to give himself to Luffy, but Nami did not regret it. As early as when Luffy rescued him, Nami felt that he might never forget him in this life. Therefore, when Luffy invited him to go out to sea, Nami just confirmed that the other party would not agree like the Murloc pirates. Don't think about those anymore. Nami got dressed and put away the sheets, and then walked out of his room after Luffy. Miss Nami. The first time he saw Nami come out, Sanji's eyes flashed with love, and his body twisted weirdly. But it seemed that he noticed something. Sanji didn't rush in front of Nami, just shouted from a distance. Since Nami is awake and Sanji is ready for dinner, let's eat first, and then discuss the next itinerary. By the way, I will explain Haki and Devil Fruit to you. Logue Town is about to go, there is Smoker, Logia's demon fruit power. Luffy thinks it is necessary to popularize Devil Fruit in advance. At the dinner table, Luffy focused on explaining the existence and role of Haki. After explaining that several people can usually try to perceive this power, Luffy explained Devil Fruit again. I mainly told them about the elementalization of Logia Devil Fruit, as well as some buggy Devil Fruit abilities that appeared in the original work. For example, Ghost Fruit and Childlike Fruit are not easy to guard against. The others are just a general introduction to the major categories of Devil Fruit and the common weaknesses of Seawater and Sea Stone. At the same time, Luffy also asked if Sanji and Usopp had any idea of eating Devil Fruit. With Luffy's current strength, it's not difficult to get a few Devil Fruits, but you have to wait until you enter the Grand Line. Nami's Devil Fruit Luffy has been planned for a long time, but it is quite difficult to obtain. It is a pity that there is no Blackbeard's ability to capture Devil Fruit, otherwise, whether it is Thunder Fruit or Lion Fruit, it is a very good choice for Nami. Of course, it would be best if there was news about Union Fruit. Luffy also told Garp to pay attention to the news of Union Fruit, but since Garp didn't contact Luffy, there should be no related news. As for the existence of Union, Luffy asked Garp to confirm that it does exist. In addition, Luffy also asked Garp for the Devil Fruit Manual, but it seems that Garp is not interested in Devil Fruit, so he does not have the Devil Fruit Manual. Although he promised Luffy that he would get a copy for Luffy, there was no news either. So this old man is really not reliable at all. As for Zoro, Luffy didn't think it was necessary to ask. After seeing the strength of Hawkeye, if Zoro went the way of Devil Fruit, it would only be a brain what. I've read the Devil Fruit Pokédex before. If I can really meet that fruit, I'll definitely eat it without hesitation. As for the other fruits, forget it. Hearing Luffy's question, Sanji immediately expressed that he had a favorite fruit. Hearing Sanji say this, Luffy also suddenly remembered what Sanji's favorite fruit is. But if it's just a transparent fruit, Luffy thinks it's not as good as Germa's battlesuit. But after thinking about the reason why Sanji wanted to eat the transparent fruit, Luffy lost interest in paying attention to Sanji. Usopp, do you have any ideas? Even if you don't know which devil fruits there are, do you have any abilities you want to acquire? Luffy looked at Usopp again. Besides Nami, Usopp is indeed the one who needs devil fruit the most to increase his combat power. Although his shooting talent is indeed very high, but the power is not enough. Of course, if he can master armament haki, that's another story. But even in the plot 2 years after the original, Usopp has only awakened observation haki, which is really lacking confidence. And if you're going to rely on shooting to eat, you can't just rely on those weird seeds. Although sometimes there are unexpected effects, but the power is limited after all. If possible, Luffy would still like Usopp to eat a devil fruit to increase his strength. Well, after seeing Luffy's strength, I did have the idea of whether I can keep up with your footsteps. If there is a suitable devil fruit, I will eat it. Usopp, who was asked, answered Luffy without hesitation. Originally thought that he would become a great sea warrior by going out to sea, but after seeing the cruelty of pirates and the power of Hawkeye, Usopp felt that he was too naive before. Perhaps going to sea with Luffy was the right decision for him. Otherwise, if you are alone, maybe you will be killed by pirates in an unknown corner within a few days of going out to sea? But if you follow Luffy to the sea, if you are too weak, do you have to stay under the protection of Luffy? Then why go out to sea? Since there is a chance to get devil fruit, Usopp doesn't want to miss it anyway. Asterisk. Chapter 42 Sengoku and Number 039, S Troubles. Nami, do you really need to go back to Kokoyashi village? Luffy sat on the lovely sheep's head of the Mary and looked back at Nami, who was standing on the deck aft of the sheep's head with his hands on the side of the boat. Today's Nami is still wearing long-sleeved jeans, but the simple outfit shows Nami's figure and youthful beauty. But now Nami seems to be a little different from before, and there is a more mature and graceful style between his eyebrows. The long orange curly hair was still casually draped behind his head, waving to one side under the sea breeze, and the bangs on his forehead were slightly messy, which were quickly smoothed by Nami. Luffy, who was still looking at the sea in the distance, was a little reluctant to look at the calm sea after turning around. Seeing Luffy's appearance, Nami smiled lightly, and then shook his head, indicating that he didn't need to go back. Damn it, I'm so envious. That guy Luffy is too happy. Sanji, who was busy in the galley, glanced at the two people on the bow of the Mary from time to time, especially when he looked at Luffy, his eyes flashed with jealousy. Next to the mainmast of the Mary, Zoro was still waving the barbell unmoved. After a few days of recovery, Zoro's injuries are almost healed. The physical fitness of people in the pirate world is outrageous, not to mention that the injuries cut by Hawkeye at that time looked terrifying, but in fact it was only a little skin trauma. Therefore, after a 2-day rest, there was another nutritious food specially prepared by Sanji, and it naturally recovered quickly. And having a new understanding of Haki and Jantai, Zoro can be said to be working hard these days. The result of this is that there is one more rice bucket on the ship in the past 2 days, and the food is about to run out again. As for Usopp, he's also been tinkering with shells in the warehouse for the past 2 days, extracting gunpowder to make the ammunition he needs, after Luffy brought up the lack of attack power of his shots. However, Usopp seems to be particularly obsessed with slingshots in terms of weapons, and I don't know why. You can see the land in front of you, and we're going to Logue Town soon. Let's go up and supply first. When the time came to noon, a piece of land appeared directly in front of the Mary. It didn't take long for the Mary to sail into the port. Because there was no bounty, it was naturally not necessary to choose a remote coast to moor. After the Mary landed safely, Luffy and others also disembarked one by one. This is pocket money, 100,000 Bailey per person, and Sanji's extra 500,000 to buy supplies and food. Nami finally jumped off the Mary with a bag, and walked past everyone, giving Luffy a stack of Baileys. Sanji got a little more Bailey because he had to buy food. The treasure that had been recovered from the sunken ship of the Golden Dragon was still in Nami's room. Because Bailey is temporarily enough, there is no need to exchange it. And how can there not be a few boxes of treasures on the pirate ship? Although it is not yet a pirate, it is estimated that it will be soon, right? Marine's intelligence is not vegetarian after all. Naval Headquarters. Marshal's office. Sengoku looked at the information in front of him with a headache. The information showed that it was about a new group of suspected adventurers who appeared in East Blue. And the name that bears the brunt is what gave Sengoku a headache at this time. Monkey-d-Luffy, 17 years old, born in East Blue Windmill Village, suspected to be the grandson of Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, who is capable of rubber fruit, set off from Windmill Village in May this year. Injured Colonel Monka of the 153rd Branch in Shields Town, but because of Colonel Monka's style, the 153rd Branch did not report the news. Deter East Blue's famous pirates in Orange Town, and offer a bounty of 15 million Baileys to the pirate captain Buggy the Clown. Destroy the Black Cat pirates in Zyrobe Village, and defeat the suspected former captain of the Black Cat pirates Beiji Kilo, but the intelligence shows that Beiji Kilo has been arrested and executed 3 years ago, and the executor is 153 Branch Colonel Monka. In the Sea Restaurant Barati, to solve the East Blue's largest pirate force, the Creek Pirates, Captain Creek was solved by Hawkeye, one of the 7 warlords of the sea who appeared in East Blue for no reason. Also in the restaurant on the sea, he fought with Hawkeye and retreated, and then communicated with Hawkeye, and it was suspected that the two knew each other. Because it has never posed a threat to the world government, and has not taken any action against the civilians, no branch has reported a reward for the time being. Since this person can fight against Hawkeye without losing, it is inferred that his strength is enough to pose a threat to the branch outside the headquarters, and it is recommended to contact the other party and ask for security. Did you have the strength to play against Hawkeye at the age of 17? Garp, you really gave me a problem. The information only said that he was recruited because of the words that were suspected to be the grandson of Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. If there is no such sentence, it must be added later. If the other party refuses, then offer a reward like this. For that suspicion, Sengoku directly ignored it. When Garp came to ask him for devil fruit and a picture book, Garp told him of Luffy's existence. At the time, he refused Garp's request because of concerns. I just didn't expect the other party's information to appear in the world government's intelligence department so quickly. And looking at this situation, the world government has the intention of putting a bounty on the other side. After all, an uncontrolled powerful combat force can easily give birth to a powerful pirate group. Instead of waiting for the other party to develop their power, it is better to put a bounty on him directly. Maybe someone can kill him before his power develops? As for Garp, it's not the hands of Marine and the world government. If you want revenge, Garp can go to the person who killed your grandson to take revenge. Sengoku's headache is that Garp told himself about Luffy, and according to Garp, it is obviously impossible for Luffy to join Marine. And Luffy also told Garp that as long as Marine and the world government don't put up his bounty, he won't fly the pirate flag. But looking at the current situation of the world government, Luffy's hanging of the pirate flag is a sure thing. This old guy is already enough of a headache, and his son has become the world government's most wanted criminal. Now why does this grandson look like a problem child? Is there no one in this family who can be reassuring? Sengoku rubbed his eyebrows hard, not knowing what to do for a while. Has the resourceful general reached the limit? According to their route, should we go to Logue Town now? Anyway, let's notify General Marine in Logue Town first. Although he knew that the other party would not accept the recruiting, he still had to show it to the guys from the world government. By the way, who is the General Marine from Logue Town? This head hurts, and I can't even remember well. Ah, by the way, Logue Town seems to be in charge of Smoker at the moment. Sengoku only felt his head hurt even more for a while. Asterisk. Chapter 43: A Trip to Logue Town. Then, I'm going to see One Piece's execution platform. You can go shopping by yourself. Just go back to the Mary before evening to gather. In this town of beginning and end, when you come to the world of One Piece, how can you not take a look at the place where One Piece died? Then I'll go buy a knife. I'm going to buy food. I'm going to buy ignition powder materials. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp each said a word and left. What about you, Nami, do you want to come with me? Luffy looked at Nami. Since the two had a relationship, Luffy wanted to take Nami with him now. No, you can go by yourself. I'm going to buy some clothes and record pointers. With enough time to learn sailing, Nami, who has learned about the Grand Line, will naturally not make the same mistakes as before. Okay, then I'll go first. Nodding to Nami, Luffy walked to Logue Town alone. As for the Mary, spend some Bailey and leave it to the port workers to look after it. This Logue Town is really prosperous. Along the way, there are countless pedestrians coming and going, and shops on both sides of the road are also dazzling. Observation haki unfolded, and the whole picture of Logue Town was displayed in Luffy's mind. I have to say that this upgraded observation haki can even perceive non-biological towns. Hey? It actually has such a strong aura? Forget it, let's take a look at the execution platform first. Luffy was slightly surprised by the strong aura he felt. But thinking that his cheap father appeared in Logue Town in the original book, that breath should be him, right? But Luffy wasn't going to look for him either, he wanted to see himself appearing naturally. I don't know him. Ignoring the breath, Luffy walked in the direction of the execution platform he sensed. It was still early anyway, so Luffy wasn't in a hurry, just looked around with great interest and walked unhurriedly. This was the first time he had officially wandered around since he came to this world. Luffy is also very curious about the things in various stores, but I just look at it, and it is basically useless. But even if it was a leisurely stroll around, Luffy quickly reached the destination of the trip. It's just a steel-framed execution platform, and there's nothing special about it. Luffy looked at the execution stand in a trance, as if the surroundings were back to when Roger was executed. The man in the captain's coat and the shackles on his gloves, with a wild smile at the corner of his mouth, was escorted by Marine to the execution platform. One Piece, is he the One Piece? Look, he's still laughing. The exclamations from the crowd from time to time did not affect the man who was sitting on the execution platform waiting to be executed. The soldiers on the left and right who were about to execute the execution, with their mad smiles and aura, sweated on their foreheads, their bodies were stiff, and their hands clenched the execution blade tightly. The originally noisy square was silent at this time, as if waiting for the end of the man who conquered the Grand Line. Just as the soldiers on both sides raised the blade of execution to execute the execution, a slightly excited voice came from the silent crowd. Hey, One Piece, where did you hide all the treasures you found? Is it really the Grand Line? You got it all. That legendary treasure, that one-of-a-kind treasure, One Piece. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the questioning voice from the audience, the man who was waiting quietly for the execution suddenly burst out laughing wildly. Want my treasure? Don't speak without permission. Execution. Hearing the man's sudden opening, the executioner shouted loudly, and immediately prepared to execute him, but he still couldn't stop the coming great era. If you want, you can give it all to you, go find it, I put all my treasures there. As the man's arrogant voice fell, the blade of the execution ground also pierced into his body at the same time. The square, where no one spoke at all, was dead silent. But this dead silence didn't last long. When the figure completely lost his voice, the crowd suddenly burst into an unprecedented shout. What's up with this immersive feeling? Luffy looked at the execution platform for a long time and was speechless. Are you telling me these things? One Piece. The era of the great pirates that you have opened has not had a substantial impact on the world government, except for the destruction of more people. After staring for a long time, Luffy turned to leave. Having seen the end of One Piece, where is the beginning and the end, what is your path? Luffy. The man wrapped in a cloak stood upright on the roof of the city hall behind the execution stand. Quietly looking at Luffy who was slowly walking away, he whispered softly in his mouth. On that rough face, half of the cheek was covered with mysterious tattoos. Until Luffy disappeared from sight, with the breeze blowing, the man in the cloak also disappeared from the roof. Leaving the execution stand, Luffy soon met Sanji and Usopp. The two of them carried a big fish with an elephant trunk in tandem. It seemed that they had already bought what they wanted to buy, and were going to return to the Merry. Luffy, come and help, this fish is too heavy. Usopp, who was carrying the heavy fish head, was overjoyed when he saw Luffy walking towards him. Just exercise your body. Luffy had no intention of helping. Ignoring Usopp's whining cry, Luffy headed first in the direction of the Merry. When I came back, there was nothing to do. When they reached the entrance of the town, the three of Luffy would meet Nami and Zoro who came at the same time. However, Zoro's expression was a little embarrassed, and at a glance, he knew that he had committed an old problem again. As soon as he asked, Zoro, who came out of the weapon shop after buying the knife, headed in a certain direction with fascinated confidence. Kabuto made a few turns and went back to the weapon shop. And Nami, who originally bought clothes at a clothing store, saw Zoro passing by the door 3 times within 10 minutes. As a last resort, Nami could only give up the idea of continuing to stroll, grabbed the collar of Zoro, who was passing by the door again, and dragged him all the way back towards the Merry. I have to say that Zoro's Lu-Chi is also quite amazing. He doesn't get lost to particularly far places, and he often keeps spinning around in the same place. It was thanks to that, though, that Nami had caught him, otherwise it was a question of whether Zoro would be able to get back to the Merry before evening. Hey, I didn't expect you to be an ultimate road idiot, Luzeatu. Sanji, who had disliked each other with Zoro since the day they met, naturally taunted him when he got the chance. Hey? I saw you, a lustful cook, being played around by women again. Zoro, who was originally embarrassed because he was dragged back by Nami, immediately hit back after hearing Sanji's taunt. Asterisk. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 44 Smoker and Number 039, S Purpose. Even carrying a big fish didn't affect Sanji and Zoro fighting together. But it was hard work. Usopp was originally carrying the heavier fish head, but now Sanji and Zoro were fighting. Usopp's whole body was shaken by Sanji's movements, along with the big fish. Are you two bastards trying to kill me? Usopp, who was dazed by the shaking, finally couldn't help roaring at the two of them, and at the same time joined the scuffle. Luffy ignored the sparring of the three and took her hand in Nami's somewhat delighted eyes. Then she took the bag containing the clothes from her other hand, and the two walked towards the port holding hands. Sanji, who was still fighting with Zoro, saw that Luffy actually held Nami's hand, and his eyes immediately burst into flames of jealousy. Wanting to get rid of the entanglement with Zoro Usopp, but just reaching out to Luffy, Zoro immediately seized the opportunity to punch down. Then, Sanji didn't continue to resist, just watched Luffy and Nami go further and further in tears. Although it took some time to fight, everyone returned to the port before the sun went down. However, when Luffy and the others came to the port again, a group of people were already waiting here. Sanji, who was still looking at Luffy with a twisted expression, returned to normal the first time he saw the outsider. However, after seeing a woman on the opposite side, the body actually had a tendency to twist. Monkey-d-Luffy. The man in the lead was wearing a white jacket, with short grey-white hair combed into a big back, and 2 cigars in his mouth. That fierce expression matched Zoro's. White Hunter, Smoker? I just don't know what you Marines have to do with me. Hearing Luffy say it was Marine, Zoro and Sanji instinctively took a fighting stance. Nami still held Luffy's palm, and didn't say anything because of the Marine's identity. Usopp was a little embarrassed, though, and his legs twitched again when he heard Luffy say it was Marine. But this seems to have become his habit, and I don't know if he is really afraid or just because he is used to it and can't change it. Although I don't know what's special about you, since it's an order from above, I won't ask, but given your answer, I'll take different measures. Order from above. Although he knew that his information would soon be known to Marine, he didn't expect to be approached by Marine before he reached the Grand Line. I don't know what Marine wants to do. If it's arrest, it doesn't seem like I've been offered a reward, right? What's more, if they really want to be arrested, what kind of nonsense are they talking about? Let me ask you, do you have any plans to join Marine? Smoker didn't talk nonsense, he just said what he meant. The sinking spreads on both sides of Luffy and Marine. Not to mention that Zoro, Sanji and the others were surprised by Smoker's words, they never thought that Luffy would become Marine. Even Marine on Smoker's side was a little shocked. Before coming here, the menacing appearance of Smoker made the soldiers think they were here to catch pirates. Who knew he was here to invite him to join Marine? Colonel Smoker, what's going on? Just after Smoker said these words, the female soldier beside Smoker couldn't help but speak. And her opening instantly caught Zoro's attention. Kuina? No, she's not Kuina. Zoro's absence didn't attract anyone's attention. Both Marine and Sanji wanted to know why Smoker did this, and Luffy's answer: no special reason, just an order from above. Smoker replied nonchalantly, but those eyes kept staring at Luffy. What if I don't join? The answer Luffy has known for a long time: in this sea, there are no so-called adventurers. Anyway, you will definitely be rewarded later, so I will arrest you here. There was no hidden answer, except that it was Smoker. I heard that Smoker, the White Hunter, is a Marine who hates evil and is not afraid of power. Why do you want to arrest me, a commoner who has never done evil? Luffy doesn't hate Smoker, but if he gets in the way, Luffy doesn't mind teaching him a lesson. Looks like you've made a choice. Smoker didn't answer Luffy's question, just kept his eyes fixed on Luffy as white smoke began to spread over his hands. Seeing that his own boss was planning to do something, the surrounding Marines also raised their guns and aimed at Luffy and the others. Oh? Do you want to do it? Zoro on the side has recovered from his stupor. Seeing Marine around him raise his weapon to face himself and others, he also put his hands on the 3 knives that were once again intact around his waist. Sanji on the side lit a cigarette and looked at Marine around him calmly. As for the big fish, it was completely handed over to Usopp at this time. With Nami slightly behind him, Luffy stared directly at Smoker across from him. So Marine wants me in? Why don't you join us, Smoker? I really appreciate you. Don't be kidding, from the moment you refused to become Marines, you were already classified as pirates, and my job is to arrest you. Although somewhat unhappy with the order above, Smoker had no intention of defying. He also wanted to see, in this East Blue, what is so special about people who can be specially invited by the top. You are not allowed to shoot, I will arrest them myself. Smoker ordered to Marine, who raised his gun, while looking at his lieutenant. Tashiji, step aside too. Because you didn't order the soldiers to shoot, I won't hurt your men, but you may be making a fool of yourself. It seems that the other party doesn't really want to arrest him, he just doesn't know the specific reason. Zoro, Sanji, you protect Nami and Usopp and go back to the Mary first. It's good to have someone stop me and teach me a lesson. Don't kill me. Zoro and Sanji complied, leading Nami and Usopp towards the Mary under the glare of the surrounding Marines. Although Logia Devil Fruit is invincible in the eyes of ordinary people, it is not invincible for those who have mastered Haki. Looking at the other's limbs that had turned into smoke, Luffy smiled. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Smoker. Then, Luffy stretched out his hands wrapped in some inexplicable smell, and in Smoker's terrified eyes, grabbed his hands that turned into smoke. Then slammed hard and threw Smoker out before he could react at all. Asterisk. Chapter 45 Straw Hat Pirates, set off. After the thrown Smoker hit the wall, his whole body turned into smoke, like a splash of water. Armament Haki. Smoker's face sank as he regained his human form, apparently not expecting Luffy to be a master even Haki. Although I knew that it would not be easy to be invited by the people above, it was far beyond Smoker's expectations to be able to get Master Haki at East Blue. So surprised. Glancing at Zoro and others who had already returned to the Mary, the surrounding Marines wanted to do something, but because of Smoker's order, they could only watch them climb onto the ship. Smoker also didn't order the Marines to capture Zoro and the others. At this time, he was no longer as calm as before. Smoker's main target is only Luffy, as for Zoro and the others, it doesn't matter if they go or not. What's more, Luffy's strength exceeded Smoker's expectations. At this time, even if he wanted to keep Zoro and the others, he was overwhelmed. Why, do you want to continue? You can't threaten me with your smoke fruit alone. Luffy looked at Smoker calmly. Now that Nami and the others have boarded the Mary, they have nothing to worry about. As for whether those Marines will make a move, looking at their shocked appearance, it is estimated that they are more worried about whether Smoker will be killed by Luffy. Humph, don't think I only have this level. Smoker snorted, then his right hand continued to turn into smoke, and then slammed into Luffy. White Snake. The smoky fist jerked away from Smoker's wrist. With the white smoke connecting the fist and the arm, it swam towards Luffy like a white snake. This is the Logia Devil Fruit, doesn't it look good? For Smoker's moves, both Zoro and Sanji felt that they could easily dodge them. They felt that Luffy had been too cautious in telling them to be careful with Logia. It's no wonder they have such an idea. They don't know where the Logia Demon Fruit power is difficult until they face the Logia Demon Fruit power in person. Especially for them who haven't mastered Armament Haki yet, Logia Demon Fruit power means invincibility. What's more, the smoke fruit that Smoker eats is still very weak, which naturally makes them feel that the Logia Devil Fruit is just like that. Facing the white smoke fist coming straight at the door, Luffy's head gently turned to the side and dodged. Caught you. Seeing that Luffy didn't move, Smoker grinned. The white fist that was dodged by Luffy seemed to come alive. The smoke that was going straight behind Luffy suddenly turned and began to spin down around Luffy. The white smoke connecting the fist and the arm wanted to bind Luffy like a rope. However, just as the white smoke was about to tighten, Luffy suddenly disappeared from Smoker's sight. Smoker's pupils shrank suddenly, the originally raised smile suddenly solidified, and then his eyeballs suddenly bulged out, and his whole body bowed into a ball and flew backwards into the distance. Where Smoker was originally, Luffy appeared there with his right hand punching. If you want to arrest me, at least you can't do it now. Luffy looked at Smoker, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth when he punched him, and said indifferently. You can't do it even later. Luffy muttered to himself again. Colonel Smoker. Marine, who was standing around, saw Smoker vomited blood by Luffy, and ran towards Smoker. Looking at Smoker being supported by Marine, Luffy also lost interest in continuing to fight Smoker. Just here, if you're entangled, I'm going to take action against your subordinates. Don't forget, we are already pirates now. With that said, Luffy didn't wait for Smoker to respond, turned and jumped on the Mary. Get ready to go to the Grand Line. From today, we are pirates. The same words are now being said to everyone on the Mary. Actually, from the beginning, we didn't have any other choice than becoming a pirate, right? Zoro grinned slightly at what Luffy said. The chefs of the sea restaurant were all pirates, but now I'm just a pirate too. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression indifferent. I originally wanted to be a brave sea warrior. In my opinion, a pirate is a symbol of a brave sea warrior. Usopp is not to be outdone. You told me this 5 years ago, and I promised you 5 years ago. Nami brushed her hair lightly and smiled sweetly at Luffy. Seeing everyone's unchanging eyes, Luffy couldn't help laughing. Yes, from the very beginning, the only way I could go is to become a pirate. Then, the Straw Hat Pirates officially set sail today. Luffy smiled proudly as he watched Smoker and the group of Marines watching him and others from the shore. Usopp, raise the pirate flag. Nami, take a look at the heading. Let's go. Oh! As Luffy called out one last time, everyone on the Mary responded at the same time. Colonel Smoker. On the shore, Tashigi supported Smoker, who was still on the ground. A group of Marines looked at the ship leaving the port, the skull flag wearing a straw hat slowly raised, and they were speechless. What are you doing here? To prepare the warship, we are also heading for the Grand Line. Seeing his stupefied subordinates, Smoker let out a loud shout. Then, under the somewhat astonished eyes of the sailors, he gave the order to prepare for the Grand Line. However, Colonel Smoker, our duty is to guard Logue Town. If we chase the Straw Hat crew to the Grand Line, it will be a wall. Although he knew he couldn't stop Smoker, Tashigi, as an adjutant, still needed to remind Smoker. When did you see me obeying orders? Smoker retorted, took 2 cigars from his jacket pocket and lit them. The previous cigar vomited out of nowhere with the blow Luffy hit in the stomach. Monkey-d-Luffy, no, maybe it's time to be called Straw Hat Luffy, I'll catch you. Smoker gritted his teeth secretly, although the other party was not an evil person, but since he became a pirate, Smoker was obliged to arrest the pirates who escaped from his hands. Even being a pirate is not what the other party wants. Pirates? This is the path you chose? Now that you have made your choice, keep going. On the highest roof in Logue Town, Drago looked at the pirate flag flying on the Mary and sighed slightly. Asterisk. Chapter 46 about to enter the Grand Line. Is that so? Sure enough. Okay, I see. Hanging up the phone bug, Sengoku rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. For the message from Smoker, Monkey-d-Luffy refused to be marine and officially set sail under the name of pirate, Sengoku had expected. It's just that how much bounty should be set for him, Sengoku can't make up his mind for a while. Bang bang bang. Just as Sengoku was having a headache, there was a loud knock on the door, accompanied by the annoying shouting of some old guy. Yo, Sengoku, are you busy? Would you like some donuts to relax? Before Sengoku could respond, someone knocking on the door kicked the door open. Then, with a bag of donuts in his hand, he just stuffed it into his mouth and walked in carelessly. Seeing Garp kicking in the door, sitting on the sofa, and leisurely eating donuts, Sengoku couldn't help but get angry. Dude, I'm here with a lot of headaches because of your grandson. It's fine if you don't come and share it for me, and you're still here to seduce me with donuts? Thinking of this, Sengoku stood up straight from his seat. Seeing Sengoku getting up, Garp thought that Sengoku was going to sit next to him and eat with him, so he moved a position generously. Unexpectedly, Sengoku, who approached, did not sit down, but snatched the bag of donuts from Garp before he could react. Then he tilted his neck, and the donuts in Vice Admiral's bag poured into his mouth under Garp's terrified eyes. Garp, who finally realized what was going on, jumped up from the sofa and grabbed Sengoku's pocket. But it was too late, and there was not a single donut left in the bag. Sengoku, on the other hand, was chewing the donut that was completely in his mouth. Ah! My donut, Sengoku, you bastard! Garp roared and grabbed Sengoku by the neck, shaking him desperately. Although Garp was choking and shaking desperately, Sengoku had changed from his previous depression at this time. He only felt that after stealing Garp's donut, his whole mood improved. Island somewhere in the New World. Then, that man is... Hawkeye. Why are you here? Don't be nervous, I'm not here to fight, I'm just looking for your boss for something. Just as a certain younger brother staggered to report, Hawkeye went in directly. Hey rare guest! Are you here to fight me? I'm sorry, I'm a little uncomfortable after drinking too much, so the duel can only be left for the next time. The red-haired man sitting on the stone, with 3 claw marks running through his left eye, should have looked like Haki's face, but he looked ridiculous because he was drunk. I'm not interested in a showdown with a drunk. I'm here only because I saw the boy you mentioned. Ignoring the red-haired man's mischief, the eagle-eyed sharp eyes stared directly at the drunk man who had no image. But when he heard Hawkeye say the boy, the drunk man seemed to wake up in an instant. Even the surrounding cotters who were still making jokes gathered their attention at the same time. Luffy. Skilled conqueror's haki, strong physique, and deeply developed devil fruit ability, it's really hard to imagine that there are such outstanding young people in the remote East Blue. Luffy is really good at hearing praise from your mouth. How about it, did you let him see the power of the world's strongest swordsman? Since you can know that he uses haki and fruit abilities proficiently, it must be a shot, haha, that precocious kid must have been taught a bad lesson. Shanks, who had a nostalgic look in his eyes, didn't make a sound. The laughing voices came from the cotters next to him. Lessons? Maybe it won't be long before he hits you. No, Hawkeye, even if you look down on us, we will be drunk by us. Hearing Hawkeye's words, the surrounding cotters sneered. Only Shanks, at this time, has no doubts about Hawkeye's words. But he didn't say anything, just suddenly took out a jug of wine from the side and threw it to Hawkeye, who had been looking at him. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Thank you for bringing me the news of Luffy, come, I'll give you a toast. Shanks held Griffin's hilt in his right hand, and his intact left hand picked up the unfinished jug next to him and gestured to Hawkeye. On the sea not far from Logue Town, the Mary was floating peacefully. Because it was the night, Luffy did not let Nami continue to direct the direction, but prepared to rest for a night and set off tomorrow. In the cabin of the Mary, Luffy and the others were eating dinner made by Sanji. Usopp, after dinner, let's go and complete the pirate pattern on the mainsail of the Mary. Now that he has officially become a pirate, it is time to draw the skull on the unfinished straw hat skull pattern. Understood, leave it to me. For Usopp, who finally became a pirate, he was still in a state of excitement. By the way, Nami, did you buy them clothes? As if thinking of something, Luffy asked Nami, who was sitting next to him. No, I only bought yours, what's wrong? Nami answered with a look of course, but was a little curious as to why Luffy asked. The climate of the Grand Line is ever-changing, and if it snows and you don't have winter clothes. Luffy was only halfway through when he realized that Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp were all looking at Luffy. Ah, so, I bought a lot for you. If they don't mind, they can wear yours. Hearing Luffy's words, Nami understood. I have indeed heard that the climate of the Grand Line is changeable, but according to Luffy, it seems that it is more than changeable. The climate of the Grand Line, one second may be the summer with the scorching sun, and the next second may be the snowy winter, so it is necessary to prepare clothes for each season. Luffy briefly explained it, then paused, feeling like it wasn't a big deal. Of course, several of them are rough-skinned and thick-skinned, and they should be fine even if they are frozen. Don't be wordy, take out your clothes later. Seeing that Luffy had a tendency to not care about their lives, the three of them immediately sharpened their teeth and yelled at Luffy. In this way, everyone had a happy dinner, and then went back to rest, preparing to raise their spirits and enter the Grand Line tomorrow. Of course, Luffy was much stronger than them, and sneaked into Nami's room in the middle of the night after they were asleep. Asterisk. Chapter 47 Ideas and Entering the Grand Line. Early in the morning, Luffy came out of Nami's room, before anyone else got up. As for Nami, he was still asleep. Sitting on the sheep's head on the bow of the Mary, Luffy was slightly intoxicated by the rising sun that had just risen from the sea level. On the day that it is about to enter the Grand Line, it seems that the weather is good, and there should be no more storms like the original. It's a good one too. Luffy thought to himself. Conqueror's Haki Entanglement, do you really have to go through that 8 trigrams? Now the armament Haki flow is almost master, much faster than expected. As for Devil Fruit, to be honest, Luffy doesn't think Gear 4 is appropriate unless it's necessary. After using it, the armament Haki will be completely consumed, and it will take time to restore the Haki before you can continue to use it. In Luffy's opinion, it is not as convenient as the current third gear developed by himself and Haki flow, and may cause higher damage. Moreover, after learning Conqueror's Haki winding, coupled with the third gear that does not deform too much now, it will be more flexible, and it can be regarded as a flat A to use. Before Luffy crossed, the plot progressed during the Wano Kuni period. The obvious enemies that appeared at that time, except for Ant Kaido, was Blackbeard with double fruit ability, A and D. Everything is a mystery. As for Shanks, Luffy prefers that he is not his own enemy. In the case of Marine, it depends on the development of the form, but there is a high probability that he will appear in the form of an enemy, right? Secretly thinking about the future plot, just taking advantage of the current free time, I can plan a little bit of the route after entering the Grand Line. The general direction, at least until Sabayati Archipelago, can follow the plot. Of course, the premise is that there are no surprises. After arriving at Sabayati Archipelago, he estimated that he would have to let Zoro and the others go to practice for 2 years. Otherwise, the time is too short. No matter how talented Zoro and others are, they cannot keep up with the fighting intensity of New World. Or Luffy wandering the Grand Line for a few years too, but it's a waste of time. And let Zoro and the others practice for 2 years, they may be able to do some preparations, and some people may be able to pull on their boat. Or deadlifting Ace to keep him from going to Blackbeard. Luffy thought about it, or forget it, even without the shock fruit, Blackbeard can get other fruit abilities, unless he steals the dark fruit before he eats it. And, at this point in time, Blackbeard should have eaten dark fruit, right? After thinking about it, Luffy still thinks it would be better for Summit War to play. When I knew the plot, I didn't need to go to the underwater prison to waste time, and by the way, I let Blackbeard take advantage of it. And with his current strength, even if Ace is caught, as long as Marine wants to execute Ace, he has a great chance to rescue Ace. Not even Whitebeard has to die. The most important thing is the plot in 2 years. Why don't you go to Wano Kuni during those 2 years, hook up Yamato or something, invite aboard. Luffy thinks this may work. Yamato is quite good in both strength and character. As for wanting to be an Odin, then let her do it. Is there anyone other than Yamato who could possibly be invited on board? Luffy bit his finger and thought about it. Aokiji? Before he knew his purpose, Luffy wasn't sure if he was going to attack. He could protect Nami and the others in his hands. If their own powerful combat power cannot be invited, what about those who are heaven-defying? Mononoke Princess Perona, Lucky Fruit ability Bakura, and even the former marine regression fruit Anne. These people should all be invited, right? In addition to inviting people aboard, Nami and Usopp's devil fruit also have to be on the agenda. It is best to get it before 2 years of cultivation, so that there will be a 2-year buffer period, and you can get used to the fruit ability. What are you thinking, Luffy? At some point, Nami had appeared behind Luffy. I glanced at the sky, and before I knew it, the sun had fully risen. As a result, after thinking about it by yourself, is there still no qualitative decision? Luffy was a little helpless, but then shook his head again. These things should be considered later. As long as one's own strength can be raised to a very high level, then these so-called considerations are completely dependent on interest. Moreover, judging from his current strength, perhaps he does not need to wait too long. Just before entering the Grand Line, think about whether you have missed any important information and what happens after you enter the Grand Line. Luffy didn't have a specific explanation, and Nami couldn't understand it no matter how much he said now. That's it. Nami didn't ask any more questions. For Luffy, Nami now trusts him wholeheartedly. He just needs to determine the direction for his voyage. Since everyone is up, let's go. While Luffy and Nami were chatting, Zoro and the others also yawned and walked out of the sleeping cabin. Seeing that everyone was up, Luffy stopped thinking about all the other things. Taking back the chaotic thoughts, Luffy shouted to the group of Zoro who had been energized. Then, Nami directed everyone to adjust the direction of the Mary. It was just east blue, and the Mary didn't yaw much even after the night had passed. After correcting that little angle, the Mary officially set off towards the entrance of the Grand Line, Upside Down Mountain. Before the ship was about to enter the canal up the mountain by the current, Luffy decided to let everyone have a launching ceremony to celebrate the ship's entry into the Great Ocean in the original book. Asking for a wine barrel from Sanji, who kept the drinks and ingredients, Luffy took the lead and stepped on it with his right foot. I want to travel around the world, across this ocean. Nami followed Luffy as he lifted his slender right leg. I'm going to travel the world with Luffy and draw a map of the world. Luffy glanced at Nami, then back to Zoro. I want to become the world's #1 swordsman. Zoro lifted his right foot at the right time and stepped on the barrel. I want to find all blue. This is Sanji's voice. I want to be a brave sea warrior. With everyone watching, Usopp finally lifted his right foot onto the barrel. Grand Line, here we come. Then, amid the cheers of the crowd, the Mary rode the current and entered the canal leading to the top of Upside Down Mountain. Because of the clear weather, the Mary entered the entrance that only one boat can enter. Then, following the upward current, the Mary entered the top of the mountain at a very high speed, and then rode the current downward at a high speed from the other side, and soon came to an open exit. The Straw Hat Pirates have officially entered the Grand Line. Asterisk. Chapter 48, Meeting Crocus. This should be the twin points marked on the nautical chart. The Mary, which was rushing down the mountain with the current at high speed, finally stopped slowly. Looking at the lighthouse in front of them, Zoro and the others were excited. Even Luffy couldn't help but feel a little emotional, and finally entered the Grand Line. Whoa 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 whoa! Just when Luffy and the others were still in the excitement of entering the Grand Line, a strange roar came. Then, a huge shadow quickly rose from the calm sea. The black shadow stood upright, and the height above the sea was 20 or 30 meters. On the top of its head, there are crisscross scars. A closer look reveals that it is a huge whale. Ah, how can there be such a big whale? Seeing the huge whale that suddenly surfaced and blocked in front of the Mary, Usopp panicked instantly and ran back and forth on the Mary's deck. Even Zoro and Sanji couldn't help but have cold sweat on their foreheads. Nami hid behind Luffy the first time the whale appeared. Clinging tightly to the corners of Luffy's clothes with both hands, he looked at the big whale screaming. Although Luffy wasn't scared, such a huge whale still surprised Luffy for a while. This was the first time Luffy had seen such a large creature, either in a past life or in the present. This should be Laboon, right? Luffy looked at the huge whale in front of him, and already knew the origin of the whale in his heart. Just when a few people were still in shock and fear, something that made everyone even more tearful happened. I saw that the huge whale that had been standing on the sea suddenly opened its mouth. That fully opened whale mouth is enough to swallow an unknown number of Marys. Just after the huge whale grew its mouth, a huge suction force came out of the whale's mouth. Under this force, the calm sea where the Mary was originally located, the waves rolled in an instant, and turbulent currents formed. Following the whale's open mouth, the Mary was forced to sail towards the whale's mouth, driven by the current. I'm going to be eaten by a whale. Luffy, think of a way, we're going to be eaten. Damn it, this is too exaggerated. Luffy, who was shaking his body desperately by Nami, had to hug Nami tightly. It wasn't that he was afraid of Nami being thrown out, but that Luffy felt that if he didn't move, he would be stunned by Nami. Although the sea outside was rough, the currents that flowed directly into the whale were not much ups and downs. The Mary drove quickly and steadily into the dark environment. It didn't take long for a light to come, and everyone except Luffy had a feeling of closing their eyes and waiting to die. There is actually a sky, aren't we being swallowed by a whale? Hey? There's a house there. Does anyone live here? A few people were talking with you and me, completely forgetting the scene where you just burst into tears. Luffy looked at the small house not far away and thought a little. I don't know if Crocus has any useful information. Or ask him if he has any medical notes or something to prepare for Chopper. Luffy will no longer consider whether he can successfully invite the crew. Just when everyone was still sighing about this wonderful space, another huge creature suddenly jumped out of the water. Different from just now, this time the creature rushed towards the Mary, obviously intending to attack the Mary. What's the deal this time? The continuous fright finally made Usopp unable to help collapse, sitting on the deck with one buttocks, holding the mast in tears and shivering. It's the king squid, Luffy, get rid of it. Nami, who had been behind Luffy since the beginning, grabbed Luffy again and shook him. Luffy was helpless, and just as he was about to take action, two piercing sounds came. Whizzing! Two spears pierced from the back of the king squid, and the tips of the spears penetrated from the front of the king squid facing the Mary. Afterwards, the king squid, who had swooped aggressively towards the Mary, froze and fell down. The splashing waves shook the Mary violently. After the king squid fell into the water, a large net was thrown directly over, and the corpse of the king squid was caught in the net. Luffy looked at the source of the spear and the net, which was the only small house in the space. It's a flower. Because of the location, Sanji could only see a few petal-shaped spreads over there. It's human, someone is dragging this king squid. Nami, who was standing behind Luffy, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her position could clearly see the situation on the other side. Did that old gentleman kill the king squid? It took only one blow. After finally seeing the person on the other side, Sanji looked at him in disbelief. And the old man who dragged the king squid to the shore also looked at Sanji. The sharp eyes made Sanji nervous for a while, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This feeling made Sanji seem to be back in the scene where he was shocked by Luffy a few days ago. Just as Sanji was nervously waiting for the other person to speak, the old man with the strange petals on his head suddenly ran to the reclining chair next to him. Then he lay down directly under Sanji's stunned eyes, and took out a newspaper to read by the way. You speak a word. Sanji, who was frightened by the old man's eyes before, saw that the other party was lying down and reading the newspaper so suddenly, his image of a reclusive expert instantly collapsed. The unbearable Sanji suddenly roared at the other party. And Usopp, who was shivering with fear by the king's squid, was no longer afraid after seeing the king's squid being killed. If you want to fight, Lao Zi will accompany us, we have cannons. Hearing Usopp's words, the old man lying on the reclining chair finally reacted, and looked at Sanji and Usopp with sharp eyes again. Don't say such things, it will kill people. Who do you think will die? With the first experience, this time Sanji was not intimidated by the other party's aura. I. The understatement of the answer once again allowed Sanji to break the defense. It's you. Don't be so angry, old man, can you tell us who you are? Where is this place? Zoro on the side couldn't stand it anymore, and asked the old man in a self-kind tone. Is it proper etiquette to state your name before asking others? The old man did not answer directly, but looked at Zoro with the same eyes. Zoro was not frightened, and nodded after hearing the old man's words. Yeah, you're right, sorry, my name is Crocus, the lighthouse keeper at Twin Points, 71 years old, type of Gemini. Zoro, who was full of confidence, broke the defense in an instant. If it wasn't for Usopp's grasp from behind, he would have drawn his knife and slashed at the old man. Asterisk. Chapter 49 Exchange and Agreement. Pfft. Looking at the familiar and funny scene in front of him, Luffy couldn't help laughing. After hearing Luffy's laughter, Crocus, who wanted to continue talking, finally noticed Luffy. Crocus was slightly taken aback after seeing the familiar straw hat, but he didn't show any strange emotions. I also asked who I am. This is my private villa. You broke in. I also want to ask who you are. Crocus continued what he had just said. We should have been swallowed by a huge whale, but here. Nami couldn't go on talking about halfway through, after all, it didn't look like a whale's belly at all. Is this whale called Laboon? Ignoring the puzzled looks on the Mary, Luffy looked at Crocus and asked. Oh? Boy, you know it. I have never told anyone the name of this whale. Logically speaking, apart from the Rumba pirates who left this whale here, he should be the only one who knows. However, the boy in front of him wearing a familiar straw hat called out the name of the whale Laboon. Crocus raised his eyes slightly. Could he be a descendant of someone in the Rumba pirates? Know a little, and I have news about the Rumba pirates. There are some things you don't need to hide from what you know. Even if people wondered why he knew so much, Luffy was confident enough not to explain anything to others. Crocus didn't know how to react to Luffy's straight ball. It's not a good thing to do, but how about I want to trade this news for things like Mr. Crocus' medical notes? Luffy didn't beat around the bush. If his foresight made him and Zoro stronger, then there was no reason to hesitate. It seems that you are not a simple teenager. It is a rare thing to know the identity of his doctor. If you hadn't specifically inquired about it, generally no one on the ships passing through here knew that he was a doctor. And Luffy not only knew, but even had news about the Rumba pirates that he had never heard of. Crocus had to wonder what Luffy really was. As a ship doctor on the One Piece ship, you should recognize this straw hat. Luffy took off the straw hat that had been on his head, held it in his hand, and looked at Crocus. Luffy, what did you just say? One Piece's ship doctor. The Zoro people who didn't understand what Luffy and the old man were talking about were shocked when they suddenly heard Luffy say that the old man in front of him was the ship doctor of One Piece. How many people would never have thought that when they entered the Grand Line, they would be able to meet the crew of the legendary One Piece? Are you sure this isn't a joke? Especially Nami, who had already pulled Luffy's hand into his broad chest at this time, with an expression on his face that wanted to ask the truth. Seeing this scene, Sanji's eyes were spitting fire, and he gritted his teeth jealously and had no choice. It's such a nostalgic title. I didn't expect that now, there are still people who know me, a reclusive old fellow. Crocus, who was still a little wary at first, let go of his vigilance after Luffy took off his straw hat. Someone who can let Shanks give away the straw hat must have something special. Actually admit it. But Luffy, how did you know that? Seeing the other party admit their identity, Nami and the others were surprised and more puzzled at the same time. Since it's the person that the original owner of this straw hat is optimistic about, then I won't hide it. Boom! Boom! Just as Crocus was about to say something, there was a violent shaking. Nami fell to one side without realizing it, and Luffy quickly pulled her back. Zoro and Sanji on the side also grabbed the railing of the boat for the first time. Only Usopp didn't react immediately, and was directly knocked down on the deck by the violent shaking. It can be said that on the first day into the Grand Line, Usopp has endured all kinds of hardships. What happened? What happened? Although he fell on the deck, Usopp also grabbed the mainmast and asked with a trembling voice after fixing his body. Crocus, who was originally standing on the shore, also grabbed a coconut tree next to him for the first time, stabilized his body, and quickly jumped into the seawater that was actually a whale's stomach juice. The specific situation will be discussed later. I'll go and calm down Laboon first. Crocus, who stuck his head out of the water, said to Luffy and the others, letting him dive into the water again and swim somewhere. Luffy was holding the railing with his right hand, and his left hand was firmly around Nami's waist. In this situation, even Luffy had no better way. Now we'll have to wait until Crocus sedates Laboon to calm it down. Finally, not long after Crocus left, the shaking of this space stopped. After Luffy and the others stood firm, Crocus swam again from the sea of stomach acid. Since you have news about the Rumba pirates, come with me. Just now that Laboon has calmed down, he will also tell it. Luffy pulled Crocus to the Mary, and then the Mary headed for an exit under Crocus's guidance. It's really amazing. It actually made the sky in the belly of a whale. After coming out of the whale's stomach, Usopp's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but wonder. At this moment, on the coast of Twin Points, the huge whale that had swallowed the Mary was standing there quietly, with its body facing the direction of the upside-down mountain, and its eyes seemed to be looking at somewhere. Hey, Laboon! Luffy jumped off the Mary and walked directly to the shore in front of Laboon. He seemed to hear Luffy calling himself, and in those huge eyes, the eyeballs moved slightly and glanced in the direction of Luffy. Brook is still alive. He ate the yellow spring fruit. Although he died once, he came back to life under the power of the yellow spring fruit. Whoa 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 whoa! Hearing Luffy's words, Laboon's eyes seemed to have the figure of the exploding head playing the violin. Crocus, who got off the Mary, paused slightly when he heard Luffy say Brook's name, then found another stone and sat down. Although it's a bit strange now, I'm sure you can recognize him. How about we make an appointment? Looking at Laboon, who has been calling since hearing Brook's name, Luffy smiled. You can't keep hitting the red line until we meet next time, and in exchange, I'll bring Brook to you next time we meet, how about that? Asterisk. Chapter 50 The Legend of the Sea. On the coast of Twin Points, Crocus quietly watched the Mary and the figure in the straw hat on the Mary. Is he the one you're waiting for? Roger. With a light sigh, Crocus turned his gaze to Laboon, who was also looking at the distant figure, and smiled slightly. It brought me good news. Now I can finally relax. This old bone of mine. Naval Headquarters Intelligence Service. About the new group of pirates mentioned a few days ago, the Straw Hat Pirates, the leader of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey-d-Luffy, is finally determined to offer a reward of 90 million Baileys. A bounty was spread out on the display board. The portrait has only the upper body. The person in the portrait is wearing a red waistcoat jacket and an ordinary straw hat on his head. One hand rests on the top of the straw hat. The shadow cast by the pressed hat brim slightly covers his eyes. The corners of his mouth rose up on his handsome and determined face. Below the portrait, a line of money is printed on it, which is the 90 million Bailey just mentioned by the Intelligence Department. The first reward was as high as 90 million Bailey. Is it too high to look at each other? To be able to play against Hawkeye and not lose, I think 90 million Bailey is too little. But after all, it's just the first reward. If the amount is too high, there may be a bad response. But no matter what, since the first bounty was 90 million Baileys, it must have been extraordinary. If it is not dealt with in time, there may be another powerful force on the sea. Windmill Village. Banquet Bar. Hey, everyone, come and see. That kid Luffy has a bounty. The door of the bar was pushed open, and a villager rushed in excitedly holding a reward list in his hand. Oh, really? How much is the reward? The guests who were drinking in the bar showed excitement after hearing the words of the person with the reward list. It's as if the objects on the reward list are not others, but themselves. 90 million Bailey, the first reward is 90 million Bailey. The person holding the bounty didn't sell anything, and announced loudly. Wow, that kid Luffy is too good. You can't read it wrong, right? Oh, it's really 90 million Bailey. Doesn't that mean that there really was a big pirate in our village? Yeah, great. It's good. What's good? There are such pirates in the village. Why are you so happy? The door of the bar was pushed open again, and this time it was the elderly village chief who came in. Ah, it's the village chief. The village chief is here too. Ha ha ha, Makino, give me another drink. Hearing the guest's words, Makino refilled the guest with a glass of wine, and then poured another drink from the counter to the village chief who had just sat down. That face, which usually had a gentle smile on it, was now staring at the posted bounty. Orange Town. Mayor, there's news about the boy in the straw hat. In the bustling town, a certain villager also held a reward list in his hand and hurriedly ran towards the mayor's house. Hearing the voice, the mayor hurried out and took a look at the reward list from the villagers. Monkey-d-Luffy? Was it you who drove the buggy pirates away at that time? But you are obviously not the one who did evil, so how could you be rewarded? Finally knowing the name of the figure that he hadn't seen at the time, the mayor was full of doubts about this reward list. West Lob Village. Miss, there is news from Mr. Luffy and the others. Butler Mary, who walked in from outside the room, held a reward list in his hand and showed it in front of Kaya. Kaya, wearing glasses, put down the medical knowledge book she was studying, and took the reward list from the butler with a little excitement. Mr. Luffy. The fist that slammed into Chloe at that time not only saved Kaya's life from Chloe's hands, but also caused ripples in Kaya's originally calm heart lake. That eldest lady, who has always been like a canary and can only live in a mansion like a cage, has really longed for the outside world for the first time. See restaurant. Boss, the boy in the straw hat has been rewarded. Ah-jin, who came back from buying ingredients from outside, still held a newly bought reward list in his hand. Jep, who came out of the kitchen, took the reward list from Akin. A reward of 90 million was offered. It should have been caused by the duel with Hawkeye, right? But this also proves that the kid is really powerful. Sanji can follow him, maybe he can really fulfill his dream. Thinking of this, the corners of Jep's eyes were a little wet, and that stinky brat of damn it finally had his own way to go. New world somewhere. Hey, boss, Luffy's bounty is down. Biting a chicken leg, Lucky Roo glanced at the newspaper in the hands of a certain younger brother, and snatched one of the reward lists. Actually, a reward of 90 million was offered for the first time. Perhaps what Hawkeye said before is true, and he may be able to catch up with us soon. Why, are you afraid? Shanks was not surprised that Luffy was offered a bounty of 90 million. On the contrary, I felt that this should be the world government's scruples. It was the first time that Luffy had been offered a reward, so he didn't dare to set it too high, so he only had 90 million Baileys. Hey, boss, it's not like this is a joke. Ha ha ha, when that day comes, I can't let Luffy underestimate it. I wanted to beat that precocious brat for a long time, ha ha ha. At this time, on the Merry, Luffy and others who had not received the news were doing another thing. I said that the two of you sneaked onto our boat without our consent. Do you have to give a reasonable explanation? On the deck of the Merry, Luffy, Nami, Zoro, Usopp, Sanji, several people were forming a circle at this time. In the circle, a man and a woman were kneeling on the deck with fearful faces. Please don't hurt us, we just want to take your boat to the next island, woohoo! Are you taking us for fools? As for the two people who appeared on the boat, Luffy naturally knew their origins. But I have to say, sometimes teasing people does make people feel good. How? We really encountered a shipwreck, and the ship was destroyed because of it, so we had no choice but to secretly take your ship to the next island. Stop talking nonsense, show the way, where you want to take us. Now that he showed up, Luffy saved the process of asking Crocus. Otherwise, if you choose another route, your advantage of being familiar with the plot will be useless. Asterisk. Chapter 51 Revealing Identity. Happy New Year and number 039, S. Eve. Ugh, it's so cold. On the way to Whiskey Peak, the changing climate of the Grand Line was revealed to Luffy for the first time. Just after leaving Gemini Cape, it would still be sunny and cloudless. However, before the Merry went far, the sky started to snow. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, and soon the Merry was covered with a thick layer of snow. Under Nami's order, the two who sneaked onto the boat also started shoveling snow. Fortunately, Nami bought a lot of clothes for Luffy before, which naturally have clothes for all seasons. Even if she still wears short sleeves, she won't catch a cold due to her physique. But don't wear warm clothes, wear short sleeves to get cold, and Luffy is not stupid. In his spare time shoveling snow, Luffy glanced at Nami, who was commanding at the bow, and looked down at Nami from time to time to record the pointer. All I can say is that good-looking people look good no matter what they wear. The light yellow long padded jacket is still a slim fit, with a scarf around his neck, and his bright orange long hair is still softly scattered on the back. As for Miss Wednesday, the Princess of Alabasta, it can only be said that the current outfit is beyond words. But for the sake of her serious snow shoveling, Nami generously gave her a dress. The other man, Mr. 9, who was with him was not so lucky. Still wearing his strange costume, with frozen snot hanging from his nose, he was shivering shoveling the snow on the Merry. Fortunately, his clothes had long sleeves, otherwise it would have been more difficult. The whole way was basically smooth sailing before, and the Merry did not break here and there like the original. So even in such blizzard weather, as long as you pay attention to clearing the snow, there will be basically no major problems. The climate of the Grand Line is ever-changing, as long as it is not a fixed winter island or summer island, such weather will soon pass. However, even though the blizzard soon stopped, the snow shovelers were still tired on the deck. The stamina is still not enough, seeing that even Zoro and Sanji fell to the ground to rest, Luffy muttered to himself. You must know that the duel of the strong will often take days and nights. If you shovel so little snow, you will be tired. It can only be said that the practice is not enough. Seeing that the weather had become sunny again, Luffy took off his padded jacket and hung it on the railing casually. He jumped to his special seat again, sat on the lovely sheep's head on the Merry, and quietly watched the sea after the snow and the first clear. Nami glanced at the sky, then glanced at the recording pointer again, and after seeing that there was no problem, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although I have learned about the changes of the Grand Line from the book, it is the first time I have faced such a situation. Even if Nami is confident in himself, he still can't avoid nervousness. But fortunately, nothing went wrong, and with the first experience, I won't be as busy as today. Picking up Luffy's padded jacket hanging on the railing, Nami gave Luffy a white glance and walked towards his room. They all live in their own rooms, so they naturally put their clothes in their own rooms. Baroque workers. Crocodile, A&D. Nico Robin. A&D. Nefertari Vivi, what secrets are there in you? Luffy, sitting on the sheep's head, habitually thought about the next plot. Thinking of Vivi, Luffy couldn't help but glance at the woman who was resting on her back, now without any image. Being able to be targeted by IM, there should be some secret. What's the matter? Is there something wrong with that woman? After changing back to Nami, who was dressed in long-sleeved jeans, he came to Luffy again. When I came over, I saw Luffy looking at the woman thoughtfully. For some reason, Nami always had a very uncomfortable feeling. And Miss Wednesday, who was lying down and resting, that is, Princess Vivi of Alabasta, suddenly felt a chill on her back. Nefertari, Vivi. Luffy didn't answer Nami right away, but looked back at the unconscious woman and spat out a name. Luffy didn't deliberately lower his voice. There are some things, in front of absolute strength, there is no need to hide. Hearing the name from Luffy's mouth, Vivi, who was lying there with no image, suddenly froze. She continued to lie down without daring to move, as if she wanted to pretend she didn't know anything. And Nami, who had been paying attention to the woman because of Luffy's eyes, immediately noticed the difference. Nefertari. If the surname Nami is correct, it should be the surname of the royal family of the famous desert kingdom, Alabasta. Do you want to continue to pretend? Contrary to your friend who calls himself a prince, as a real princess, there must be a reason for appearing here, right? What? Where is the princess? When Luffy said the word princess, the first person to react was not Nami beside Luffy, nor Vivi, who was the party involved. Instead, it was like Sanji and Mr. Nine, who had turned on a switch somewhere. It was supposed to be a serious questioning scene, but after these two guys jumped out, Luffy was no longer in the mood to pretend. Miss Wednesday, is what he said true? Are you really a princess? Mr. Nine, who has always claimed to be a prince, was inexplicably excited when he heard that his partner might be a real princess. Oh, beautiful princess, I noticed your extraordinariness from the first time we met. Do I have the honor to invite you to lunch? However, compared to Mr. Nine, it seems that a certain cook on his own ship is more excited. Luffy has an urge to cover his face. You have surrendered before this hostile relationship has been lifted. Boom. Nami punched him without hesitation. Oh. Is Miss Nami jealous for me? Miss Nami is so beautiful. Number. Vivi, who was still nervous because of her identity being revealed, felt a sense of relief at this time. Just as she was about to speak, the swordsman with 3 knives next to her spoke first. Hey? Can't you tell the difference between an enemy and a friend? You must go up to show your hospitality as long as you are a woman. Zoro didn't forget the last time he was ridiculed by Liu Chi. Now that he has the opportunity, there is no reason to let it go. What are you talking about, green algae head? Are you trying to fight? Sure enough, for Sanji, Zoro is more attractive. Seeing the two scuffled together again, Luffy thought maliciously. Asterisk. Chapter 52 Vivi and number 039, S request Happy New Year. Quack. Just when the scene was a little chaotic, a newsbird flew over the Mary. Nami waved at the newsbird, ignoring Zoro and Sanji, who were still fighting, and started to bargain with the newsbird seriously. As for, now that I and others are not short of money, it is absolutely impossible to hold the newsbird in order to pay back the few Baileys. Didn't you see that the newsbirds were sweating profusely? In the end, Nami couldn't save a Bailey from the newsbirds. I won't buy it if the price goes up next time. Looking at the newsbird that had already flown far away, Nami shouted towards the sky a little unwillingly. The newsbird heard Nami's cry, its wings visibly twitched, and then flew away faster. Did I say it's necessary? We're not short of money, are we? Don't you know how much you can eat? I'm not here to keep you full, I want to save some elsewhere. Hearing Luffy's muttering, Nami froze and pointed at Luffy and yelled. Who is this lady doing this for? You're good, but you still think I'm a fan of money, right? The more he thought about it, the more angry Nami raised the hand holding the newspaper and wanted to throw it at Luffy's head. Just then, a single sheet of paper floated out of the folded newspaper. The paper swayed and floated in front of Vivi, who was still stunned. The floating paper suddenly caught everyone's attention. Nami took back the newspaper that had not been sent out, and even Zoro and Sanji, who were still fighting together, stopped. Seeing everyone turn their attention to the paper in front of him, Vivi was helpless and could only bite the bullet and pick up the piece of paper that fell in front of him under everyone's attention. Luffy, who was about to endure Nami's blow, also looked at him. If I read it right, that piece of paper should be a reward list, right? What? With the scream of Vivi, who picked up the bounty list and unfolded it, everyone also saw the specific content of the bounty list at the same time. Lulu. Luffy. As usual, Usopp exclaimed as soon as he saw the bounty list. Oh? Is Luffy on a bounty? Marine is so quick. Zoro kept strangling Sanji's neck, looking at Luffy's avatar on the bounty list and said. No, the front foot had just rejected the other party's invitation, and the back foot had already put up a reward. Maybe it won't be long before we will be rewarded too. Sanji looked at Luffy's bounty with envy, but didn't take his hand back from Zoro. 90 million Baileys. After seeing the amount of the reward, Vivi exclaimed again. For her, the highest reward she has ever seen is only 81 million Bailey. And that was the one he wanted to deal with, namely Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Even if the other party's bounty does not increase after becoming 7 warlords of the sea, it also proves that the man in front of him has the strength to become Shishibukai. Thinking of this, Vivi quickly thought about whether he could ask the other party to help solve Crocodile. Hey, Miss Wednesday, this guy has a bounty of 90 million Bailey, is it really okay for us to bring him to Whiskey Peak? The first time he saw the amount of the bounty offered by Luffy, Mr. Nine climbed up to Vivi and whispered in her ear. Nice photo shoot. For his own bounty, Luffy just thinks this photo looks much better than the smiling face in the original book. As for the bounty amount, the higher the better, of course, but the troubles that come with it will also increase. We have to find devil fruit for Nami and the others as soon as possible. There is really no way, so we can only try our luck with Enel and Golden Lion. A cold light flashed in Luffy's eyes. Maybe I can try it when I encounter demon fruit power in the future. After all, no matter how small the chance is, there is still a chance of rebirth nearby. With his unusual observation Haki, if devil fruit is reborn nearby, it is not difficult to find. Maybe I can always match some fruits on the boat in the future. By the way, we haven't done anything yet, so why is Luffy being offered a bounty by Marine? Just because he refused their invitation. Nami didn't understand, after all, his adoptive mother was Marine. However, he encountered people like Colonel Mouse and Colonel Monka, which made Nami distrust Marine. If Luffy hadn't brought Garp, the Marine hero, to save him, Nami thinks he might never trust Marine again. Even if Belmere was once a Marine. However, this time the bounty once again made Nami disappointed with Marine. It's not all about Marine. Luffy shook his head. Nami didn't know the relationship between world government and Marine, how could he not know? With Garp's relationship there, Marine shouldn't take the initiative to offer a reward to himself. After all, he had promised Garp, and he had also promised Nami that he would not become a pirate like a dragon. If there is no reason for world government here, Luffy doesn't believe it, maybe he has already entered the eyes of those 5 at this time. After all, Luffy has never concealed his name. The D family has always been the focus of the world government. Although Luffy still didn't reveal what D was before he crossed over, the world government's attention to D was obvious to all. Not Marine's problem. Nami didn't understand what Luffy meant. Luffy did not explain. After all, it is too complicated to explain, and Luffy himself is not very clear about the specific things. I don't know the specifics. In short, Marine can't be completely independent. For some things, the world government has the power to make a final decision. Nami nodded knowingly and didn't ask any further questions. That. Mr. Luffy. Ignoring Mr. 9's incessant gestures next to him, Vivi was silent for a while and decided to gamble on Luffy. Hearing Vivi's voice, everyone turned their attention to her. Not caring about the others, Vivi looked at the man sitting on the bow, and when he saw that he was looking at himself, he spoke again. As Mr. Luffy said, my real name is indeed Nefertari Vivi. Although I don't know how Luffy knew, but since he decided to ask the other party to take action, some things are better not to ask. It is indeed the Princess of Alabasta, but now Alabasta is in an unprecedented crisis. I'm here and acting in that capacity for that very reason. My country is at war, and I've found out who's behind it all, but I have no way of fighting it, so I'd like to ask Mr. Luffy to help. Asterisk. Chapter 53 Promise. It's not difficult to deal with sand crocodiles, crocodile. Hearing Luffy say this, Vivi's excitement flashed in his eyes for a moment, but it quickly subsided. Luffy's words were obviously not finished, and Vivi didn't think the other party would help him for no reason. But what can you pay for it? Vivi's request wasn't rejected, but Luffy didn't intend to help in vain either. Moreover, even if he agrees directly, the other party may not trust him. After all, helping others without asking for anything in return is not so easy to believe in this world where pirates are rampant. What if you kill a crocodile and bring in another stronger one? Vivi was obviously relieved to hear that Luffy didn't mean to refuse, but offered to pay. No one is stupid, this approach is beneficial to both parties. As the Princess of Alabasta, I can call the shots and pay you Bailey twice the crocodile bounty. Crocodile's bounty when he becomes Shishibukai is 81 million Baileys, doubling it is 162 million. 162 million? But can you really give out so much Bailey? The current Luffy is not yet familiar with Vivi, and the content of the transaction to be discussed still needs to be discussed. Nami on the side was also a little bit interested in Luffy wanting to accept Vivi's request. But when I heard Luffy say 162 million, I instantly put that dissatisfaction behind me. Alabasta isn't really rich right now, but Bailey has it all. Vivi replied affirmatively. If with Alabasta's national strength, even Bailey, who is less than 200 million, can't get it, then Vivi doesn't have to run around for this country. Just let Crocodile take the country away. Okay, we agreed. Before Luffy could say anything, Nami had already made a decision for Luffy. But looking at the appearance of Bailey's eyes, I didn't think about what kind of strength Crocodile really is. However, after seeing Luffy's fight with Hawkeye, Nami felt that the so-called sand crocodile could not be Luffy's opponent. This is why Nami agreed to Vivi without hesitation. Otherwise, based on Nami's concern for Luffy, if the sand crocodile is really strong to the level of Hawkeye, then Nami will not agree anyway. But Luffy didn't care much, and Nami agreed. Even without Vivi's request, he and others should have encountered Crocodile. At that time, Luffy naturally wouldn't let Crocodile go easily. After all, sand fruit is a pretty good ability. But yes, but the Mary will go to 2 places before heading to Alabasta. This. Although he really wanted to go back to Alabasta immediately, but after all, the initiative was in the hands of the other party, Vivi could only nod helplessly. In any case, as long as the other party agrees, then there is hope for him to drive out Crocodile. Regardless of whether the opponent is really capable of killing Crocodile, there is nothing wrong with Marine's bounty. At least the opponent should have the strength to touch Crocodile. Miss Wednesday, are you really going to betray the Baroque Work Society? Mr. 9, who has been silent since just now, looked at Vivi and asked seriously. Yes, I joined the Baroque studio to investigate Crocodile from the very beginning. Now that the evidence is in hand, and with Mr. Luffy's help, I have no reason to continue working for him. Now that Luffy's affirmative answer has been obtained, Vivi did not hesitate to answer Mr. 9's words directly. Then what about you? After knowing my identity, are you going to go back and report it to the Baroque works? If the other party really wants to do this, then Vivi will not hesitate to ask Luffy to kill him. Although they have been together for a long time, compared with Alabasta, the status of the other party is not as high as that. Since you, as a real princess, are leaving the Baroque workplace, then as a prince, I will naturally follow to the end. Mr. 9 is quite obsessed with this set of princes and princesses. Even at the risk of being killed, he must follow Vivi. It can only be said that if he is longer and more decent and stronger, it will be even better. Vivi did not comment on his choice, and some things still need to be experienced to understand. Ah! You shouldn't really be a prince from somewhere, right? Usopp on the side heard Mr. 9 say that he was a prince again, thinking that the other party was really the prince of a certain kingdom. Just him? Impossible, he must have said that because he wanted to approach Princess Vivi as a prince, scumbag. As for Sanji, whose IQ is basically equal to 0, seeing Mr. 9 towards Vivi like this, he felt that he was courting, and immediately sneered. Hey, you guy, don't underestimate me. Mr. 9, who was mocked by Sanji, immediately yelled at Sanji. In this case, after reaching Whiskey Peak, let the bounty hunters there settle down, and we can leave early to save time. Now that it has been agreed, some things can be said on the bright side. Hearing Luffy's warning, both Vivi and Mr. 9 looked at him in shock. The other party seems to know a lot of things, some things that only he knows, but he can directly expose them. Does he have any ability to eavesdrop on other people's thoughts? Vivi is a little fortunate that she chose to confess to the other party after her identity was revealed. Otherwise, even if you reach Whiskey Peak, you may be killed by the other party, and even all the bounty hunters in Whiskey Peak will be killed. Vivi, who has seen the strength of Crocodile, doesn't think that those 3 religions and 9 first-rate people can stop Luffy. I just said that your codenames sounded familiar before, but now I hear Luffy mention the bounty hunter, and I remembered that the Baroque workers also contacted me. Zoro on the side immediately remembered something about the Baroque workplace after hearing Luffy talk about the bounty hunter. But it doesn't make much sense. Vivi has all explained it, and Zoro's news is not bad. You green algae head is really useless, just talk nonsense. Sanji seized the opportunity to fight hard, and then the two pinched together again. Luffy ignored Zoro and Sanji, who were fighting. Whiskey Peak is followed by Little Garden, and then the Drum Kingdom. Don't let me down, Chopper. I have Crocus medical notes ready for you. Even if there is the professor of Dr. Dolly this note must be helpful to you, right? Asterisk. Chapter 54 Reaching Whiskey Peak. Miss Nami, Miss Vivi, dessert is ready, please enjoy it slowly. On the deck of the Mary, Sanji served 2 desserts. But the object is still only 2 women. Hey, cook, don't you have my portion of dessert? Mr. 9, who had no self-consciousness, saw that Sanji only served dessert to 2 women, and shouted to Sanji. As if he was really a prince, waiting for the squire to serve him dessert. This is a healthy dessert that I specially made for the 2 young ladies. Of course, it is not for a stinky man like you. But he's already eating. Mr. 9 didn't express any dissatisfaction with Sanji's sexism, just pointed at Luffy who was being fed by Nami. Damn it, Luffy, you bastard. That's what I specially prepared for Miss Nami. Looking in the direction Mr. 9 pointed, Sanji saw Luffy bite on the spoon Nami handed over. Sanji, who was in a good mood to ridicule Mr. 9 at first, became jealous for a while, only to feel that his heart was full of jealousy. Che, what are you yelling about, the curly-haired cook? Hearing Sanji's shout, Zoro cast his gaze decisively and sneered mercilessly. So Luffy didn't speak, and Sanji was attracted by Zoro. Watching Zoro and Sanji scuffle together again, Luffy once again sighed that the two are natural enemies. Mr. Luffy and Miss Nami have such a good relationship. Standing at the bow of the boat, Vivi saw Nami feeding Luffy dessert, and Luffy said with some envy, without the slightest twist. Luffy and Nami didn't speak, just quietly savored Sanji's dessert. At this time, Vivi had loosened the single ponytail that was originally tied, and the bangs on the forehead were put down again. His clothes were also changed into the long-sleeved hot pants that Nami provided him. Compared with the strange clothes that I just saw at the beginning, it gives people a completely new feeling. And after the sky blue hair was loose, it was more amazing than before. The desserts made by Sanji-kun are delicious. Without waiting for a response from the two, Vivi could only taste the dessert that Sanji had handed before. Just one sip made Vivi a little like the taste. Yet, if nothing else, Sanji's cooking skills are still very good, at least I have never eaten anything better than his cooking. Neither Luffy nor Nami can fault Sanji's cooking. Still sitting on the sheep's head, Luffy ate the dessert fed by Nami, looking at the calm sea in the distance. It didn't take long for a cactus to appear in Luffy's field of vision, and Whiskey Peak arrived. Since Vivi had already notified Akalem, who was undercover with her, naturally there would be no more so-called towns that welcome pirates. The Mary sailed into the port smoothly. Although there were no townspeople pretending to be bounty hunters to welcome her, there was still one person and one duck waiting at the port. Looking at the curled hair and the figure with a fat body, Vivi jumped off the Mary first. Quickly walking to Akalem's side, Vivi touched the large duck next to him, and then introduced the Luffy people who got off the boat to the fat uncle. Luffy Lord, thank you very much for accepting Princess Vivi's request. The figure wearing the straw hat was recognized at a glance. After all, the bounty list with this face printed on it has spread all over the world in the past 2 days. I don't need to thank you. I didn't help you for free. The reward that Miss Vivi promised, I hope I don't miss the appointment afterwards. Naturally, please rest assured, Lord Luffy. Without haggling or hesitating, Luffy was able to agree to deal with Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, for 162 million, and it was his own advantage. If you don't know what to say, you don't know what to do. Hey, what happened after waiting? You are finally here. The rookie pirate with a reward of 90 million, I don't know if it really has this strength. Just when Akalem wanted to bring Luffy and the others to town, a discordant male voice came from behind the stone next to him. And you, Mr. 8, Mr. 9, and Miss Wednesday, since you have made the decision to betray the Baroque Work Club, you must be ready to be cleared by Mr. 0. Another female voice also sounded from the same direction. You are Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine. Looking at a man and a woman walking out from behind the stone, Vivi and Akalem recognized them at a glance. Zoro, Sanji, let's solve it. If you don't fight, your skills will regress. Compared to Vivi and the others, Luffy and the others have no feeling at all about the new two. You are, what are you? Well, except Usopp. Zoro and Sanji naturally had no objection to Luffy's proposal, but walked towards the man and woman one by one. Hey, chef, don't you think that the other party is a woman and can't do it? Otherwise, you can go back, and there is no problem with giving both of them to me. Well, the fight hasn't started yet, and it is estimated that the fight will start on my own side. Sure enough, Sanji couldn't take it anymore after hearing Zoro's words. Be gentle with ladies, you green algae head won't understand. Hey? Don't put your self-righteous thoughts on others, bastard with curly eyebrows. So, before they fought with the enemy, the two of them started their own hands. Are you guys underestimating me? Look at my booger bomb. The noodle-haired man in a brown jacket and sunglasses felt insulted to see Zoro and Sanji completely ignoring him. immediately stretched out his hand, dug out a piece of booger in the disgusting eyes of everyone present, then threw it in his hand and slammed it towards Zoro and Sanji, who were in the fight. And the two people in the fight, when the booger was about to talk to the two, suddenly separated. Afterwards, Zoro slashed with a knife, directly seeing the booger in two and flying towards both sides. Boom boom! With two roars, the booger that flew to both sides suddenly exploded, and bursts of dust were thrown from the fire. Originally, Zoro, who was shattering his thoughts because the knife slashed his booger, finally showed a little serious expression when he saw that the booger he had cut still exploded. At the same time, Sanji, who flashed to the side, also took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit one, put it in his mouth and started smoking. Demon fruit power? I didn't expect to meet the rare demon fruit power in East Blue as soon as I entered the Grand Line. It's a bit of a skill to escape my booger bomb, but it won't be so easy next. The man in sunglasses said to Zoro and the two, and then looked at the woman with an umbrella and a strange construction hat next to him. Give me the one with the knife, and you will deal with the one with the curly eyebrows, okay, Miss Valentine? ***. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 55 Easy Solution. Okay, but you don't want to be hacked to death by others. The woman called, Miss Valentine, replied with a malicious smile. You should worry about yourself. After all, you are the accomplice of the pirate who offered a reward of 90 million Bailey, but don't be killed by the other party. The man in sunglasses sarcastically said, and then saw him take a revolver-like pistol from his waist. In this world of pirates with flintlock guns, it is really surprising to suddenly pull out a revolver. Want to shoot me with a gun? Zoro has already taken out 3 knives, and the one in his mouth is still the word Hedeo. The other 2 I have in my hands are the new knives I got in Logue Town. But don't get killed by accident. Mr. Five answered, and then saw him take a deep breath and blow hard at the revolver's revolver. Spin the wheel once, and then see that Mr. Five is a shot directly at Zoro. Boom! Invisible air exploded where Zoro was standing. Although there was no physical bullet trajectory, Zoro jumped away with his fighting instinct. But although it jumped off, the aftermath of the explosion still blew Zoro into a mess. Although it didn't hurt much, Zoro was upset for a while, especially. Hey, green algae head, why did you get blown up like this from the beginning? Just go back to Luffy's side, and leave these 2 to me. Seeing this scene, Sanji, who hasn't fought yet, will naturally not miss the opportunity to mock Zoro. You still have the mind to take care of others? Die for me. Just as Sanji looked towards Zoro, Miss Valentine's voice suddenly sounded from the air. Then, just when Sanji turned his head, the slightly petite body suddenly fell, and the right foot aimed at the top of Sanji's head and kicked at high speed. Looking at the apparently abnormal falling speed of the opponent, Sanji did not choose to make a hard connection, but quickly jumped to the side. Boom! There was another explosion. This time it was not the sound of a bomb exploding, but the dull sound of a heavy object falling from a height and slamming to the ground. Looking at the place where he was standing, a huge pothole was smashed, and even the nearby ground was slightly cracked. Sanji is somewhat grateful for his choice to avoid. Are you also demon fruit power? Sanji, who regained his footing, looked at Miss Valentine, his eyes a little dignified. After all, this is the first time against demon fruit power, so be careful. It seems that I saw that Smoker was easily solved by Luffy before, which made my judgment of devil fruit a little wrong. Is it still Luffy too strong? But yes, after all, Luffy is also demon fruit power. That's right, I eat light lion fruit, and I can change my weight at will between 1 to 10,000 kilograms. Without caring, he explained his fruit power to Sanji, and Miss Valentine flew into the sky again. Seeing Miss Valentine falling from the sky to him again, Sanji smiled. Perhaps the force of your fall from the air is indeed strong, but... Boom! Too slow. Sanji, who had dodged the crash again. Before Miss Valentine could get up, she pressed her feet and quickly appeared beside her. With Miss Valentine's eyes widening, he kicked out with his right foot. "Hey? Is it over there?" But this lascivious cook can't change his lecherous problems. Zoro, who was dodging from the left and right of the Mr. 5 air bomb, caught a glimpse of Sanji, who had his feet next to the stunned Miss Valentine's neck out of the corner of his eye, and sneered softly. Then, Zoro stopped the movement of his feet, and his body suddenly stopped. "Are you finally going to give up?" Seeing Zoro stop, Mr. 5 also stopped shooting. In his opinion, Zoro is already meat on the chopping block, and Sen has slaughtered it himself. "Give up? It's not just about trying your new trick." Saying that, Zoro took the third-generation Onikaru and Yukaku back to their scabbards, and at the same time took off the words Waduichi in their mouths. Holding Heidei in his left hand, he bent and raised it slightly, his right hand held the back of his left hand, and Zoro squatted down slightly. "I just realized this trick not long ago, so let you try it first." Seeing Zoro swinging his knife, Mr. 5, who was far away from himself, didn't care, he just raised his revolver and aimed it at Zoro. On the contrary, Luffy, who was actually fighting, smiled slightly when he saw Zoro's posture. It seems that it is still effective to mention cutting iron to Zoro in advance. Boom! One blade stream, 36 troubled whines. When Mr. 5 fired, Zoro waved the word Waduichi in his hand at the same time. A blue whirling slash wave was swiped from the tip of the Katoichi character. The slash wave pierced the air, directly dispersing the air bomb that was shot at Zoro, and then flew towards Mr. 5, who was still in the shooting position. The flying slashes hit Mr. 5, who was standing there without incident. In Mr. 5's stunned eyes, he directly knocked him out. "Hey, Chlorella, you're moving too slowly, why did you solve it now?" Putting down her right leg, Miss Valentine, who had been stunned, had no intention of resisting. Sanji took a puff on the unfinished cigarette and said to Zoro, "Che, sooner or later you will die at the hands of a woman." Zoro just couldn't get used to Sanji's stinking habit of not hitting women. The enemy is the enemy, what is the difference between men and women, is it really not dead or what? Okay. It's amazing, it turns out that in addition to Mr. Luffy, Mr. Swordsman and Mr. Chef are also so amazing. Looking at Mr. 5, who had been dealt with, and Miss Valentine, who was stunned in place, Vivi covered her mouth in amazement. Anakalem, who was beside him, was speechless in shock. The agents of the Baroque Agency are ranked in order of numbers. The smaller the number, the stronger the agent. However, Mr. 5 and her partner, who were 3 levels higher than him, were easily dealt with by these two. Akalem is more confident that Luffy and others can tackle Crocodile. Now that it's resolved, what about that woman? Zoro, who returned to Luffy's side, looked at Miss Valentine, who was stunned by Sanji. He didn't expect the quality of being a killer to be so low. The lustful cook is in trouble. If you knock her down, nothing will happen. Tie her up first, otherwise, if she runs away, there may be trouble. Luffy didn't comment on Sanji's actions, just spoke to Usopp next to him. After all, Usopp has everything, and there must be no shortage of ropes. Oh. Usopp, who was called by Luffy, responded, and immediately ran to Miss Valentine, who was sitting on the ground, and tied her up without the other party resisting. Asterisk. Chapter 57 Invite Robin. Miss All Sunday, are you Mr. Zero sent to deal with us? Vivi, who is quite familiar with the behavior of the Baroque Work Club, immediately thought that the other party was here to kill him. I have no orders to deal with you. Although it was surprising that Luffy revealed his name, it was obvious that he did not reveal himself by looking at the appearance of others. He was slightly relieved, but Nicole Robin didn't dare to be careless. In any case, if the other party really wanted to keep him, he might not be able to escape at all. At this moment, Nicole Robin regretted why she had come to check on this ship. If he hadn't been so curious, he might not have fallen into the current predicament. But even so, Nicole Robin didn't show any fear on her face, she still answered Vivi's question with a smile. After so many years, if you can't even manage your own expression well, then maybe you have died a long time ago. Hearing Nicole Robin's answer, Vivi didn't let down her guard. This woman, it's not easy. Don't be so nervous, you must know that the results of your investigation were obtained by me deliberately letting you follow. If I want to deal with you, why wait until now? Although he was provoking Vivi, his eyes never left Luffy. Of course I know that. Vivi is not stupid, on the contrary, she was able to go undercover for 2 years in the Baroque Work Club, thanks to her own agility. Stop talking nonsense, Nicole Robin, I don't care what you're on this ship for, but right now, I have something I want to ask you. Luffy looked serious, and the others on the boat didn't say anything when they saw Luffy talking, but looked at Luffy with curious eyes. They actually heard Luffy call the woman Nicole Robin this time, which meant Luffy knew who the woman was. But looking at the woman's expression, it was obviously the first time she had seen Luffy. After hearing Luffy's words, Nicole Robin was stunned for a moment, but then looked at Luffy vigilantly. As long as Luffy made a move, she would jump on the turtle ship following the Mary without hesitation. What do you wish to ask? With her eyes fixed on Luffy, Nicole Robin didn't dare to be careless. Don't be so nervous, I'm not trying to hurt you or ask embarrassing questions. Not slackening by Luffy's words, Nicole Robin just watched Luffy silently, waiting for his next words. My ship is short of people now, how about you, do you want to come to my ship? Ugh! What are you talking about? Mr. Luffy! As soon as Luffy finished speaking, Nami and the others who reacted first, especially Vivi, reacted the most. Nicole Robin also apparently didn't expect Luffy to invite herself aboard. She didn't respond for a while, she just blinked and didn't make a sound. The goal of my trip is Crocodile. After the fall of the Baroque Society, you are going to run away anyway, why don't you come to my ship? Luffy ignored everyone's surprise and confusion, and Yi still looked at each other calmly. Hey, Luffy, what are you doing? You just brought a Miss Valentine, you said she was useful, and now you're inviting this woman of unknown origin, don't you really like them? Luffy ignored Nami and the others, which didn't mean that Nami didn't speak. As soon as she reacted, she touched Luffy's cheek. Don't make trouble, she's different from Makita, Nicole Robin's presence is necessary if we want to navigate the world. Luffy held Nami's hand that wanted to pull his cheek, but he didn't mean to let go, so he held Nami's hand and explained. Since Mr. Luffy knows me, he should know about my past. Even so, would you still invite someone like me on board? Although she didn't know Luffy's specific purpose, Nicole Robin wasn't so nervous at this point. As long as the other party thinks that he is useful, he will not move him easily. This is Nicole Robin's experience of struggling alone for so many years. And when others don't need me, I have already made all the arrangements so that I can get away easily. What? Luffy, can you say hello before you invite people next time? It's a sudden invitation every time. If you don't say whether people will agree or not, we'll find it very awkward. Zoro still believes in Luffy's way of looking at people. But I always feel that Luffy seems to have known these people for a long time, and his every action seems to be specially designed to invite himself and others. Looking carefully, isn't this a beautiful lady? Luffy, you finally did something worthy of praise. A question mark slowly appeared on Luffy's head, and Zoro said it was fine. Sanji, do you think I didn't do anything right before? Luffy, you don't really want to invite this woman, are you? For anyone and anything, Usopp is inherently timid. I know you've been looking for historical texts, and it just so happens that I have several pieces of historical texts on my side, how about that? Luffy felt like a human trafficker now, and he was destined to rely on these sidelines to invite people. Even the historical text, I'm even more curious about Mr. Luffy now. On the surface, it was still calm, but when Nicole Robin heard Luffy mention the historical text, the vigilance she had just dropped rose again. I sincerely invite you to board the ship, or do you need to think about it? Of course, you have to think about it. You are such a direct invitation that no one dares to accept it directly, right? Nicole Robin secretly complained, but she didn't mean to refuse directly. After all, Luffy was right, if he did beat Crocodile, he should have run away too. But what if you can't beat it? If he promised to get on his boat now, wouldn't he be finished by then? Are you worried we can't beat Crocodile? As if seeing through Nicole Robin's heart, Luffy directly expressed her concerns. Nicole Robin was taken aback, although she did think so, but she didn't show the slightest expression of wanting to agree. Can you see your hesitation? Why don't you do it like this, after I and Crocodile officially fight, if I win, how about you agree to my invitation? As for losing, there is no need to hesitate when everyone is dead, Nicole Robin thought. At the same time he said, since Mr. Luffy has said this for the sake of it, if I refuse again, I will be a little confused. Then I will wait for the good news from Mr. Luffy. Asterisk. Chapter 58 Reasons to Go to Little Garden. After agreeing to Luffy's offer, Nicole Robin left in her turtle boat. So, can you tell us now why you invited the woman from the Baroque Work Club? After Nicole Robin left, Nami grabbed Luffy and asked. Zoro and the others also looked at Luffy at the same time. Although they believed in Luffy's selection, they still wanted to know why Luffy did this. She is the last surviving scholar of Ohara, and she should be the only person who can interpret the text of history in this sea at present. Luffy had no plans to hide the curiosity of the crowd, but he didn't need to explain everything to them. Ohara? You mean the Ohara that has been destroyed? As the princess of a country, or a big country like Alabasta, Vivi's knowledge is naturally not comparable to ordinary people. Even Nami has seen Ohara's messages in books. Yes, Ohara, the island that was wiped out by Marine Buster Call, and she, Nicole Robin, is now the only Ohara scholar left in this world. But, what does this have to do with you inviting her? Wait, you've been talking about the historical text since just now. What exactly is the historical text? Nami finally got the point of Luffy's words. This year is the 1520th year of the Sea Circle calendar, and 22 years have passed since the era of the Great Pirates. Why is it that no one can find the treasure left by One Piece after so many years? This is actually not quite right. The treasure was not left by Roger, but for Nami and the others, it does not need to be explained so clearly. Sure enough, after hearing Luffy's words, everyone showed a thoughtful expression. If there is no special reason, why has the era of the great pirates passed for so long, but no second One Piece was born? And thinking of the historical text mentioned by Luffy, combined with Luffy's behavior of inviting Nicole Robin, Nami seems to understand. You mean to find the final island that One Piece once visited, you need someone who can understand the historical text to guide you. Luffy didn't answer, because Luffy wasn't sure if he wanted to interpret what's in the historical text. Or only need to find the 4 historical text of road signs to determine the direction of the final island. But how do you know this? Obviously not everyone can know these things, right? Nami was keenly aware of the doubts in Luffy's words. If someone really knew this information, the big secret treasure should have been taken away long ago. But if no one knows, how did Luffy find out? Nami looked at Luffy with burning eyes, thinking that he was slowly approaching Luffy. But it wasn't until today that Nami realized that Luffy still seemed to be out of his reach. Zoro and others were also curious about the question raised by Nami. Even Princess Vivi, who had just met, was looking at Luffy eagerly at this time. After all, Luffy recognized his identity from the moment he saw him, and it was unbelievable how to think about such a thing. Take it as my secret. For everyone's curiosity, Luffy has no intention of explaining. Although I don't mind telling this information, I can't tell them that I have passed through, right? Nami gave Luffy a deep look and said nothing. Zoro also lay down directly, resting against the main mast. And Sanji and Zoro also walked towards the kitchen and warehouse respectively. Since Luffy has said so, they naturally won't ask any more. Just as Luffy never asked about their past, they naturally wouldn't bother about what Luffy didn't want to say. Vivi, who originally thought he could know some of Luffy's secrets, had to let go of his curiosity after seeing Nami and the others tacitly didn't ask. As for Makita, she was still on her own boat for the time being, and she heard these messages when she heard them. As for the future, Luffy didn't plan to give her too many choices. Okay, let's not talk about things that far away, there is something I want to tell you right now. Sanji and Usopp, who were about to leave, stopped and everyone looked at them again. Our next destination is a prehistoric island, a giant island known as Little Garden. Going to Little Garden was Luffy's plan before he entered the Grand Line. In addition to the fact that it is an island in the plot, another reason Luffy wants to be here is the two giants that live on this island. It wasn't that Luffy wanted to invite these two giants on board. After all, it was unrealistic. Even if the other party could agree, the Mary would not be able to carry them. Rather, Luffy wanted to see if he could learn the Elbaf's spear, the strongest spear of the giants, from their hands. After all, ants can learn it, so why can't you learn this trick if you have the skill of third gear and can imitate yourself as a giant? And if you learn this trick, then you will have an extra killing trick in the true sense. You mean prehistoric island? Hearing Luffy's words, Vivi was the first to react. What's the matter, Vivi? Is there something wrong? For Vivi's sudden and violent reaction, the people born in East Blue obviously did not understand the meaning of prehistoric island. Yes, prehistoric island, but the creatures on the island don't need to worry, but there is one thing you must pay attention to. Luffy's expression is serious. Don't think that only Nami is sick in the original book, but that's because it was Nami who was bitten by Caskia. Luffy isn't sure if the virus has affected other people, but it probably does. So, before entering Little Garden, you have to remind them to pay attention. Don't worry about the creatures on the island. If it is really prehistoric island, there must be dinosaurs on that island, right? Don't worry about that. Despite seeing Zoro and Sanji make shots, Vivi still doesn't think they can beat dinosaurs. In Vivi's understanding, dinosaurs are huge and ferocious creatures. Although there are herbivorous dinosaurs, it does not mean that they are not a threat. Dinosaurs really have nothing to worry about. Even if a dinosaur attacks you, Zoro and Sanji are sure to protect you before you are attacked. Yes, Princess Vivi, I will protect you. Sanji, who had a serious face at first, immediately twisted up and ran in front of Vivi after hearing Luffy's words. But Vivi was still a little worried, and he couldn't be too careful until he saw a real dinosaur. The most terrifying thing about prehistoric island is not this kind of dinosaur that can be seen, but the kind of virus that is hard to see with the naked eye, but extremely deadly. I have a reason to go to the island, and you, if you want to go to the island, you must do a good job in protection. Although my next stop is the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, a big medical country, you don't want to experience the feeling that life is worse than death, right? Chapter 59, Log into Little Garden. 2 days later, the Mary finally arrived at Little Garden. Little Garden is here, does anyone want to get off the boat with me? The Mary was moored on the shore, and Luffy jumped to land first. Instead of immediately looking for the two giants on the island, Luffy first asked the others on the Mary. Then I'll go with Mr. Luffy. If you stay on the boat, you will think about Alabastus' situation from time to time, so you should go out to relax. Vivi, who put on long-sleeved trousers, also jumped off the Mary. Just when Usopp wanted to jump down, a blood-stained tiger ran out of the jungle not far away. However, before the tiger could run far, it fell to the ground. Seeing such a scene, Usopp's foot that he had stepped out instantly retracted, and at the same time he began to tremble continuously. I suddenly got a disease that I can't land on the island, so I won't go. Gah! At the same time, Karu, who was about to follow him, backed away in horror. But Vivi obviously didn't intend to let it go, ignoring his mount's begging eyes, and said directly to Karu. Kalu, you come with me too. Quack quack. Karu took a few steps back with a reluctant look in his eyes, but unable to resist the insistence of his master, he could only jump off the Mary with a face full of death. Luffy wondered why this duck had such a rich expression. Then I'll go shopping myself, I haven't cut down dinosaurs before. Ignoring the attributes of his own Luna, Zoro jumped out of the boat directly. Hey, Zoro, bring back some food if you meet me. Sanji, who had no plans to disembark, said to Zoro. Okay, I'll bring back some ingredients that no one has ever beaten. Zoro agreed directly, but what he said aroused a certain cook who was not planning to get off the boat. Hey, I can't pretend I didn't hear what you said. What? Why don't we try it out and decide who gets the bigger food? Okay, no problem. So, the two took the lead to leave the vicinity of the Mary and walked towards the depths of the jungle. I'll follow along, anyway, with you here, don't worry about safety. Nami also jumped off the boat, wearing long-sleeved jeans as usual. In this way, only Usopp and the captured Makita were left on board. Hey, I'm the only one left with you all gone. What if the woman sabotages or runs away? Usopp obviously didn't expect that besides himself, there was only one enemy left on the boat with him. Hey, don't talk nonsense with your long nose. Hearing Usopp's words, Makita immediately shouted. For Luffy and the others, Makita was still quite scared. Even if he was unbound now, he didn't dare to make the slightest move, for fear that Luffy would kill himself directly. And the food on the ship is really delicious. If not still afraid of Luffy and others, Makita has an urge to stay on this ship. Now that Usopp is so doubtful, it is natural to quickly come out and clarify. Luffy just glanced at Makita, and she shrank her neck and didn't dare to look at Luffy. Don't worry, she won't do anything. Even if you want to do something, you will immediately notice that at your own speed, it doesn't take much time to get back. On the island, Luffy intends to drive observation haki all the way. One is to find the location of giants, and the other is to prevent viruses and bugs. Moreover, because of the existence of two giants, this island has not been explored for more than 100 years, right? Maybe you can try your luck. So, with Usopp nervous and Makita heaving a sigh of relief, Luffy took Nami and Vivi's Karu and started walking towards the jungle. Ow! Before walking far, the three of Luffy saw a dinosaur with an unknown breed. Is this a dinosaur? It's spectacular. I've only seen it in books before. Because of Luffy's presence, Nami not only didn't feel the slightest fear, but looked at the dinosaurs with interest. Seeing Nami like this, Vivi also let go of his nervousness. It's a rare opportunity, let's put aside the troubles for a while and relax. However, although the two women were no longer afraid, Karu, who followed behind, was still afraid and followed the three of them. It may be the natural bloodline suppression that makes it not dare to take the slightest extreme action, for fear of attracting the peeping of these huge creatures. But it's a little hot, is it because of the volcano in the middle? Before they got far, Nami and Vivi had sweat on their foreheads. However, because of Luffy's previous warning, the two did not dare to swing their clothes at will. Just as the three of Luffy continued to walk, a huge shadow suddenly completely covered Luffy and the others. Nami and Vivi looked up and looked at the huge creature that appeared in front of them with horror in their eyes. Giant, giant! Looking at the huge figure in front of him with a sword in one hand, a shield in the other, and wearing simple armor, Nami and Vivi suddenly exclaimed. Then, in the terrified eyes of the two, the giant sword in the giant's hand was raised high and slammed down. Luffy didn't make any movement. Under the perception of observation haki, he could clearly perceive that the giant's sword was not slashing towards the three of them. Ah ah ah! Amid the screams of Nami and Vivi, the giant's sword swiftly decapitated a dinosaur. As the blood gushed, the body of the unknown dinosaur fell to the ground, crushing a large piece of trees and raising the ground full of stone chips. It seems that the voices of Nami and Vivi caught the attention of the giant, who, after taking out the dinosaur, turned his attention to the three of Luffy who were not far from his feet. Oh! It's actually a human? It's been a long time since a human has come here. The sound like a bell sounded, and the giant squatted down slightly, as if he wanted to see the three of Luffy more clearly. Blue Ogre Dory. Looking at the huge head in front of him, Luffy called out his name directly. Oh! After all these years, it's amazing to hear this name from someone other than Broggy. Dory froze for a moment after hearing Luffy call his name, but didn't pay much attention. Boom! Just when Luffy was about to say his intentions, there was a sudden loud noise from the volcano in the middle that had been calm. Then, sky-high flames erupted from the crater. What? This sudden volcanic eruption made Nami and Vivi, who were still in shock at seeing the giant, screamed again. Then, two slender bodies suddenly plunged into Luffy's arms. Even with observation haki on, Luffy was taken aback by the two's surprise attack. Asterisk. Chapter 60 The Battle of the Giants, Please Order 1. Leaving from Luffy's arms, Vivi's face was hot under Nami's weird gaze, and he lowered his head for a while, not daring to look at the two of them. Nami quietly put his hand around Luffy's waist and twisted it hard without Vivi looking down. Feeling the movement of the slender hands around his waist, the corners of Luffy's mouth twitched slightly. Although it didn't hurt, Luffy always felt that it wasn't a good head. Grabbing Nami's hand that still wanted to continue, ignoring Nami's staring eyes, Luffy just pulled Nami and walked in the direction the giant left. Vivi behind him glanced at the hands that the two held together, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Suppressing the strangeness in his heart, Vivi greeted the Karinkaru, and quickly followed the two in front. Because of the huge size of the giant, although he does not seem to walk fast, the distance covered by each step is quite long. Because of Nami and Vivi following, Luffy can only take the two girls and trot towards there. Just when the three of Luffy were still trotting, there was a sense of vibration on the ground. Looking up, two huge figures are facing each other, the giant sword and the giant axe in their hands. In addition to Dory, whom the three of Luffy had just met, another giant also wore simple armor. However, because he was taking an axe, he did not wear a shield. The shock just now was obviously caused by the collision of these two giant swords and axes. The great sword and the axe did not last long, and quickly separated under the action of the master. At the moment when Dory separated the great sword from the axe, the shield in his left hand suddenly swung out and swiped towards the opposite giant. Dory's shield successfully hit the fat face of the opposite giant, but at the same time, the opposite giant also punched, hitting Dory's other cheek. The two took a step back at the same time. The ground and plants under their feet were in a mess, but the fighting intent in their eyes continued to burn. The two people who retreated did not stop, and after stabilizing their bodies, they simultaneously swung their giant sword and axe. Clang! The sound of a huge iron collision came again, and the entire little garden island was shaken violently again under this confrontation. The giant's movements are not agile, but the strength is incomparable, and every swipe of the two brings bursts of air. Well, so spectacular! Nami and Vivi, who had stopped, looked up at the scene in front of them, their mouths slightly open, shocked. Moving on any further, Nami and Vivi could be left with the aftermath of the fight. Besides, it was enough to see the battle between the two giants, and Luffy had no plans to move on. You wouldn't want to fight these two giants, would you? As if thinking of something, the recovered Nami looked at Luffy with dangerous eyes, as if Luffy would do something terrible if he dared to nod his head. And Vivi on the side also looked at Luffy after hearing Nami's words. You think of giants too much. Although the giants are born with great strength because of their size, they are also not fast because of their size. 55. Feeling the gazes of the two women, Luffy couldn't help it. Although his original intention was not to fight, but after all, it is the stunt of the giant clan, and they would not easily give it to him if he wanted to, and fighting may be inevitable. Nami, you should have seen my speed. If I want to dodge, it is impossible to hit me with the speed of these giants. Yes, you are fast, but will you dodge? I haven't forgotten the last time you resisted Hawkeye's attack. Seeing that Luffy really had plans to fight the giant, Nami was immediately excited. Oh, this time is really different. Last time I admitted that I was impulsive, but this time I can assure you that there will be no danger. 35. There's nothing Luffy can do. Although Nami is worried about himself, he can't give up the opportunity to become stronger because of this, right? Humph. You can figure it out for yourself. If you get hurt, you won't want to go to my bed in the future. Maybe because Luffy was really pissed off, Nami just said it in front of Vivi. Ah! Sure enough, before Luffy could speak, Vivi had already exclaimed. Although she knew that Luffy and Nami were close, Vivi obviously didn't expect the two to have that kind of relationship. Is that kind of relationship between Mr. Luffy and Miss Nami? For some reason, Vivi felt a faint sense of loss in his heart. In fact, Nami felt a little regretful when he said it. It's not a problem when two people say it, but when there are outsiders. It's all the fault of Luffy being angry with himself and making him look ugly. Not knowing that Nami had scolded himself in his heart, Luffy was not worried about Nami's words. Not to mention that these giants are indeed not opponents, Nami is thinking too much to stop herself from her bed. At that time, if she slips into her room while she is asleep, will she be able to kick herself out? Stop thinking about the unimportant things. Luffy continued to watch the battle between the two giants. The giants didn't use any special abilities, not even haki. I don't know if they won't or what, they just attacked each other with weapons. Soon, the battle between the two giants came to an end, and looking at their panting appearances, it was obvious that they only had the strength for the last blow. 0. Under the watchful eyes of the three of Luffy, Dory's sword and shield, and another giant's axe flew out at the same time under the parry of both sides. The two giants who lost their weapons punched at the same time and hit each other at the same time. Then, as if they had exhausted their last strength, the two giants fell backwards at the same time after receiving a punch in the face. Two gigantic figures fell to the ground, causing a burst of dust, and the gigantic bodies crushed all the trees they touched. The 73,460th Battle, A&D. The two giants lying down made a sound at the same time, and then the two giants who were still fighting for life and death laughed again like good friends. What's the matter with them? It seemed like they were going all out just now, so why is this happening now? Nami didn't understand, and neither did Vivi. Luffy knew the reason, but didn't need to say it. Hey, Dory, I met two guests today and they brought me wine. The fat-faced giant was lying on the ground and said to Dory, who was also lying on the ground. Great, I haven't had a drink in a long time. Give me some. Gg. One thing to say, this kind of laughter is really stupid. The two giants finally ended their fight, and it was time for Luffy to play. Nami, Vivi, let's go over, I'm here for them, if it goes well, maybe I don't need to fight them. 55-4. Chapter 61 Countermeasures, please order one. You too, if you want wine, I have a lot here. Luffy took Nami and Vivi, and the fast-running duck Karu to the two giants who were still lying on the ground. It's you, I was just about to invite you to eat dinosaur meat. I didn't expect the volcano to erupt. Dory, who was lying on the ground, saw Luffy 3 and a duck, and immediately recognized it. After all, he had just seen it. Yet, we've been dueling for 100 years under the name of a volcanic eruption, but we haven't decided yet. When the giant lying on the other side heard that it was someone Dori knew, they also had a hearty conversation. By the way, my name is Dori, he is Broggy, since you know me, you should know him too? Luffy nodded in response. By the way, you said you had alcohol. For Luffy just said that he has a lot of wine. The two giants 5 and 60 are happy at the same time. That's right, the two guests Broggy met before were supposed to be my crew members, and I still have a lot of wine on board. Although Nami and Vivi felt strange, they did not ask aloud. From the look of Luffy, it was obvious that he wanted to trade with these two giants by using alcohol. Oh, so the woman with the long nose and the strange hat is your crew member? Are you pirates too? Dori and Broggy seemed to be resting, and they both sat up from the ground at the same time. Yes, we are indeed pirates. My name is Monkey-d-Luffy. This time I am here mainly to meet the two of you. No need to hide it, Luffy said straight to the two giants. Looking for us? We've been on this island for more than 100 years. Based on your human age, we shouldn't be someone we know. For Luffy's statement, the two giants are obviously very puzzled. But the giants are not good at intrigue, so there is no doubt that Luffy will be against them. I want to see Elbaf's strongest gun, and I would be very grateful if you two would teach me about it. Luffy looked directly into the huge eyes of the two giants and said his intentions. 66.99. As soon as Luffy's words came out, the scene instantly fell silent. Dori and Broggy never expected to hear the ancient name of Elbaf's most powerful gun from a human mouth. For the two of them, in the duel of more than 100 years, they have never used this trick. Therefore, even they were obviously stunned when they suddenly heard Luffy say this move. Humans, Elbaf's spear is a stunt of the giants, and it is impossible for humans to learn it. Even our giants, there are only a handful of people who can use this trick. Dori and Broggy said a word, their huge eyes looking directly at Luffy. Movements are not limited to races. Even Luffy, if he does learn Elbaf's gun, will definitely improve. In any case, there is no doubt that Elbaf's gun is more suitable for giants. What Luffy wants to learn is nothing more than the power-generating skills of this trick and how to use it. The original koala can learn the Murloc karate of the Murlocs, so there is no reason why you can't learn this trick. Any physical skills should have something in common, and the giants are nothing more than a little bigger than humans, so the threshold should be lower in this regard. What a brave man! But we won't easily pass on the stunts of the giants to a human. Hearing the giant's answer, Nami's heart tightened. Such an answer is equivalent to rejecting Luffy, so, what will Luffy do? Maybe you will change your mind. Luffy smiled, ignoring Dori and Broggy's rejection. After all, on this island, in addition to these people, there are others. The wine will be delivered immediately. Oh? Are you still willing to give us a drink even if we refuse it? What a generous man! The two giants were obviously surprised to hear that Luffy was still willing to offer drinks. Luffy just smiled and took Nami and Vivi back in the direction of the Mary. Just after Luffy and Nami-Vivi left together, the two giants who were about to get up found themselves unable to move. What's the matter? Did that human do it just now? Looking down at your feet, a layer of white material completely wraps the feet that support the body and the buttocks sitting on the ground. The two giants moved vigorously, trying to break free from the bundle of white matter. However, I found that this layer of material was extremely hard, and I couldn't break free at all. Seeing that the two giants struggled to no avail, they immediately thought it was Luffy's move. Ho ho ho, I finally got this opportunity, otherwise I might not be able to get that man here. Just behind the two giants on the back of the stone, a man and a little girl came out. The man, with a cup of coffee in his hand and wearing a white vest, was speaking to the two giants in a leisurely manner. and his hair was strangely tied into a 3-character. Damn it, who are you? Seeing the figure walking out, the 2 giants finally knew who bound them. Sure enough, how could such a bold man do such a thing? Although Luffy's request was rejected, it is clear that Luffy's previous performance has been recognized by the 2 giants. Hehe, no matter how daring you are, you can't get what you want, you're just a brainless brat. For Luffy, although he knew that the other party had defeated Mr. 5, in Mr. 3's view, the other party was still just a little devil with some strength. After all, Mr. 5 is just a waste in his eyes. Isn't this coming out? I thought you would continue to endure? The 3 of Luffy, who had already left, came back from the direction they left. Luffy's observation haki was always on, and Mr. 30.4, who was hiding on the side, could possibly hide it from Luffy. Your so-called mind, in the face of absolute strength, can't be on the table. Luffy Lord! Didn't you go back and get the wine? The 2 giants were obviously a little surprised to the 3 of Luffy who went back and forth, and for a while they forgot to continue their struggle. If I don't leave, why would anyone jump out in a hurry? Little devil, are you kidding me? How did he find himself when he was clearly hiding out of the sight of the other party? The coffee in his hand was no longer in the mood to drink, so Mr. 3 threw the cup away. I was just pretending to be in front of others, but I was slapped in the face with my backhand. Mr. 3 was a little furious. At this moment, the little girl standing next to Mr. 3 suddenly picked up the drawing board and wanted to draw something. Chapter 62 Mr. 3 and number 039, S ability, please order 1. Don't be stupid. Little sister. The ability to suggest is still quite weird, and Luffy has no intention of trying it out himself. Now that he knew the ability of the other party, after seeing the little girl's movements, he looked at the other party with dangerous eyes. The little girl who was startled by Luffy's eyes shook her hand holding the paintbrush and almost dropped the paintbrush on the ground. Since you found out, let's just solve it with you. In Mr. 3's mind, since Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ghost Broggy, who offered a reward of 100 million Bailey, couldn't earn the wax made by their wax fruit. Then, Luffy, who only offered a reward of 90 million Bailey, naturally couldn't earn it. Luffy looked at Mr. 3 with interest. Wax fruit and Katakuri's waxy fruit are quite similar. But the waxy glutinous fruit is set as a special paramecia by WT, while the wax fruit is just an ordinary creation system in paramecia devil fruit. Luffy is a little confused. Candle shackles. While Luffy was still thinking, Mr. 3 took the lead. I saw that Mr. 3's hands suddenly turned into 14 things like the white matter that bound Dory and Broggy. However, unlike binding the 2 giants, the white substance his hands turned into was in the form of a flowing liquid. And the white matter that bound the 2 giants has solidified into a solid. His hands can be turned into wax, or is it the creation system? Luffy is speechless. Maybe it's just that Mr. 3 wasn't developed enough, or maybe it's another Katakuri. Watching Mr. 3's hands turn into flowing white wax, he quickly threw out a lump. This lump of white wax that was thrown out quickly changed in the air, and soon formed a shackled appearance. However, the shackles are still in a softened state because they have not yet been bound. Watching the shackles go straight to him to prevent Luffy from dodging. The shackles formed by the white wax hit Luffy's feet without hindrance, and then quickly solidified into a solid state the moment it locked Luffy's feet. Humph, brazen brat, even with a bounty of 90 million Bailey, I still won't get caught by me. 39. Seeing that Luffy was hit by his own candle shackles, Mr. 3 finally let out a bad breath. I don't feel so angry anymore about being put together by Luffy before. Lord Luffy. X2. Mr. Luffy. The 2 giants and Vivi saw that Luffy was directly trapped by each other, and immediately shouted anxiously. Nami didn't say anything, after all, he had seen the duel between Luffy and Hawkeye. Hearing the uncle with the weird hairstyle just now say that his move is a candle shackle, it should be the devil fruit ability of candles. Since it is a candle, it means that it will be melted by fire, and the ability that Luffy has shown before is the fire fist gun. Besides, at Luffy's speed, it should be easy to avoid Mr. 3's attack. Since Luffy didn't dodge it, he must have some ideas. So, Nami wasn't worried about Luffy being trapped by the other party. The wax made by your wax fruit is not bad. How about it, do you want to consider coming to my boat? I felt the strength of the candle shackles on my feet, and with Luffy's strength, I really couldn't break free without using haki. And it doesn't have the soft texture of ordinary candles. It's no wonder that Zoro, who has not reached the realm of cutting iron in the original book, can't cut this candle. Stinky boy, what nonsense are you talking about? Now that you are caught by me, if you want to ask for mercy, let's put it another way. Catch? Are all your Baroque workers so naive? Luffy's words made Mr. 3, who was still secretly happy, stunned. Do you think Marine's bounty was set at random? Don't look at the two giants Dory and Bragi who offered a reward of 100 million. Bailey now can't win Mr. 3's candle, but that is when they are exhausted. Do you really think that fighting between two giants is a game? Stinky boy, don't be rude, look at my candle shackles. 35. Mr. 3, who was caught by the tone of Luffy's words, waved his hands that turned into flowing candles again. This time the candle shackles flew towards Luffy's hands. Now that you have seen Mr. 3's candle, there is no need to keep his hands locked by him. Watching the candle shackles approaching, Luffy covered armament haki with his right hand. With a slight trembling of the arm, a layer of flame quickly wrapped around Haki's right hand. The candle shackles flying in the air have not yet completely solidified, and it is estimated that the effect of direct attack will not be very good, so Luffy decisively chose to use fire to melt the candle. When the flames appeared in Luffy's hands, Mr. 3, who was full of confidence, suddenly changed his face. Apparently, Luffy still had the ability to use fire. The candle shackle quickly melted and fell to the ground the first time it touched Luffy's flame-wrapped right fist. Luffy pushes his feet, armament haki shifts from his right hand to his feet. Click! After solidification, the extremely hard candle shattered in Mr. 3's shocked eyes. Mr. 3, what to do, we can't seem to beat him. The little girl who has been inactive because of Luffy's words is Mr. 3's partner Miss Golden Week. After seeing that Luffy easily broke free from Mr. 3's candle shackles, he timidly said to Mr. 3, and at the same time, his body slowly moved behind Mr. 3. Idiot! It's not because you were frightened by others at first, now use your 560 ability to try it out, and I'll restrain him. 35. Looking at Miss Golden Week hiding behind him, Mr. 3 could only prepare himself to go straight on. Candle Champions Cup. 35. Mr. 3 shouted loudly, and countless white wax suddenly spewed out from his waxy hands, and then quickly wrapped him. Luffy didn't stop either, just waiting for his transformation to complete. Miss Golden Week, help me get dressed up. Mr. 3, whose whole body except his head was wrapped in candles, shouted to Miss Golden Week. I saw Miss Golden Week, who was called out, swaying the paintbrush continuously. And Mr. 3's original pure white candle armor was also painted with red paint on various parts. Who, Stinky boy, although you can break free from my candle shackles, I am invincible under the wrapping of this Candle Champion Cup. After wearing this candle condensed armor, Mr. 3 felt completely different. Originally, he thought of letting Miss Golden Week solve Luffy with his paint ability, but now he feels that he can completely defeat Luffy. Maybe this is the romance of men? However, Luffy doesn't think his armor is good looking, and feels that this kind of robot-like thing in the pirate world is a bit sloppy. Chapter 63 Assumptions on Miss Golden Week Capabilities, please order 1. Looking at the confident Mr. 3, Luffy wondered if there was something wrong with these people's IQs. Now that he has seen that he has the ability to release flames, he can also directly break his candle. So what's the point of equipping a candle armor now? The key is that you still look so confident after you equip it. Luffy is really speechless. Champion. Plowfield Fist. The confident Mr. 3 swung the part of the armor that looked like a boxing glove and rushed towards Luffy. The ability is almost understood, and there is no need to continue wrangling with him. Having said so much, I just want to know what exactly is going on with wax fruit. However, looking at the way Mr. 3 uses it now, I can't see anything. It seems that he can only turn his arm into a candle, and then use the arm that turns into a candle to make things. As for the others, maybe it's because it's not developed enough, or maybe wax fruit can only do so much. Luffy can't see it. After all, Devil Fruit's ability is really puzzling. Armament Haki covered Armament Haki with his right hand again, and looking at the candle fist that kept waving towards him, Luffy was not polite and punched it out. Click! Luffy's right fist directly hit Mr. 3's constantly waving candle glove. Then, in Mr. 3's terrified eyes, the candle glove on the candle armor he made that was in contact with Luffy's right fist shattered. This is not over yet. As the glove ruptures, the crack continues to spread. The sound of caw-caw kept coming, and finally, the armor condensed from the candle completely shattered. The fragments all fell to the ground with a sound. On the side, Miss Golden Week, who wanted to wait for the opportunity to use the pigment hint ability on Luffy. When Mr. 3 fell to the ground, his eyes stopped moving. Luffy didn't kill Mr. 3, or Luffy didn't damage Mr. 3 at all. That punch was just aimed at the candle armor. The candle that could trap us was smashed into pieces with one punch. The giant Dory, who was still trapped by Mr. 3, looked at Luffy in surprise. While he and Broggy in their heyday can indeed break away from this hard candle, it won't be easy either. Is that Haki? As the captains of the former giant soldier pirates, the two naturally knew about Haki. When Luffy used the fire fist just now, he didn't see it because of the flame, and his feet just thought Luffy was powerful. But now looking at Luffy's punch that hit Mr. 3, it was clearly covered with a layer of armament Haki's power. Dory and Broggy looked at each other and fell silent. How about it, do you want to be my crew member? You and this girl are still very capable. Looking at Mr. 3 who fell to the ground and Miss who was standing blankly during Golden Week, Luffy once again proposed to let them on board. Mr. 3's wax fruit has similar characteristics to wax fruit, and further development may be able to do what wax fruit can do. And Miss Golden Week, her ability is not Devil Fruit's power. Can such a hinting ability go a step further, and through hints, let the power of Master Haki be made? After all, Haki is an innate power in human beings, and it is not impossible to channel this power through suggestion. If it can be done, then this girl's ability will be very valuable. Hey! Luffy, why did you just invite the enemy aboard? Hearing Luffy's words, it was not Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week who were invited to react first. It was Nami, who had been staying with Vivi all the time. Nami couldn't understand Luffy's invitation to the hostile forces once again. Could it be that Luffy can really see into the hearts of others? Otherwise, how can we ensure that these invited people will not betray or make small moves? Want us to join your pirate group? Don't be stupid, even if we promise, Mr. O will not let us go. And you will be killed by him because of this. 35. For Luffy's re-invitation, Mr. 3 still did not agree. Although the opponent can easily defeat him, Mr. 3 still doesn't think Luffy can compete with the Baroque Work Club. In terms of number of people, the Straw Hat Pirates have already been destroyed by the Baroque Work Club. Not to mention the Baroque Work Society and the big boss Mr. Zero. Although Luffy's bounty is as much as 90 million, even if it is a pirate of over 100 million, the Baroque Works has solved a lot. It seems that you are in awe of your mysterious president. Is Crocodile strong? There's no doubt about that, at least for anyone who doesn't know Haki, Logia Devil Fruit is invincible. Even if you know how to restrain Sand Fruit, do you expect someone who can't even Haki can beat Crocodile with water? Is it true that the pirates of Crocodile for so many years are for nothing? Moreover, Sand Fruit is not Smoke Fruit, the attack power of the two is not the same grade. But does this matter to Luffy? Crocodile may be unmatched for ordinary people, but for Luffy, it is not much more difficult to deal with than Smoker. But it doesn't matter if you don't agree. I will definitely take this girl away. Her abilities are very valuable. Hey! Luffy! Luffy's once again made Nami frazzled. Although Luffy said that he wanted to let the girl on board because of the opponent's ability, Nami just felt very uncomfortable. What's more, how old is this girl? Even if the other party is an agent of the Baroque Work Club, Nami doesn't really want to have such a small person on the ship to become a pirate together. While Nami cried out, Vivi, King Lee's, also looked at Luffy with a weird look. 66-99. Hearing Nami's dissatisfaction and the strange look in Vivi's eyes, Luffy felt that he shouldn't have brought them here. Ugh! Miss Golden Week, who was named by Luffy, took 2 steps back as if frightened. Miss Golden Week didn't know whether to resist Luffy's direct desire to bring himself to the pirate ship. After all, he has thin arms and thin legs. If Luffy really forcibly took him on the boat, it would be completely impossible for him to escape in Luffy's hands. Hey, don't go too far, Miss Golden Week is only 16 years old. Seeing that Luffy didn't seem to want to let go of his partner, Mr. 3 immediately yelled at Luffy. You also know that she is only 16 years old, so how did she become your partner? Regarding Mr. 3's questioning, Luffy retorted without hesitation. Chapter 64 Return, please order 1. I'm really bothering you, Lord Luffy. Dory and Broggy, who were rescued by Luffy from Mr. 3's candle, thanked Luffy. As for Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week, they are sitting on the stone next to them. Even if Luffy didn't do anything to them, the two didn't dare to act rashly for the time being. Judging from the strength of Luffy's punch that shattered his own candle of the Champion's Cup just now, if the punch hit him directly, Mr. 3 would probably be gone. Since the matter is settled, then you can come with me, and the wine is still on my boat. It's just a few barrels of wine, just give it to them. And, even if they don't teach themselves the Elbaf gun, it's no big deal. As for you two, come with us. Luffy took another look at Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week, who were staying honest, then turned around and prepared to go to the Mary. Luffy, please wait. 35. Just as Luffy turned around, Dory and Broggy looked at each other and stopped Luffy at the same time. Nami and Vivi, who were about to follow Luffy back, paused and looked at the two giants. Luffy turned his head and looked at them both calmly, and could roughly guess what they wanted to say. Lord Luffy saved both of our lives. We are both very grateful. We can teach you 563 of the Elbaf gun of the giant family, but whether you can learn it depends on Luffy himself. Sure enough, the giant family is indeed like this. The two giants who guarded the Nice lobby in the original book, after Usopp told them about the Blue Ogre, were able to turn their backs and help Luffy. When he arrived at the Blue Ogre Red Ghost, he was equivalent to saving the lives of 2 people, and it was reasonable to be able to agree to his request. It doesn't matter, the 2 willing to teach is enough for me, as for whether I can learn it or not, that's my own business. Since Charlotte Linlin can learn, there is no reason why he can't. Luffy still has some understanding of his talent. In that case, let us first tell you the principle of Elbaf's gun. As for the wine, it's not too late for us to finish talking about it, otherwise the wine will be unnatural. Dory and Broggy said a word, seeing Luffy agree, and the body that was about to get up sat down again. Luffy also found a stone next to him and sat down, ready to listen to the explanation of the two. Seeing that the two giants agreed to Luffy's previous request, Nami breathed a sigh of relief. Bia, although according to the situation just now, Luffy should have no problem against these two giants, but it is better not to fight if he can. A relieved Nami sat down next to Luffy, and Vivi followed Nami and sat next to Nami. The duck, seeing the three of them sitting down, also wanted to lean against Luffy and sit next to Luffy, but Luffy kicked him directly next to Mr. 3. Quack! Karu got up from the ground and yelled at Luffy in dissatisfaction. Then he glanced at Mr. 3 who was sitting there obediently, and with a pout, he pushed Mr. 3 aside for a distance. Fortunately, Miss Golden Week sits farther away, otherwise, with her petite size, it is estimated that she will be pushed down directly. Mr. Luffy, don't bully Karu. Vivi next to Nami saw this and complained to Luffy. And Mr. 3, who was pushed aside, glared at the duck sitting next to him, but he didn't dare to attack, he could only endure it silently. Seeing Luffy sit down, Dory and Broggy directly talked about the principle of Elbaf's gun regardless of whether anyone else was present. It's not that they believe in the human who trapped them just now, but in their opinion, the Elbaf spear of the giants is not something that everyone can learn. Even among the giants, not everyone can use it, let alone humans. If you can learn the strongest spear of the giants by listening to them across the boundaries of races, then the spear of Elbaf will not be a stunt unique to the giants. What's more, that Mr. 3 doesn't look like a human with extraordinary talent at all. So Dory and Broggy didn't have any intentions to hide. Even Luffy, they didn't think they could learn. It doesn't take much time to tell the principle, and Luffy understands the key after listening to it once. What's missing is the actual experience. But Luffy is not stupid, and naturally he won't let them face him now. Not to mention that Nami is still here, how could she accept Luffy's unreasonable behavior? Besides, even without Nami, Luffy wouldn't have tried it out himself. The so-called feeling, although picking this up is the easiest to feel, but Luffy doesn't need to do it to this extent. Luffy just wanted to see the effect of this trick in action. And the island-eating beasts near this island have always existed. I believe that the giants will not just leave it alone when Luffy leaves, and let Luffy and others solve it by themselves. Since it's over, let's go, let's have a banquet here with the two of you. Luffy stood up again, pulled Nami up too, then looked at the two giants and said. One thing to say, one thing, sitting next to a giant is really difficult, and you have to raise your head to say anything. Since it's a banquet, let's go hunt a few dinosaurs first. There is only wine at the banquet, how can we do without meat? Gg, Broggy is right, Lord Luffy, you go first, we will follow soon, Broggy has just seen where your ship is parked. The two giants were also pirates before, and they were quite happy about the banquet that Luffy said. After all, the two of them have been fighting on the island, and it has been a long time since the last banquet. If that's the case, then let's go first. Luffy did not refuse, they were the hosts of this little garden, and since they had seen where the Mary was parked, they naturally wouldn't get lost. Speaking of getting lost, I don't know where Zoro is now, I hope Sanji can meet him. On the other side of Little Garden, it is a polar area with the Mary. Zoro is dragging a huge dinosaur around. Suddenly, I felt a tingling sensation in my nose, and I couldn't help sneezing. In the candle room where Mr. 3 and the others were on standby, Sanji was talking on the phone with a man with a gloomy voice. At Sanji's feet, a bird and a haze were rolling their eyes and passing out. Several drawing boards were shattered one by one in the corner of the wall, and it could be seen from the slightly intact part that it was a portrait of Luffy and the others. Chapter 65. Luffy, you're finally back. As soon as he came to the Mary, Usopp cried and jumped off the Mary. Apparently something terrible happened to Usopp after Luffy and the others left. But it can't be said to be a terrible thing, after all, it is only a giant family. Sure enough, Usopp, who jumped down, immediately used his exaggerated tone to tell the story of seeing Broggy before. But after seeing the wine on the Mary, he asked for a few barrels of wine and ignored us, and then after the eruption of the volcano in the middle, he went there. Aren't you too timid? How can you become a brave sea warrior like this? 35. Nami ruthlessly ridiculed Usopp's tricks. Yes, if you have the ability, don't follow Luffy. Sneered at Nami's jeers, don't think you can't see it, you'd be nothing but a coward if Luffy wasn't around all the time. Usopp thought so, and then said so too. And then the consequences are of course needless to say. Boom. The world is quiet. Ha ha ha, you are so funny with a long nose. Broggy, who came back with a dinosaur, laughed when he saw Usopp being beaten to the ground by Nami. Hey? Hey? Why did you come back? Usopp, who was playing dead on the ground, got up from the ground immediately after hearing Broggy's voice. After seeing the figure about 20 meters tall, he immediately ran behind Luffy. Dory and I are here to attend Lord Luffy's banquet. Long nose, you must have something special to be invited by Lord Luffy on board. 99. To be invited on board by someone like Luffy, in Broggy's view, the other party obviously has something special. Ah ha ha ha. That's of course, I didn't expect you to be quite discerning. Usopp, who was still hiding behind Luffy and was afraid to die, changed his fear when he heard such a tall giant complimenting him. Immediately jumped out from behind Luffy, and responded with a sullen face. Ha ha ha, you are really funny. It can be said that a big talker like Usopp is a dimensionality reduction blow to a simple-minded creature. Looking at Usopp, who was already sitting on Broggy's shoulders and chatting with Broggy, Nami and Vivi were dumbfounded. Hey, Mr. 3, Miss Golden Week, why are you here? After Luffy and the others came back, Makita, who had been staying on the observation deck, also fell down lightly. However, after seeing Mr. 3 and Miss behind Luffy and the others during the Golden Week, he immediately looked at the two of them as if they were facing a big enemy. Don't worry. These two are like you now, so don't be so nervous. 99. Luffy could naturally understand Makita's vigilance. Makita's current situation is equivalent to betraying the Baroque Work Club. After being informed by Mr. O, it is not surprising that she sent someone to solve her problem. After all, I have done something similar before. However, after hearing what Luffy said, Makita was slightly relieved, but then surprised again. Unexpectedly, even Mr. 3 was caught by Luffy. And see Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week, even if they can move freely, they don't dare to do other small things. Makita doesn't feel like it's unacceptable to be caught. You? Miss Valentine, you were actually on their ship, did you also betray the Baroque Society? Where's Mr. 5? The sudden appearance of Makita also startled Mr. 3. He didn't pay attention to what Luffy said just now, thinking that the other party also betrayed the Baroque Work Club just like Vivi. Yeah, I joined the Straw Hat Pirates, how about you, do you want to join us too? Hey, you woman, when did you become our partner? 35. Hearing Makita's words, Luffy didn't refute, but Nami couldn't help it. Makita ignored Nami's reaction and just glanced at Luffy secretly. Seeing that Luffy didn't mean to refute, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then continued to look at Mr. 3, waiting for his answer. Since she was destined to be hunted down by the Baroque Work Club, Makita naturally had to think about her future. However, his future, it seems that apart from staying on this boat, there is only one way of death. The things that Luffy mentioned about the big treasure before did not avoid him, which also meant that he knew the secret of the other party. Makita isn't stupid, even if the Straw Hat Luffy doesn't look like he's killing innocent people. Seeking flowers 0. But the reward of 90 million Bailey was there, and he dared not bet that he would kill himself. That sentence just said is also a statement. Since the other party did not refute what he said, it meant that he could indeed stay on this boat. Makita, who was slightly relieved, didn't seem to be as afraid of Luffy as before. Humph, the boss won't let you go. Mr. 3 didn't answer Makida's words, just said something stubbornly, then stopped talking. The boss you're talking about is a man named Mr. 0? I just got a phone call from him in a certain cabin. 9. Sanji, who came back at some point, threw an even bigger dinosaur brought back by Broggy and Dory next to the Mary. When I heard the words of this man I had never seen before, this sentence suddenly popped up. Miss Nami, Miss Vivi, I'm back. Alas! Is this a giant? It's really that tall. Then, without waiting for Mr. 3 to react, Sanji immediately shouted at Nami and Vivi beside Luffy. At the same time, Dory and Broggy sitting behind Nami and Vivi finally entered Sanji's eyes. It can be said that such a big giant has only been discovered until now, and Sanji is also quite outrageous. What did you say? How can you bastard mess with other people's phone bugs? Mr. 3, who suddenly heard the bad news, almost spat out a mouthful of old blood on the ground. If the boss knew that he had failed his mission and leaked the phone bug information, he would probably finish it. Luffy is suddenly interested, and Sanji's wave can be said to be an excellent assist. Perhaps without having to wait until Crocodile is resolved, the two will join and officially join themselves. In this case, the hacky of those on the ship may have hope of awakening in advance. Is there anything you can't do? Anyway, you are enemies, right? It's best for us to let your own people kill each other, right? Sanji completely ignored Mr. 3's anger and said lightly. By the way, Sanji, since you're back, Zoro should be back too? 99. Hearing Luffy's question, Sanji was suddenly silent. 66.99. Then Luffy was also silent for 4. Chapter 66 Heikoku. Under the swaying bonfire, Luffy and his party were drinking with the two giants of Little Garden. Even the former Baroque agents who were captives, Luffy didn't starve them. Zoro was retrieved by Luffy in observation haki before the banquet, and now he's having a drink with two giants. The two giants were drinking with Zoro and bragging with Usopp, laughing a few times from time to time, looking very unhappy. Sanji is constantly preparing dinosaur dishes while Nami and Vivi are sitting next to Luffy. While eating the roasted dinosaur meat slowly, Nami would tear off a piece and feed it to Luffy's mouth from time to time. This seems to be Luffy's first formal banquet since he went to sea. Happy times are always quite short. The burning bonfire was finally extinguished, and curls of green smoke rose from the bonfire. The surroundings were already full of corpses lying in a row. With the help of Luffy, Nami carried the drunk Vivi back to the room on the Mary. Maybe because he was worried about the safety of the country, at the banquet, Vivi kept pouring himself wine, maybe he wanted to use wine to numb himself. Nami, who was sitting next to him, didn't stop Vivi, but just kept drinking with Vivi. However, Nami's drinking capacity is obviously not comparable to Vivi's. After the banquet, he still carried Vivi back to the room as if nothing was wrong. As for the others, just fall asleep when you fall asleep outside, the vitality is tenacious, there is nothing to worry about. As for Luffy, because of Vivi, he couldn't sneak into Nami's room anymore, so he rested on the shore against the tree for the night. The next day, everyone woke up from their slumbers one after another. It would take a year for Little Garden's magnetic recording, so Luffy naturally wouldn't be waiting here. The permanent pointer of Alabasta given by Akalim before is used. But before that, we need to go to the Drum Kingdom. Although no one was infected with the virus this time, the doctor on the Mary was essential. Then, let's go. On the Mary, Luffy said goodbye to the two giants standing on the shore. Master, let's go, we will sail to Elbaf in the future, and I will definitely become a sea warrior with honor like you. Usopp stood on the deck, waving his hands and shouting at the two giants with tears in his eyes. Hey, Dory, there seems to be some guy on the other side of the island? Broggy, who smiled and said goodbye to everyone from Luffy, suddenly looked back at his friend and opponent, and said, "Ah, yes, since that's the case, let's help them, not only save our lives, but also give us wine to drink." Hearing Brogy's words, Dory nodded. "Your Excellency Luffy, no matter what you encounter, you all go straight ahead," he shouted to Luffy without a head. Others might think it was the giant's blessing for their sailing, but Luffy knew the reason why they said so. Sure enough, just as the Mary was about to leave the inner bay, a huge thing suddenly floated out from under the outer sea. What is this?" Even at Luffy's side, Nami couldn't help crying out after seeing the huge creature that appeared. "Why do we always encounter such strange and huge things?" Road. "Luffy, we're going straight ahead." Even with trembling legs, Usopp remembered what the two giants said. What a joke, such a huge creature, if it goes straight forward, it will crash the ship and kill people. The speaker was Mr. 3, who obviously didn't expect the people on Luffy's ship to have such crazy ideas. "Don't worry, those two giant friends will help us solve it, we just need to move straight forward." 39. Although it feels a bit like putting his own destiny in the hands of others, Luffy is still willing to give it a try. This kind of thrilling thing, after becoming Luffy, won't happen often. Seeing the huge creature in front of him with its mouth wide open, except for Luffy who remained motionless with a smile, the others began to scream. Suddenly, an inexplicable aura came from the shore, and Luffy turned around if he felt a group of people. Two huge figures stood on the shore, Dory and Brogy already raising their weapons. The two of them squatted down, the sword and the axe kept accumulating power, the astonishing air wave waving around the two of them as the center, some kind of strong aura spread on the sword and the axe. Finally, the huge goldfish creature swallowed the merry hole in its mouth. However, at this moment, the two giants on the shore also seemed to have finished charging, and the great sword and the big axe in their hands slashed down at the same time. "Hey Koku!" With Dory and Brogy shouting. Two shock waves were formed by the slashing of the great sword and the big axe, and they shot straight towards the huge goldfish in the form of a straight column. There were no violent collisions, and the two shock waves fused together during the flight. When the giant goldfish closed its mouth, the fusion shock wave directly hit the giant goldfish's body. As if there was no obstruction, the shock wave directly blew away most of the huge goldfish's body. The bombarded part disappeared as if it had evaporated. At this moment, the Mary, which had been swallowed, was revealed again. Okay, so powerful, as expected of the masters. 39. From the light environment to the dark environment, and then from the dark environment back to the light environment, everything is completed in an instant. Actually smashed such a huge creature directly into half of its body. Zoro and Usopp also opened their mouths wide, and then they felt their blood boil again. Can this kind of power be done on your own? Hey Koku? So it is. From Luffy, who opened observation haki just now, he naturally saw what he wanted to see. Elbaf's gun, 0.4, the strongest gun of the giants, Luffy may soon be able to master. With the principle described by Dory and Brogy, and now seeing the form after the two actually use it, Luffy is confident that this trick will be mastered in a short time. How could there be such a powerful move? Sure enough, my previous caution was right. Looking at this scene with his mouth open, Mr. 3 was a little fortunate that he moved his hand when the two giants were exhausted. Otherwise, if they resorted to this trick, they would not even have scum left. To be recognized by such a mighty giant, Straw Hat Luffy, how holy are you? Glancing at Luffy, whose expression had not changed from beginning to end, Mr. 3 sighed inwardly. Can you and Miss Golden Week really get on this ship with an unknown sailing? Chapter 67 Wapole appears. Hey, Luffy, where are we going next? After leaving Little Garden, it is natural to consider the next itinerary. Luffy said before that he would go to two places before going to Alabasta. Now that the trip to Little Garden was over, and the recording needle did not record Little Garden's magnetic force, Nami naturally had to ask the direction of the sailing. I don't know the exact direction. Luffy touched his chin. After all, the original book arrived at the Drum Kingdom with a crooked hit. But you should have heard of that country, the medical power Drum Kingdom. 95. Luffy looked at Mr. 3 and the others. After all, they had been hanging out in the first half of the Grand Line. There was no reason not to know about such a well-known country, right? In the case of the Drum Kingdom, I have a permanent pointer here. It was Makita who spoke, and now she had taken off her strange hat, but apart from the hat, the rest was still the same outfit. Short blonde hair, 2 lemon-shaped earrings, and a pale yellow dress with a lemon pattern printed on it. Luffy was pleasantly surprised that she had a permanent pointer to the Drum Kingdom. 14. It stands to reason that, as a senior agent of the Baroque Work Club, she should focus on Alabasta. How can there be a permanent pointer to the Drum Kingdom? After all, it is a big medical country. As a killer, I saved one when I thought it would always be useful. Seeming to see Luffy's doubts, Makita quickly explained it. Although Luffy didn't refute the statement that he became a member of the Straw Hat Pirates before, but it is estimated that he will only know after getting Alabasta. Luffy said before that Alabasta is useful to his place, and when he wants to come to that time, whether to stay on this ship or be killed will have a conclusion. So if you can help Luffy now, it can be considered to increase your chances of survival. In that case, Nami, look at the directions, our next stop is the Drum Kingdom. Taking the permanent pointer from Makita, Luffy handed it to Nami. Nami took the permanent pointer and gave Makita a thoughtful look. In the case of the Drum Kingdom, is there a doctor you like to invite? Glancing at the permanent pointer, Nami directed Zoro and the others to adjust the direction of the Mary while looking at Luffy. Nami was already able to guess something about Luffy's sudden move. Although I don't know why Luffy knows so much, I just need to guide him. Yeah, that would be a doctor you didn't expect. Thinking of Chopper, Luffy couldn't help smiling slightly and replied to Nami. The devil fruit in this pirate world is truly amazing. Following the direction indicated by the permanent pointer, the Mary quickly entered a snow-covered area. He decided to change into the padded jacket, but except for Luffy, the padded jackets of several people were all the ones they wore before. After all, they were all bought by Nami for Luffy. Even though Nami bought a lot for Luffy, it wasn't enough for a few people. As for the people in the Baroque Work Club, Luffy didn't let them freeze. After all, it's probably his own crew. Hey, Mr. Luffy, there's a man standing on the sea ahead. Makita is currently working as a lookout on the ship. After all, lion fruit is easy to get up and down the observation deck, and if necessary, it can fly to the sky. It is indeed an excellent person to be a lookout. At this moment, she was holding a telescope in one hand and pointing to the sea in front of the Mary with the other, reminding Luffy. Hearing Makita's shout, the others on the Mary also walked to the bow, looking in the direction Makita pointed. The Mary gradually approached, and sure enough, on the sea directly ahead, a man in strange clothes was standing there. Wow, how did he manage to stand on the sea? 35. Everyone was amazed at the ability to stand directly on the sea like this. This man is so ugly. It was Nami who said this, and after seeing the other party's wavy lips, clown-like face, and strange clothes, Nami complained mercilessly. Hey, you woman is too rude. Hey, it's so cold. The man who was standing quietly broke his defense immediately after hearing Nami's rant. However, at this moment, a large shadow suddenly appeared on the sea surface under the man's feet, and a huge thing floated up from the sea surface. Why does something so big suddenly float in front of the Mary from the sea every time? What everyone feels is not fear of the sudden appearance of huge things, but can't help but complain. This time it's not a strange creature, it's a ship, a big ship. Watching what floated out of the sea unfolded from its original spherical shape into a giant ship, Luffy was amazed. This should be a ship that was synthesized by Munch Munch fruit? Otherwise, it should not be able to do this. The first time he saw the man standing on the sea, Luffy knew the origin of the other party. Speaking of which, Munch Munch fruit should be a very good ability, right? I just don't know if I can swallow devil fruit or natural energy to use the corresponding ability. If I can, then this fruit will be very powerful. Moreover, this fruit is also quite useful for scientific research. Even the waste of Wapole can synthesize the heaven-defying material of Wapole metal by chance. If the person who eats Munch Munch fruit is a person with relevant knowledge, what kind of technology will the world develop? Originally, I was thinking about how to enter the Drum Kingdom because the people of 563 hate pirates. Now that's it, Wapole brought it to the door himself, and he had chips to use. Moreover, with the hatred of the people here for Wapole, if Wapole can be executed, you can also see if you have the luck to get the reborn Munch Munch fruit. Thinking of this, Luffy looked at the huge ship in front of him, and had the feeling that a pillow would be brought up when he fell asleep. What a big ship, compared to it, the Mary looks so small. Although it was a pirate ship, everyone did not meet the panic of pirates, after all, they were pirates. And now that there are so many people on board, there is really no need to be afraid. Even Usopp, with so many people on board, did not tremble with fear for the 3 people who appeared on that big ship. It's Wapole, the king of the Drum Kingdom. How did he become a pirate? Looking at the man standing in the middle of the big ship, Vivi recognized him immediately. Vivi can be said to be deeply impressed by the king of the Drum Kingdom who deliberately slapped himself back then. But Vivi didn't know what happened to the current Drum Kingdom, and what made the king of a country become a pirate. She only knew that the current Wapole, since he had become a pirate, was no longer qualified to endure it. Chapter 68 Makita and number 039, S-Shot. You said he was the king of the Drum Kingdom. It's not surprising that Vivi got to know the king of the Drum Kingdom, after all, the princess of Alabasta. But the king of a country actually became a pirate, which is unbelievable. However, why would a king of a country become a pirate? Is it too cruel to be kicked out by the citizens? Nami's muttering was half right. For such a situation, everyone is very curious. After all, new things are always attractive. Hey, is it too much for you guys to discuss me in front of me like this? Although this is the truth, being discussed in person still made Wapole, who was originally going to come forward by his subordinates, couldn't help but shout. The man in the strange costume that was standing on the sea had already stood beside Wapole, and he should have been standing on the pirate ship that had not yet unfolded before. Because the pirate ship is under the sea, people think it is standing on the sea. Hey? 7 people in total? Wapole jumped directly onto the Mary, and looked around for a while, but did not see the Makita on the lookout. It can't be just so many people, can it? Wapole couldn't believe that there were so many people on a pirate ship. However, it seems that people are not very smart. 1 second, they are still doubting the number of people on the Mary. The next second, they don't know where to take out a sword and stuff it into his mouth. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, he directly bit the sword and swallowed it. The iron-clad chin was still twisting, as if chewing something delicious. Actually, ate the sword. It hurts just looking at it. Usopp clutched his neck, spitting out blood on his tongue, with a distressed expression on his face. We want to go to the Drum Kingdom. Do you have permanent pointers or record pointers? Ignoring the shock of Usopp and the others, Wapole spoke in a commanding tone. Oh? It just so happens that we are also going to the Drum Kingdom, why don't we take you there? Luffy crossed his chest and looked at Wapole, who was chewing on the hilt of his sword. Mr. Luffy. Vivi wanted to say something, but was stopped by Nami by the side. Nami shook his head at Vivi, motioning for Vivi not to speak. From what Nami knew about Luffy, Luffy must have had his own ideas for doing this. And when Vivi said Wapole was the king of the Drum Kingdom, Luffy didn't show any surprise or confusion. As if he had known about it for a long time, it made Nami think Luffy might even know why Wapol became a pirate. In this case, Luffy still said such words, it is obviously the next step. Glancing at Vivi's speechless expression, Luffy did not speak, but looked at Wapol, who jumped onto the Mary. Now that you've come up, it's not that easy to go down. Thinking about the people who came up before, the 3 members of the Golden Dragon group were thrown into the sea by Luffy. These people from the Baroque works were basically forced by Luffy to stay on the ship. And people like Wapol can only go to the Drum Kingdom if they are tied by Luffy. Oh? Are you a sensible fellow? But I don't want to take your little boat, such a big boat, with so many people. Where do you want my king to sleep? I just thought that Luffy wanted to bring his Wapol because he was afraid of himself, and replied with disgust on his face. What do you bastards say? The Mary is a great ship. Some people say that the Mary is not good, and Usopp is naturally the first to jump out. But I'm hungry now, and your ship can fill my stomach. Directly ignoring Usopp's rebuttal, Wapol turned his gaze to the railing of the Mary, and the ridiculous slap in the face suddenly came up, opening his metal-wrapped mouth and wanting to bite. Boom! Luffy punched it directly, and the big mouth wrapped in iron was directly smashed by Luffy's punch. The fat body also flew into the air under Luffy's punch. Lord Wapol! The 2 people who were originally standing on their huge pirate ship immediately exclaimed when they saw Wapol being knocked into the air by Luffy. How dare you do it, little ones, give it to me! One of them ordered to the men on the pirate ship. The other jumped into the air, trying to catch Wapol, who was about to fall into the sea. Ah ah ah! Wapol, who was knocked into the air, screamed in the air, but fortunately, he was caught by the person who jumped over and did not fall into the sea. Damn it, dare to hit me, I want to kill him. Wapol, who was caught, stood firm and shouted at the men who caught him with a trembling voice. Makita, come towards their pirate ship, don't hold back. Luffy called out to Makita on the lookout. Makita was stunned when she heard Luffy's voice, but quickly reacted. Since Luffy let himself take action, it means that he is basically certain to stay on this ship. Thinking of this, Makita was somewhat grateful to the pirates. However, although I was grateful in my heart, I had no intention of holding back. It is snowing here now, and the wind is not too small, so I can use the wind to fly a little higher. Thinking like this, Makita held up her umbrella, activated her fruit ability, and her petite body jumped out of the observation deck, and then flew into the air under the influence of the umbrella and the wind. Feeling that the distance is almost the same, I looked at the direction, and the direction of the wind blowing itself is just right. Maximize the weight that the fruit's ability can increase, put away the umbrella, and then plunge toward Wapol's pirate ship. 10,000 kilograms press the top. With a coquettish shout, the petite figure fell towards Wapol's White Iron King at an exaggerated speed. The unknown Wapol and the others just watched the figure descending extremely fast, not knowing what she wanted to do. Boom! The petite figure quickly landed on the huge pirate ship, and then there was a loud noise. The huge hull broke apart from the middle, Li Wanghao, and the energy generated by the falling of 10,000 kilograms from a high altitude formed a shock wave that suddenly spread from the collision. Then the entire pirate ship exploded under this shock wave, and then slowly sank. I don't know how Makita can withstand such energy. Is it the reason of devil fruit? White snow mixed with smoke, Makita's figure holding an umbrella flew into the sky under the action of the airflow generated by the huge collision, and then slowly fell to the observation tower grave of the Mary. This. Sanji watched the spectacular scene in front of him, and the cigarette he was holding in his mouth fell to the ground. Fortunately, the other party didn't seem to have used this level of ability from the beginning. Otherwise, even if he was not directly hit, such a shock wave would be enough for him to drink a pot. When Makita attacked the pirate ship, Luffy stretched his arms and directly captured Wapol on the Mary. As for his subordinates, who cares about them? Chapter 69 Marianu, Galtino. Luffy was also a little silent as he looked at the pirate ship, the Iron King, which was gradually sinking in front of him. Maybe I underestimate these original works, they don't seem to be very strong, and there is still devil fruit in the upper ranks. However, Luffy remembers that as the upper fruit of the light lion fruit, it seems that the shock cannot be avoided. But Makita in front of her is completely unaffected by the reaction force, so who is the upper fruit? My Iron King, Jace, Malimon. Wapol had no idea what was going on, but for a short while, his ship was gone, and his men were gone. Usopp, work. Glancing at the crew members who were also stunned by Makita, Luffy could only remind him. Usopp was woken by Luffy, his legs shaking again. She had tied Makita with a rope before, would she hold revenge, would she be attacked by Makita like this? Usopp thought in horror, but his movements were not slow, and he still tied Wapol skillfully. Hey, what are you doing? I'm the king of the Drum Kingdom. Seeing that he was tied up, Wapol immediately forgot his ship 567 and his subordinates, and shouted to himself. However, Wapol has been caught by himself, and is likely to be killed by the people of the Drum Kingdom. Will Wapol medal still appear? But according to the inertia of the plot that Luffy felt before, it should still be there, right? But it may not be called Wapol medal by then. Hey, Miss Valentine, why haven't I seen you so powerful before? You wouldn't really join the Straw Hat Pirates, would you? Mr. 3, who had recovered from the shock, looked at Makita with a slightly frightened look. I never thought that the woman who always had a malicious smile before, but in her opinion was not very powerful, could actually have such a powerful ability. Hey? Didn't I tell you before that I joined the Straw Hat Pirates? Oh, by the way, don't call me Miss Valentine again, I'm now Makita of the Straw Hat Pirates. Makita once again said that she was part of the Straw Hat Pirates, but this time Nami didn't say anything. It's always a good thing to have a strong partner. In fact, Makita's abilities can only be so effective at sea. The ship was that big and inconvenient to move, so it was the best place for Makita's ability that needed time to prepare. If it was on land, even if there would be an impact from a falling collision, Makita was that big. The resulting shock wave won't spread very far anyway, unless she can start landing from outer space. However, she needs to use an umbrella to fly. Luffy asked before, and her weight can only be reduced to a minimum of 1 kilogram. Therefore, she basically has to climb to a high place before starting to use her abilities before each attack. Don't pay attention to the previous battle with Sanji, it was the author's mistake. I checked the information while reviewing the plot, and covered my face. It might be better if lion fruit cooperates. Although lion fruit can't act on others, umbrellas are still fine. Maybe this is also the reason why the light lion fruit is the lower rank of the ton-pressed fruit. Wapol's words have to be watched, otherwise the ropes won't hold him if he uses his abilities. Luffy explained that although he couldn't escape on the sea, if he ate the Mary, it would be troublesome. By the way, Miss Golden Week, use your ability to make him lose his energy. Luffy, who was afraid of Wapol's destruction just now, suddenly remembered that there was someone on this ship who could stop Wapol. Hey? How did you know my abilities? The little girl whose name was called by Luffy took a half step back like a frightened rabbit, and then asked Luffy back as if she remembered something. Didn't I say, your ability is very useful, that's why I say that even if you don't, promise I will force you to stay on the Mary. Luffy's words made everyone else curious, what kind of ability required Luffy to do this kind of thing? Luffy turned Wapol's body so that his back was facing Miss Golden Week. Under the curious eyes of everyone, Miss Golden Week took out a palette and paintbrush with some fear, and quickly drew a strange green pattern on Wapol's back. Then, Wapol, who was still struggling and screaming, lay on the deck of the Mary as if his strength was drained. It's so relaxing to lie down like this. Wapol turned away from the yelling just now, and the whole person became lazy. Is this also the devil fruit ability? Seeing the changes in Wapol, everyone was a little surprised and asked. And Mr. 3 looked at Luffy with a bit of gritted teeth. How dare you order Miss Golden Week, damn it guy. But no one cared about him. Miss Golden Week, surrounded by people, was a little scared and a little embarrassed, and didn't know how to answer for a while. It's not the devil fruit ability, but a strong hinting ability. I don't know the specifics. If you want to know, just ask her yourself. 5. By the way, what's your name? It's always Miss Golden Week, Trouble. Luffy can't always call someone else's code name for someone destined to be on his own ship, not to mention that this code name belongs to another group. Marianu. Miss Golden Week replied in a low voice. Luffy nodded, then turned and returned to the sheep's head on the Mary. Hey, why didn't you ask my name? I thought Luffy would also ask his name, but he didn't expect Luffy to turn around and leave after asking Miss Golden Week. So, Mr. 3 finally couldn't help shouting. You, 3 sounds good, just call 3 in the future. Luffy answered Mr. 3 without looking back. Bastard, Lao Zi's name is Galtino, remember it for me. Regarding Luffy's apparently perfunctory attitude, Mr. 3, that is, Galtino growled and said his name. By the way, 3, is your ability to turn your body into a candle. Still calling out the code name, Luffy wanted to find out what exactly was going on with Wax Fruit. Of course it can, but if it encounters high temperature, it will easily melt. Bastard, don't call me 3. 35. Is it possible? If Mariano can help him awaken his senses, maybe he will have a low-profile version of Katakuri on his ship. Luffy hadn't considered that the other party would decline his invitation at all. But after defeating Crocodile, Luffy believes that as long as he is not stupid, he will not reject himself again. Chapter 70 Confrontation. There is an island in front of you, that should be the Drum Kingdom. Luffy looked at the drum-like cliffs that appeared in his sight, and said to everyone on the boat. Oh, is it coming so soon? Originally, everyone who was doing their own thing came to the bow. The cliffs on this island are all the same shape. And there are so many. This is the first time anyone has seen a cliff of this shape, and there are still quite a few. Before long, the Mary entered an inner bay. It's a waterfall of snow-melt water, just stop there. Nami looked at the surrounding sea water and pointed to a place where a waterfall was left from a high place. The flowing water is not easy to freeze. In this cold climate, if you stop the boat if you are not optimistic about the location, it will be very troublesome for the boat to leave after the water surface freezes. So shall we go straight to the doctor? Zoro said without thinking. In his opinion, since Luffy knows the situation here, he naturally knows the location of the doctor. Luffy gave him a strange look. Although he knew the plot, how could Luffy know the location? Let's ask someone first. I only know there is such a person here, doctor, but I don't know where he is. Luffy paused when he said that. After all, Chopper is a civet cat. Oh no, reindeer. The others didn't notice Luffy's typo either, just nodding to do so. Just as Zoro was about to drop the anchor, a crowd of people suddenly poured out from the shore around the Mary. You pirates, don't move. Those people were holding various shotguns and looked unfriendly. But yes, even if the country is not destroyed by Blackbeard, there is no serious place to welcome pirates. What's going on? What's going on? Are the people here guarding this port all the time? Seeing that he was surrounded by a group of people with guns, Usopp still pinpointed his location. Get out of here quickly. In the crowd, a sturdy man with a square face walked to the front and said to the crowd on the Mary. It seems to be the leader of these people, but the tone is still calm, and he did not aim at the Mary like the others. We're just looking for a doctor in this country to partner with, nothing to do with your country. Luffy looked at the burly man in the lead calmly, and explained his reason. Humph. Not to mention that we no longer have a doctor here, even if there is, we will not let pirates log into our country. 99. Pull your anchors out of here or we'll shoot your boats. Before the leading man could speak, there were already a lot of noises around him. Sanji, pull Wapol over here. Luffy ignored the shouts of the civilians and just turned to Sanji. Zoro is still dragging the anchor there, so I can only ask Sanji. Wapol. He's talking about King Wapol? Luffy's voice wasn't loud, but someone around could still hear it. The crowd quickly began to talk, and even the burly man who led the way looked at Luffy in surprise. Wapol had been lying lazily on the deck by the steps, and Sanji didn't take long to bring him over. Looking at Wapol being lifted by Sanji, the commotion in the crowd suddenly stopped. But soon someone couldn't help but speak. Really, Wapol? This goddamn violent cun was caught. 35. Deserved. In exchange, how about I hand Wapol to you? Looking at the surrounding commoners who had no reverence for the king of their kingdom, Luffy felt that even if it was a violent cun, what Wapol did was a failure. He really is an unpopular and cruel king. The voices of the surrounding civilians clearly reached the ears of everyone on the Merry. Regarding Wapol, Vivi can be said to be the one who knows the most outside of the people of the Drum Kingdom. But it's not a good thing. The slap at the time left a lifelong impression in the heart of Vivi, who was still young at that time. Dalton, what should I do? Although Wapol has been frightened by the pirates who have invaded before and escaped the Drum Kingdom, he is no longer the king of the Drum Kingdom. But the people of the Drum Kingdom had no plans to forgive him. At this moment, the civilians surrounding the Merry all turned their attention to the sturdy man in the lead. 4 Flowers 0. Although we hate Wapol to the core, I'm afraid we can't promise you. Although the people hate Wapol to the core, Dalton, who is loyal by nature, does not want to deceive Luffy and them. Why, are you going to just let this cruel king go? Nami looked at Dalton with some puzzlement. Are all the people here so broad-minded? It's not like this, it's just that there is no doctor in this country anymore. No, to be precise, the only person who can be called a doctor in this country is the woman called a witch. Although they hate pirates and Wapol, they also don't want to deceive Luffy and them. In Dalton's view, although Luffy and the others were pirates, they did not directly attack these civilians because of their ability to capture Wapol alive. It is enough to see that they are not those pirates who do all kinds of evil. Moreover, the man with the straw hat at the head had seen it on the reward list 2 days ago. A man with a reward of 90 million won't be the opponent's opponent if he and others go together. What I'm looking for is the doctor you call a witch. No, it should be the witch's pet. Luffy didn't know how to describe Chopper, and it might be okay to say the words of his disciples, but Luffy always felt that it might be easier for Dalton to understand who he was talking about. Wait, Luffy, you said the doctor we're looking for is a pet. 35. Suddenly hearing Luffy say this, everyone turned their attention to Luffy. Some didn't understand what Luffy meant. When Luffy said that the doctor he was looking for would surprise everyone, everyone didn't take it to heart. But now Luffy suddenly said that the doctor he was looking for was someone else's pet, which had to make everyone wonder if Luffy was joking. You're talking about the reindeer that has been following Dr. Dolly? Obviously, after Luffy said this, Dalton really understood who Luffy was talking about. After all, the existence of Chopper may not be known to the nationals. But as the former captain of the Drum Kingdom, and now the interim leader of a country without a king, Dalton still knows a few things about Chopper. Chapter 71 The Status Quo of the Drum Kingdom. So, since Wapol was expelled, the country hasn't had a new king, and even the name has been thrown away. In the Bighorn village of the Drum Kingdom, Dalton brought Luffy and his party into the village from the port. After Luffy explained his intention and handed Wapol to the people, the villagers let Luffy and others go under Dalton's instructions. Now, Dalton is introducing the current situation of the Drum Kingdom to several people who got off the merry. Luffy, Nami, Sanji, Usopp, and Vivi were the 5 who got off the merry. Zoro is more obsessed with becoming stronger now, so he works hard whenever he has time, and now he is probably doing winter swimming training. As for the Baroque workers, they also stayed on the merry. With Zoro on the side, you don't have to worry about what bad things they will do. Moreover, now Makita has regarded herself as a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. And Miss Golden Week, that is, Marianu, did not mean to resist much. The only ones to watch out for are Mr. 3 and Galtino, but with Zoro around, there is basically no need to worry about any problems. Zoro, who has reached the realm of cutting iron, can basically ignore Galtino's candle. Haven't you thought about revitalizing this country by you as king? I see that the villagers here seem to love you very much. Along the way, the villagers who pass by basically know Dalton, and whenever they see Dalton, they will greet him kindly. It's fine for me to be the captain of the guard, but I really have no confidence in running a country as a king. For what Vivi said, Dalton waved his hands again and again. Although the people trusted him, he didn't seem to be very confident. Just as everyone followed Dalton all the way, a large upright creature came towards him. Dalton, who was originally leading the way, bowed to the giant creature quite seriously when it passed by. This is a walking bear, there is no danger, but don't forget the etiquette of climbing when you meet it. Dalton bowed to the giant bear and explained to Luffy and the others. Luffy didn't have any problem with bowing to the bear. After all, it's strictly a custom, and it's not a big deal. After seeing Luffy bowing to the hiking bear, Nami and the others also bowed to the hiking bear. Dalton was also quite surprised by the polite behavior of Luffy and others. After all, they are also pirates, but the previous group attacked the Drum Kingdom directly without saying a word. By the way, have I seen you somewhere? Dalton, who had been observing Luffy and the others, always felt that he had seen this girl somewhere when he saw Vivi. That, maybe you're wrong. Vivi obviously didn't want to reveal his identity in front of outsiders, so he waved his hand in denial. Nami and the others glanced at Vivi strangely, obviously not understanding the meaning of hiding their identities at this time. Luffy didn't say anything about it. Since Vivi didn't want to say it, there was no need for him to reveal other people's secrets. Hey? Did another hiking bear pass by? While everyone was walking and chatting, a sturdy woman passed by Luffy and the others. However, her physique was so similar to hiking bear that Usopp mistook her for hiking bear, and bowed to the other side in shock. Boom! Nami slapped Usopp directly in the head, then yelled at Usopp. You should see clearly. The sturdy women passing by did not express dissatisfaction with Usopp's behavior, and they may have been regarded as hiking bears. Mr. Dalton, did you hear that there are pirates coming? No problem. 35. The woman asked Dalton who was leading the way, and at the same time, she glanced at Luffy and the others. After all, Luffy's people are completely unfamiliar, women have always lived in this place, and it is natural to know who the people in this village are. Yes, there is no problem, please rest assured. Dalton glanced at Luffy and the others, and quickly answered the woman's question. Really? That's good. The woman was visibly relieved and looked at Dalton more respectfully. Dalton didn't seem excited about the respect shown by the villagers. But that's why people in the village put so much trust in Dalton. After all, a leader who is wholeheartedly good to everyone, the villagers are very happy to let him govern this abandoned country. Mr. Dalton is very respectable. What I saw and heard along the way made Vivi admire Dalton quite a bit. After all, as a princess of a country, Vivi naturally hopes to be loved by the people. Dalton in front of him, for Vivi, is obviously an object worthy of emulation. However, Vivi looked up at Luffy who was walking ahead. Perhaps this is what a leader should look like, with a personality that one can't help but convince, and a powerful strength. Vivi couldn't help but focus his eyes behind Luffy, his eyes were a little blurry. Nami, who was walking aside, keenly noticed Vivi's expression, and glanced at Luffy who was walking in front with some resentment, but in the end he didn't take any action. It's just that the villagers are willing to believe it. For Vivi's praise, Dalton was a little embarrassed. After all, he was only a captain before, but now he is suddenly trusted by the people of the whole country. This situation really made Dalton feel a little overwhelmed. My residence is in front of you. Please rest for a while at my residence. I will inform you of the residence of Dr. Dorier and the reindeer. Wapol has been imprisoned somewhere by the villagers, awaiting the 0.4 verdict tomorrow. With Marianu's leisurely green effect, there is no need to worry that Wapol will take the opportunity to escape. The group soon arrived at Dalton's residence, but Usopp clearly had a deep interest in snow country. When Luffy and others sat down to rest, he was still in high spirits building a snowman outside. Even if he was alone, he was still enthusiastic. This bastard really doesn't discriminate. Regarding Usopp's behavior, Sanji only said that it was really naive, and that such a big person still likes to build a snowman. Those cliffs are called Sigulaji Mountain, and the castle where Dr. Dolier lives is on the highest mountain in the middle. Dalton motioned Luffy and the others to look out the window, then pointed to the tallest one and said to Luffy. Chapter 72, The Castle on the Sigulaji Mountain. This castle is really majestic. Under the guidance of Dalton, Luffy and his party finally came to the highest mountain on the island. Because of preparations, no one has contracted the Caskia germ at Little Garden. Therefore, Luffy and the others, who didn't need to be in a hurry, took the other safe way up the mountain that Dalton pointed out. And there is no need to climb the basically vertical magnetic Drum Luji mountain. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for even the current Luffy to climb such a cliff with Nami, Vivi, and Usopp. Hey, Vivi, is Alabastus Palace so luxurious? Looking at the magnificent castle in front of him, Nami couldn't help showing a hint of envy. After all, girls. There are always some fantasies about castles. How to say, Alabastus Palace is probably, a little bigger than this. Vivi, who was asked, was a little entangled and didn't know what to say. After all, answering this kind of question always made people feel like showing off. 66.99. Sure enough, when Vivi said this, Nami didn't ask any more questions. Oh, it's amazing, is it bigger than this castle? The door to the castle is closed, how are we going to get in? Sanji, who stepped forward to investigate, found that the castle door was closed, and asked Luffy. Hearing Sanji's words, the others also looked at Luffy. The castle is so big that you probably won't be able to hear knocking on the door, so let's just break in. 35. Although this is not very good, there is no particularly good way at present, and with Luffy, a rubber fruit capable, there is no need to force through the front door. The sky above the castle is not completely closed, there is always a place to enter. Are you sure that if you forcefully break into someone's house, they will still agree to get on your boat? Although it is not the way to wait, but it's not justified to break into other people's homes like this, right? Without refuting Nami's words, Luffy just approached the door and opened observation haki. Soon, the layout of the castle appeared in Luffy's perception. But after opening the observation haki, Luffy also gave up the plan to force his way in. Someone came out. Seeing two figures, one person and one deer, walking towards the gate from the castle, Luffy turned and said to Nami and the others. Squeak! The heavy wooden door made a strange noise when it was opened, apparently it had not been repaired and maintained for a long time. As the castle gate opened, an old woman dressed in fashion, followed by a reindeer in a wheelchair, appeared in front of Luffy and the others. 6699. The people inside and outside the castle looked at each other, and the scene fell silent for a while. Wow wow wow! The witch has appeared. The atmosphere of silence was quickly broken. After Usopp saw the appearance of the person who came out, he screamed in horror and kept running left and right. Boom! Usopp finished his words, and he was greeted by a powerful kick. Seeing that Usopp was kicked upside down and tumbled a few times on the snow, Luffy was not angry, but felt a little bit wanting to laugh. This old woman is quite powerful. Sanji, who saw Usopp being kicked away, said while smoking a cigarette. Boom! Another kick out, Sanji got the same treatment as Usopp. Keep my mouth clean, I'm still a beautiful woman in her 130s. After kicking the two of them, the beautiful woman in her 130s spoke loudly to the two of them. Mr. Sanji, Mr. Usopp, are you all right? Seeing Usopp and Sanji flying out like a gourd, Vivi asked worriedly. We're all right, Miss Vivi, please don't worry. Hearing Vivi's shout, Sanji immediately got up from the ground and waved to Vivi. Who are you? Is someone here to see a doctor? For the few Luffy people who appeared at the door, Dr. Dolier didn't feel scared or worried. After living for so long, I still have some eyes on people. My name is Monkey-d-Luffy, I'm currently a pirate, and these are my buddies. Luffy introduced himself to the woman in front of him. Are you pirates? When Luffy said he was a pirate, the reindeer, who had not moved behind the woman, suddenly spoke. Ah! Alas, the reindeer has spoken. The reindeer that suddenly spoke clearly startled Nami and the others, especially Usopp, and ran around again. However, another pirate came to this country? So what is your purpose? We still lack a ship doctor on board. I heard that the Drum Kingdom is a big medical country, so I want to come here to see if we can find a suitable doctor to sail with us. Although he said so, Luffy's eyes were always on the reindeer who had just spoken. The reindeer, who was staring straight at Luffy, couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Looks like you've come prepared, brat. Luffy didn't hide his gaze, and Dr. Dolier could naturally sense Luffy's thoughts. I originally wanted to go down the mountain to see the doctor today, but since there is a distinguished guest, please come in. My name is Dr. Guriva, you can call me Dr. Doriel. 99. Taking a deep look at Luffy, Dr. Doriel turned to look at the reindeer. Chopper, I won't go out today. There are guests at home, so don't be slow. 567. Saying that, Dr. Dolier took the lead and walked towards the castle. The reindeer named Chopper responded, then looked at Luffy and the others. Several, come in with me. Nami and Vivi looked at each other and looked at Luffy at the same time. Sanji and Usopp had also returned to Luffy's side. Luffy nodded towards a few people, then took the lead to follow the reindeer leading the way and walked towards the castle. Nami and the others followed quickly. Although it was very strange why things were developing so strangely, they did not ask, they believed that Luffy could handle it well. Usopp and Sanji, who came in last, closed the wooden door of the castle, and the howling north wind was isolated from the castle. Following the deer-shaped chopper all the way in, Nami and Usopp curiously observed the decorations in the castle. After all, it is rare to have such an opportunity. For the two of them who have never seen the castle, all this is full of novelty. Even Luffy kept looking at it. After all, this was the first time Luffy saw the castle. Although his purpose was to invite Chopper to board the ship, since he had such an opportunity to experience the castle of this world, Luffy would not miss it in vain. Only Sanji, who doesn't seem to be very interested in any of this. On the contrary, Vivi, even though she has always lived in the palace as the Princess of Alabasta, is still curious about the palaces of other countries. Chapter 73 Invite Chopper. Your purpose was Chopper from the beginning, right? In the room, Dr. Dorier stared at Luffy's eyes tightly. Although I don't know where Luffy learned about Chopper, Dr. Dolier has this feeling, and the other party came for Chopper from the very beginning. There are only Dr. Dory and Luffy here, and the others are in other rooms. Yes, I came to the Drum Kingdom, indeed, for Chopper. Luffy had no plans to hide the question from Dr. Dolier. I came here to take away Chopper, who was like a parent to her, and any concealment would be disrespectful to this person who is like Chopper's mother. Without those things happening in the original book, Luffy didn't know if Chopper would agree to his invitation. But Luffy has no regrets about resolving Walpole in advance and handing Walpole to the people of the Drum Kingdom. It's just a pity for the doctors on the Walpole ship. At the time, I didn't think too much about it, and it was indeed a miscalculation to directly let Makita take action to sink the White Iron King. However, after the pirate ship was destroyed at that time, he did not continue to do it, and he still had a certain chance of surviving. That's quite frank, kid. For Luffy's frankness, Dr. Dolier just gave Luffy another look. I'm not against you taking Chopper, and he really should see the outside world. Speaking of which, Dr. Dolier paused. However, I will not allow anyone to take Chopper away without his will. At the end of the day, Dr. Dolier's eyes were already filled with cold light. I may use coercive means for the enemy, but Chopper is not my enemy, and if he really doesn't want to go with me, I won't force it. 35. This is also Luffy's real thought, although it would be a pity, but Luffy can't treat Chopper as well as those in the Baroque work society, it's a matter of principle. I hope you can do what you say. Wow. Dr. Dolier, help Just when Luffy and Dr. Dolier fell silent, there was a sudden noise from outside the door. Then, the door of the room where the two of them were was violently pushed open. The little reindeer, who had returned to its original state, ran into this room with a panic-stricken face. And behind Chopper, Sanji and Usopp are chasing him, shouting, "Reindeer meat, don't run like that! What do you want to do to my reindeer? Bastards!" Dr. Dory, who was silent because of the topic just now, grabbed the kitchen knife and broom hanging on the wall and chased after Usopp and Sanji. The two, who were still chasing Chopper, fled at a faster speed after seeing Dr. Dolier chasing after him. In this way, you chase me, I chase him play unfolds in Luffy's speechless eyes. Soon, the very small Chopper slipped into Luffy's room while Sanji and the two were chased by Dr. Dory, and had no time to care. I saw Chopper quickly closed the door after entering, and then pressed his hooves against the door, with a sigh of relief with fear on his face. Seemingly sure that the two outside were not chasing in, Chopper lowered his hoofs against the door and wiped his sweat-soaked forehead. Tony, Chopper! The little reindeer, who had never imagined that there were people in this room, was frightened by the sudden sound, and then turned back stiffly. After seeing Luffy sitting there looking at him, he quickly ducked towards a chair beside the door. 66.99. It's just that the hiding direction seems to be a bit wrong, and the head wearing a pink hat is half hidden behind the chair. The upper two hooves grabbed the chair legs, and the whole body and legs arched toward the other side of the chair. Looking at the classic reverse hiding, Luffy didn't know what to say for a while, so he had no choice but to remind. "You're hiding." "What?" The little reindeer froze after being reminded by Luffy, and then slowly began to wriggle towards the back of the chair, but his head did not need to be adjusted. The reindeer, which was hidden again, stared at Luffy like a voyeur. "Human, how did you know my full name?" Although he was afraid of life, after all, it was the person invited by Dr. Dolier, and Chopper was not too scared to speak. "Dr. Doril just told me, how is it, do you want to be a pirate with me?" Since there was such a chance to be alone, Luffy naturally invited Chopper directly. Are you inviting me?" Luffy's words made Chopper visibly stunned. Everyone he'd seen before would only call him a monster. And this person in front of him, not only did not call him a monster, but also invited him, because he had never seen him transformed? 66. Yes, I heard from Dr. Dolly that you have learned all her medical skills. There is a shortage of doctors on my ship, so I hope you can come and be the ship doctor on my ship. For a performance like Chopper's, Luffy seemed patient. Humph, even if you, a human, praise me, I won't agree to you, idiot. Chopper, who was still hiding behind the chair, twitched and moved out immediately after hearing Luffy say that he had learned all the medicine from Dr. Dorier. 66-99. After a while, Luffy saw Chopper's 2 signature moves, and Luffy felt that Chopper was too simple. Why don't you agree? Dr. Dolier also hopes that you can go to sea with me. While Dr. Doril did say she wanted Chopper to see the outside world, she didn't say she wanted Chopper to follow Luffy. Luffy said this deliberately, although it was a bit of a misunderstanding of Dr. Dolier's meaning, but it was not a deception. You said that Dr. Dolier also wants me to go to sea with you. Don't lie. Human fruit, Li Wangzhao, are all liars. Excited, Chopper's body suddenly grew larger and turned into a huge humanoid. Don't get excited, you have grown bigger. Ah, bastard! Chopper, who was reminded by Luffy again, shrank quickly and returned to his previous appearance. Aren't you afraid? I was shaking just now. Seeing Luffy's still flat face, Chopper couldn't help but ask. It's not something to be surprised about. The devil fruit's powers are all kinds of strange. You can get bigger and smaller, and I can lengthen my body like this. 99. Saying that, Luffy suddenly stretched out his arm, towards Chopper's direction. Ah, monster! Seeing Luffy's sudden lengthening of arms, Chopper's eyes suddenly bulged out, and he shouted at Luffy with a frightened look. Number. Call me a monster, right? When you get on the boat, you will look good. Eyebrow. Chapter 74 The Rescued Wapole. Boy, it's all right, to be able to talk to Chopper, that kid is very afraid of life. Dr. Dolier, who was holding a kitchen knife and broom, opened the door from the door and came in. She glanced left and right, as if she wanted to find someone. But seeing Luffy actually chatting with Chopper, he exclaimed in surprise. Am I a monster after all? Isn't it normal for monsters to talk to monsters? Luffy deliberately emphasized some monster words, looking at Chopper while answering Dr. Dorier. Bastard, bastard, who are you calling a monster? Although I did accidentally say that the other party was a monster just now, but I don't need to repeat it all the time, right? This human being is too vengeful. Chopper could still hear Luffy's accentuated tone, but he didn't know how to refute it. Although he was called a monster by the man in the straw hat in front of him, Chopper did not feel the same as being called a monster by others. The fact that he didn't feel angry or angry at all made Chopper a little weird. Even Dr. Dolier, who had just opened the door and came in, was a little surprised. After all, she knew a lot about Chopper. In the past, as long as he was said to be a monster, he would grow uncontrollably, but now he is not even angry at all. What did the man in front of him say to Chopper while he was away? But it's a good thing that Chopper doesn't care about these things, and now the first thing he has to do is to cook those 2 bastards who want to cook Chopper's meat. Thinking of this, Dr. Dory closed the door again. Since Luffy can make Chopper not care about the name of the monster, let him solve Chopper more. Chopper, go out to sea with me. There are many people like you in the ocean outside, and there is even a kingdom of talking animals. 99. Luffy looked at Chopper seriously, and invited him again, with anticipation in his eyes. Looking at Luffy's expectant eyes, Chopper opened his mouth blankly, wanting to say something. Boom! Just then, a roar came from outside the castle. What's the matter? What happened? Interrupted by the sudden roar, Chopper dared not look into Luffy's eyes again. He hurriedly ran out, trying to conceal his desire. Hey? It seems that I was still showing mercy at that time, Bia. Seeing that Chopper was about to agree, he was interrupted by the sudden sound of cannons. Luffy opened observation haki rather unhappily, and everything outside was quickly imprinted in his mind. Wapole, who was supposed to be guarded by the people, appeared at the gate of the castle with the support of his 2 men. And those 2 subordinates were the 2 who were with him in front of the White Iron King. Isn't this dead? And it's a bit incredible to have arrived here even when the ship was destroyed. It seems that I will have to kill myself in the future. Perceiving Wapol and his 2 subordinates who appeared outside the castle, Luffy's expression was a little ugly. I don't know if this will happen if I kill him before. Luffy got up and walked out of the room. At this moment, Nami and Vivi, who had been resting in the other room, rushed out at the same time. Obviously he and the others heard the roar just now, but they didn't see Sanji and Usopp at this moment, not even Dr. Dolly. Luffy sensed it with observation haki and found that they had appeared at the gate of the castle, and Chopper was running towards the gate of the castle quickly. You 2 follow me. The Wapol guy was rescued by 2 of his men, and now there are 3 of them at the door. With Marienu's abilities, Wapol could not have escaped on his own, apparently being rescued by his 2 men. When Luffy and the others entered the Drum Kingdom, they handed Wapol to them. Obviously, those people were not the opponents of Wapol. Didn't all his men sink with the pirate ship? Can they still swim here? Both Nami and Vivi were a little surprised. Even if they were swimming, they couldn't be so fast, right? It should have grabbed another ship, otherwise it wouldn't have been so fast. Luffy was talking while walking, the 2 women followed behind Luffy, and the 3 of them soon came to the castle gate. Damn it, Straw Hat Brat, you are here. Wapol, who was still facing off against Sanji before, jumped up the first time he saw Luffy. Apparently being caught by Luffy before, Wapol was extremely angry, as if he had been humiliated. Your life is really big, can you find it back here? Luffy ignored the yelling Wapol and turned his attention to his 2 men. Humph, if it weren't for you, we would have returned to this country long ago, and it is unforgivable to even dare to arrest Lord Wapol and hand it over to those foolish people. 39. The clown man with wavy lips, after hearing Luffy's words, looked at Luffy very angrily. Also, get out of my castle quickly, this is my castle, not for you fools. This was said to Dr. Dolly who was beside Sanji and Usopp, but apparently he couldn't hear the answer he wanted. What? You asked me the secret of eternal youth. Dr. Dollier turned a deaf ear to Wapol's anger, and instead teased him with great interest. What a smart old woman, knowing that she won't sit idly by because of Chopper, so she doesn't look worried at all. At this time, Chopper looked at the 3 Wapols angrily. It was because of these people that Dr. Silka died. Chopper couldn't contain his anger, and the originally petite figure suddenly rose up and turned into a reindeer shape similar to King Kong. Oh! I remember you, the reindeer beside the quack doctor. What kind of devil fruit did you eat? Seeing the sudden transformation of Chopper, Wapol's men seemed to remember the existence of Chopper. You are not allowed to call Dr. Silka a quack. Chopper, who was already on the verge of anger, finally couldn't help rushing towards him after hearing the words of the clown man with wavy lips. Chopper! Dr. Dollier looked at Chopper, who rushed out worriedly. Sanji, Usopp, you and Chopper deal with those 2 Wapol's men, Wapol is up to me. I would like to see if I kill you here, if there will be a Black Drum Kingdom. Got it, I'll fix them. Just leave the support to me. Sanji is quite normal when it comes to fighting men. As long as he is not careful, with Chopper's cooperation and Usopp's harassment, he should be able to easily deal with these 2 people. Chapter 75 Observation Haki and Number 039, S New Abilities. I won't let you hurt Lord Wapol again. Looking at the rushing human-shaped reindeer, Jace next to Wapol, the man with wavy lips, took out a bow. 3 arrows were quickly attached to the bowstring, and then shot towards Chopper, who was rushing in mid-air. Bang bang bang! 3 gunpowder explosions sounded in the air, and the arrows shot by Jace were blocked by the bombardment of the 3 gunpowders. In terms of shooting, I won't lose to you. Stopping Jace's 3 arrows, Usopp scratched his nose with his thumb and said to Jace, who was shooting arrows. With someone standing in front of him, Usopp is quite confident, at least he won't be frightened by his legs. Good job, Usopp, it's my turn attack. Sanji complimented, and then quickly charged towards another of Wapol's men. And because the arrow was blocked, Chopper rushed to Jace without being blocked. Lanbo Ball, wrist strengthening, carving hoof. Chopper, who was about to approach Jace, let out a low cry, and the blue pill that had been crushed long before he rushed out was effective at this moment. The originally uniform human-shaped arm suddenly exploded with muscles, and Chopper's right arm bent backwards, and then slammed it out. The strengthened wrist burst out with incomparably powerful power at this moment, and it was directly printed on Jace's forehead when it was too late for Jace to dodge. Boom! A bright red hoof print emerged from Jace's forehead, and Jace flew backwards under the blow. Jace! Malimon, who was on the side, wanted to catch up to check on Jace, but was kicked by Sanji, who was approaching quickly. Even the proud explosive head ability flew out before using it. The two who did not go through Wapol's fusion couldn't stop it when the three of Sanji preempted. Two useless guys. Glancing at the men who were quickly knocked into the air, Wapol pouted and cursed, then looked at Luffy again. He was easily caught by the opponent's punch before, and Wapol wouldn't charge directly no matter how stupid he was. So he used the fruit ability to transform himself into the appearance of a house, and in 2 days his arm also changed into the appearance of a cannon hole. So getting so big is a target for me? Second gear. Luffy swung his right hand to the side, and transparent steam began to emerge from Luffy's body, causing Luffy's skin to turn red. Then the right hand continues to make a fist and pull back, and the entire right hand quickly expands in a circle. Third gear, Zixyong. 35. A solid, transparent beam of light burst out from Luffy's fist. Before Wapol could react, the transparent air beam directly turned his body into a house and blasted him out. The conditions for Zixyong to hit the air beam require extremely fast speed and great strength. If the second and third gears are not turned on, Luffy's own speed and strength cannot meet the requirements of using Zixyong. In order to prevent accidents, Luffy can be said to use extremely powerful moves to attack Wapol. And Wapol, who was hit by Luffy's move, wanted to shoot, but he seemed to be drained of his body's strength in an instant. The body and hands that had transformed into houses and cannons returned to human form. It's just that Wapol, who has changed back into human form at this time, has a bright hole in his chest that is gurgling with bright red blood. The chin wrapped in iron was also scratched by the blood left from the corner of his mouth. Snapped. Wapol's round body slammed into the snow. Luffy glanced indifferently, and opened Observation Haki. Observation Haki exerted his full strength, and all the scenes and creatures in the Drum Kingdom appeared in Luffy's mind. Feeling that Wapol's breath of life finally disappeared, Luffy paid more attention. Soon, a special breath emerged from Wapol's body and flew in a certain direction. Luffy tried to focus his perception entirely on this breath, and the sights of other places disappeared from Luffy's perception. This breath did not fly far, but stopped in a certain village in this Drum Kingdom. Then, the breath rushed towards a basket of fruits under Luffy's perception. The breath finally stopped on one of the fruits, and then, in Luffy's perception, it was just an ordinary fruit, and suddenly a layer of spiral patterns spun. In the middle of the fruit, like piranhas, 2 serrated shapes similar to fangs emerged. Feeling the situation that Observation Haki sensed, Luffy opened the eyes that he had just closed because of the concentration. His eyes were full of shock. Seeking Flowers 0. Can your own Observation Haki even sense the breath of devil fruit? But you've never sensed devil fruit's aura before, have you? Or, only the devil fruit that is about to be reborn can feel its aura when it leaves the host? In any case, the first thing to do now is to confirm whether the devil fruit is a munch fruit. If his Observation Haki really has this special ability, then Nami and the others' devil fruit may be able to get it soon. Looking at Luffy, who had closed his eyes since Wapol fell to the ground, Nami and the others were very curious, but they didn't make a sound. Although they didn't know what Luffy was doing, they knew there must be a reason why Luffy was doing it. If they interrupted what Luffy was doing for their own reasons, maybe Luffy wouldn't blame themselves, but they wouldn't forgive themselves. I have some things to deal with now, Sanji. The two lying down there and Wapole's corpse will be handed over to you and Usopp. You just hand them over to Dalton. Ignoring Chopper and Dr. Dory who were still absent, Luffy quickly explained Sanji. What's the matter, Luffy? Is there anything urgent? Nami was nervous about Luffy's sudden urgency, fearing that something bad might happen. Don't worry, if what I sense is right, it's a good thing for us, and it's going to be a great thing. Luffy comforted Nami, then turned to look at Chopper. Chopper, will you accept my invitation to be the ship's doctor on my ship? Luffy. Chopper, who was called by Luffy, came back to his senses, glanced at Luffy who didn't leave immediately even though he was eager, and then turned his eyes to Dr. Dorier. If you want to go, just follow, the Drum Kingdom won't be your end, and I can't be your shackles. 55. Seemingly seeing the thoughts in Chopper's eyes, Dr. Dolier gently turned her head to one side. Although reluctant to give up, but the chicks grow up, after all, they want to fly high. 4. Chapter 76 The Role of New Abilities. Mr. Luffy, is he all right? On the way back to the Mary, Vivi looked at Nami beside him with some worry. Don't worry, since Luffy said it was a great thing, there's nothing to worry about. 99. If it was Nami before, Luffy might have been very worried if he suddenly showed such an eager look, but not now. Because I believe in him. Another thing, Luffy killed Wapole. Although Wapole is unpopular in the Drum Kingdom, he is always the orthodox king of the Drum Kingdom, and it may be very troublesome in the future. In addition to Luffy's eager look just now, the other thing that worries Vivi is that Luffy killed Wapole. The Drum Kingdom is a member of the world government, and Luffy has now killed Wapole. If the world government finds out about this, it means that Luffy has declared war on the world government May 70. Will Luffy be in trouble? Chopper, who had been following Nami and Vivi, had his head down, but raised his head after hearing Vivi's words. In the end, Chopper agreed to Luffy's invitation, although he was very reluctant to give up Dr. Dolly. But I still want to see the talking animal kingdom, that Luffy said. Well, after the news spreads here, because Luffy killed Wapole, the world government is likely to count the destruction of the Drum Kingdom on Luffy's head. At that time, Luffy's bounty will be further increased. Oh, but the Drum Kingdom was obviously destroyed by another group of pirates. Chopper, who has no experience in the world, naturally does not know the twists and turns, and naturally thinks that this kind of thing is too abnormal. But this is just my guess. After all, the destruction of the Drum Kingdom was still seen by the Blackbeard pirates. Vivi thought for a moment. Dalton had said before that the Drum Kingdom was defeated by the Blackbeards. Since there were witnesses, the world government would not have done such a thing. Alabasta is also a member of the world government, and Vivi is still willing to believe in the world government. Don't worry about it, since Luffy chose to take action, he has already considered the consequences, and now that he has been forced to become a pirate, where is the bad guy? 35. After hearing about Marine and the world government's attitude towards Luffy from Smoker, Nami didn't expect anything from them. Since no matter what he does, he will be rewarded, so as long as Luffy thinks it is right, Nami will support Luffy unconditionally. The two of them went down the mountain and communicated like this. With Chopper there was no need to worry about the safety of Nami and Vivi. As for Sanji and Usopp, they already carried their bodies down the mountain first. After Chopper agreed to get on the boat, Luffy explained to Nami and walked towards the position perceived by observation Haki alone. When a person passes by, Luffy's speed will be very fast, and even in order to prevent being eaten, Luffy even turns on the second gear. Soon, Luffy came to the place where the basket of fruits was. The village is not big, and it doesn't look like it's inhabited. The village was quite messy, and after being attacked by Blackbeard's gang, the rest of the people moved in together. Luffy walked over to the basket that had been thrown on the ground at random, and several of the fruit had spilled out. However, because of the perennial low temperature of the Drum Kingdom, these fruits were not damaged. Luffy crouched down and took the fruit that was obviously different from the surrounding fruit in his hand. Sure enough, munch fruit. 35. Although I haven't seen the devil fruit illustration, the shape of munch fruit in the previous life has been announced, so Luffy can confirm that this is munch fruit. Luffy's hand holding munch fruit trembled a little, and since he crossed into this world, he has not been so excited for a long time. Your own observation haki was different from the start. After all, it is possible to completely project what is perceived, whether biological or non-biological, into the mind. No one else's observation haki can do it except himself. Maybe it's because of his observation haki that he can present everything, so he can even feel the breath of devil fruit. However, although I can feel it, the strength of my own observation haki is always limited. If devil fruit was reborn in a particularly far place, he wouldn't be able to perceive it. This time, munch fruit is still reborn in the Drum Kingdom, and I can only say that my luck is really good. But what if the next time devil fruit respawns far away? Luffy's originally excited heart calmed down slightly and began to think about this problem. Previously, in my own observation haki's perception, when munch fruit was reborn, although the movement speed of the breath was fast, it was not so fast that Luffy couldn't catch up. If you are driving observation haki to perceive, while following this breath, you will completely follow. But this is also limited to land. If devil fruit respawns far away, it will be no different from the previous situation. Even if I learned techniques like moonwalk, I didn't have enough physical strength to support myself to fly across the sea. Luffy touched his chin. If he can't do it on his own, what about devil fruit's ability? Among the demon fruit powers that you will encounter later, what abilities can help in this situation? By the way, lion fruit. Luffy patted his head, thinking about going to the Golden Lion to try his luck when he couldn't find union fruit, but he almost forgot. It's just still a matter of luck. I hope lion fruit won't be reborn too far, otherwise it will be an empty joy. In this way, Nami's devil fruit can be settled. As for whether he could beat the Golden Lion, Luffy was not worried, and now he just hoped that the Golden Lion would come to him soon. Otherwise, the Golden Lion at high altitude, 0.4 himself would not be able to find him. Thinking of this, Luffy stood up and glanced at the munch fruit in his hand. The owner of this fruit, Luffy already had an idea. Although Usopp is a little tricky, it's not enough to use the full power of this munch fruit. Only Frankie, who has a good understanding of boats, machinery, and various materials, is the most suitable candidate for the munch fruit ability. As for whether Frankie is willing to eat or not, Luffy thinks that Frankie should not refuse the temptation to synthesize new materials. Moreover, with munch fruit, it is also a quite suitable ability for him as a half-machine half-human body. As for whether Frankie will get on his own boat, Luffy once again ignores the possibility of denial. According to the previous situation of Wapol's appearance at the castle, maybe even if Luffy didn't invite Frankie, Frankie would board the ship by himself. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 77. If munch fruit is in your own hands, it is only a matter of time before you want to synthesize Wapol metal. Even if Frankie came, it might be possible to synthesize better materials. At that time, will I be able to rely on this newly synthesized material to obtain the qualification to join the world government? You don't need to come forward yourself, you just need to find someone you can trust. If this qualification can be obtained, there may be unexpected effects in the future. But it's too early to think about this, everything needs to wait until this munch fruit is eaten before it can start. When you go back, you don't need to open the second gear. After all, munch fruit is already in hand, so you don't need to be so anxious. By the time Luffy returned to the Mary, it was already dark. The first time Luffy boarded the Mary, everyone turned their attention to Luffy, to be precise, the uncharacteristic fruit in Luffy's hand. This is devil fruit. Naturally, there were people on the Mary who knew devil fruit, but for the people who came out of East Blue, it was the first time they saw devil fruit. Yes, this is devil fruit. Luffy didn't care too much about everyone's curious eyes, and when someone asked, he didn't need to hide anything. After all, they are either their own crew members, or they are booking crew members, anyway, they are all their own. But about the fact that observation Haki can perceive the breath of the reborn devil fruit, it is enough for him to know. No one knows, they can be exposed one day later, and they can get more benefits. You just left in such a hurry, just for this devil fruit? Although I didn't ask Luffy before, but now that Luffy is back, and there is such a strange fruit in his hand. Naturally, Nami felt that Luffy was in a hurry to leave after discovering this fruit. But how did you find this devil fruit? Vivi asked curiously. Luffy had been with him and others before, why could he know where devil fruit was? My observation Haki is quite special, in addition to being able to perceive biological breath, as long as it is something that exists, it can perceive it. After this time, Luffy basically confirmed what his observation Haki can perceive, that is, everything that exists in this world. There is a difference between being able to perceive devil fruit and being able to perceive the breath of devil fruit when it is reborn. Luffy's current statement will only make people think that he found this devil fruit after sensing the existence of devil fruit. No one would have thought that what Luffy sensed was the breath of devil fruit's rebirth. After all, it is basically impossible for others to think of such a thing before they know that devil fruit has breath when it is reborn. Creating something out of nothing is the hardest, unless that person already knows this kind of thing. And as far as Luffy knew, in this pirate world, apart from the 5 elders and I'm, who he didn't know very well, only Blackbeard might know about this kind of thing. However, if possible, Luffy would like to try and kill Blackbeard if he can meet him before going to Sky Island. I was thinking of letting Summit War develop as usual, but the speed of my own strength growth seems to be a bit beyond my expectations. Perhaps, I can kill Blackbeard first. After all, even before the time travel, there was basically no Blackbeard plot, and killing Blackbeard would have no impact on the subsequent plot. But such a guy may not be so easy to kill. Moreover, I have to be responsible for the lives of the crew, so I can only see if there is a suitable opportunity. Observation Haki? What is that? Then what is the power of this fruit? Even the senior agents of the Baroque Work Club are basically unaware of the existence of Haki, and the devil fruit illustration is even more impossible. As for what observation Haki is, Luffy didn't answer. After Crocodile is resolved, Luffy will explain it to them together. At that time, Marianu will try to develop her abilities. After the Alabasta matter is resolved, the time will not be so urgent, and you can plan well at that time. I'll tell you about observation Haki's words later, and I want Marianu to get on board so strongly, and it's also related to Haki 9. Hey? But I don't know what Haki is. 35. The girl who was suddenly called by Luffy's name still had a timid expression, but she still expressed that she didn't know what Haki was. We'll talk about this later. This devil fruit is the Munch Munch fruit from Wapol. Luckily, this devil fruit happened to be reborn around here after Wapol's death. Hearing Luffy's words, Nami and Vivi looked at each other. Luffy's expression before was obviously not just because Munch Munch fruit was reborn nearby, but the two women didn't talk too much. Since Luffy said that, let's just pretend that's what it is. You guys are lucky too. Galtino's tone is a bit sour, he has been working in the Baroque Work Club for so many years. There are not a few demon fruit powers that have been killed. Why have I never encountered such a good thing as devil fruit reborn nearby? The price of a devil fruit is at least 100 million yuan. If you can encounter such a good thing, you can at least save a few years. Then Luffy, who are you going to give this fruit to? Zoro, who had been silent for a while, glanced at Munch Munch fruit curiously, and quickly lost interest again. But still a symbolic question. I already have a suitable candidate for Munch Munch fruit, but that person is not on board yet. 5. 6. 99. Have you even prepared devil fruit for others before you get on the boat? Galtino suddenly realizes that he should probably agree to Luffy's invitation to come aboard. Zoro and the others didn't say anything. After all, with Chopper in front, it wouldn't be surprising to see a few more. This fruit will be very important to us, so I need professional people to use it. 35. This sentence is mainly explained to Usopp. After all, there is only Nami on board. Usopp urgently needs devil fruit to strengthen his strength. Nami's words. Luffy already has an idea, only Usopp, no clear goal yet. It stands to reason that as the first Usopp to board the ship, he has the right to choose this fruit. After all, these people Luffy is looking for are partners, not subordinates, so they still have to take into account their feelings. I am fine, Luffy, you decide. Usopp, who was looked at by Luffy, immediately waved his hand to indicate that he didn't care. It would be better to say that Luffy can take into account his own feelings. Usopp is still very grateful. Chapter 78 Sakura Flower and Banquet. Boom boom boom. The roar of artillery came from the tallest magnetic drum, Luji Mountain. Chopper, who was climbing up the Mary, was taken aback and thought something was wrong over the castle. The others on and under the boat also looked in the direction of the roar of the artillery. Chopper suddenly transformed into a reindeer in the form of a beast, his eyes were full of worry, his hooves were connected, and he seemed to run away immediately. Don't worry, Chopper, it's just parting fireworks. Stopping the panicked Chopper, Luffy's calm voice rang in Chopper's ear. Chopper, who was still worried, calmed down under Luffy's seemingly magical words. Chopper turned his gaze to the direction of the gunfire, which was now shrouded in a layer of sakura pink dust. Look, it's the sakura flower. The pure white snow that fell one after another, stained by pink dust, was like a piece of bright sakura flowers, falling from a huge sakura flower tree in the middle. How beautiful! 99. Nami and Vivi were lying on the edge of the Mary, staring at the swirling pink snow, and the two pairs of beautiful eyes were full of stars. What a beautiful view! Zoro, who was resting on the mainmast even when it was snowing, opened his closed eyes. Sanji silently lit a cigarette and smoked it quietly in his mouth, looking at the pink snow like falling sakura. A flash of thoughts flashed in his blurred eyes. Makita on the observation deck, Marianu standing timidly behind Vivi and Nami, even the man Galtino, all stared at the pink sky in front of him. At this time, Chopper has changed back to a small appearance, and those big eyes are staring at everything in front of him. Dr. Silk. In the pink snowflakes, Chopper seemed to see the man who saved him again. The pirate flag hanging at the top of the castle is also flying in the wind under the print of the flying sakura flowers. This winter miracle sakura flower blooms to bid farewell to Yuzu, who is traveling for the first time. The fluttering pink dust, blown by the snow wind, soon dyed the snow in the entire Drum Kingdom into sakura pink. Is it really okay to watch him leave from a distance like this? Outside the castle on Sigulaji Mountain, Dalton, who had commanded the citizens to put off this prosperous fireworks, looked at the tearful Dr. Dolier and said, "That's it." Dr. Dolier whispered softly, looking at the reindeer that was about to leave in the harbor. 2 lines of clear tears slowly slid down the old face. "Silly son, take care. The snow on the horizon seems to be getting denser and denser, and they are swaying, obscuring Li Ren's sight." Then, cheers to the addition of Chopper. 35. On the Mary, which was slowly leaving the Drum Kingdom, Luffy held a wooden cup and shouted at the crowd. Cheers! Glasses filled with champagne collided and splashed several times. There were tears in Chopper's eyes, the sadness of parting was washed away by the cheers of the crowd, and he took a sip from a wooden cup in both hands. "Here, Chopper, do you see what Usopp looks like? Try making it too. It's going to be fun." Under the strange gazes of Nami and the others, Luffy held Chopper's shoulder and pointed at Usopp, who had inserted 2 chopsticks between his nose and lips, seductively. "Really, really?" the simple Chopper asked subconsciously, but he did it directly according to Usopp's way. "Ha ha ha." Seeing that the originally cute little reindeer suddenly made such a strange action, everyone who was drinking champagne burst into laughter. "Ha ha, ha ha ha." Chopper, who has completely integrated into the banquet, doesn't care how funny his current image is, and laughed happily. "Take this as your revenge for calling me a monster." With a smile on the corner of Luffy's mouth, he sighed inwardly as he looked at Chopper, who had completely released himself under his own flickering. Although I don't know why Luffy fooled Chopper so much, I saw that Chopper was so happy to fit into the merry. Everyone who was still worried about Chopper's life experience also let go of their worries. The banquet has been going on happily. Even Galtino, who has not yet decided to join, hangs his shoulders with Usopp Chopper in this lively atmosphere. The petite Mariano was sipping her drink, and her slightly squinted eyes showed that she was in a pretty good mood at this time. And Nami, who was originally quite unhappy with Makita, had already had a drink with the other party at this time. Zoro was still drinking by himself over there, raising his glass to Luffy from time to time. Sanji has been busy in the kitchen. Although he can't sit down and celebrate with everyone, he is obviously very satisfied that everyone can like the food he makes. Thinking about Alabasta? Luffy walked over to Vivi, who was holding a wine glass by himself, and stood behind Vivi on the bow of the Merry, looking at the slightly thin back of the other party, and asked aloud. Vivi, who was looking at the front in a trance, was slightly taken aback when he heard Luffy's voice. Turning around, raising the wine glass in his hand and gently touching the glass in front of him, Vivi said. "No, although I do worry about Alabasta's situation, after seeing Mr. Luffy's strength, I have no doubts about saving Alabasta 5. Having said this, Vivi took a sip of the champagne in the glass and continued. "Just thinking, it must be a very happy thing to be able to take risks with Mr. Luffy all the time, right? If you want, the Straw Hat Pirates welcome your, Li Zhao's, to join at any time." Luffy gave Vivi a serious look, then said. "If I were not the Princess of Alabastus." Words. Vivi shook his head and drank the wine from the glass in one gulp. Glancing in Nami's direction, he found that the other party was drinking with Makita, and he didn't notice the situation here. Vivi stepped forward, stood on tiptoe, quickly kissed Luffy's lips, and then walked towards the wine table with a blushing face and Luffy's surprised eyes. The soft touch is fleeting, but the girly fragrance that remains on the corners of the lips has not dissipated for a long time. Luffy shook his head with a wry smile, took a sip of the champagne in his glass, turned and walked towards the wine table as well. Nami, who was originally fighting with Makita, saw Vivi and Luffy coming back one after another, glanced at the two with a bit of meaning, and continued to compete with Makita. At this time, there was a lively scene on the Merry. Chapter 79, A Beautiful Day. Ah, the sun is out. The Merry had been sailing for a day in the snowy weather of the Drum Kingdom. Now, the weather has finally cleared up, which means that the Merry has left the range of the Drum Kingdom. There was still a little snow piled up on the edge of the Merry, and it shimmered with a sense of crystal under the sunlight. The snow on the deck has been shoveled. There are many people on the Merry, and there is not enough space for so many people to rest, so they can only take turns to shovel the snow. A few girls in Nami's room were barely able to live, but if there were 2 more, it would probably be too crowded. However, before the 7 waters, it is estimated that no one will join except Robin. "Nami, how far is it from Alabasta? Now that we are out of the Drum Kingdom, it should not be too far to come to Alabasta." Now that the weather is clear, Luffy is naturally sitting on the sheep's head, which he usually sits on. Behind Luffy, as always, Nami was standing there. How do I know this? We are traveling according to the permanent pointer, and there is no map. How to measure the distance? For Luffy's question, Nami gave Luffy an angry look. Grand Line 570 is different from the world, and I have never been to Alabasta, and there is no map to show the direction. How can I know the specific itinerary? Don't Vivi know too? Luffy turned to look at Vivi next to Nami. Vivi's expression was as usual, as if nothing had happened last night. Luffy didn't bother, and treated Vivi as usual. We should be able to reach Alabasta by this time tomorrow. Vivi still has a certain understanding of the sea near Alabasta. But seeing Luffy turn his head to look at him, Vivi's originally calm face flashed a trace of unnaturalness. Is that so? Miss Nami, Princess Vivi, this is dessert for you. Sanji came out of the kitchen with 2 desserts and saw Nami and Vivi standing on the bow. His eyes lit up. After passing desserts to both Nami and Vivi, Sanji went back to the kitchen and served 2 more desserts. Ever since Makita said she joined the Straw Hat Pirates, Sanji has that attitude from the very beginning. Miss Makita, come down for dessert. Sanji shouted towards the watchtower, and then handed one of them to Marianu, who was sitting on the steps. This little lady, this is your dessert. Hey? Do I have a share too? Looking at the dessert handed to him, Marianu was a little flattered, and for a moment did not dare to pick up the dessert plate that Sanji handed over. Hey, curly-browed cook, where's our dessert? Galtino, who didn't know much about Sanji, asked Sanji just like Mr. 9 before. Hey? Why should I make dessert for you guys? Handing the last dessert to Makita, who flew down with an umbrella, Sanji answered Galtino's question without hesitation. You bastard, are you discriminating against men? Galtino, who was choked by Sanji, immediately became furious and yelled at Sanji. Give up, he's that kind of person, a erotic cook who only has sex with women all day long. Zoro, who was resting after exercising, opened one eye and glanced at Galtino and Sanji again, and said in a flat tone. Hey? You lunatic green algae head has no right to speak to others. Hearing Zoro's taunt, Sanji immediately turned his eyes to Zoro. Then, the daily fight between the two began. What a peaceful day! Usopp took a sip of tea and sighed leisurely while holding the fishing rod. Chopper, who was originally fishing with Usopp, was so frightened that he threw the fishing rod in his hand after seeing Zoro and Sanji fighting each other. Then the little body began to run, left and right on the deck. What should I do? What should I do? The two of them got into a fight. What if they were injured? Chopper, who saw this situation for the first time, was in a state of bewilderment. Don't worry, the two of them won't feel well if they don't fight for a day, and, even if they're injured, isn't there a doctor like you? 55. Usopp glanced at the panicked Chopper, thinking that he finally had someone as timid as himself. Oh, yes, I'm a doctor. Chopper, who was reminded by Usopp, immediately stopped, and after a pause, he sat back next to Usopp again. He then lifted the glass that had been set aside and took a leisurely sip with Usopp. How wonderful, such a life! Luffy ignored the farce on the boat and still kept his eyes on the sea in front of him. Every now and then, go back to take a bite of the dessert Nami handed you, Luffy, who turned back again, took a bite of the dessert that was handed over, and then froze. And Vivi, who was holding a spoon, was blushing and at a loss. The hand holding the spoon was firmly grasped by Nami, not sure if he should pull it back. How is it, does Vivi taste good? Nami, who was still holding Vivi's hand to prevent her from pulling it back, looked at Luffy who was there with a playful expression. Nami! Nami, what are you doing? 35. Holding Nami's hand and staring straight at Luffy, Vivi felt dizzy and didn't know what to do. Looking at the red-faced Vivi and the playful smile of Nami, Luffy came back to his senses and calmly retracted his head. Delicious. Now that Nami has expressed it to this point, Luffy is no longer entangled. On the other hand, Vivi, caught between the two, was already dizzy, and she couldn't feel some kind of tacit understanding between the two. Ah, bastard Luffy, what are you doing? My Princess Vivi. Sanji, who was still fighting with Zoro, seemed to be triggered by an alarm, and immediately turned his gaze to Luffy. However, as soon as he looked over there, he saw Nami grabbing Vivi's hand and feeding a spoonful of dessert into Luffy's mouth, who turned back. Vivi, who was awakened by Sanji's loud roar, suddenly burst out of Nami's hand. Then he glanced at Luffy, then at Nami, and ran towards Nami's room with a flushed face. Damn it, that bastard Luffy, it's not enough to have Nami, and he even reached out to Princess Vivi. Seeing Vivi running away with a blushing face, Sanji gritted his teeth and pinched Zoro even harder. You bastard curls your eyebrows, chef, I'll be fine if you push harder. Zoro, who clearly felt Sanji's strength unwittingly increased, immediately yelled at Sanji with pointed teeth. G. Chapter 81 Von Clay. Mr. 3, Miss. Golden Week, Miss. Valentine, you are all on this ship. Von Clay, who was still struggling with whether or not to take action, disappeared after seeing Makita on the observation deck. Even if it is one-on-one, he may not be able to kill Mr. 3 in a head-to-head battle, not to mention his partner Miss. Golden Week is there. On this small ship, Miss. Golden Week's ability is too much a threat to itself. Now I have to add Miss. Valentine. Although Von Clay is confident, he is not stupid. Moreover, there are more than 3 of them on the ship, and the other people on this ship, Von Clay, do not know how strong they are. If you act rashly, you can only be unlucky. Therefore, after thinking about it for a while, Von Clay decisively jumped on the edge of the Mary, and waited for 570 to wait for his ship to arrive, and ensured that he could leave as soon as possible. Now is the time to show off your eloquence. Von Clay was thinking about how to delay the time, but Galtino didn't want to give him a chance to breathe. Before even Makita could answer Von Clay, he took the lead. After all, the other party came to kill him, and he couldn't count on Luffy and the others to help him. Although Luffy invited himself and Marianu to board the ship, he bluntly refused. Now I just hope that they don't get in trouble. As for helping himself, Galtino doesn't dare to think about it at all. Even Marianu might not be able to help himself. After all, Luffy completely treats her as a crew member, completely different from her dispensable person. Once Luffy limits Marianu's shot, it is very dangerous to face Mr. 2 alone. The hands that turned into liquid candles swung violently towards the edge of the boat to which Bentham was jumping. A cloud of white liquid candles quickly flew to the feet of Von Clay, who had just fallen. I saw Von Clay suddenly take a light dance step, and at the moment when he just landed on the edge of the boat, his feet wearing swan shoes spun. Then the body moved to the side, cleverly dodging the white liquid candle released by Galtino. The white liquid candle lost its target, attached directly to the rim of the Mary, and then quickly solidified. 3. Stop me, are you trying to dismantle my boat? Although I'd love to have a lively look, if I hurt my Mary, Luffy might be tempted to tear them apart. So, Luffy directly stopped Galtino, who wanted to continue shooting. When Galtino heard Luffy's voice, he could only reluctantly give up his plan to continue shooting. After all, Luffy's strength is not something he can compete with. If he angers him, he may really have no way out. Don't look at how Luffy doesn't treat himself right now, but people's patience is limited after all. Maybe he can tolerate the mischief of his crew, but he is not yet his crew, maybe he should make a decision as soon as possible. Mr. 3 actually listened to that man like that? Von Clay looked at the man who made the voice in disbelief, and when he saw the man wearing a straw hat, Bentham finally felt a touch of familiarity. It was him? Bentham was a little surprised. The rookie pirate that was uploaded by the sea before had a bounty of 90 million Baileys for the first time, the Straw Hat Boy, Monkey-d-Luffy. Mr. 3 and they actually joined the Straw Hat Pirates. This is a little troublesome. Don't look at Von Clay's funny look all day, but his mind is not simple. After all, he can be Mr. 2 of the Baroque Work Club. If he can only be funny, then it is really funny. Humph, since what Luffy said, I'll let you go this time. After all, it is a frontal battle, or in a small pirate ship, Galtino's ability is better displayed. Although Von Cray has a powerful she-male boxing technique in addition to Devil Fruit ability, Luffy obviously won't let him mess up. If Luffy can be attracted, it will be even more good for Galtino. The slave family is not afraid of you. Von Cray didn't care about Galtino's harsh words at all. But since Captain Straw Hat has spoken, then the slave family is not a disrespectful person, not to mention that it is indeed you who saved the slave family this time. The slave family naturally does not want to retaliate. Luffy got goosebumps with her pretending to be a woman, and Nami next to him couldn't help rubbing his arms with both hands. Other people's pirate ships can't be boarded casually. Zoro's hand hadn't left the hilt since Von Clay appeared on the Mary. Wow, is this also human? Chopper, who has been in a state of fright since Von Cree appeared, finally sees the face of the other party. The slave family is of course human, but unlike them, the slave family is a new human being. Hearing Chopper's question, Von Cray replied subconsciously. The civet cat has spoken. Bastard, I'm a reindeer, not a civet cat. Chopper, who was still curious about what the new human was, immediately became furious after being mistaken for a civet cat by Von Cray. This is the end of the joke. Mr. 2 of the Baroque Society, Von Cree, please spend some time as a guest on the Mary before solving the Baroque Society. Seeing that the topic was about to go wrong again, Luffy directly interrupted the conversation between one person and one deer. Is the Straw Hat Captain inviting the slave family? Thank you so much, not only did you save the slave family's life, but also invited the slave family to be a guest. You are indeed a good person. I don't know if he really couldn't understand Luffy's words, or if he was pretending not to understand, and kept wiping his heavily made-up eyes. If you are disgusting with me, I will do it myself. Luffy just looked calmly at Von Cray, who was wiping tears, completely wondering what 0.4 by was moving. Apparently stunned by Luffy's words, Von Cray did not continue to cry, nor did he continue to do other funny behaviors. Just looking at Luffy with a rather dignified expression, he could feel that Luffy's words were not just words. Originally, I wanted to use my eloquence to delay time, but now it seems that I can't do it. Von Clay tensed up under Luffy's gaze, ready to attack or escape. Although he didn't know how strong Luffy was, he subconsciously told himself that he would not be his opponent. You can only hope that your ship can catch up quickly, and then turn around and run away. For the first time, Von Cray felt that the devil fruit he ate was so unsightly, otherwise he might try diving to escape. Chapter 82 Catch. Don't think about running away, you can't escape. Looking at Von Cray's cautiously tightening his body, Luffy just smiled. Why did Captain Straw Hat have to stay with the slave family? Looking at the people around him, Von Clay stopped struggling, jumped onto the deck and sat down on the spot. Your ability is still very troublesome without knowing it. In order to avoid accidents, it is better to invite you to be a guest here during this time. Although it is only a bit of trouble, if it can be solved in advance, it can save a lot of trouble. Is he also demon fruit power? Hearing Luffy's words, Nami, who was standing beside Luffy, asked curiously. Since entering the Grand Line, there have been many demon fruit powers encountered along the way. The abilities of various devil fruit are quite attractive to Nami who have never seen devil fruit before. Clone fruit ability 14, can touch someone's face with the right hand, and then change into the other person's appearance, including body, voice, and so on. Clone fruit's abilities still need attention, so Luffy explained it here to the people on board. During the time he's on the boat, you'd better not approach him and avoid being imitated by him. When Luffy said the ability of Von Krae's fruit, Von Krae was shocked. Could it be that Mr. 3 and the others told Luffy about his abilities? But even if they knew that they were clone fruit users, it was impossible for them to know the conditions for their ability to activate. He had never cast abilities in front of them, so how did the Straw Hat Boy know about this? Bentham is even more worried about what happened to him. Luffy, the Straw Hat, seems to have a very good intelligence system. Coupled with his unfathomable strength, will he directly kill himself after learning about his past? After all, he looks like he hates the feeling of a new human being. Just when Von Krae was frightened, Vivi and Sanji, who heard the movement outside, came out of Nami's room and the kitchen respectively. Luffy, what happened? Seeing that everyone was in a circle, surrounded by a man with strange clothes and strange makeup in the corner, Vivi couldn't help asking. After these 2 days, Vivi no longer added the word Mr. Luffy when calling him Luffy. Vivi, come here, I'll tell you. Seeing Vivi come out of the room, Nami immediately trotted over and hugged Vivi's arm affectionately, looking like a good girlfriend. Hey, Clarella, what happened? While Nami and Vivi were whispering, Sanji, who also didn't understand the situation, asked Sun Long. It's just an uninvited guest on the boat, by the way, erotic cook, are you interested in she-males? Zoro withdrew his grip on the hilt and sat down again against the main mast. For Sanji's question, Zoro simply answered it, and at the end, he asked Sanji maliciously. Hey? Idiot green algae head, I'm only interested in beauties, all the she-males and all go to hell. As if out of some instinct, Sanji answered Zoro's question without hesitation. Von Krae, who was sitting on the deck listening to their conversation, was taken aback by Sanji's words. Darling, this curly-browed cook seems to hate she-males even more than Straw Hat. I always felt that it would be dangerous to stay on this ship. You bastard with curly eyebrows, erotic cook, why don't you like she-males? No one cared about Von Krae's fear, and Zoro and Sanji tended to fight again. And Nami, who finished telling Vivi what happened, also took Vivi's hand and walked to Luffy's side. It's just that Vivi still didn't seem to dare to face Luffy, and just kept standing beside Luffy with his head down. Usopp, work! Luffy shouted to Usopp to the side. Unlike other people, Von Krae can't let him move freely. This kind of active person, let him stay on the Mary, who knows what will happen. Moreover, in the original book, he dared to act like Nami and do that kind of thing. Luffy thought it was better to be vigilant. Oh, got it, Chopper, tie him up with me. Finally, there is no need for one person to do things like tying people. With Chopper as his partner, Usopp feels that his legs are no longer shaking, and the tying people are a lot easier. Oh, here we come. Chopper obeyed Usopp completely, and the two quickly tied up Von Krae, who did not dare to resist. Captain Straw Hat, do you really want to do this to the slave family? Von Krae, who was tied up, still did not give up and tried to intercede with Luffy. However, seeing his she-male makeup and contrived wiping of tears, Luffy felt his stomach twitching. Ah, boss, why did you get caught? On the side of the Mary, a ship was approaching, and the people on the ship immediately asked loudly after seeing what happened to their boss on the Mary. Let your people go back, or I can't guarantee that they will survive. Luffy didn't want to talk too much about these little guys. It would be best if Von Krae could persuade them back, otherwise Luffy would attack directly. Don't do it, I'll tell them. For these subordinates, Von Krae still quite liked them, and they couldn't be beaten together anyway, so let them go back. Maybe 573 will be able to move to rescue soldiers to save himself. Hey, little ones, go back first, I'm going to be a guest here for a while, so I won't go with you. 39. Von Krae was escorted by Usopp and stood on the side of the Mary, and then instructed the younger brothers on the approaching ship. But boss, you don't look like you're a guest. 35. I can't see that these little brothers still have some sense of loyalty. After seeing the boss being arrested, they didn't run away as soon as possible. Don't worry, this is a special etiquette between me and my friends, you don't have to worry, okay, that's it, you go back. 39. Feeling the sight that Luffy had already cast over, Von Kraye didn't dare to say more. This. The younger brothers looked at each other in dismay, completely ignoring what happened to their boss. But since the boss has said so, as a younger brother, it is natural to execute it. Soon, the ship carrying Von Kraye's little brothers gradually drifted away. After this, you can stay on the Mary for a while, and when the purpose of our line is completed, you will be released. Looking at Von Kraye, who was quite cooperative, Luffy didn't continue to intimidate him. It is enough to do this level, and there will be no better effect if you continue, so there is no need to waste your words. Chapter 83 Naval Battle. Since entering the Alabasta waters, the weather has been sunny. When I first entered the Grand Line, the weather was changing all the time. Alabasta is the kingdom of the desert, you may not feel it at sea now, but after landing on the island, it will be very hot, so you have to be prepared. 39. Seeing that he was about to log into Alabasta, Vivi had to warn in advance. Ah! Will it be hot? But I can't stand the hot weather. Hearing Vivi's reminder, Chopper was the first to jump up. No way, the reindeer born on Winter Island naturally grow with fur to resist the severe cold. Hey, that sea beast looks like a cat, is it Sea King's? I don't know if it tastes good or not. Luffy looked at a sea beast from the bottom of the sea and stared blankly at the Mary. The sea beast has a cat face, and the upper body is basically the body of a cat, but if you look closely, you will find that behind the sea beast is a row of dorsal fins of fish. Ah, that's a sea cat. It's a sacred creature in Alabasta and can't be eaten, and you idiot, Luffy, are too edible. Of course, Luffy had an impression on this matter, but sometimes, being too serious all the time would make people feel distant, so Luffy pretended not to know about it. Sure enough, after hearing Luffy's words, Vivi couldn't care less about being shy, and immediately wanted to stop Luffy. But when looking up at Luffy, Vivi saw that familiar face with a slight smile. Vivi, who only realized that he had been deceived, couldn't help but patted Luffy's arm. But also because of this, Vivi found that he didn't seem so embarrassed. Now that the sea cat has appeared, it means that we are indeed approaching Alabasta. 99. With such a small episode, Vivi did not continue to bow his head, but began to introduce some things about Alabasta to everyone. Come on everyone, you can see the port. Usopp and Chopper, who had been fishing all the time, saw the existence of a port in front of them for the first time, and immediately greeted everyone on the Mary. But there seemed to be a lot of ships behind us. Zoro, who was resting with his back against the main mast, opened his eyes after hearing the sound, but the first sight he saw was a row of ships approaching from the side and rear. Look at the mark, it's the ship of the Baroque Work Society. If I guessed correctly, those should be the subordinates of the senior agents of the Baroque Work Society, hundreds of millions of elders. There were several agents of the original Baroque Work Club on board, and one current agent was tied up. Naturally, he knew what the Baroque Work Club marked. How about you want to shoot them down now? With Chopper as an inseparable sidekick, Usopp's guts seemed to be growing. In the past, when facing so many people, he didn't dare to say loudly that he wanted to destroy each other. The naval battle is not good for us. After all, they have so many ships, and it is enough for us to shoot one gun per ship. Nami immediately retorted that if they fought in the sea, the Mary, who was fighting alone, would be very passive. 3. How can your candle block the shelling? Luffy wanted to kill all those hundreds of millions of elders here, nibbling away step by step, so that these people could make trouble at a critical moment. Galtino doesn't care what Luffy calls him now, and now he has to consider whether to stand on Luffy's side. However, when he caught a glimpse of Von Kraye who was tied to the corner, Galtino made a decision. Okay, the cannonballs on the ship can't penetrate my candle wall, I will protect the ship. Luffy glanced at Galtino and smiled slightly, it seemed that this one also agreed to get on the boat. In that case, Usopp, start the bombardment. Wait for the rest of the ships to get close, and then start the battle. There are a total of 10 Baroque workers' ships with a total of 200 billions of elders, and Luffy has no plans to shoot. They're all little bastards, and it's not enough to let Haki stun them. Oh! Including Sanji who came out of the kitchen, they all agreed. Vivi looked at Luffy standing on the bow with a trace of nostalgia in his eyes. Logging into Alabasta this time means that he is about to part with Luffy. Nami just glanced at it, but there was nothing he could do. After all, as a princess of a country, Vivi could not travel the world with Luffy. Boom! 99. Usopp, who was the first to walk to the bow, set the position of the cannon and fired a cannon directly in front of him. The shells accurately hit the nearest Baroque works ship, directly blowing up half of the bow of that ship. When I saw the hit ship, people immediately began to jump into the sea one by one. Apparently the ship was damaged beyond rescue after being hit by shells. So these people made an immediate decision, jumped off the sinking ship, and swam towards the next boat. Wow, Usopp is amazing. Several people from East Blue already knew about Usopp's shooting skills. But Chopper, who had just joined, didn't know much about it, and at this moment, seeing Usopp's accurate shooting, he naturally exclaimed. Galtino and the others also looked at Usopp with surprise. I thought that this man had no other characteristics except for being timid and talking big, but he didn't expect him to have such accurate shooting skills. Haha, of course, when it comes to shooting, you, Master Usopp, have never been afraid of anyone. Usopp clearly took advantage of Chopper's compliments, instantly restoring his big talker image. But happy to be happy, the guns still have to continue to shoot, it is best to sink them all before the ships arrive. Thinking like this, Usopp fired another cannonball, and, Li Zayahao, another Baroque works ship that had not arrived yet and was on guard was hit. However, this time, the ship was not directly destroyed, but the hull was damaged a little, and the impact was not loud. Then, the ships of the hundreds of millions of elders who finally reacted, all pointed their bows at the Mary, and the muzzles of the bows were raised one by one. Boom boom boom! A series of shelling sounds came, but there were few shells that could reach this distance. The shells shot into the sea, causing waves to rock the Mary from side to side. However, with Nami around, there is no need to worry about the Mary's capsize in such a wave. Soon, after Usopp fired the fourth shell, the opponents shot. The shells were finally able to reach the Mary. At this time, Galtino, who was already standing on the bow, turned his hands into liquid candles and waved in front of him. A wall of liquid candles quickly forms and then solidifies. Chapter 84. Boom! A cannonball landed precisely on the white candle wall in front of the Mary, and then exploded. Luffy glanced at the front of the candle wall with observation haki, and other than a slight melt from the heat, it didn't shatter from the impact. It's no wonder that Zoro, who didn't reach the realm of cutting iron in the original work, couldn't cut through the words Hidei, one of the 21 big sharp swords. It seems that it is indeed very hard. The ability of your candle is surprisingly good. As for Galtino's candle power, this was the first time anyone else on the Mary felt the intensity of the candle created. No wonder Luffy wants to invite him, it seems that this man with a strange three-shaped hairstyle can indeed protect the ship very well in the chaos. Humph, if it wasn't for the strength of Captain Luffy, none of you would be my opponent. For everyone's praise, Galtino turned his face away with some tsundere. Hey? I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Zoro was the first to jump out of Galtino's jeers. He glanced at the ships of the Baroque society that were about the same distance from him. 573 Zoro also stepped forward and pulled Kazuichi and third-generation Kita from their scabbards. 2 swordsmanship, 72 troubled winds. The 2 knives swung out suddenly, and the resulting slash quickly flew towards the ship of the Baroque Work Club not far away. Swish! The slash hits the nearest ship, then quickly cuts the ship through the middle. Although the ship was not completely split in half, when the slash disappeared, it had already cut most of the ship. The remaining hull, which was still connected, could not bear the hulls that were separated from the 2 sides, and eventually the whole ship split from the middle and fell to the sides. Flying slash! You have already reached the realm of a swordsman. As a senior agent of the Baroque Work Club, although I have never really met a swordsman, I have naturally heard of swordsmen who can cut flying slashes. And once the swordsman can cut the flying slash, it means that the swordsman can cut through the steel. Galtino also understands what it means to be a swordsman who can cut through steel. Although his candle is comparable to steel after solidification, it is nothing more than that. For a swordsman who can cut, via steel, it is completely useless. But it doesn't matter now, anyway, since he has already expressed his attitude to join the Straw Hat Pirates, there is no need to think about it. Boom! As Usopp fired another round, the ships were getting too close to firing. Soon, the Mary was in contact with the remaining 6 ships of the Baroque Society. Meanwhile, Zoro, Sanji, and the enlarged chopper jumped to those ships at the same time. And Galtino waved his hands again, and the area of the candle wall expanded again, completely wrapping the Mary except for the back. However, Galtino opened a window in Usopp's position for Usopp to shoot. And Makita on the observation deck also opened her umbrella and jumped from the observation deck. Galtino understood, and layers of candles appeared at Makita's feet. Then, Galtino kept increasing the number of candles, and the candle pillar that supported Makita rose higher and higher. Finally, the limit of the candles that Galtino could create had been reached. At this time, Makita, who was already at a considerable height, suddenly jumped towards a boat with no one on board. Like the Iron King, the ship targeted by Makita exploded under this heavy fall. The 3 ships that were boarded by Zoro, Sanji and Chopper kept screaming. Obviously, these so-called elites are no threat to Zoro at all. Even Chopper, when it gets bigger, is a slap in the face. And with Usopp taking cover aboard the Mary, Chopper had no trouble getting everyone on board into the sea. Watching the battle without any suspense in front of him, Vivi developed confidence in defeating Crocodile for the first time. Although I had seen Luffy shoot before, even Wapol was killed by Luffy with 1 punch, and Vivi had no idea of Luffy's specific strength. That's why I was really worried all the time. But now, watching Luffy's gang easily kill the 200-strong elite of the Baroque workers with just a few people, Vivi has a new understanding of the people on the Mary. How about it, Vivi, aren't they great? Seeing Vivi staring at everything in front of him, Nami also understood Vivi's mood at this time. But compared to them, Nami believes that when Vivi sees Luffy's shot, she will know how unnecessary her worries were. They are amazing. Through the hole in front of Usopp, Marianu also looked at the 3 people who were fighting with the enemy outside with a shocked face. Although his abilities are special, he can't play much of a role in this massive chaos. Perhaps, staying here by yourself is also a good choice. The battle was quickly over, and with the combined efforts of Zoro and Sanji, the last ship of the Baroque works was also sunk. The 2 jumped back to the Mary, and Luffy pulled Makita, who was stepping on the driftwood, up. This time, there was not such a strong wind to take advantage of. Galtino also cancelled the candle wall in due course. At this time, what appeared in the eyes of others on the Mary was a messy sea. The following boats were not seriously damaged because of the battle, but the people above were all thrown into the sea. At this time, hundreds of millions of elderly people who were not on the sea were swimming desperately, trying to climb on the still intact ships. But Luffy wouldn't be so kind enough to leave them a boat, and it would be nice if he didn't kill them himself. Usopp, wait until the Mary is farther away and sink all these ships. Understood, leave it to me. Usopp, who has been praised by everyone, is now in a state of excitement, and naturally agrees with what Luffy said. Are you still worried about our strength? Luffy looked at Vivi and just said something softly. Luffy's worries about Vivi naturally understood, especially after that night was similar to a confession. Vivi's worries about Luffy were more obvious. On the one hand, Alabasta's situation, on the other hand, the safety of Luffy's life. Vivi didn't know how to choose. But now, Luffy deliberately chose to destroy the ship of the 10 billion elders at this time, also to give Vivi a boost. Let her not worry too much and believe in herself. At this time, Vivi, although still not completely relieved, at least a lot better than before. At least those eyes were full of hope at this time. Chapter 85 Arrival in Alabasta. You mean Mr. 2 was caught by Mr. 3's gang? In the dark office, Crocodile was listening to Miss Aii Sunday, Nicole Robbins' report. Do you know who Mr. 3 is partnering with? As far as we know, there's Miss Golden Week, Miss Valentine, Miss Wednesday, and Straw Hat Crew. 35. With a stack of documents in his hand, Robin stood on the side of Crocodile and reported. The identities of Luffy's gang were not concealed, let alone whether Crocodile had other sources of information. If Luffy really wants to defeat Crocodile, intrigue alone won't help. Logia Demon Fruit Power, if you can't suppress the opponent in terms of strength, just relying on the hidden identity surprise attack is useless. Straw Hat Crew. Crocodile tapped the table with his gloomy index finger, as if thinking about something. That face that looked quite vicious, in this gloomy environment, was even more intimidating. Know what their purpose is? At this critical moment when he's getting ready to do it himself, Crocodile is annoyed by the sudden appearance of a potentially disruptive guy. The key is that this possible disruptor is not an ordinary cat or dog. Others may not know it, but Crocodile, also one of the 7 warlords of the sea, does. This man in a straw hat is someone who can fight Hawkeye. It's hard to imagine that such a guy would suddenly appear in the first half of this grand line. It appears to be a deal with Miss on Wednesday, the specifics of which are unclear. It's not that Robin deliberately concealed it, but that the transaction was carried out on the ship of the Straw Hat Pirates. There are no great people in the Baroque society who can sneak on board without being discovered. Really? I know. Continue to pay attention to their movements, and report to me at any time if there is any situation. 5. Crocodile pondered for a while, without further questioning. Alabasta should be all crocodile eyeliner at the moment, let's find a place to hide the Mary. 35. The port of Alabasta is Nahana, on the Mary, which is about to enter the port, Vivi suggested to Luffy. Crocodile? Isn't that one of the 7 warlords of the sea? What does it matter to him that we log into Alabasta? Except for Luffy's group and Vivi, several other agents of the former Baroque Work Club obviously do not know the true identity of Mr. Zero. Mr. O is Crocodile. It's not that Luffy deliberately concealed it and didn't tell them, but when he was on the boat, no one mentioned about Mr. O, so Luffy naturally wouldn't take the initiative to talk to them about it. Oh, so Mr. O is Crocodile. Galtino nodded knowingly, even Von Cray, who was tied up. However, after the two nodded, they were quickly shocked again. What did you say? Mr. O is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The two who suddenly reacted and shouted at Luffy with disbelief on their faces. Is there anything strange? Luffy couldn't understand why these people were so excited. Crocodile is also a pirate, what's wrong with a sideline? Isn't it strange? He, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, wants to codify the allied countries of the world government. They knew part of Mr. Zero's plan, which was to capture Alabasta. But now they tell them that their immediate boss, the mastermind of Alabasta, is actually one of the 7 warlords of the sea designated by the world government. This is too weird. There is no limit to human desires. If Luffy said something instructive, he ignored Galtino and Von Clay. Then we've all disembarked. What about this she-male bastard? Only Sanji was named Von Clay on the ship, and I always felt that the she-male was more attracted to Sanji's hatred than Zoro. Could it be that Sanji's subconscious already has a hunch about the future? Hey, curly eyebrows, how can you say that to the slave family? Bentham was clearly displeased with Sanji calling him an asshole, and immediately yelled at Sanji. Hey? Do you have any dissatisfaction with you bastard prisoner? Sanji didn't mean to change his name at all, looked at Von Cray who was tied up and said with a ruffian look. 4 flowers 0. Damn curly eyebrows, you wait for the slave family. When the slave family is free, you must be caught in the she-male kingdom for new human transformation. His words. 3. You and Marianu stay and watch him. Marian's ability is matched with your wax fruit, it should not be difficult to trap him. 35. Candles made by Gardino, Von Cray can't necessarily break. And with Marianu's ability to cooperate, as long as there is no helper, it is basically impossible for Bentham to escape. Stay as a watchman? That's fine, and Marianu is not fit to go to war with you. Galtino did not reject Luffy's proposal, after all, it was an official captain's order, and he might have refused as soon as he agreed to join. Let's do it like this, according to Vivi, the first thing we have to do is to meet the king and the others to understand the current form. During this time, the Mary and the Bentham will be handed over to you. 35. At the current time, if there is an advance report from Akalem, the king should be able to take corresponding countermeasures. If their side can agree with the rebels, then maybe Luffy's purpose in this trip is to deal with Crocodile. However, although Akalem was not discovered by the Baroque workers, the newspapers still reported the confrontation between the rebel army and the king's army. It is also unknown whether Akalem brought the information, which is why Vivi decided to return to the capital Albina first. But in any case, first go to Albina, the capital of Alabasta, to confirm the situation. No problem, I'll keep an eye on the boat and the people before you come back. 9. I am fine. The girl who has always had a very thin sense of existence, for the first time, showed a sense of belonging to the Straw Hat Pirates. Well, let the boat stop there, and the others will join me and get ready to disembark. The Mary ended up at a secluded harbor. Except for Mr. 3 and Marianu, and Von Clay, who was tied up, everyone else, including Makita, got off the Mary with Luffy. I don't know if I can meet Ace here. Although Luffy is not the original Luffy, it was brought back by Garp after all, and the relationship between Luffy and Ace is still good. Chapter 86 Temporary Arrangements. Will the goals of a group of us be too big? Walking on the streets of Nahana, Luffy's group's attire was particularly conspicuous. After all, Alabasta is a desert country, and people here dress very differently from other places. Then let's go buy some clothes to disguise first. The number of people is not the most important thing. As long as you wear the same clothes as the people here, you will basically not attract the attention of people who care. Then let Nami, Vivi, and Makita go shopping for clothes. I'm going to the restaurant in front of me. Luffy habitually opened observation haki after logging into the land. I didn't expect that I would still be able to see Ace here a few days earlier. Why don't you let me buy it? With a certain purpose, Sanji wants to refute Luffy's arrangement. 573, pay attention to the surrounding situation, there seems to be a lot of marines in Nahana. Luffy ignored Sanji's questioning. Just after opening observation haki, Luffy saw Smoker in addition to Ace. Unexpectedly, he still arrived at the Grand Line. Is it to chase after himself? Marine? Generally speaking, doesn't each country have its own army? Few Marines are directly stationed. For this kind of thing, Nami is quite familiar with it. What, is there a marine? Are we going to get out of here quickly? With marine, Usopp is still terrified when he talks about it, even now with Chopper as a good partner. But there's nothing wrong with Usopp being scared, after all, it's perfectly normal for pirates to be caught by marine. Hey? What's wrong with marine? However, Chopper obviously didn't react. He just joined the Straw Hat Pirates, and he has not yet adapted to the fact that he has become a pirate. Idiot, we are pirates now, of course we will run away when we see marine. 99. Yeah. What to do, Luffy, let's run. Usopp's explanation made Chopper react immediately, but it was a little overreacting. And this marine is something you've all seen, and it's probably just for us. Luffy wanted Zoro and Sanji to experience the battle with Logia's abilities, and Smoker should be the most suitable candidate. Smoke Fruit doesn't do much damage, and even if attacked, Sanji and Zoro's physique won't be that bad. Although Zoro has reached the threshold of armament haki, he can't use it freely. Maybe by fighting with Logia's ability, he can make him master faster. As for Sanji, with his current physical fitness, armament haki may not be able to open. Unlike Zoro, he didn't exercise and fight regularly as a cook before going on the merry. Zoro, on the other hand, exercises whenever he has free time, and as a bounty hunter, battles are commonplace. So after learning about the existence of haki, it is not difficult for Zoro to want master. If Sanji can experience the powerlessness of fighting against the Logia demon fruit power, maybe he will spend more time practicing. Instead of being full of women all day. The marine we've seen? Is that the smoky guy from Logue Town? Among the marines that Luffy and others have seen so far, only Smoker, the Logia demon fruit power, is worth remembering. Didn't you think the Logia demon fruit power was like that? You might have a chance to fight him this time. 55. When Zoro and Sanji heard Luffy's words, their eyes lit up. The ones I've dealt with recently are people who don't pose any threat, and it's not a happy fight at all. Hide around here, pay attention to Nami and the others. Although Makita is following, you are not afraid of 10,000, just in case 5. If it wasn't for telling Ace about Blackbeard's abilities, Luffy wouldn't be going to see Ace right now. Don't worry, Miss Nami and the others, leave the safety to me. As soon as Luffy said to pay attention to the safety of Nami and the others, Sanji completely forgot his dissatisfaction, and assuredly patted his chest with excitement. Luffy, don't worry, we will also protect Nami and the others. So can you stand up straight when you say this? Watching Usopp pat his chest while his legs tremble, Luffy felt speechless. Idiot, don't shake your legs when you say this. Nami, who has been watching a few people discussing, can't help but complain immediately after seeing Usopp's performance. Mr. Usopp is that kind of person. Vivi followed suit. Arriving in Alabasta, Vivi's mood seemed to relax a lot, although the form was still severe, but at least it would not be the same as before, and could only pray secretly. What's the matter with Captain Luffy going to the restaurant? After getting off the boat, Makita, who just followed silently, looked at Luffy and asked a question. Hearing Makita's question, the others also looked at Luffy. Luffy had been arranging what they were going to do before, forgetting that Luffy was not with them. When Makita asked, everyone remembered that Luffy said he wanted to go to the restaurant alone. Although Luffy eats a lot, people don't think he's going to eat. After all, if it is to eat, there is no need to go away with everyone, just go and eat together after buying clothes. Go see someone. Now that he was asked, Luffy didn't care about the answer, after all, it's not something that needs to be kept secret. Hey? Does Luffy have any acquaintances in Alabasta? Luffy's words obviously aroused the interest of several people. Did Luffy know so many secrets because the person he was going to see told him? He's not from Alabasta, he's out at sea 3 years before me, my brother in name, and I just discovered him here through observation haki. 0.4. Ace's words, I don't know if he has his own reminder, does he have master haki? In the original book, he stayed on the Whitebeard ship for 2 years, and he didn't even learn haki, which is really incredible. For the Logia demon fruit power, armament haki may not be required, but observation haki is quite useful. Through the perception of observation haki, the body is elementalized in advance, and it can even evade attacks containing haki. Luffy's brother. I have never heard Luffy say that he has an older brother, even Nami, he only knows that his grandfather is the marine hero Garp, and nothing else. Speaking of the relationship between the two of them, Luffy didn't even tell himself this. Sure enough, men are big hooves. Nami thought angrily. Chapter 87 Meet Ace. Facing Nami's questioning eyes, Luffy just smiled faintly, and then asked everyone to act according to the arrangement just now. While Luffy's straw hat is discriminating, obviously not everyone pays attention to Marine's bounty. After all, for civilians, even if you know someone is a pirate, it won't change anything. Luffy just walked down the street like this, and no one in particular was watching him except for occasional glances at him because of his clothes. Luffy quickly arrived at the location of Ace that observation haki sensed. As soon as he entered the restaurant, Luffy saw Ace sitting on the bar, eating, with empty plates in front of him. Wearing a gentleman's hat, with a naked upper body, there is a skull mark on the back, and a crescent moon beard on the skull runs across the middle of the skull. Seeing that the other party was dressed as in the original book, Luffy didn't step forward for the first time. And Ace didn't notice Luffy's existence for the first time, and just kept stuffing food into his mouth. However, when it was stuffed, his hand holding the spoon suddenly stopped, and then 14 was sitting still in front of the bar. Hey, guest, what's the matter with you? The owner of the restaurant asked Ace curiously when he saw Ace's stop, but he didn't get a response. Hey, guest, are you all right? Seeing that Ace didn't respond, the restaurant owner reached out and pushed Ace again, but there was still no response. The restaurant owner staggered back a few steps, his face was full of horror. He, dead. The boss pointed at Ace, who was sitting motionless, in disbelief, his voice trembling. When the surrounding guests heard the boss's words, they gathered around and pointed at Ace, who was motionless. Well, he didn't eat desert strawberries by mistake, did he? For the people of Alabasta, the desert strawberry is not uncommon, it is a venomous spider that looks like a strawberry. After eating, people will die suddenly within a few days, because the shape is very similar to strawberries. Foreign travelers can easily be recruited. Then boss, you are too unlucky, someone died suddenly in the restaurant, which is very unlucky. Although it is not the cause of his own restaurant, but the person in front of him died here, which will definitely have a negative impact on his own restaurant. The restaurant owner wanted to cry for a while, but it was a disaster. Don't worry, he just fell asleep. Luffy walked in from the restaurant door and said to the restaurant owner. Hey, little brother, don't lie, how could anyone suddenly fall asleep while eating? This is right in front of you. Luffy's voice immediately attracted the attention of the restaurant owner and onlookers. But these people obviously don't believe Luffy's words, after all, it's too strange to fall asleep suddenly while eating, isn't it? Since you don't believe me, I'll wake him up. Luffy also thought this kind of thing was interesting, so he decided to let these people learn more. After all, a rare opportunity, it would be even better if you could take a photo. Everyone in the restaurant looked nervously at Luffy, who was approaching slowly. They still didn't believe that the man who suddenly didn't move while eating was asleep. It was the restaurant owner, who looked at Luffy expectantly. If the person really just fell asleep, then the restaurant will not only be unaffected, but there will be more discussion points for the guests to talk about before and after tea. Ignoring the nervousness of the onlookers and the boss, Luffy walked towards Ace step by step. Looking at Luffy, who was getting closer and closer to the man, the onlookers couldn't help swallowing, as if they were waiting for some exciting moment. Under the nervous stares of the guests, Luffy leaned his head over to Ace's ear. "Ah! Old Garp, why are you here?" Hearing Luffy's voice, the guests still didn't understand what Luffy meant. I saw Ace, who had been motionless, suddenly jumped off the stool, and his eyes suddenly opened. The spoon in his hand was quickly placed in front of his chest, making a parry. "Where is the smelly old man?" "Ah!" Seeing Ace, who suddenly came to life, the surrounding guests exclaimed in exclamation, and actually fell asleep. "You're still the same, Ace." Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Luffy also felt a little emotional. At that time, he, Ace, and Sabo had not been beaten by Garp. "Luffy, it's really you." 95. Ace, who woke up, finally saw the person who woke him up in front of him. Then, excitedly, he hugged Luffy's shoulders. "I'm still wondering if you will choose this route after you enter the Grand Line, but I didn't expect to see you here." Luffy also hugged Ace back, signaling long time no see. "Let's finish your meal first, we'll talk later," and your habit of falling asleep suddenly surprised the boss here. Luffy patted Ace on the shoulder and pointed to the stunned guests and boss around him. "I'm really sorry to cause you trouble." Ace, reminded by Luffy, looked around, then bowed to the guests and the boss. You're fine, I didn't expect you to actually just fall asleep." The sobered boss looked at the bowed Ace and waved his hand quickly to indicate that he didn't care. The guests on the side also woke up one after another, exclaimed from time to time, and then returned to their 577 seats. "Boss, settle the bill." Seeing Luffy here, Ace has no idea of continuing to eat. And with Luffy on the side, Ace didn't eat Bawang's meal either. Although he didn't have any money, he still tried to pay to the boss. "Ah! Forget it, and forget about the money. I invite the guest to eat this meal." Fortunately, the guest is fine, otherwise the shop doesn't know what will happen. 35. Hearing that Ace was going to check out, the restaurant owner waved his hands again and again. "It's great that Ace didn't have an accident in his own restaurant. I have invited this meal, and I just hope that I will not meet such guests again in the future, otherwise my heart will not be able to bear such stimulation. How embarrassing that is." Hearing the boss say that this meal is up to him, Ace breathed a sigh of relief, but still bowed to the boss to thank him. "Otherwise, I might embarrass myself in front of Luffy." Looking at Ace's relieved look, Luffy naturally knew why, but he didn't comment too much. Although the two have a good relationship, they each have their own path, and they can't dictate his actions unless Ace joins them. "Otherwise, I don't have this qualification, although it doesn't fit Luffy's style of behavior, but after all, people are close and distant, so it's impossible for Luffy to hit Ace because of this." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 88 Conversation. When I read the newspaper before, didn't you already join the Whitebeard pirates? Why did you come to Alabasta? Luffy naturally knew the reason, but it was more appropriate to ask this way, otherwise it would be very troublesome to explain. "Ah! I was chasing a trader from a boat. I heard he was in Alabasta, so I came here." "The trader on the Whitebeard ship?" "Yeah, that guy committed a big taboo on the ship. He killed his partner and took away his devil fruit, and as his captain, I naturally have the responsibility to arrest him." For Luffy, Ace did not hide anything, and told the story of Blackbeard killing the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Actually killed the crew of the world's strongest man for a devil fruit. It seems that the devil fruit he took is incredible. Luffy followed Ace's words intentionally or unintentionally. It's not normal to tell Ace Blackbeard what his abilities are. Even if that devil fruit is strong? He doesn't need to kill Thatch at all. If he asks Thatch for it, Thatch will definitely give it to him. 99. Ace's mood was a little ups and downs. It seems that staying on the Whitebeard ship for the past 2 years has really given him a strong sense of belonging. Only that guy, I will never let him go. Then do you understand what kind of ability he got? If you go to him rashly, you can only suffer. Luffy continued to guide Ace to think about it. That devil fruit seems to be called dark fruit. Ace thought for a moment and said the answer Luffy wanted to hear. Because that guy Teach killed Thatch, the mates on the ship were very angry. What kind of fruit is it worth Teach to kill his own family? When talking about his family, Ace was a little excited, and after a pause, he continued. For this reason, everyone deliberately turned over the devil fruit illustration book that Dad collected before, but there is no specific information on it except the name. Dark fruit? I seem to have seen the introduction of this fruit somewhere. After Ace finished speaking, Luffy followed his words. This devil fruit is a Logia devil fruit. Logia? If it's just Logia devil fruit has been obtained on the ship before, but he has not expressed what he wants. Before Luffy could finish speaking, Ace interrupted Luffy first. This devil fruit is a bit different. Although it is Logia, it cannot be elementalized. Instead, it will absorb the damage, so I will suffer double the pain. Absorb damage? Hearing Luffy's words, Ace finally considered this ability. If Teach can really absorb the damage it takes, it might be a little troublesome. From what I know of him, although absorbing damage will cause more pain, the Teach guy is particularly tolerant, which doesn't seem to have a big impact on him. If you want to defeat him, the first thing you need to consider is whether Mara Fruit's ability can cause effective damage to him. Seeing Ace bowing his head in contemplation, Luffy didn't continue talking, waiting for him to sort it out first. Is there a cap on the effect of dark fruit's damage absorption? 35. Ace looked up at Luffy and asked. When asked by Ace's words, Luffy didn't know much about Blackbeard's plot in the original comics. I don't know the specifics, but I think it depends on how much pain he can endure, right? If the pain passes out, the ability to think about the fruit cannot be activated. Luffy thought about it and could only guess. Ordinary Logia demon fruit power may be able to be automatically elementalized, but dark fruit's ability should be actively used by the host. But in addition to the ability to absorb damage, dark fruit has another effect, that is, it can make the demon fruit power that is touched cannot activate its abilities. This is the most important point. Originally, Ace might not be able to beat him and could still rely on the ability of Mara Fruit to escape, but once caught, Ace basically has no chance. Is there such a troublesome ability? Originally, Ace was quite sure about catching Blackbeard Teach, but now that he heard Dark Fruit's ability from Luffy's mouth, Ace only felt a bit of trouble. Ace didn't doubt that what Luffy had told him about the Dark Fruit's abilities was true. From what Ace knew about Luffy, Luffy wouldn't deceive himself. In this case, it may be necessary to plan well. Although Luffy has reminded so much, Ace has not given up on finding Blackbeard. In any case, Blackbeard had to take him to Daddy himself. Seeing Ace rubbing his chin and thinking again, Luffy knew that Ace hadn't given up on capturing Blackbeard. But this is normal, if Ace would give up easily, Luffy would just ask him to give up, why bother explaining Dark Fruit's ability? But this is also the point that I hate Ace, it's too impatient. If Ace has Roger's strength, then stubbornness will also be raised, after all, no one can do anything to you. But with Ace's current strength, this kind of stubbornness could easily kill him. After learning about Dark Fruit's abilities, do you have any countermeasures? Luffy didn't say anything to make him give up the hunt, but wanted to see if he was ready to deal with it. Can I beat him if I only use ranged attacks? After listening to Ace's words, Luffy shook his head. Dark Fruit has the ability to attract, and will be caught if you are not careful. If you want to defeat Blackbeard with long-range attacks, unless Enel's Thunder Fruit is matched with his Heart Net, that is, the super wide observation haki, it is basically impossible. Or do not rely on Devil Fruit, just rely on Li Xiao Xiao to defeat him. But Ace doesn't account for both, and Blackbeard also has a partner robbery. Although they may not have master haki at the moment, but if they just get in the way of Ace, they should still be able to do it. To be honest, Ace, it's impossible for you to capture Blackbeard alone. It's a bit harsh to say, but it's not Luffy talking nonsense. In addition to the dark fruit ability that Blackbeard just acquired, how could he have no other ability to survive on the Whitebeard ship before? Hey, I haven't seen you for a while, and you're still so rude. For Luffy's outspokenness, Ace didn't show anger or dissatisfaction, just slapped Luffy's chest indifferently. But I won't give up on catching him. Ace naturally understood that Luffy wanted to give up by saying this, but he couldn't let go of the betrayer who killed his family. Chapter 89 Goodbye Smoker. Hey, is there a fight over there? Just as Luffy and Ace were walking slowly, two people hurried past, discussing something while walking. And there were constantly people rushing in the direction the two pointed, obviously something happened there. Looks like the small talk can only go so far, and my buddies seem to be in trouble. 35. Luffy unfolded observation haki as soon as he heard the two passers-by speak. It was none other than Zoro, Sanji, and Smoker who chased after him to Alabasta. As for why he is chasing himself, Luffy can only say that this is fate. Oh? People who can be recognized as your partners must be very good people, right? 35. Ace, who was still thinking about how to deal with Blackbeard, heard Luffy speak, and temporarily let go of his fear of Blackbeard. He turned to look at Luffy with interest, as if he wanted to meet those people whom Luffy called his partners. It's really a nice group of people. How about you, do you want to leave Whitebeard's place and come to my boat? Luffy also joked, and then the two ran towards the direction where the crowd gathered. Hey? Didn't you come to my boat? Father Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world, and your companions will be very safe there. ACE 577 ran, responding to Luffy's jokes. Then forget it. I have an inspirational existence on my ship to be the world's #1 swordsman, but I can't hide behind the strongest in another world. Besides, Luffy wants to travel around the world well, only his own boat, sitting is the most comfortable. The world's #1 swordsman, that's really a great ambition. Ace was not surprised by Luffy's rejection. Everyone knew each other very well, so it was just a joke. But it seems that your two partners have absolutely nothing to do with the Logia demon fruit power. With the speed of the two, they naturally quickly reached the location of the incident. Zoro and Sanji were now staring at Smoker with embarrassed expressions on their faces. In the crowd not far away, Nami, Vivi, Chopper and Usopp looked at the two of them worriedly. Obviously the previous battle was not optimistic. Please leave here immediately, our marine is catching pirates. In order to avoid accidental injury, please do not stay any longer. The bespectacled female marine, Tashigi, was leading a group of marine soldiers, trying to evacuate the crowd. But it doesn't seem to have much effect. After all, they are not soldiers or marines of their own country. These civilians don't care at all. After all, they have just entered the Grand Line and have not had time to go to Master Haki. This time, I just want them to experience the abilities of Logia Devil Fruit for themselves. 35. Luffy has no plans to shoot directly, the two have not reached the limit yet, and if Smoker pushes him a little more, Zoro's armament haki might be able to master it completely. You captain is really strict, but it should be the same, otherwise the future voyage will be difficult for them. Ace is talking about them. Although Ace is not clear about Luffy's current strength, it is certain that at least he will not lose to himself. This is also because of the fact that I ate Maramara fruit now. Before, I never beat Luffy once. Pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro, Sanji, the chef of the former sea restaurant Baladi, since you are here, the guy in the straw hat must be here somewhere. Looking at the panting two people in front of him, Smoker's face was calm, but his eyes fluctuated when he mentioned the straw hat. If you want to find our captain, You must defeat us first, right? Now we are still standing in front of you. Zoro said to Sanji one by one, although the discerning person knew at a glance that the two were approaching the limit, but the two still had no intention of retreating. Hey, Clarella, what happened to your haki master? I really, Bia, didn't expect that the guy who was easily dealt with by Luffy would actually embarrass the two of us. It's almost, I always feel that there is still not enough. Zoro gritted his teeth, the current situation is really bad. He, who thought he could cut iron, might soon be able to force Hawkeye to pull out his black knife. But he didn't think that any Colonel Marine would be able to make himself helpless now. Zoro's hand holding the two knives exerted a little force, and his teeth clenched the words of Hideo in his mouth unconsciously. There is a force in the body that seems to be condensing, but he has never been able to speed up its formation. If that's the case, then catch you all. The guy in the straw hat will definitely come to save you. 99. Smoker didn't continue talking nonsense, his hands turned into smoke, and two fists turned into smoke flew out quickly. The smoke from the fist and wrist suddenly stretched, and under the pulling of the fist, it quickly wrapped Zoro and Sanji around. Zoro and Sanji wanted to dodge, but the two who had used up too much energy before, finally moved a beat slower. It was directly caught by Smoker's extended smoke arm. Zoro's hands Yuuki and third-generation Kitoru also fell to the ground because their arms were tied. Damn it, get me out. The bound Zoro clenched his teeth tightly and said the words, and the veins on his forehead burst. A faint layer of breath wrapped around Zoro's hands. Then, in Smoker's surprised eyes, the smoke fist that wrapped Zoro was directly caught in Zoro's hand. Zoro's men clenched tightly, and the pained Smoker unwittingly let go of the white smoke entangling Zoro. Zoro took the opportunity to break free of the smoke, and while he could still feel the breath in his hands, he quickly rushed towards Sanji, directly grabbing Sanji's other fist. Seeing Zoro break free, Sanji didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Smoker shoot that fist again at the back of Zoro's head, who was rushing towards him. Watch out for the back, green algae head. However, it was too late for Zoro, who wanted to dodge, and Smoker's white smoke fist was already close at hand. Zoro! Usopp and others in the crowd could not help but exclaim. If this punch hits the head directly, Zoro will be finished. Snapped. The sound of fists and palms intersected, and under the gaze of all the civilians and marines on the scene, a figure wearing a straw hat appeared behind Zoro. Smoker's white smoke fist was firmly grasped by the suddenly appearing figure. I don't understand very well, there are so many pirates in this sea, why do you have to hold us back? Chapter 90 Smoker retires. You really are here. Withdrawing the hand that wrapped around Sanji, he also freed the other fist from Luffy's unclenched hand. Smoker didn't answer Luffy's question, just stared at Luffy closely. This is the elementalization of Logia demon fruit power, how does it feel? Luffy didn't continue to look at Smoker, but turned his attention to Zoro and Sanji, who were rather embarrassed. Luffy. Seeing Luffy, who suddenly appeared to block Smoker's attack, Nami and the others also emerged from the crowd. Originally, I wanted them to buy clothes to disguise them, but this time, they all came out. But it doesn't matter. With Vivi, the Princess of Alabasta, there, you can negotiate with them to prevent bad things from jumping out at the critical moment. It's worse than I imagined. I didn't expect the Logia demon fruit power to be so difficult to deal with. Is it really impossible to face them without haki? The ugly face of Sanji being supported by Usopp was not the reason for being injured by Smoker. But when I fought with Smoker before, the feeling that I had attacked myself, but couldn't hit the opponent at all, was really uncomfortable and wanted to vomit blood. It is not that there are no other methods, sea water and sea stone are the most restrained demon fruit power, but I do not recommend this method. After all, only one's own strength can survive in this sea. The Straw Hat Pirates, what is your purpose in coming to Alabasta? Seeing the others rushing out of the crowd, Smoker frowned. Although Monkey-d-Luffy's bounty amounted to 90 million Baileys, none of his crew was a bounty offender. Cut, disgusting senior officials. Smoker didn't know why he cared so much about the Straw Hat Pirates. Maybe because they didn't volunteer to be pirates, or maybe because they were pirates who escaped from their own hands. There are many reasons, but Smoker doesn't know which one is the real reason. Purpose? Rather, what is the purpose of your marine and world government? Luffy also responded to Smoker's question. What do you mean by that? Luffy's words made Smoker a little unresponsive. What did marine and the world government want to do? Wait, that girl is Princess Vivi. As the Princess of Alabasta, why are you with the Straw Hat Pirates? Things seem to be getting in trouble. Smoker took a hard puff from the cigar he had bitten in his mouth, his brows furrowed into mountains. The Princess of the World Government allied country and the new Straw Hat Pirates got mixed up again, which made Smoker as Marine feel uncomfortable. You are the Colonel of Naval Headquarters. The people around have been dismissed by Marine, and here are Luffy's gang and Smoker's gang. Ace's words have been hiding in the alley next to him and never come out. This is Luffy's business, and Ace will not interfere. Unless Luffy asks for help, or the other party may endanger Luffy's life, it is disrespect to Luffy to intervene casually. Vivi, who was recognized by Smoker, did not continue to hide, but stood up directly. Luffy didn't stop Vivi's actions. As a princess of a country, she needs to have her own rules of conduct. That's right, I'm Colonel Naval Headquarters Smoker, and I wonder if Princess Vivi can answer my question. 99. Smoker shifted his gaze from Luffy to Vivi. Obviously, compared to Straw Hat Luffy, the matter of the Princess of the World Government is more important to Marine. What do you Marines have to say about the 7 warlords of the Sea Crocodile plotting to take Alabasta? Now that Marine is here, it is better to let Marine intervene in this matter, perhaps doing so will have unexpected results. Vivi pondered for a while, and then spoke out about Crocodile. In any case, Alabasta, as a member of the world government, Marine is obliged to protect the country from encroachment with the permission of its leaders. Tisk, I know that nothing to do with the country is good. Smoker was speechless at the name that came out of Vivi's mouth. Although I don't know the specific situation, but it was told by the Princess of Alabasta that it is probably true. Smoker regretted calling Vivi's name, obviously pretending he didn't know him, so he wouldn't have any trouble. Colonel Smoker, what are we going to do? Seeking flowers. Although he is usually a little confused, Tashigi knows what he should know. She also realized at this time that things seemed to be deviating in some unknowable direction. Luckily, you don't have to think for yourself, just leave the problem to Colonel Smoker. I will investigate this matter, but please leave Straw Hat crew immediately. As Princess Alabasta, you should not mix with pirates. For this kind of thing, Smoker's temper naturally won't let it go. But when it comes to getting involved directly, Smoker isn't stupid, so leave this kind of thing to the old guy above for a headache. But before that, I have to find the evidence first, otherwise I will only be scolded for nothing. Although I am not afraid, it is somewhat difficult for my face. Let's wait until you guys deal with Crocodile and tell me that Straw Hat crew is a pirate. Vivi didn't listen to Smoker and leave Luffy. While Luffy's crew were indeed pirates, Vivi enjoyed her time aboard the Mary. Luffy, they haven't done a single thing that hurt innocent people. If you are not a princess, you can go around the world with Luffy desperately. It's not the first time Vivi has thought this way. Cut, what a hassle. Straw Hat Luffy, I'll spare you this time, Tashigi, let's go. Although he may not be Luffy's opponent in a real fight, as Marine, he can't be overpowered by pirates. Yes, Colonel Smoker. Tashigi and the surrounding Marines answered at the same time, and left with Smoker. Luffy looked at Smoker in the distance, speechless, although he knew that he was indeed such a person. But isn't it bad that you completely ignore my presence in front of my face? Fortunately, Luffy didn't have any hatred in his heart. Otherwise, if someone else replaced him, he might just wipe out this group of Marines. Chopper, bandage the two of them. Although the injury is not serious, it will still have some impact. Understood, I'll wrap them up now. Listening to Chopper's slightly deformed voice, Luffy noticed that there were 2 cloth strips stuck in Chopper's nose. Shouldn't he be able to stand the fragrance of this port city? But does the reindeer stuffer work? 4. Chapter 91 Ace leaves. As expected of you, Luffy, even the Princess of Alabasta can be invited aboard. After Smoker left with all the Marines, Ace came out of the side alley. Who? The first to react was Makita, who had not spoken. Now Zoro and Sanji are both injured, Chopper is bandaging them, except for Luffy, Makita is still a bit of a fight. As for Usopp, as he is now, he will die if he is approached by the enemy. Take it easy, Makita, it's not the enemy. Luffy did not refute Ace's ridicule. Judging from the current situation, although Vivi will not be on board because of Alabasta, everyone basically recognizes her as a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. You guys are so nice, Luffy. Ace saw Zoro and Sanji's performance, May 7-7 and the expressions of Nami and others rushing out. Before I got on the Whitebeard, I sailed with a group of like-minded partners. Right. Luffy replied that although everyone has not experienced much together yet, they have gotten along very well with each other. Who is this? It was Nami who spoke first. After all, it was obvious that Luffy knew the man who just appeared, so he should be the brother Luffy said before, right? Nami took a closer look, well, a little familiar, but nothing like Luffy. Hello, my name is Ace, I'm Luffy's brother, nice to meet you. 35. Although I wanted to say thank you for taking care of Luffy, but thinking of Luffy who has been taking care of herself and Sabo, Ace felt that she did not have the position to say that. Ah. So you are the brother, Luffy said. After hearing Ace's self-introduction, Usopp realized that he had not thought about it at all before. Zoro and Sanji, who were being wrapped by Chopper, remained calm throughout. They didn't feel any malice from Ace, and, if it was an enemy, Luffy wouldn't let him come. Ace, you must have heard of it, right? You are not the kind of people who don't read newspapers. In that case, I did see this face in the newspapers. 35. Nami felt a little familiar just now, and now hearing Luffy say this, he kind of remembered the newspaper he read 2 years ago. Poor Gas-D Ace, the super rookie 3 years ago, turned down the invitation to become the 7 warlords of the sea, the man who ended up joining the Whitebeard Pirates. After all, it was a newspaper from a few years ago, so it's normal to not remember it for a while. The Whitebeard Pirates? Is that the Whitebeard I know? Although Usopp hadn't seen Ace's report, there was no one on the sea who didn't know about Whitebeard's name. Looks like an amazing man. Zoro, who had been wrapped up by Chopper, had an interested expression on his face. But there is no plan to do it. After all, Zoro does not have such a strong desire to do it for people other than swordsmen. Sanji on the side did not speak, but his eyes were just as eager. The battle with Smoker just now made his desperate hope stronger. By the way, Ace is currently the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, but his strength should be the last among the captains. Luffy doesn't mean to give Ace face at all, after all, he is his own. Cough. The last sentence is superfluous. But after 3 years of absence, you precocious brat has learned to complain. Ace couldn't refute what Luffy said, and could only helplessly roll his eyes at Luffy. Oh, how amazing, it only took 3 years to become a squad leader on that Whitebeard ship. Luffy's words didn't take away Usopp's shock, after all, Whitebeard was a little too far away for him. So Luffy's brother is such an amazing person. Chopper, who had wrapped Zoro and Sanji, went back to Usopp, looking at Ace with deep curiosity in his eyes. Stare. Stare. What what's wrong? When Chopper looked at Ace, Ace also looked at Chopper. One person and one deer looked at each other like this, but Chopper couldn't help but lose first. There was a little fear on the cute deer's face, and Genin couldn't help but take 2 steps back under Ace's gaze. Alas, is this civet cat a fur tribe? It can talk. 35. In the past 3 years of voyage, Ace has naturally seen many novel things, and naturally knows the existence of the fur tribe. Bastard, I'm not a civet cat, I'm a reindeer, and what is a fur tribe? Chopper, who was once again mistaken for a tanuki, immediately yelled angrily, but still noticed what Ace said about the fur tribe. His name is Chopper, and he's a reindeer that eats human fruit, not a fur tribe. Looking at Chopper jumping again, Luffy couldn't help but chuckle and explain to Ace. Oh, it turns out to be a reindeer, I'm really sorry 9. With that said, Ace bowed to Chopper apologetically, and continued. Furs are a human form derived from hairy animals that can speak and act like humans, but they don't eat hairy creatures. Well, is this the country Luffy was talking about? Hearing Ace's explanation, Chopper remembered the kingdom of talking animals that Luffy had said earlier. Oh? Luffy, do you know Zo? Hearing Chopper say this, Ace immediately looked at Luffy in surprise. In Ace's impression, Luffy, like himself, had never been out of East Blue. Maybe other countries can read it from the newspapers, but it is impossible for ordinary people to know the words of Zo. Compared to Ace's shock, Nami and others are used to it. I do know, but now is not the time to talk about it. We have been here for 0.4 long enough. If we don't leave, we will be watched as monkeys. 99. Only then did everyone react, and the people who had just been dispersed were looking at themselves and others from a distance. It's just because Smoker said that Luffy and the others were pirates, and now there is no marine around, so these people don't dare to come forward and watch. If that's the case, then it's almost time for me to leave. Ace is satisfied to be able to meet Luffy here. Next, it's time to continue. Teach, you wait for me, I will definitely take you back to the boat and let Daddy judge your life. Are you still going after that person? Seeing Ace's expression, Luffy knew what Ace was going to do next. You know mine, I can't let go of that traitor who dared to kill his family. Chapter 92 Destination Change. Is Ace just gone? Watching Ace go away, Usopp couldn't help asking. Well, he has his business to do. Luffy replied, but he was thinking. It's obviously impossible to stop Ace here, so is it possible to stop Blackbeard before going to Sky Island? With his current strength, can he fight against Blackbeard who has not yet acquired the ability of Shock Fruit? Dark Fruit's ability is too restrained for Demon Fruit power, and he is relying too much on Rubber Fruit's boost at this stage, which is difficult. If only I could learn Conqueror's Haki before that. However, in the first half of the Grand Line, no one has this ability, which is rare even among Conqueror's Haki owners. Emission. In the future, Armament Haki flow and internal destruction will be called emission, otherwise it will be a bit troublesome to call it that every time. Luffy, what's the matter? Nami asked, noticing that Luffy seemed to be thinking. The enemy that Ace is dealing with this time is a bit troublesome, maybe Ace will be caught by the other side. Ace will be caught. 14 The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates can't beat them, so how powerful should Ace be against people? Then why don't you persuade him to give up? If you know you can't beat it, but you still have to fight, what is this? Where have you seen this kind of behavior? Nami glanced at Luffy and Zoro beside him, and suddenly realized that these two guys are not like this. Feeling that there was something wrong with Nami looking at him, Luffy instantly understood what Nami meant. But there is no way, taking advantage of the relationship between Hawkeye and Red Hair, he can reduce the danger to a minimum. If you really try to break through in order to fight Kaido later, then your voyage will definitely be dangerous due to the lack of strength. Ace's character is like this, once he decides, no one can change it. Isn't that why Ace died in the original book? Stubbornly wanted to take action against Akainu who insulted Whitebeard, but he ignored that it was the hard work of his comrades that resulted in countless deaths and injuries to save him. Are you like that too? Nami stared at Luffy closely, as if trying to see the answer on Luffy's face. 66-99. Is it the same for me? Luffy thought about it and rejected the answer. At least as the self who came from transmigration, he still cherishes his life. Also, don't you take yourself too seriously, Nami? However, Luffy didn't say these words. There are some things that you need to figure out. It's time for us to go. How are your clothes? Being stared at by Nami was unbearable, so Luffy had to change the subject. The clothes have been bought, let's find a hotel to change them. Seeing that there was something wrong with the atmosphere, Vivi took over the topic of Luffy. Nami took a deep look at Luffy and didn't ask any further questions. Luffy of damn it, making Miss Nami unhappy again. Sanji, who was supported by Usopp, looked at Luffy with fire-breathing eyes. Whether it was anger or jealousy, it is unknown. But Luffy thinks it's more likely to be jealousy. Several people walked towards a hotel with the fearful eyes of pedestrians. When he came out again, everything had changed. Well, except Luffy. If you are weak, you need to change your clothes and disguise, so you can honestly wear this outfit. 95. That being said, in fact, Luffy has already opened observation haki. In this Alabasta, no one's observation haki can cover Luffy's haki. Once he found out that someone was spying on his party, Luffy could find out immediately. 6695. Although they were a little unhappy with Luffy's words, Zoro and Sanji did not refute them. After all, Luffy was right. If you are strong enough to kill all the people who are watching, naturally you don't need to disguise. But Luffy didn't say that he turned on observation haki. After all, Nami and Vivi's clothes are still pretty good looking, and even Makita's clothes are not bad. If Luffy said he was on observation haki, the girls might not change into this exotic dancer costume. However, when Luffy found out that they were wearing this dress, he let them wear a white robe outside. Looking at Nami with his hair up, Luffy couldn't help but glance at him. After all, Nami usually wears her hair, which is rare. And Vivi is still the previous hairstyle, combing her hair into a bundle, half draped behind her back. Makita is much simpler, after all, she has short hair, so there is no need to tie it up. As for Zoro, let's not talk about them. So shall we go straight to Albina? Now that he has finished changing his clothes, there is no need to stay in this port, but only Vivi knows how to get to Albina. If you go directly to Albina from Nahana, you need to go through a whole desert. It is best to have enough drinking water. It is even better if you have a camel to travel. If it was on foot, Vivi felt that his group might not be able to walk. In that case, look for a place where camels are rented or sold. 35. Since Vivi, a local, said so, Luffy naturally made the decision immediately. Try to save your energy when you can, and don't drop the chain at the critical moment. One more question, now that we are in Nahana, should the rebels be closer to us? Don't you need to go to the location of the rebels first to confirm -577? It stands to reason that Akalam should have informed the King of Crocodile's conspiracy, but now it is still a situation where the rebels and the King's army confront each other. Is there something in there that Luffy and the others didn't expect? Is Katria? Vivi lowered her head and pondered for a while. The current situation is indeed a bit abnormal. It is impossible for Akalam to betray, but now it seems that no news has reached the king. Or was Akalam caught up by the Baroque workers? Thinking of this, Vivi couldn't help but be a little worried, and the current situation really has to make people think more. Then let's go to Katria first, maybe we can learn about the situation faster there. After all, the rebel army and the king's army are hostile, and there may be news of Albina on their side. Luffy nodded. From the map, Nahana was not far from Katria. However, for the convenience of movement, camels are still very necessary. Under the leadership of Vivi, several people quickly found a place where they could rent camels. 7 people and 7 camels, Chopper doesn't need it, and little Chopper can ride with Usopp. In this way, Luffy, 7 people and 1 reindeer, rode 7 camels, and under the guidance of Vivi, started to set out for Katria, the gathering place of the Alabasta rebel army. Chapter 93 The Reason for the Confrontation. This is Katria. It feels like Nahana. Luffy and his group from Nahana arrived in Katria in half a day with camels. To Usopp's disappointment though, here and Nahana don't look much different. After all, Alabasta is the kingdom of the desert. In this desert territory, it seems a bit difficult to derive other styles. Vivi looked at Usopp speechlessly. The same country, the 2 cities are still very close, how much difference can there be? Do I need to go directly to the leader of the rebel army? I can find his location directly. In Alabasta, all Luffy has to do is to clear the way for Vivi. As for decision-making, everything about Alabasta is up to Vivi to decide. After all, it takes money to do things. Although he and Vivi are basically in a certain state of relationship, the one who saves himself is Alabasta. Even if you don't get Vivi's, the king's side is indispensable. Well, go directly to Kosha, speaking of which, that rebel leader is also my childhood playmate. Vivi glanced at Luffy cautiously, and seeing that he didn't respond, Vivi breathed a sigh of relief before continuing. If I could see him directly, maybe a lot of things could be explained clearly. Luffy nodded, although he didn't know what the war between the army and the army was like, but if it could cut off the signs of war, it must be effective. Unless the reason for the opponent to send troops is not the reason on the surface. Turning the observation haki, which reduced its power after entering the desert, to maximum, Luffy quickly found where the army was gathering. And there is a person surrounded by a speech. It should be him. Luffy looked back at Vivi and said. I found it, come with me. Vivi nodded, then followed Luffy who was walking ahead, and the others followed. Camels can be directly rode into the city, so everyone did not intend to get off the camels. Fortunately, there are camels to ride, otherwise Chopper might dehydrate and die. This fur, which is extra warm in winter, killed Chopper in the desert kingdom of Alabasta. Soon, at the signal of Luffy, everyone stopped at a large rock in a clearing. In front is the camp of the rebel army, there is no need to ride a camel into it. Also, if you negotiate, you don't need everyone to go in. It's enough to accompany Vivi in by yourself, even if the other party wants to catch Vivi, if he is there, he will not be able to succeed. Just let me and Vivi go in to negotiate, you guys just wait here, there are too many people, if the negotiation fails, it will not be easy to come out. After all, there were at least 1 million soldiers around, and even if Luffy opened Conqueror's haki, it wouldn't necessarily be able to stun them all in such a large area. Then be careful. No one objected. After all, what Luffy said was the truth. The words of the two, with Luffy's strength, would not be a problem for them to escape. Luffy and Vivi came out from behind the boulder, still some distance away from the rebel camp, and this distance could only be passed on foot. Soon, Luffy and Vivi were spotted near the camp. A group of soldiers then emerged from the camp and surrounded Luffy and Vivi. I am the Princess of Alabasta, Nefertari Vivi, who has come to negotiate with your leader. Surrounded by Vivi, he was not afraid. With Luffy by his side, he would always feel at ease unconsciously. Vivi's self-reported home name caused a commotion among the soldiers who surrounded the two, and soon soldiers came forward. You are finally here, Princess Vivi, the chief has been waiting here for a long time. The soldier who walked in front of the two saluted Vivi, and then waved to the soldier behind him. Luffy and Vivi glanced at each other, not quite understanding what these people were doing. But since the other party said so, let's take a look first. Luffy's observation Haki did not perceive the ambush. Under the guidance of the soldiers, the two walked into a tent from the road that the soldiers gave way. Princess Vivi, I didn't expect us to meet again, but in this capacity. As soon as he entered the tent, the young man sitting in the main seat glanced at Vivi and spoke. Apparently confirmed the identity of Vivi, and recognized it at a glance. Leader Kosha, let's keep it short. The main purpose of Vivi's visit this time was to confirm the situation in Albina, not to catch up with the other party. Hearing Vivi's flat tone, the man named Kosha was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled bitterly. Unexpectedly, the little girl who always followed behind her back then is now like a stranger. But now is not the time to sigh, because Alabasta's fate is at stake, and Kosha must hurry up. This must be the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey-d-Luffy, right? No longer struggling with those unrealistic thoughts, Kosha looked at Luffy who was standing next to Vivi. Even I know? It seems that the king has passed his temper with you. From this perspective, the confrontation between the king's army and the rebel army may be intriguing. After Akalam returned to Alabasta, he has reported everything to His Majesty. Kosha slowly told the whole story. It turned out that after Akalam returned to Albina, he reported the crocodile matter to King Cobra as soon as possible. After King Cobra learned about it, he secretly sent someone to contact Kosha, the leader of the rebel army, who was the Qin in front of him. Although Kosha was the leader of the rebel army, he did not send troops because he wanted to rebel. As for why the king's army would attack ordinary people, it should be Crocodile's handwriting. And Kosa, who learned the real situation from the king, immediately consulted with King Cobra. The result of the deliberations was to confuse Crocodile by creating the illusion of a confrontation between the rebel army and the king's army, making him feel that things were going according to his plan. That way Alabasta will have plenty of time for Vivi to bring Luffy over. In the final analysis, it is because there is no way to solve the existence of Crocodile in Alabasta. Otherwise, there is no need to put all hope on Luffy, the pirate. After all, pirates are pirates after all, and no one can guarantee whether Luffy will become the next Crocodile. But both Cobra and Kosha chose to believe in Vivi, and they believed that the person Vivi brought back was someone they could trust. Chapter 94. So we don't have to go to Albina. Luffy and Vivi, who left the rebel camp, after meeting with Zoro, briefly told them the information they got from Kosha. Well, after that, we just need to go straight to the rain and deal with Crocodile. After knowing the cause and effect of the matter, Vivi relaxed a little bit. Things are on the bright side, and Akalam is fine. Then, as long as Luffy solves Crocodile, the crisis in Alabasta is basically lifted. Great, Vivi. 35. While it's too early to tell, the mastermind of the Alabasta crisis has yet to be resolved. But the Kingdom Rebellion issue has been clarified, which is indeed a good thing for Vivi. Then we have to go back to Nahana, the rain is on the other side of the sea, and we need to go by boat. Vivi was able to breathe a sigh of relief, but his mind did not relax. Princess Vivi is so beautiful when she's relaxed. Sanji, who was still wearing color, saw Vivi's relaxed expression, and his body couldn't help twisting again. 580 Color Cook. Zoro doesn't miss any chance to taunt Sanji. Nympho Cook. Makita's face was a little dark, and her previous self was actually frightened by such a person. Miss Makita is so beautiful. Sanji, who didn't care that he was being scolded at all, looked at Makita with the same gesture. But soon, Sanji's injury was not yet healed, and Sanji twisted his waist smoothly. Click. What? Maybe this is the so-called joy and sorrow. Ah, Sanji, don't move, doctor, the doctor is coming. Chopper on the side saw Sanji like this, and immediately panicked, calling for the doctor in a hurry. You are a doctor yourself. Usopp yelled at Chopper, what happened to his little brother? How could he feel less reliable than himself? Okay, don't make trouble, let's go, and get rid of crocodile as soon as possible, so as not to have too many dreams at night. It will change after a while, and if something messy happens again, it will be troublesome at that time. After listening to Luffy's words, everyone stopped arguing. Sanji, who was injured again, Bia, was still supported by Usopp, and the group went back to the way they came. It was another half-day journey, and the speed slowed down a lot due to the number of wounded. It was early morning when we left, and it was completely dark when we came back. At night, the weather in the desert is not hot, but cold. Chopper, who was weak along the way, felt alive again. The group did not stay in Nahana, but returned directly to the Mary. Although the Mary is small, even the sleeping deck feels more secure than sleeping in an unfamiliar city. When Luffy and the others came back, Von Kree, who was tied up with green patterns on his clothes, leaned on the steps and fell asleep without any image. Galtino was resting by sitting on the main mast, but looking at his sleeping appearance, it was obvious that even if Von Kree escaped, he would not know. So it's not unreasonable that Crocodile paired him with Marianu in the first place. As for Marianu, probably fell asleep in Nami's room. After all, I've been living in Nami's room before, and now that I haven't seen anyone, I think I've rested. Since they were all asleep, Luffy and the others also went back to their cabins to rest. Nami, Vivi and Makita naturally went back to Nami's room to sleep. As for men like Zoro, they could just find a place to sleep under the Mary's cabin, even on the deck. But Luffy didn't sleep with them, but sat on the Mary's sheep's head, thinking about the next voyage again. The Alabasta thing is almost over, and then comes the journey to Sky Island. Enel, Thunder Fruit, with Enel's character, is not suitable for this ship. Then, there is no need to keep your hands. If you can get Thunder Fruit, who is suitable to eat this Thunder Fruit? It's a bit premature to think about this without Lion Fruit, but what if, like Munch Munch Fruit, Thunder Fruit respawns nearby? Usopp? Usopp's sniping ability and observation Haki's talent may be suitable for long-range strikes. But in this way, Thunder Fruit's physical augmentation was completely wasted. For Nami, he already has Lion Fruit, which is the most suitable ability other than Yun Fruit. Unless Lion Fruit respawns somewhere Luffy can't catch up, it's basically a no-brainer. Sanji? Under the premise of having transparent fruits, he is not interested in other devil fruits at all. Of course, even with the transparent fruit, Luffy would rather give it to Usopp than to Sanji. If only I could eat the second fruit myself. I don't know whether Blackbeard can accommodate the second devil fruit because of the dark fruit, or because of his own special reasons. WT is too slow. If he could wrap himself around Master Conqueror's Haki, he might be able to catch Blackbeard. At that time, there will be a way to conduct a comprehensive inspection of him, and perhaps find a way for the two fruits to coexist. After leaving Sky Island, it was time to switch to a bigger ship. The Mary was obviously a little too small. Some of the people who live now need to sleep on the deck. When there are more crew members, the Mary will not be enough. The problem of the ship is easy to solve, and the gold of Sky Island is enough for Luffy and others to change to a big ship that suits their hearts. And there is the existence of Munch Munch Fruit, and there is no such thing as giving up the Mary. The main issue is the strength of the crowd. Before Sabayati Archipelago, this route was not as long as expected. Before 2 years of cultivation, is there any other way to increase the strength of a wave of people? Judging from the current situation, because of his own reasons, Nami's combat power is not as good as the original. Even Usopp and Sanji didn't get enough battles like the original. Only Zoro, because of Hawkeye and his years of training, has improved a lot compared to the original with his own advice. Maybe get Sanji's battle suit before 2 years of training? As for Usopp, we can only see if there is a suitable devil fruit. Another point is, since Chopper can research something like the blue wave ball, can it research other things that can enhance its strength? There are so many strange animals and plants in the pirate world, with the help of Crocus's medical notes, plus the medical knowledge that Chopper learned from Dr. Dory. Maybe some special drugs can be developed. Chapter 95 Crocodile finally met. Because the target was aimed directly at the rain, in order to avoid attracting attention, Luffy and his party chose to sail from the sea. Walking on land requires not only camouflage, but also keeping someone to guard the Mary. It is better to take the Mary together from the Santo River. Not only does it save time compared to walking on land, but the key is that it is not easy to be found at sea. After 2 days of sailing, the Mary arrived at the City of Dreams where Crocodile is located, Rainland. The next thing is simple, find someone to ask the location of the casino in the rain. Then Luffy uses observation haki to confirm the crocodile's location, and finally just break in directly. Luffy, Vivi, Zoro, and Sanji got off the Mary this time, while the others stayed on the Mary. Under the perception of Luffy observation haki, except for Crocodile, the members of the Baroque working group here are all the senior agents who appeared in Albina in the original 5 and 8-0. It seems that Cobra and Koja's plan was successful, and Crocodile didn't see anything wrong. Otherwise, these people may have gone to Albina in advance. However, this is just right, and the entire Baroque work club can be wiped out. With Zoro's current strength, there is absolutely no problem in dealing with Crocodile's Mr. 1 combination. As for the other pair in the original book, there would be no problem with Sanji's strength. So, the 4 of them went directly to the casino where Crocodile was. To prevent trouble, Luffy came in and turned on Conqueror's haki for an indiscriminate coercion. Under Luffy's increasing momentum, the entire casino, both the guests and the security guards, fainted without any resistance. How is this going? Vivi, who saw the shocking scene of Conqueror's haki for the first time, was speechless when he watched the casino collapsed. Sure enough, no matter how many times you watch it, it's still a shocking picture. 99. Although it was not the first time that Zoro and Sanji met, they were still shocked. Okay, the soldiers have all left the stage, and the next is today's master. Luffy pressed the brim of the straw hat with his hand, and looked at the hallway of the casino hall with a dull gaze. Under the perception of his observation haki, several people were about to come out of there. Vivi looked at Luffy like this, her heart trembled slightly. This was the first time she saw Luffy so haki. Although the previous Luffy was just as strong, he felt more indifferent and confident. With Luffy now, Vivi has a feeling that no one can beat him. Just as Vivi was watching Luffy, someone finally came out of the hallway. Meanwhile, Zoro and Sanji also pose for a fight. Straw Hat Luffy, suddenly visiting my casino and messing up my casino again, doesn't seem to make sense. 35. The man walking in front was wearing a fur coat with a plaid suit under it, with a big back and a cigar in his mouth. A line scar runs across the bridge of the nose, and a gold hook is worn on the left glove, giving a very vicious feeling. Crocodile glanced at the guests and security guards lying about in the casino, and looked at Luffy and the others with fierce eyes. Although they were knocked on the door, they didn't attack Luffy for the first time. Crocodile! He was answered by a roar from Vivi. When Crocodile came out, Vivi looked away from Luffy. Staring at Crocodile with anger, the uncontrollable anger made her roar the name of the man opposite. Isn't this Princess Vivi? Why, as the Princess of Alabasta, actually got together with the pirates, is it to bring shame to Alabasta? 35. It can only be said that he is a man who can sit in the position of 7 warlords of the sea. Madara can be seen in the depths of the city. As the mastermind of the conspiracy to conspire to capture Alabasta, when he saw Vivi, the Princess of Alabasta, he was still able to pretend without changing his face. Crocodile? Mr. Zero is Crocodile. Of those who followed Crocodile, apparently some did not know that their boss was Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Oh, boss, your identity has been exposed. Nicole Robin, who was standing beside Crocodile, heard the exclamation of Miss Christmas beside him, covered his mouth and chuckled, without the slightest sense of being a subordinate. The slim-fitting denim underwear revealed her slender and beautiful figure, and the smiling face also had a different kind of mature beauty. The skin color is not the blackish color of the anime 2 years ago, but the snow white like 2 years later. Ah, isn't this beautiful Miss Aii Sunday? 35. Sanji was immediately attracted by Robin's chuckle and didn't care about the situation he was in. Hey, bastard with curly eyebrows, don't be ashamed here. For Sanji's behavior, Zoro immediately wanted to stop it. Don't talk too much. For Nicole Robin's teasing, Crocodile just glanced at her and gave a warning. Apparently he didn't know about the pact between Nicole Robin and Luffy. And the fat woman who was originally suspicious of Crocodile's identity stopped speaking under Crocodile's warning. It seems that my plan has been exposed, but do you think you can stop me with just a few of you? Crocodile knew his identity was revealed before he and Nicole Robin came out with them. But it's not a big deal, anyway, in his opinion, these people will never get out of here alive. Even though Luffy has the strength to compete with Hawkeye, Crocodile still doesn't think that the opponent is his opponent, at most it's just a little trickier. So, are some famous people so arrogant? Even though they have seen someone like Whitebeard, they still feel that they are invincible. 9. Speaking of words, Luffy has never been afraid of anyone, and it is easy to provoke 0.4 anger at the other party when he understands the other party's experience. As for how to know? Why explain it to the enemy? Oh, kid, your tone is not small. Although he didn't know how the other party knew about it, Crocodile's expression darkened obviously after Luffy's words. For Whitebeard, Crocodile can be said to be quite hated, but even so, he is not a fledgling kid who can mock at will. I just don't know, is your strength as strong as rumored? If not, you can only die here. 39. Crocodile looked at Luffy and the others with a wicked expression, obviously he was really motivated to kill. Princess Vivi, you shouldn't be here. If you go out to sea with Luffy, you might still have a way to survive, but now, your life. I'll take it. Chapter 96 The Battle Begins. Arc Moon Dunes. Crocodile shot directly without notifying his agents. The originally normal arm completely turned into a huge meniscus made of sand, and then attacked the four of Luffy in a sweeping manner. Zoro, Sanji, be careful not to get hit by the sand, then you can choose your own opponent, and the crocodile will be handed over to me. Luffy explained to Zoro and Sanji, then stepped on and quickly appeared beside Vivi. Zoro and Sanji saw Crocodile whose arms turned into sand, and immediately understood that the other party was also Logia Demon Fruit Power. Without hesitation, the two quickly spread out to the side, and then looked at the four people beside Crocodile. Robin was excluded from the two, and Zoro believed in Luffy's vision. As for Sanji, it may be because of her beauty. The crescent-shaped sand dunes swept across, and Zoro and Sanji each retreated out of the attack range. And Luffy ran out of the casino with Vivi in his arms. 14. The range here is too small, and the Logia Devil Fruit is a large-scale attack, and Vivi is a little dangerous here. It's no use running away. You guys get those two guys out and I'll go after Vivi and the Straw Hat. Looking at Luffy and Vivi who had already run out of the casino, Crocodile turned his head and explained to the 5 people behind him. Then the lower body turned into a salon scroll, catching up in the direction Luffy and Vivi left. Since the boss has given an order, let's act. Mr. One faithfully fulfilled Crocodile's orders, and looked at Zoro and Sanji who were still in the casino. After seeing the knife on Zoro's waist, he focused his attention on Zoro. Seeing that Mr. One had selected the target, Miss, who was his partner, also stretched his fingernails and looked at Zoro. I'll leave it to you here, I have other things to do. Now that the fight has started, Robin is naturally going to watch the battle outside. After all, this battle can be said to be related to his future destiny. Crocodile is looking for ancient weapon, and as a self who can read the text of history, it may still be useful to him now. But once he got the news, or got impatient, it was impossible for him, the one who knew his secret, to be able to leave alive. And if Luffy wins, he'll have his next home. And, judging from Luffy's attitude towards Vivi, maybe he can stay on that ship forever. Thinking of this, Robin said a word to the remaining agents without looking back, and then left. This woman. The remaining Miss Merry Christmas, an ugly fat woman, glanced at Robin who was leaving, and then turned to Sanji not far away. Then we don't have a choice, Mr. 4, we'll kill the yellow-haired curly brow. Oh. 35. The same fat man replied slowly. Behind him is a huge metal baseball bat, and at his feet is a strange-looking dog. Hey, 2 on 4, how about it, green algae head, let's see who can deal with them first, I have an extra dog. Sanji lit a cigarette, looked at himself and Zoro with a clear division of labor, turned his head and proposed to Zoro. If you think you can't beat it, it doesn't matter if you leave it to me. Zoro pulled the 3 knives out of the scabbard and stared at the short-headed man who was also looking at him. I dare to say that, I only hope that you won't ask me to help you get revenge when you lose. Sanji replied sarcastically, bit the cigarette in his mouth, and looked at the fat duo. At the same time, Luffy, who had already run out of the casino, placed Vivi not far behind him and waited quietly for Crocodile to arrive. As a pirate who has been famous for a long time, there is still some air. The courage is not bad, but I just stood here and waited for me to come. Standing in front of Luffy again, Crocodile looked at Luffy who had no intention of escaping, and praised him. Don't you know how much you have? To be honest, you are the 7 warlords of the sea, and you don't feel threatening at all to me. This is indeed true, observation Haki can perceive the strength of the enemy, but in Luffy's perception, Crocodile does not have the strength to threaten himself. But Luffy's words undoubtedly stirred Crocodile's anger. What a fiery brat! Crocodile didn't want to continue listening to Luffy's sarcasm, and his right hand turned into gravel again, and it was a vertical strike directly in the direction of Luffy. Desert Sword. A sharp desert blade formed, with a large area attack unique to Logia Devil Fruit, and slammed into Luffy's direction. Where the desert blade flew over, a deep crack was directly cut into the ground. Luffy didn't mean to dodge, and Vivi was standing behind him. If he avoided it, the desert blade would undoubtedly split Vivi in half. And this is also what Crocodile did intentionally, forcing Luffy to resist his own attack, and if Luffy couldn't bear it, he could even kill him in one hit. Luffy. Vivi, who was staying not far behind Luffy, gave a worried cry. Crocodile's mighty attack made Vivi feel powerless. Can a real 580 face such an attack? Luffy naturally heard Vivi's voice, but there was no need to respond, the battle might be over soon. Unlike Hawkeye's time, the reason why this time will end soon is not because the field is not hard enough. It's Crocodile, which really isn't that strong for a reason. The right fist covered with armament Haki swung towards the swiftly attacking desert blade. Even the second and third gears don't need to be opened, the desert blade that can easily cut through the ground is directly scattered by Luffy. Seeing this scene, Vivi breathed a sigh of relief, not expecting Luffy to be so strong to block Crocodile's attack so lightly. Robin, who had just appeared on the roof not far away, happened to see this scene, and his eyes, which had always been calm, were also full of shock at this moment. Unlike Vivi, who was relieved, Crocodile's face was gloomy, and his already sinister face was even more vicious at this time. Luffy's strength is much stronger than he imagined, and he knows his own attacks. For a pirate with a bounty of less than 100 million, absolutely no one can take over his desert sword so easily. But Crocodile didn't mean to retreat, even Whitebeard dared to be reckless, afraid of this new pirate who just came to the Grand Line. Chapter 97 Defeating Crocodile. I look down on you a little bit. Crocodile looked at Luffy with a gloomy expression. He didn't expect that the biggest resistance to his plan was actually a rookie pirate. Look at me. It's better to say that you look down on yourself too much. Logia devil fruit is not invincible in this sea. 99. Luffy continued to taunt. In the past, he could only see the enemy taunting the protagonist. Now Luffy always wants to taunt others. For those who don't know Haki, the Logia demon fruit power might be tough. But in the eyes of those who can skillfully play the two-color Haki, the Logia demon fruit power relies too much on the fruit ability and becomes their biggest shortcoming. Don't tell me you haven't met an enemy who can use Haki. Luffy's tone sounded a little surprised, as if it were an incredible thing. Kid with sharp teeth, let's take a look at the ability of Logia devil fruit called a moving disaster. I saw Crocodile stretch out his right hand, and a small salon roll formed in his palm. With the continuous rotation of this salon volume, more and more sand was absorbed, and then the originally small salon volume began to grow continuously. Although I really want to see your so-called disaster ability, I don't have the habit of waiting for the enemy to make a big move. Luffy stepped on his feet, and his figure disappeared instantly. Crocodile looked around the first time Luffy disappeared, and at the same time, the sand continued to gather into the larger and larger volume of the salon. However, at this moment, Luffy suddenly appeared behind Crocodile. As Crocodile's pupils shrank, the fist-covering armament Haki directly hit his back, which was too late to turn around to defend. Boom! Without any chance of elementalization, Crocodile was directly knocked into the air by Luffy's attack. Crocodile vomited blood and flew out backwards, and even the condensing salon volume collapsed at this moment. Instead of chasing after the victory, Luffy just stood in the position where Crocodile used to be, and now the two of them have completely changed their positions. Cough. Although he was knocked out by Luffy, fortunately, Crocodile's instinct to fight all year round as a pirate is still there. When he was about to land, his body elements turned into sand, preventing him from hitting the ground and causing more serious injuries. After landing, Crocodile reacted instantly. Instead of attacking Luffy, he turned to attack Vivi not far away. At the same time as he got up, Crocodile's right hand turned into gravel again, forming a desert blade and swiping towards Vivi's location. Crocodile's surprise attack didn't surprise Luffy. This is the case in the original book. When I first met Luffy, I was careless because of the difference in strength between the two sides. But when he was forced to a certain extent by Luffy, he tried to kill Luffy by any means. Now Crocodile turned and attacked Vivi, as Luffy expected. Facing the sharp desert blade slashing at him, Vivi didn't have the slightest fear in his eyes, just looked at Crocodile with blood on the corner of his mouth in front of him. That peaceful face was in stark contrast to Crocodile's ferocious face at this time. It was still a punch that shattered the desert blade that could split the earth. However, unlike just now, Luffy, who appeared in front of Vivi again, had red skin and steam all over his body. Reciprocity, you can also take me up, Crocodile, don't die. 39. The sudden appearance of Luffy in front of Vivi made Crocodile's eyes go wild. That attitude was completely different from the previous one, which made Crocodile feel extremely dangerous. When Luffy posed a punch, Crocodile's feet turned into a saloon and slammed backwards. Can you escape? This villainy-like statement makes Luffy a little on the edge. However, the movements of his subordinates did not stop because of this. The jet-black armament Haki covered the entire right hand, and a layer of sakura-colored film flowed on it. Luffy pulled his right fist back, seemingly gathering strength. After using emission for a period of time, Luffy has been able to use it proficiently. Now, taking advantage of this opportunity, it is time to test the teleportation release. Crocodile, who is constantly moving away, always has a feeling like a on his back, which is not weakened by the distance. Finally, Haki's condensation is complete. Feeling the flow of Haki wrapped around his fist, Luffy slammed his drawn right fist in the direction Crocodile flew away. A sakura-colored pistol flew out from Luffy's right fist and reached Crocodile's back in an instant. Sakura-colored aurora pillars penetrated Crocodile's body without hindrance. Different from the air column emitted by the third gear, after this aurora pierced through Crocodile, the power of emission quickly destroyed Crocodile's body. In an instant, the aurora bored through the nearby internal organs and was completely destroyed. And Crocodile, who was still flying, froze suddenly, and fell from the air with his eyes wide open. Blood kept dripping from the corners of the mouth and the pierced area. This is not the common problem of observation Haki's Logia demon fruit power. Without being able to accurately predict where and when the attack will arrive, it is impossible to elementalize that area into a hole to avoid Haki attacks. Looking at Crocodile lying motionless on the ground, Luffy sensed it with observation Haki. Although the injury was quite serious, he did not die immediately. But without treatment, death is only a matter of time. This trick is called emission rushed. Luffy is also too lazy to take a dignified name. If this move is used as a close-range attack, it will be even more powerful with the third gear. The double attack of the body, Li Qian's, watch and the body is when this move is most powerful. However, attacking like that is actually no different from a normal attack with Haki except in terms of power. R.O. Luffy, is Crocodile dead? From the Crocodile attacking himself, to Luffy blasting the sand blade, to Luffy shooting down the fleeing Crocodile, it all happened in a fraction of the time. Vivi looked at Crocodile lying on the ground in disbelief. It's not dead yet, but if no one saves it, it's not far from death. Luffy is considering whether to make up for the knife, whether it is more useful for Crocodile to live, or to kill him and bet on Sand Fruit's rebirth. However, Luffy was soon relieved. In observation Haki's perception, a group of marines were already rushing over. The lead is still the old acquaintance Smoker, but next to him, there is an unfamiliar face. Chapter 98 Transactions with Marine. You are quite timely. Looking at the group of marines in front of him, Luffy teased the leading Smoker. To actually beat Crocodile, Hina is curious about you. 35. Before Smoker could speak, the pink-haired marine next to him looked at Luffy curiously. As Smoker's old partner, he has naturally heard some things about Luffy. And because of Smoker, Hina has heard about how Luffy became a pirate. I just didn't expect to meet for the first time when the other side defeated Crocodile. Oh? Curious about me? Why don't you come on my ship? It's a good relationship with the Smoker, and it's probably not one of those rigid marines. 5. Because of Marine's presence, Vivi stood behind Luffy for a while, and she didn't need to come out and say anything right now. Luffy didn't hate the marines, so the invitation wasn't a joke. Okay, Straw Hat Luffy, we're not here to argue with you, how about Crocodile leaving it to us Marine? 39. Hina next to him seemed to want to say something, but was interrupted by Smoker. When invited by pirates to board the ship or something, when there are subordinates present, it is better not to let the other party say too much. Is this for a bargain? Luffy's words obviously made Smoker very upset, but he couldn't find a suitable statement for a while, so he could only smash his teeth and swallow in his stomach. It's not a bargain. After I left, I reported the situation here to the Superior 9. Unhappy and unhappy, Smoker still has to tell the other party what he told him. The world government is very dissatisfied with Crocodile's behavior, so it is decided that after you have fought him, if you can win, you will take his place as 7 warlords of the sea. If it were other pirates, Smoker would not have communicated the fate of the 7 warlords of the sea. But if the target was Straw Hat Crew, Smoker took over the mission. But Smoker doesn't hold out much hope for this. After all, Luffy doesn't seem like the kind of person who can accept world government orders. 7 warlords of the sea. Luffy touched his chin, but didn't refuse directly. Unexpectedly, the world government would actually want to make itself the 7 warlords of the sea. Is it because someone inside is pushing? Or something else? Oh? How would someone like you be interested in 7 warlords of the sea? Smoker was a little surprised that Luffy didn't refuse. Luffy's previous performance was not like someone who would work for the world government. Luffy, that woman. Seeing that Luffy was thinking and seemed to have plans to agree, Vivi had to remind Luffy. Knowing the existence of Robin from Luffy's mouth, Vivi felt that if the world government had been informed of the news, there might not have been the invitation as it is now. Hearing Vivi's reminder, Luffy was stunned, but he was negligent. However, the existence of Robin is not a big problem. After all, she has not been exposed yet. If she wants to, she can completely hide her existence. Also, becoming the 7 warlords of the sea may be of great help in future operations, especially during the Summit War. But whether the advantages outweigh the disadvantages or the disadvantages outweigh the advantages, Luffy can't tell right now. If you choose to become 7 warlords of the sea, then you will undoubtedly be on the cusp of the storm. Zoro and the others have not fully grown in strength, so they may not be able to withstand it. Smoker, who had been paying attention to Luffy, naturally noticed Vivi's movements, but didn't hear what Vivi said. Smoker just wanted to know Luffy's answer right now, he didn't care about the rest. But Crocodile seemed to be dying, and Smoker couldn't let him die here. Although it is a good thing to die of a vicious pirate, if sand fruit is obtained by someone with ulterior motives, it may be a crocodile again. The crocodile can be handed over to you, but for the position of the 7 warlords of the sea, you should hire another wise man. In exchange, what will you use in exchange for him? Luffy doesn't have the Bia of White Hit's workers. If 3 Admiral came, at this stage, he may only be able to recognize it by pinching his nose. But just with these people in front of him, he is not qualified to hand over Crocodile for free. Still hesitating about what to do with Crocodile, but now that Marine needs it, Luffy might be able to get some benefits from it. Hina is very puzzled by rejecting Shishibuikai's invitation and yet daring to offer conditions. Although Luffy took out Crocodile, could he and Smoker still be unable to beat him? The pink-haired female Marine was a little unconvinced and wanted to continue to say something, but was immediately stopped by Smoker. Hina doesn't understand Luffy's strength, how can she not know it? Perhaps the current Marine, unless a Buster Call or Admiral comes out, it is impossible to keep the opponent. Before inviting him to become Marine, Sengoku revealed his strength. And I have personally tried it myself, and it is impossible to beat each other by myself and Hina alone. Don't you Marines hate the Shishibuikai system? Why, shouldn't it be a good thing for you guys that I refuse to be a Shishibuikai? Not caring about the other party's unconvincing expression, Luffy was a little curious about their attitude. The relatively honest Marines like Smoker seem to hate the 7 warlords of the sea system in the original book. Why is he now looking forward to becoming the 7 warlords of the sea? Let's ignore this, let's treat Crocodile first, my mission is not to bring back Crocodile's corpse. Smoker stared into Luffy's eyes and said that if the other party refused, he might be ready to die. Smoker didn't believe the other party would let him go over and over again. Yes, but you'd better decide what to exchange for it, or I can cripple Crocodile once and kill him a second time. Even the Marines here have to stay. As Smoker thought, although he still admired them, he couldn't tolerate their provocation again and again. I'll contact Marshal Sengoku right away, and if you want, you can listen in when I call the bug. 35. Seeming to understand what Luffy was saying, Smoker responded quickly. At the same time, he waved his hand and asked the soldiers under him to handcuff the unconscious Crocodile, and then several medical soldiers came out to rescue him on the spot. Judging from the appearance of the handcuffs, it should be sea stone handcuffs. Smoker and the others know that Crocodile is the power of the Logia demon fruit, and it is impossible to make such a rudimentary mistake. Chapter 99 Robin joins. Is it okay to just let them go? Nicole Robin, who came down from the roof not far away, looked at Marine who had walked away and Crocodile who had been carried away, and asked Luffy. How? I have fulfilled the agreed conditions, how about you? Are you ready to join us? 99. Looking at Nicole Robin who was approaching, Luffy did not answer her question, but mentioned the agreement between the two. Sure, want me to say some oath of allegiance? Captain. Nicole Robin answered Luffy without hesitation. Instead of continuing to hide in Tibet to find a hiding place, it is better to agree to Luffy happily, and the strength shown by Luffy is enough to protect himself. You are welcome, then, Miss Robin. 35. Seeing Robin agree, a smile appeared on Luffy's face. Luffy, just let Smoker leave? 39. There's nothing unhappy about Vivi's former foe becoming Luffy's sidekick again. It's just that the group of Marines just left only a verbal promise and took away the seriously injured crocodile, which made Vivi a little uneasy. As for the Marines, Vivi, the Princess of Alabasta, should have believed them, but now she has shown distrust of these Marines. It can only be said that what Crocodile of the Seven Warlords of the Sea did, Vivi was completely disappointed by Marine and the world government. Again, if it weren't for Alabasta's princess, Vivi would definitely go out to sea with Luffy. Don't worry, it's only 200 million to 300 million Baileys. Marine should not offend me to death for this Bailey. Although only a few 100 million Baileys were exchanged for Crocodile, Luffy did not feel that there was any loss. Originally, even if you kill Crocodile yourself, there is a high probability that you will not get sand fruit, so it is better to give him to Marine. Not only did he get Bailey, but maybe Crocodile could help him in some ways in the future, provided that he could escape from the underwater prison. To say that Marine will default on their debts, it can only be said that they have lost their minds, and the mere 200 million to 300 million Baileys are exchanged for the stability of Straw Hat crew, which is not a loss. It's not that Luffy doesn't want better things, but like Devil Fruit, Marine basically won't agree, and even if he agrees, it's probably some of the most useless fruits. Instead, ask Bailey from the start. By the way, how are they, Mr. Zoro? When I was interrupted by Marine, I forgot about Sanji and Zoro who were still in the casino. After Marine left, Vivi suddenly remembered that someone was still in the casino. Zoro and Sanji have already dealt with the enemy, we can just go and find them. Luffy's observation haki was always on, Zoro and the others Luffy kept an eye on. Facing the powerful enemy in the original book that he fought so hard to defeat, Zoro, who is now able to cut iron, can easily solve the combination of Mr. 1 and Miss S 2 fingers. As for Sanji, although he was a little embarrassed, but with his speed, there is no big problem in dealing with Mr. 4 and Miss. Merry Christmas! But the scene is a bit miserable, and the entire casino is now full of potholes. Not only the ground is full of potholes, but even the surrounding buildings were torn apart by artillery bombardment. Then, should we prepare to go to Albina next? Now that Crocodile is settled, as long as the news reaches King Cobra and the rebel leader Kosha, the war should be over. Crocodile has been dealt with, his abilities have failed, and the rain problem in Alabasta should now be dealt with. There is one more question. 35. Robin, who had been listening to the conversation between the two, suddenly spoke up. Luffy and Vivi turned their heads to her at the same time. Crocodile planted a bomb somewhere in Albina, you need to get that out of the way. How come? Vivi was surprised, completely unexpected that Crocodile could do this. When will the bomb explode? Luffy was not too surprised, after all, it was in the original book. It's just that Crocodile has been defeated in advance, and I don't know when the bomb will explode. According to the plan, it should be 3 days later, but now that Crocodile has been defeated by you, there should be no danger of explosion for the time being. Robin said uncertainly, after all, Crocodile's personality is really unpredictable for Robin. If he left anything behind, Albina might be in danger of being bombed. Seeking flowers 0. Anyway, let's go to Albina first. As long as I get there, I can find the location of the bomb. As for how to take it out, I will talk about it later. There's no use rushing here now, and Vivi doesn't have phone bugs. But even if there are telephone bugs, it is estimated that it is difficult to find them with those ordinary soldiers. Luffy didn't know the specific situation of Albina, and just relying on the comics he had read before, there was no way to remotely command Princess Vivi, Miss Robin. Just when Vivi was still worried about the situation in Albina, Sanji's voice came from not far away. Although the person was supported by Zoro, after seeing Vivi and Robin, people had the illusion that the injury was healed. Zero. Hey, bastard cook, if you're hurt, go away by yourself. Seeing that Sanji turned into a nympho when he saw a woman, Zoro couldn't help roaring, but he didn't let go of the hand holding Sanji. Sanji didn't quarrel with Zoro this time. Seeing that Zoro easily solved the fingers of Mr. 1 and Miss, but it was very difficult for him, and he even suffered serious injuries to solve the other two. This makes Sanji more eager to become stronger, and it seems that since the two met, he has regarded Zoro as a competitor. It seems that Mr. Swordsman and Mr. Chef are very powerful. The combination of Mr. 1 and Mr. 4 can be said to be the most powerful existence in the Baroque Work Club other than Crocodile. 99. Seeing that the two people who came back were fine except for Sanji's minor injury, Robin felt that he might be able to stay on this boat a little longer. With the strength that Luffy has just shown, there is obviously still room to deal with Crocodile, and I don't know if there is any chance of winning against Admiral. Thinking of this, Robin couldn't help but look gloomy, and the existence of Aokiji seemed to be his dream. If Luffy knew what Robin was thinking now, he might be angry with Aokiji. If Aokiji really planned to do something, Robin would not be able to live until now. Looking at your appearance, have you joined us? Although everyone on the Merry knew about Luffy and Robin's agreement before, they didn't expect the other party to be so straightforward. Chapter 100 Heading to Albina. That's it, we're going to Albina right away. As for this guy. On the Merry, Luffy briefly explained what had happened, and then looked at Von Kraie, who had been tied up. Although the ability is good, people should be okay, but this appearance is really a bit unappetizing. Mr. O has been solved by you. Marianu's abilities had been disarmed, and Von Kraie's ridiculous face was full of shock after hearing that Luffy had taken out Crocodile. And what's even more surprising is that, listening to Luffy's meaning, the real identity of his own boss, Mr. Zero, is actually the Sand Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Can you let the slave family get on your boat? Anyway, the old boss is gone, so just change to a new boss. No. Absolutely not. Hearing that Feng 580 Clay actually wanted to join his group, Sanji, who was being treated by Chopper, immediately jumped up. Don't move, Sanji. The wound is about to open again. Sanji's violent movements undoubtedly annoyed Chopper, and he patted directly at the place Sanji had just wrapped up. It hurts, Chopper, you slapped the wound open. Sanji, who didn't feel anything at first, finally couldn't help screaming under Chopper's continuous slaps. Ah, I'm sorry, I'll reband it for you right away. Realizing that something was wrong, Chopper was in a hurry. Does Mr. Sanji hate slaves so much? For Sanji's firm refusal, Von Kraie made a heartbroken expression, and when he finished, he gave Sanji a wink. Damn bastard, don't wink casually. Sanji was frantic again, and if it wasn't for Chopper grabbing his hand and wrapping it, he might have kicked it. There are no more people on my ship at the moment. This is the truth. When the capital of 7 Waters is reached, Thousand Sunny will have to make it bigger than the original. Luffy has no plans to build a fleet, but a large fleet like the original can be considered. That's a pity, since Captain Luffy has no plans to leave the slave family can only continue to wander the world. Von Kraie, who had been untethered, moved his wrists and jumped onto the side of the Merry. If it weren't for a peculiar attire, the backs that stood facing each other would be rather unrestrained. But thanks to Captain Luffy's grace of not killing, if there is a need in the future, the slave family will definitely help. Looking back at Luffy and saying something, Von Kraye jumped directly off the Mary. I didn't expect Crocodile to have such people. As for Von Kraye, except for Sanji's inexplicable enemy, the others did not have any ill feelings towards him. Then, we should continue to set off, the last stop of Alabasta, the capital of Albina. Luffy stood on the sheep's head of the Mary, and also glanced at Von Kraye, who had gone far. Perhaps his large fleet would be even larger than the original. From Rain to Albina, just cross the Santo River. Coming back to Albina soon, Vivi was feeling both joy and anxiety. Once the bomb problem in Albina is solved, Luffy will be leaving. Vivi glanced at Luffy who was standing on the bow, bit her lip, and it was time for her to make up her mind. Nami, who was standing next to Vivi, glanced at Vivi with a feeling, but didn't say anything, and directly directed the men to set sail. This kind of thing, I can't help myself, I can't even give advice. Zoro, you didn't kill the 4 Baroque agents, did you? Remembering that during the opening of Observation Haki, I didn't feel the breath of Devil Fruit's rebirth, Luffy asked Zoro who was pulling the anchor. No, Sanji and I just knocked them out. Zoro didn't know why Luffy asked. What's the matter, do you need us to kill you next time? 35. No, just follow your own ideas. Except for a few specific devil fruits, Luffy is not particularly interested in other people's lives. Unless you really can't stand it. For Luffy's unreasonable inquiries, Zoro had no plans to pursue them, and was used to Luffy's sudden actions from time to time anyway. Just treat it as cheap marine. By the way, Robin. Luffy looked at Robin, who hadn't spoken since getting on the boat. Hearing Luffy calling his name, Robin looked at Luffy curiously. Is something wrong? Captain Luffy. 35. There is a historical text in Albina, and that is the message that Crocodile mistook for ancient weapon 9. Now that Robin has boarded his own ship, the promise to her naturally needs to be fulfilled, and there are such conditions right in front of him. Captain Luffy really knows everything. 99. No one knows about Crocodile's search for ancient weapon except himself. And even so, Luffy could even know such a thing, it seems that this man still has a lot of secrets. Perhaps, there is one more reason to come to this ship. After reminding Robin, Luffy stopped talking and turned to think about Marienu's abilities. Alabasta's journey is coming to an end, and it's time to start thinking about the viability of this capability. Marieну herself does not know Haki, in this case, how can her suggestion ability mobilize the power of Haki? Luffy touched her chin, maybe to get her a feel for Haki's form? But a direct attack definitely won't work. It is estimated that you will cry for a long time with one punch, which is another difficult thing to do. Luffy had a headache, and there were no professionals on board. Thinking alone, he really didn't know where to start. Luffy shook his head and gave up thinking after a while. The Mary moved slowly, and it was about to leave Albina, and when it arrived in Albina, it was almost time to say goodbye to Vivi. I'm a little worried, this Marienu's matter has no clue, and another headache has invaded Luffy's mind. Otherwise, prepare a devil fruit for Vivi. If Zheng Zhou can get thunder fruit, what will happen if no one eats it? Otherwise he will just come back and eat it directly for Vivi. It can also be regarded as giving Vivi enough self-protection ability. After all, it is thunder fruit. Even if you don't need to develop it deeply, you should be able to protect yourself in Alabasta by releasing lightning. With that in mind, Luffy glanced back at Vivi who was silent. Seeming to feel Luffy's gaze, Vivi raised his head again to look at Luffy. The eyes of the two crossed in the air, and then quickly moved away from each other. Bureau G. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Thank you.